I'm
So let's
against
play.
the whole worldwide lockdowns and all that. However, my mother's other half. Oh wait, I'm hearing myself. My
Oh,
mother's other half is a physician, specialist physician, and he specializes in mainly lungs and things like that. And there's definitely rises and falls in cases, and there's definitely deaths involved. But I don't really agree with the whole masks, lockdown, everything, and things like that. A friend of mine also died from the virus, but and I'm asthmatic, so I'm wary of it. But yeah, if I don't have to wear a mask, I won't wear my mask. I don't wash my hands every bloody store I walk into. But other than that, yeah,
Oh,
there's definitely
Brood.
something.
How's it, Brood? You sound like a proper Sapphire. Not a
Yeah,
posh Sapphire.
yeah. I know we've chatted before.
Oh, Lacko, because yeah, it's almost like you didn't sound like the same guy, but then it was like, oh yeah, this guy sounds like more my age group. Sorry to interrupt. I just love we don't get to meet or speak to South Africans that much, you know. A proper,
Yeah.
you know, Doof Cake. You know Doof Cake. He's like a guy on. Oh, you need to DOEF Cake. He's on Instagram. He's so funny. He looks like a Greek head statue, and then he's talking, and he says, "Oh yeah, fucking when we have a bright, if someone gave me $1 million not to bright ever again, I'll tell him to go fuck himself." Yeah, you know, things like that. Doof Cake, Doof, you know, like Doof. Sorry to recommend it. Sorry to interrupt. I just love South Africans. Sorry.
No worries. So yeah, I'm just saying that guys don't always believe what everyone else is saying when they say there's nothing out there or it's not as bad. There is definitely something out there. It is bad, but just it's not as hyped as the media does say it is. And then the deaths are related to if you had it, yes, and you died or something else, but they'll say you had COVID. We all know that. But there's definitely deaths.
I don't know. I think it's regular nature stuff that's just been blown out of proportion. It's not. We can't even use the word bad at all because the human body's immune system can cope. What I'm surprised about is that people are catching colds and Omicron in South Africa. I can't believe that would, because if I was to go to your country, the last thing I'd be worried about is catching the flu. It wouldn't even be on my menu, on my radar. But anyway, Realm, I've got a question. What do you make of the death of Jamel Edwards at 31? Jamel Edwards, do you know what I mean?
It doesn't make any sense what you're saying. Sorry.
Do you know?
There's something in the chat.
Do you know who I'm talking about? Jamel Edwards?
Nah.
You don't know who he is?
No.
Oh, he's a black rap and grime entrepreneur, isn't he? I thought you might have heard of him.
Nah, man. The only mainstream thing. Nah. There's loads of things in grime. Sorry about the noise of a truck. Yeah, grime and stuff is no. I mean, Stormzy. There's a guy called Stormzy that made it to the headlines, but it's not really that popular.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But he got an MBE from the Queen. This black guy.
Yeah. Stormzy.
Oh, so you know what I'm talking about then.
Yeah. If it's Stormzy, then I know this. I know you're talking about them.
Yeah, he's dead.
I'll have to look up who this person is. Yeah,
I had to look him up. I didn't know who he was until I heard he died. Didn't even know who the guy was. He was 31, black entrepreneur, promoting the rap and grime. He had his own TV channel, SBTV, entrepreneur. He's met Prince Charles and everything else, and now he's dead. And they don't know why he died, apparently.
That's. I personally, I haven't heard anything like that yet. I'll look into it. And obviously, you've seen it.
Yeah.
I think
he died on Monday. He died on Monday.
There's a lot of people dying in sports, heart attacks and stuff like that. And the only thing I can put it down to is the fact that our frequency has changed. We're more lethargic now, but is our blood pressure higher from the frequency around us just changing slightly? And then people getting heart attacks, high blood pressure, or low blood pressure, I don't know, which definitely this could be something to do with something else. just merely changing the Earth itself. It's merely just changes frequency just a little bit from 7.83 to 7.83 and a fraction. But John Levi sensed this, but it's a sense, isn't it? But he's he sends other people. Are you finding that you're getting more lethargic now? And it's I thought it was something to maybe bring in the conversation, not from a medical point of view, but from a measure,
Yeah.
Realm, by the way, I've seen Doof Cake before. It's cock funny. Yeah, I have seen some of that stuff.
Oh, cool, man. Thanks, bro.
This guy just seemed to be very popular in the UK. I never heard of him until I heard he was dead. That's the first time I heard of the guy. But I just thought I'd check him out because it seemed to rock the music world, apparently, So I thought, who's this guy that I never heard of? Yeah.
Hope they're not from side effects.
Who knows? Don't know what he died of. His mum was from the program called Loose Women. Her name is Brenda Edwards.
I just looked him up. I don't recognise him. It's not the guy I'm thinking of.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I never heard of him until I heard his name. But he looked to me very young. Anyway, even at 31, he doesn't even look 31. So he was a bit of a blow there.
Did you see the comedian? Did you see the comedian in the U.S.? She was bragging about all the shots and boosters she took, and then she passed out.
Really?
Well, I guess I shouldn't laugh, but yeah. Well, she was saying a bunch of stuff about Jesus. I don't remember exactly, but it sounded somewhat disrespectful to people that are like Christian or whatever. But she's kind of in like a mockingly like tone, like, "Oh, Jesus must love me because I took all these and I'm doing great and better than everyone," and then just boom.
Wow.
She might. I don't know if she lived or not. I think she lived. She just passed out, but yeah, I don't know.
Was this recently? The other
Yeah,
day?
it was pretty recent. I can link something. Let me Google it.
Because I was listening on the news that there was a woman who was going to be doing these jokes, and she said it might be in bad taste for some people, right? This was only a few days back, okay? Comedian, woman, and I thought, wow, you don't want to be making COVID jokes like that. I was thinking, you know what I mean? And it sounds like it's the same person. Wow. So she collapsed on stage.
I did notice, like in the UK, it's almost like the dates between things changing. As from this date, something's going to change in that date, and there were dates at times where they were exactly 40 days apart, and it sounded like religious, biblical, the distance between or the period between two dates of lockdown, coming out of lockdown. Those things there, they just all seem to sort of like fit symmetrically. Fit like into a pattern of some sort. They went just by a plan, almost like it was a plan. Like I would say 40 days, after one thing, and then there was another relationship of another thing, and I was just like looking at this, going, "Oh, I wonder what if I type this in, am I going to get that answer?" And I fucking got that answer. I'm like, it's fucking. I can't remember. I can't give any more examples. I just remember one of them being 40 days. Yes, I know it's just by chance, but there was a few more of that, and it was like, it's like very lunar related.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me because I do believe it was planned, and these lunatics, they love the numbers, and like you said, all into the celestial stars and lining them all up, and mad things that they do with their sacrifices and people dying on strange dates. Yeah,
you said about the stars. Also, the other interesting thing is, but I can't compare it between any other dates, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't the case. On both dates in the UK, the 28th of January, which is our first case, and the 27th of January, 2 years later, we just all of a sudden came out of this thing. Not all of a sudden, but it was like, okay, it's time to relax, you know, mask off, you know, do what the fuck you want, ish. And on both days, all the planets were in the south. But on other days, but then again, they would all be, no, but I mean, it was like the sun and the moon included as well. So yes, you might see all the planets, but you won't necessarily see the sun and the moon in the south at the same time. But I haven't got more days to compare that to, because there might be a general thing. But I just thought, you know, the observations in the skies were the same on both days.
Yeah, interesting.
And if we are actually, if you look up if you go to Stellarium or an app that will show you the skies, and go back to your birth date, you'll see that the sun was not in the constellation that you think, but actually a month before. So actually, in other ways of saying this, is that our dates were actually December the 27th till December the 28th, 2 years later, give or take. You know, you could probably round it off to a. You could probably get it to the 25th of December. You know, things like that. An anniversary, 2 years. Mars seems to have a pretty much close to a 2 year period, a cycle, or things like that. Yeah, sorry, man.
You know what I'm concerned with now is that in Africa, a place called Malawi, smallpox has raised its ugly head again. Smallpox is on the loose in Malawi. As we
said Malawi?
Yeah, Malawi. Yeah.
I had a friend in a grade school. They moved in like 4th grade. They're from Malawi.
Yeah, nice place. The green ganja weed is good for Malawi. They've got good weed over there. But
yeah,
now
I think they do.
they've got smallpox has raised its ugly head there now. Smallpox.
Some Malawi gold.
Yeah, Malawi Wowie.
I'm actually busy growing Malawi gold in my little high grow little simulator, wheat growing simulator.
Oh, all right.
And Dakar, bro. Fucking Dakar.
Uh-huh. But then I got some real Franco lemon cheese that I smoke, yeah.
Fucking hell, bro. Durban Haze. We used to buy that stuff for 50p in a matchbox from the fucking taxi drivers.
Yeah, I order it online from Mr. W. We deliver. Yeah.
That's funny, man. That's funny. 50p. 50p in 1994 was worth about fucking hell. It was worth probably about 20 pence. Yeah, 20 pence, and you could buy yourself a fucking, it would be quite a bit of fucking weed, wouldn't it, in a matchbox?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, but for 20p, what we pay £15-30 for in the UK. You know, this is 1994. So, like, the fucking stuff was cheaper than fucking bread.
Yeah, look at that. Wow.
Do you guys think they're doing anything to the weed? Because now they're like trying to push and like legalize it to make people more susceptible.
My bloke, he said to me, "Oh yeah, fucking hell, I've lowered the price by a sixth." I'm like, "What?" Like I've never heard anyone say that. He says, "No. Next time you come in, you don't pay £60, you pay £50." I'm like, "Okay, is there some? Is it like I didn't have? He was busy at the time, but I wanted to ask him, like, you know, have the rates gone down fucking generally?" You know, and if the rates go down, then it means that everybody's going to fucking smoke twice as much, and they're going to get dumber and dumber. Not dumber and dumber, but more placid and placid, you know?
Yeah. Lethargic.
Yeah. Yeah, the fucking, during the pandemic, the fucking local stores and stuff, they were offering fucking home delivery on fucking alcohol only. And I'm like, you shitting me. You know, they push the alcohol thing. They don't mind the people fucking getting drunk and fucking killing themselves and doing all these things. And it's a habit that carries on to their children. Their children are like, oh, fucking, my dad told me not to trust the government, not to get a mortgage. I'm not going to get that. Fuck it. I'm going to fucking sponge off them and they can fucking go to hell because they fuck my dad over. You know, it's things like that. It's that reparations of the next generation is just going to, you know, the general population is going to get, not dumber, but just, You know what I mean?
You're right. You're right. I mean, I've been trying to be a good father to my kids and keep them on a psychological balance, reminding them that it's not your fault that if things are not going smoothly right now. It's not you. Don't blame yourself. It's the country and the rest of the world. Okay. So just because people are wearing masks and you don't have to wear one, it's not your fault. Okay. Don't
Even
worry
the
about it.
education, even the education is from the from I came. My education in South Africa was fucking far superior to. I came and done a year last year in the UK. I was like fucking 1-2 years ahead of them, and most of it in the sciences. And I'm like, this is fucking bollocks. But the point is that coming to the UK, it was quite obvious that the school was separated from the really good ones that you pay for to the really shit ones that you don't pay for. And in South Africa, it's fucking, as I remember, it was pretty much standard. The comprehensive grammar, technical school, it was all as one. And that was your general school. And I came to UK and I'm like, these fucking kids pushing parents around at the age of 13. And I'm like, what's fucking going on here, man?
Yeah.
Someone's been smashing some young backs in. That's what's been going on.
They did that in Nigeria. They smashed the vaccine box. They left it out in the heat so it would go off. All kind of tricks. They don't want to touch that stuff, man.
I've seen a bunch of people posting of all the countries where the leaders weren't wanting a vaccine, and they're saying they're all dying. But I didn't verify and confirm that each one of them died or what their stances were on the receiving.
Injectables.
Yeah, you gotta be part of it.
Yeah, I won't take that. I won't risk it. I'm asthmatic. I won't risk taking something that I don't know what's going to do to me.
Yeah, there are loads of doctors that said to anyone who's asthmatic don't even bother going now.
Yeah.
They've said that they should just stop this thing in its tracks immediately. Stop the whole program, all of it. It's not necessary.
Sorry about the echo. Apparently, if you eat local raw honey, it's pretty good for all ailments, asthmatic, just all those things. Apparently, it's beneficial.
Oh, the weed helps me.
Oh, okay, cool, man. Cool.
Yeah.
That's right,
Yeah,
man.
it just seems weird. Before, all medical advice seemed like it somewhat made sense. It had some type of logical consistency. It would be yeah, consult your doctor, make sure this decision's right for you. Here are the side effects. Stop taking it if this happens. Be on the lookout for this. And it had some type of sense to it. And then it was and then you hear about people that have medical malpractice lawsuits, or they're suing somebody over damage, or call this number if you or your family have been diagnosed with mesothelioma. So you hear all these instances where there is some accountability and liability. So it seems like you have some recourse if something happens to you, if somebody's irresponsible or doesn't see something coming. In the end, there is some accountability. So it all had some illusion of making sense, and it was coherent in a way. But then all of a sudden, you can't ask about side effects. You can't consult with your doctor and make a decision. You have to do this. You can't talk about that. And everything everyone had learned and trained about what to do to take care of your health in our society was thrown completely out the window. And I don't know, that was it's all very, very odd. And it was even more odd how many people just went along with this. Their memory is wiped. They don't remember how things were, that we like everybody would put a lot of thought and effort and what type of stuff they're gonna do. Like even elective surgeries, they consult, get a second opinion, ask this and like review information, and then you make your own personal private medical decision, and it was nobody else's business. Like it was actually very offensive to ask somebody about their health conditions or private medical information. Yeah, I don't know. Very, very weird.
Yeah, that's how it used to be. Yeah, that would be weird to be asking people of their private medical care when you go somewhere. Silly. Rude. Being a bit of a nosy Parker. And then ask you to quarantine like you're some kind of animal. That's the other one.
Yeah. Then not only not being private about it, but now demanding they take medical decisions that you made, like that you decide for them. Like that's
Yes.
way out of bounds of normal activity.
Well, what about this one? You know what I mean? You go on holiday, you want to go to a place on holiday, and they're picking the hotel that you're going to do the quarantining. Not even checking your budget or anything. You know, £3,000. You've only got 50 quid in your pocket, you know. Yeah.
I've got a question for Beer Man.
Yo.
So I know this is random, but to me it means something. Or not yet. But you know we go Hazard China.
The
And
what?
like, you know we go Hi China, Hazard China, Alright China.
Yeah.
I always thought to myself, why did we say China? And there's like, but being a chef, like Cook Sisters are Japanese, and it's like, you know, did we have the Japanese and the Chinese in South Africa before anyone else, or what? You know, I mean, what, did you hear about something like that in South African history, or have you learned something like that?
No, I look more into the very old legends and rock drawings and things like that.
But you know, like Durban Town Hall is Tartarian looking.
Oh yeah.
And that's why I say it's like Hazard China. Maybe there's like something that's just carried through a couple of centuries, and we're just saying that we don't even know why.
Yeah, how's it my China? It's more Joburg thing though.
Oh yeah, cool man. You You just sound like the right dialect. But you're Cape Town, right?
Yeah, I'm in Cape Town.
Cool man, cool.
Yeah, my vision of Cape Town, it's always hot all year round. Lovely place. Nice
No.
balanced weather.
No. Cold in winter.
How cold?
Yeah, but
Well, we don't get colder than 9 because I'm on the coast. I'm like a kilometer from the coast. But inland,
Okay.
it's -3 easily.
What? -3?
Yeah. Sometimes.
is that altitude? Because altitude.
No, this is in sort of like say 40 kilometers or say 20 kilometers as the crow flies from the ocean inland. Sometimes the grass freezes from the
But what
dunes.
about
Quite far south, guys.
And then about 150 kilometers up on the mountains, I normally go check out the snow. And when my husky was still alive, I used to take a higher snowboard, and then she used to pull me on the snowboard.
Right, yeah. I know they had snow up in the altitude, but I didn't think it was that cold on the land.
What's the altitude? What's the elevation in those sort of cold areas?
I must actually check. I'm not too sure. But just Google, for instance, Durbanville, Cape Town, and see how high the altitude is. I'm in a game at the moment, so I'm not going to Google now. But yes, Durbanville normally gets. Oh, we used to live in Durbanville side, so yeah, I think the coldest I recorded there was -3. And then I remember the grass was all crunchy when my dog went out for a wee.
Yeah. So let me see now then. You get a winter. That means you get an autumn then. You get autumn and spring.
Yeah, we get all the seasons. We also on
400 feet. That's like
400.
That's not
100,
much.
120, 100 meters. That's a lot, mate. I work at a place that's 75 feet higher, or meters. Sorry, 75 feet higher than where I live, and the change in temperatures, mate, is fucking way different. Like we see the sun
Yeah, well, that's
earlier.
not very high. Though. It's not very high. I mean, I've done much higher than that myself. Blimey.
Oh yeah, but the
3,000 meters, man. Only 4,000 meters. Like Mount Fuji.
Yeah. Fuck.
I can cycle that height. That's nothing.
Iran had some heavy snow at the end of January. 3 days.
Yeah, that's right. That was rare. A rare case.
Yeah, and I think the thing, something's changing, or something is, for them to get that sort of weather there.
Yeah, that was the first time in years that I had that weather. Decades.
Because I'm sorry if I'm sounding like I'm hijacking the conversation. I'm just trying to say stuff I've noticed. We look at Polaris that goes around that center point in the sky, and if it goes between Polaris and Vega, when it moves to Vega, it ain't going to be spinning with Vega in the center. It's going to be spinning right next to Polaris, isn't it? Which means that it's going to go away from our coordination, you can say that, on maps, and our coordination, our orientation. It's no longer going to be above us. It's going to be like 15, 20 degrees to the right, and the whole celestial sphere will be spinning to the right of us and not above us. Does anybody think that's quite an obvious thing to happen?
No, I can't say either way, nay or yay on that one. Sorry.
But yeah, but we can look up and we know that we move between, or they speculate or whatever, that we go between Polaris and Vega. So naturally, I'm thinking to myself, do the stars move independent of the whirlpool, or does the whirlpool move? If the whirlpool moves, like if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, UK, I see Vega on my northwest horizon, and I see the Northern Cross above it, right? And that's quite far away from where Polaris is in my sky. So if that's going to move there, then you've got to ask yourself, we're only aligning ourselves. Well, we've got an arbitrary grid, and what we align to has moved on, and we're compensating for that with magnetic declination. Those people aren't just using a compass to travel the world to actually say, well, this is exactly what the world looks like. They've got gaps. They've got gaps, like a bit like the cross on an English flag. They've got gaps like that on the world where they have magnetic issues at the magnetic equator by 2 degrees either side of it, and there's other longitude magnetic issues that they just the magnetic declination seems to overcome it, and it's what causes the time zones to actually become wider. So when you look at the maps, the time zones in the Pacific are actually should be a lot smaller, but they've widened it out through time, just so that everything's even and it fits the ball and this, that, and the other. But if you manipulate the shape and make it what you want, what you have to compensate for are differences in surface area, adding time zones in, taking time zones out. If you take stuff out, if you've got like a fucking Satsuma, Nachi, whatever you want to call it, an orange, and you take 2 segments out of it and you squish it back together, you've also taken segments out of both poles as well. So naturally, what you've done when you put all these things together, you've had to now find a way of hiding some stuff in the North Pole so that nobody notices that there's an issue, and also for safekeeping of other shit. And then from there, you would have to like move everything 10 degrees so that nobody went to the north, or even moving at 5 or 6 degrees or 7 degrees, or even 2 degrees. If there's like 2 degrees missing at both poles, it's like they've had to make the adjustments. Like if the guy from Slovakia, Beerman, like centigrade, I keep saying this to people, it's like, why would we use centigrade to everything? Yet, when we get to navigation and time, we change it to 90. There's no sense in that. It's not centigrade anymore, is it? Or is it? Because if Celsius is the same as centigrade, then centigrade is equivalent to what we're using today, which means that somebody's taken away 10% of in the sentimental system with regards to time and navigation.
Yeah, because we used to use centigrade and Celsius in England, don't we? So Celsius and centigrade. And I used to think, why did we have two? And then Fahrenheit, the German one. I thought, now the Americans use Fahrenheit. I thought, why don't, and the Europeans use European. I thought, why don't they just use the Celsius or the centigrade? What's going on? Could never work that one out. Why they had so many different bloody scales going on? Bloody annoying.
Yeah, but it's the same thing with
voltage power as well. You know?
Time and navigation, we just use the word degree, but actually the spacing between our latitudes are in tens. So those are decrees. So when they talk about degrees, they're not stating which type of degree they're talking about, because there's many degrees. The point was that centigrade is the equivalent to Celsius, but yet it's not equivalent to navigation or time.
Right.
We've moved to 90, and the French even came up with a 100 system for early 1800s. For about 27 years, they had a continental system for their time, and they used the Paris meridian as their meridian, which is their North Pole was not the same as our North Pole today.
Right. Well, I'm going to get off to work now, so I'll leave it in your capable hands, and good luck, everyone. Gin out.
Night, mate.
Seems I arrived at the right time then.
You did indeed. No more hot micing.
Was I hot micing before?
No. It's just that I'll never forget your comment when you said Jin is hot micing.
I think you've said that many times, Roddy. That's your way of.
God, it's funny.
You'll just be like, Jin's hot micing.
Can't handle it.
Although he does have an echo in his mic that does do that, but
what, I'm trying to remember saying it. Was he?
Oh fuck!
I think I remember he was like. It sounded like he was off, like in the kitchen or something, still talking to himself.
No, no. Someone was talking. He was talking over someone, and then he kept on doing it. And he like, Jin, you're hot biking. Oh man, I wrote it down. I was so fucking high that day as well. I smoked so many fucking bongs, and it was just hilarious. And I still wrote it down on a piece of paper, and I saved the video. I'm just get the timestamp. Jesus, it was funny.
Oh, Gio's right. I can sometimes be condescending.
Oh man, I love the conversations that Jin has though. It's really entertaining. Yeah,
What do
dude,
you
it's
love about him?
entertaining. I don't know. It's just because he goes on and on and on, and oh man, I enjoy it. I love it. It's fucking brilliant. It's funny.
So what do you love about it then?
I don't know. It's like when someone washes. Okay, in South Africa, they pump your fuel for you, and when someone washes your window for you, when the attendant washes your window, for some reason I dig it when they wash the window. It's a fucking weird feeling. I can't explain it, but I dig it when they wash the window, and it's the same thing when Jin talks. I just it's I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, fair enough. All right.
It's like philosophy, isn't it? In some ways.
Yeah, I don't know why I dig it. But yeah, it's fun.
I was doing some experimentations on time zones, and there's a 2-hour gap in the Pacific, and you could almost get it to less than a 1-hour gap time zone in the Atlantic. But if you do the experiments and you kind of figure out, like, take from point A to point B across those seas there, it always ends up being 2 time zones error in the Atlantic, and just less than 1 time zone in the Pacific. I'd just ask anyone to, if they've got some spare time, just go look up the times between 2 places, the distance, things like this. It's like you see that their political time zones kind of help with trying to. If I tell you that 10 degrees is missing in the Atlantic longitude, and 20 degrees and 30 degrees is missing in the Pacific longitude, then the first thing you do, you'll go work out all the time differences between all different points, between 2 locations from Japan to Santiago, or Sydney, Australia to Santiago. All these, 4, 8, 12 sort of examples, and then you go, oh yeah, man, they're all coming out the same way. And the same in the Atlantic. So I'd ask other people to go and check the stuff out, and then they might realize that there are doppelgangers. Doppel. And a gang is a gang is a pathway. So a double pathway. Double. So I'm saying there's double gangers in the Pacific, claiming for more stuff that isn't actually there, and it's not so bad in the Atlantic. Any take on that?
Oh, you fucking would love it, writing. Oh my god.
You want to know the scary bit about that league, that whole slapping one another in the face league? It's Russians. If you want to know who does this shit, it's Russians.
That you can't put them all in the same bag though, mate. Fuck.
Nah, but it's those kind of Russians who are fucking going to be on the front line.
That is out of control. You're talking about the slapping things?
Yeah.
Oh,
I love watching them.
Oh, you do? I find it awful.
I hate it, but I love it. Like, I'll be like, oh, this is terrible. But then, like, 5 minutes later, I'll be on my 4th slapping video.
I mean, it just
can
they're like
see,
just
like-
asking for a concussion. It's really a lot to watch.
Yeah, they regularly get knocked out
Oh,
cold
yeah.
and then have to like shake it off and slap the guy back. It's so
Oh,
stupid.
jeez.
It's terrible.
That's just
It's like us coming in here each day to slap one another around.
yeah, but I don't think we need to in here. It doesn't need to happen. I mean, we can have different viewpoints and have interesting conversations, but it's like earlier today, like it started off like it was good, you know, at one point there, but it's like I don't know, it just goes south quickly.
It's difficult. It's difficult to agree without experiencing dissonance and then fighting.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's difficult to keep it in the realm of just discussion without it getting heated.
Yeah. And I don't think zero heat is the goal, but like
Yeah, I agree.
yeah, it gets unproductive quickly and often.
Or it doesn't have to be like zero. Yeah.
And some of it is because you've got a YouTube channel out of it. Like, can it happen and still be like edifying or interesting or whatever for an audience?
See, it just depends on how it goes down. Like earlier, like it was like, you know, it was heated. We were going back and forth about various things. Ruhif came in and brought up that thing about whatever we were going. And then it was like near the end of it, Ruhif just said to me, he's like, well, yeah, I can really see why you do psychedelic drugs. And it was just like that wording, like psychedelic drugs is not a term that I use. Plus, he doesn't even know what I've, you know, consumed or what I've done in my life. But it was just sort of like he just had to end it with like some random what he thought was like an ad hom about something about psychedelics, which he doesn't really know anything about, but he was trying to like categorize me as like, oh, I can see why you come to that conclusion because you've done psychedelics. It's just like when you have that
Honestly,
level of discussion.
I read it opposite to you. I read it totally the other way around to you. I read it as him saying we were talking about having like contentious or like disagreeable conversations. And he prefaced that by saying something like, I think you and I would agree on a lot of things, Gio. And then he named one other thing. I forget about it. I forget exactly what it was. And then he was saying, and I get why you take psychedelic drugs. To me, it didn't at all seem like he was being like, you're wrong because of that. I felt like he was saying the opposite. Like, I feel like I get you better because of that.
I thought he was trying to sort of say more like
How was your day?
What?
Sorry.
Oh, I thought you were saying something, but no, it seemed like to me he was trying to do it like, oh, I see why you think the Earth is flat is because you've done psychedelics and you're hallucinating. That was kind of the. But he did say something about like healing childhood traumas, and he was sort of saying that he agrees with me that I get, you know, I guess I don't know. He kind of slithered out of it, but
It's kind of poisoning the well a bit. But I mean,
that's what he did though.
I mean, there were a bunch of people that were here for the same conversation. It seemed to me like the framing for the entire thing was like, we disagree on this flat Earth issue, but there's a chunk of topics on which I agree or feel an affinity with you, and here are some of them. And it seemed that you took the second of those to be like he was saying the opposite.
No, because he said, oh, you do psychedelics, which is expected. And I was like, what does that mean? He's expecting that? What, because I don't think the Earth's a globe? That was
your inference. He didn't say that. Like, I would listen to it again, and check it, but I didn't get that inference at all when I heard it. I could be wrong though.
Well, I mean, it's a category of things that people will try to sometimes attack. You know, oh, you're hallucinating, or you're just tripping out. Like they'll try to use that as some sort of a, oh, you're out of your mind kind of thing. You know, which
fuck yeah. I dabble a lot in psychedelics and all manner of things, and people who don't take them will be like, "Are you stoned again? Have you been taking acid?" And I'll be like, "Fuck you." But I did, I think that definitely does happen, but I didn't get the impression that that's what was happening then.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, I just sort of like, it just seemed to come out of the blue at the end of like a heated discussion about like sex and all this stuff, and he just sort of seemed to, I don't know.
I'd ask him about it. Why don't I put it in the chat and see if he summons him? How would I ask the question that I wasn't sort of presuming the answer?
It doesn't matter. I don't really think there is a question. I mean, I to me, it seemed like overall, you're right. He was trying to say like that he might agree with me that there's way. It sounds to me like he's been going to a therapist, and probably his therapist has a model of childhood traumas. Can set the tone for one's emotional state later in life, and then we can have triggers, and so we need to somehow be aware of those things and so on. So it sounds to me like he's had some influence of maybe Freudian analysis or whatever, and then he just knows that perhaps I have some awareness and knowledge in those fields as well. So maybe he was partly trying to say that he agrees with that, but I don't know. At one point, it was like he said that thing. He used the term, and also using the term drugs with it. It makes it sound different than a plant medicine or something. Just sort of, so I don't know. Just framing it that way, and then he kind of kept saying, "Well, that's to be expected." That I think the Earth is not a globe is what it was the implication. And then Brenda was popping in like, "Yeah, you're just a psychedelic." So it had that energy.
That is yeah, exactly. Ruh's responded in the thing that Geo and I would probably see eye to eye on most things outside FE. That's exactly what I was saying, right?
It's funny he says that. Really, like, I don't think that's true fully, but I hear what he's trying to say, I guess.
That's exact, but I mean that's very close to what I said, which is that he was saying. I think outside FE, many of the. I mean, I'm struggling to put it in the words I just used, but it was very similar to that. Outside FE, I think you and I would agree on many things. For instance, I forget what A was, and B. These things fucking have nothing to do with FE. What would it take to convince you on this? If it's not his testimony and my remembering of it and the ability to rewind
I think it
the live
sounded
stream.
like it was coming off as a compliment at first, but it did. It sounded a little backhanded towards the end, like referencing the childhood trauma. It was saying that he was alluding to. He could see why he's gone down this path of psychedelics and alternative fringe theories. So
I
it
don't
did
think
start
that's
off.
untrue.
Yeah, that was sort of what he was implying, like thinking the Earth isn't a globe. A lot of my perspectives, he was trying to frame that as if, oh, well, it's to be expected because you've done psychedelic drugs, So you're sort of off your rocker. Yeah, it had that kind of.
Yeah, like ancient aliens. Like it seemed like it's trying to paint as like an ancient aliens kind of guy, but he respects you because he can understand why you've become like this fringe-addled, psychonaut like guy because of childhood trauma.
No, to me, it was what I read from what I assumed when he said childhood. It sounded to me. I think some of the confusion possibly was. It sounded to me like he was avoiding saying something that perhaps you disclosed to him, Geo, in a like more private or a different conversation. And then you said what to do with childhood trauma, and he said, yeah, exactly. And I was like, okay, because I totally agree with that. I think that most people that have experienced childhood trauma probably like I wasn't super serious, but put myself among them. Like a useful way to frame that and grow from that is that some people use with success is psychedelics, and that's all he was saying. He was saying, I've got lots of friends that engage in that kind of stuff, and it relates to the fact that they've experienced childhood trauma and it changes or improves the way they process it. That seemed like that's all that he was saying. Like it sounded like he was, the whole preface for the conversation was, I'm with you on A and I'm also with you on B. And the B was psychedelics.
Now I'm curious. I have to know if Ruhif is someone that would partake in psychedelics and or approve of them in any way. That doesn't seem like it would fit his personality.
I think A, no. B, yes. I think absolutely he wouldn't. I think it's possible he would, but I'm guessing he wouldn't engage or partake in them. But I don't. I think he strikes me as the kind of guy that wouldn't be at all bothered if you did, provided you weren't being like, hey, can I dangle your baby out a window or something?
Not to try to bolster the whole idea or the connection between psychedelics and flat Earth, but Gio, have you ever heard my take on what flat Earth does to people, or what it's like? Like basically, for a normal person or average regular person, flat Earth is similar to walking up to them and asking them if they want to take a permanent hit of acid.
I would agree with that.
And the twist on it is that actually, when you take the permanent hit of acid that is flat Earth, you actually stop tripping, and you realize that everybody else is tripping because they're under the delusion that they're on a spinning ball, and you realize how ridiculous that is. So it's like you're tripping because you're not tripping and everybody else is tripping, but the contrast makes it seem like you're the one tripping to everybody else.
Hey, it's a good metaphor.
And anyone else even us, even people that have engaged in such practices might refuse a permanent hit of acid if they knew what they were getting themselves in for, because it's not going to end. You're always going to have that difference between what you see, what you realize. It's like you're seeing through the matrix in a way, and the people that are within the matrix that are locked in. So yeah, it's kind of permanent, but it's similar. I think that as far as truth addictions go, or not addictions, but as far as truth as a drug goes, I would say that flat Earth is the acid of information, or maybe a better drug than acid, because I don't think acid is the best of all of those kind of psychotropic drugs, but. You know what I mean? The DMT, maybe.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about that, like where the parallels could be. I mean, one interesting thing is that, I mean, a lot of these ancient, the shamanic traditions and so on that are using these plant medicines, it's like they were using these medicines, communing with spirits and healing spirits and having, accessing knowledge and information. And all of that was based upon sort of the 3-tiered layers of the universe. You have the upper world and the spirits that are in the upper world. You have the physical plane, the middle world, the earth, and then you've got the underworld and all the spirits in the underworld. And so it is interesting that like they were using these plants and communing with the earth and with nature, and then having a cosmology that is one of a plane of existence, which consists of spirit worlds, sort of interacting and overlaid within the physical world, and that spirit is primary and that the physical is secondary. But it's always, a plane of existence in that sense. So it's kind of interesting that, some of those correlations, in terms of like them expanding their awareness of what the cosmos is, through those plants and communing with nature. I mean, what more to know what nature is and what the earth is than a plant that grows right out of the earth that can facilitate a transcendental type experience like that.
Yeah, I often say that like at the core of everything, there's like an essence of intelligence. And that may be like the connection between all things. Like the essence of everything has an intelligence, and we see it express itself through the sacred geometry and all of these things that are common between us and any organic matter. And it's almost like there's pockets of that intelligence, that spiritual intelligence that get concentrated in certain plants that activate the same chemicals within us that would have been dormant otherwise.
Yeah, I also think there's ways in which a lot of these compounds, like mushrooms or LSD or ayahuasca, peyote, etc., where they really face one with truth, meaning they can really confront one with truth in a way that can often be challenging for people to deal with that's why like usually people that have issues are where they're trying to resist that, or they're trying to kind of fight it. And so I think in that way, there's a correlation too, like that the shape of the earth is a massive truth, and there's so much like programming that goes along with it. I think there's kind of that potential similarity as well, is that
Yeah, it's like an exorcism. We're trying to like we're trying to exorcise the demons almost from these guys in a way.
Yeah, and there's kind of a lot that you have to confront as well. Like you have to face parts of yourself, like perhaps that you believed things or that you were misled or, you know, things like that, where in a similar way, like if somebody is, I mean, there's a lot of things people have had to face, you know, in these experiences about themselves, you know, things that they did in the past that were problematic, you know, and then maybe the ayahuasca, for example, will be showing them, you know, what they did that was wrong or that was out of alignment and what the consequences were for it. And just things like that, kind of like confronting one with the truth on those very deep levels. And of course, people talk about, you know, just like different spiritual truths or mystical insights about nature of reality, nature of consciousness as well. So yeah, this shape of the earth, I could see what you're saying, that correlation with that it's like, there's a lot that goes along with this that, that kind of, and the fact that we were told the globe earth as a child as well. Like I actually view being told the earth is a globe as a child, in my viewpoint, I actually view that as a trauma. Like it actually is a trauma to be lied to like that in a way,
Right.
because it fractures your sense of being and who you are and your trust, you know, your trust in your system, your family system.
It severs you from the connection to the world for sure.
Yeah, like your tribe, like that you trust, and then all of a sudden there's like, and this one's like a big tribe that's just selling a big lie. So it's like, it's like if you were brought up in a cult and the whole thing was there was a bunch of lies and deceptions, but you thought it was reality, and you're like, oh my God, this is my. So yeah, it's like a form of a trauma in that sense.
Yeah, and you can't see it until you get out of it. Yeah, and the cognitive dissonance is that block, you know, and it's like with anything, you could even go to just like people that get sober, you know, they have that moment of clarity, or that one of the practices, of course, is to go and you know, try to amend all these things that you may have done or felt bad about, which is, you know, healing for a lot of people. And in the same way with, you know, some of these drugs that kind of put a fast track on that, or you know, with the flat earth, it's not so much as that you, it's even deeper though, because every decision you've made in your life has been made under that premise, under that paradigm. So it's almost like at a certain age that you get past, I think it's even harder for flat earth to be considered as a possibility, because it's almost as if you automatically realize that you might have to go, like if you had known this at a certain, you know, so many years beforehand, you may have made some different decisions about, you know, some significant things. And if you're, you know, well, feeling like you're, you know, you're at the spot in your life where you don't want to have to rethink those things or reevaluate any of those decisions, it makes it even harder, just on those levels, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. It reminds me of, like, you know, Stanislav Grof, who is did a lot of work with the different psychedelic compounds in terms of in a therapeutic setting, and even back in the 1950s and 60s, where he was doing a lot of the research with LSD, you know, really giving people high doses and being there, you know, giving it to them therapeutically in a fully therapeutic setting, you know, not recreational at all. And without going all into it, I mean, essentially the way that he saw that the psyche was organized, like as people were doing this very powerful activating substance and basically going deep into their psyche, he calls them coex systems, which stands for condensed experience. So essentially what he observed is that when people started working through a lot of their very deep-seated, you know, blockages and traumas and issues and things, that these things came up in clusters, and that's what he called coex systems. So instead of it just being organized in a kind of like linear way, that there were actually these clusters of condensed experiences that would all be linked together within layers. And then as those layers come up, there's often like facing whatever that is, and then the ego death that goes along with that. And often there's several different layers. But with the coex systems, like different things that happen to you in childhood, they're not necessarily just independently clustered, but they're actually like in these collective, like condensed experience clusters. So like, for example, perhaps like in this idea, like maybe the globe Earth, like when we were taught the Earth is a globe, and in that worldview, that could be within a cluster for different people of different things. Like for some people, it might not be connected to something that's very charged, and they might be a little bit like, oh, shape of the Earth, whatever. But for other people, that might be a really powerful charge for them. Like maybe it has to do with their schooling system or their parents, or you know, some kind of other things that were happening at that time, you know, bullies that were picking on them, or you know, something that happened with some kind of physical abuse or sexual abuse or whatever it may be, you know, could be linked to the globe in that sense. And then in that case, the globe would actually now be a part of their actual cluster within their psyche that has more charge to it, or a significant type of charge.
Yeah, and then there's all of the nostalgic attachments, or even just like Star Wars, or you know, some of the propaganda we've been fed to attach ourselves to in this elated way of you know, the hope of you know, going somewhere in space, or you know, the kind of utopian civilization that Star Trek proposes, or you know, some of these things that kind of have been ingrained in us, not in a bad way necessarily, but just kind of the fantasy that we get attached to. That's not so much trauma based, but you know, it's been something that you've had some kind of you know, fantasy attachment to in general. Titillating.
Yeah, or like wanting to be an astronaut, or yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
Different layers like that. Yeah, definitely the sci-fi thing. Because yeah, well, we like, you know, we say like some people are, what's the word for it, like space nerd or space head or whatever, like that some people kind of have that bug, you know, it's like they just love space, and they're, you know, and then other people it's like, take it or leave it, you know. Like I mean, I was more take it or leave it. Like I mean, I like Star Wars, I like some of that stuff, and I played video games that were space related. I always kind of liked it okay, but I wouldn't say that I was like really charged on it. So yeah, it's interesting how different people have different you know, sort of levels of focus when it comes to that kind of thing, and like attachment.
Yeah, I heard you telling about going to space camp with your friend. That was interesting.
Yeah, dude, I went to space camp. Yep.
Right. That's funny.
I literally went to NASA space camp in Huntsville, Alabama.
Right.
Yeah. It's kind of funny thinking about that now, that I actually went to space camp. Yeah, it was like my friend's dad like had looked into it, and he wanted, you know, he's thinking, oh, send the kids to space camp, and then so he asked my parents, you know, does he want to come with us, kind of thing. So yeah, my friend and I went, and his dad drove us down there, and yeah.
What's funny is that I think that if you even people that have that dream or have that fantasy of going to space, I think if you actually did a study where you were to put, you know, set amount of people in the space rocket to go to space, the ones that say they would go, I think once they got on the rocket and realized what they're about to do, I'd say a good 8 out of 10 would drop out, not do it. I think it's kind of held as a fantasy that people don't even acknowledge is only a fantasy rather than something they actually want to do. Because when you think about what you're about to do, you'd be like, this is fucking crazy. When you actually actualize it, I think that there's actually a case to be made. I was thinking about this earlier today. Someone on here was telling me about that they're a Pastafarian. Have you heard of that before? With the spaghetti monster.
The spaghetti monster, flying spaghetti monster.
Flying spaghetti monster.
Flying spaghetti monster is the plasma.
Dish.
Yeah.
So
the
flying
it's kind
spaghetti
of
monster is the plasma.
Right. It's like a way of creating a make-believe God that you could say you believe in, because there's just as much proof of that as there is for a real God. And the whole idea is to say, well, the whole dichotomy of it, at least I think Judge explained, is that everyone's an atheist even if they don't think they are. In the same way, I guess, that you could say that even Globers don't really think they're on a ball because no one literalizes it. It's almost always held in your mind as this idea rather than something that's literally happening. Because none of us think about it any part of the day. None of us think, oh, we're spinning, or I'm upside down and right side up relative to my original position every single day. No one actualizes it in that way. So it's almost like it's
what would actualizing it look like?
Well, you don't think about the fact that you'd be like upside down relative to where you started out in the day, right? You're not thinking about that as you go about your day, right?
Oh, you mean because I've rotated around the globe?
Yeah.
Yeah, during the day I don't. I mean, when I go from when I do long trips, that is like extraordinarily apparent to me when I travel.
Is it apparent, or is it something that you think about? Like you still have to imagine it. You can't really like see that you're going relative to your original position. It's just going to seem like you're driving on a stationary plane, just like it seems for everybody. But you'd have to actually think about the globe. Okay, yeah.
When I
But
fly
then
to
you'd
London,
still,
I get a strong experience that I've traveled to a totally different region where things are very different that correlate or match quite well with a globe.
But not as far as your orientation goes. Your orientation doesn't feel any different. As far as your upside down, right side up, sideways type thing goes, right?
Yeah, but I mean, nor should it.
According to gravity, yeah, right. The God gravity is keeping you from feeling that disorientation, right? But you don't actualize it, is what I'm saying.
That's what I'm asking. What would actualize it mean?
That would mean that you would actually feel a difference in your orientation of being sideways on the ball compared to being on top of the ball, even though gravity, you know, in your mind and all of ours at one point took care of that as a way of like not expecting that. But you wouldn't even think about it as like, okay, I was once facing this way and now I'm facing totally perpendicular to how I was facing. Nobody literalizes it, you know, and I'm not trying to get into this like, you know, deep discussion about that particular part
I guess
of it.
I'm just not understanding literalize or actualize.
It.
Like,
you don't experience it in any way, even if you're on a plane going from region to region. It may seem like you're in a totally different region, but not in any way as far as the orientation of the ball earth and the speeds that it might be going and all that, right?
No, I disagree. I mean, to like the thing you're saying sounds to me just on the face of it contradictory, unless I'm misunderstanding it. What you're saying is, according to gravity in the globe model, you shouldn't feel it, but also you don't feel it any different to what the globe model. Like it feels to me exactly like what I would expect. I cross into a totally different region. Day and night is totally fucked up. Winter and summer is totally fucked up. It's not totally fucked up. It is predictably a different way. And what is absolutely present to me in my thoughts are, up for me was totally different just yesterday. The direction of up was totally different, but now I've landed, this feels up, but no, there's nothing in the globe model nor in my experience that suggests I should go, I'm tilting a little bit, I've tilted another tenth of a degree.
Right, you wouldn't think that, yeah. And I know that you're not supposed to think that on the globe. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying that, and just besides your experience that you think is actually something that you can observe as far as being in those different directions because of the time zones, it would work the same on a stationary plane, regardless of that. What I was trying to get at is that there's kind of like, in the same way that the spaghetti monster might be like a god that you could just kind of say, I believe in, you know, we could substitute, you know, a god for gravity in a way, like some kind of like, you know, like a lot of flat earthers say, you know, pink unicorns are pulling me towards the invisible pink unicorns are pulling me towards the earth, that kind of thing. It's a similar way of kind of like substituting a made up thing for something that's made up, but somehow believed to be real, in the same way that the Pastafarians are kind of calling out Bible literalists. You know, that's all I'm saying, is that we don't literally think, you know, oh, I'm spinning at any time, even though we kind of at the same time think that's the case, or a lot of us used to think that was the case. So it kind of separates you from yourself in a way. That there's another trauma geo right there, and that there's a separation between what you actually experience and what you think is happening, because none of that has anything to do with your actual experience. Even if you know, people like that, like Eggshells say that he actually thinks about it literally, even if it's not something he experiences or senses. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I guess on that level, it's almost like, and I'm not trying to call anyone out or try to sort of label anyone, but I mean, just the concept, let's just say, of being told something that's false, just whatever that is. It's like, it's almost like if you're doing that to a child, it's almost like implanting delusion into them.
Right.
Like you're implanting something that's false and then telling them to believe it. And since they're a child and they're very, very susceptible to that kind of thing,
and it's an unconscious abuse, of course. They don't realize that they're telling them something false.
Well, they kind of did that with Santa Claus, really. I mean, they really kind of
right,
exactly. That's what I was going to say. I really feel that Santa Claus, I get really super uncomfortable about it. And like to my brother who's had kids and to my sister, when her kid starts to be able to talk, I'm going to be like, hey, like, here's the options. Don't get the kid to talk to me about Santa, and I will just flat refuse to answer questions about Santa, or I'm telling it the truth. Those are the two options. I'm not going to play this "what did Santa bring you this year" bullshit. I just find it reprehensible.
That's kind of how we feel about the globe, so you can understand us. I mean, just take the way that you feel about that right there, and then just that's the parallel Gio just made. Like, once you realize that that's not the case, we're not going to go along with it any longer. Just play along.
Yeah, no, I agree. I used to say the same thing about religion, and then I came to be like, well, why would we not tell a child God exists? Why wouldn't we just not tell them anything exists? Why wouldn't any time your child goes, why do cars go, or why is the sky blue, or anything like that, you go, all I can tell you is what I think happens. You're going to have to make up your own mind, and you're going to end up disagreeing with me on some of these things. And that to me is a much more, like, I don't have a kid. I don't know if I wouldn't have just turning around being like, it's blue because it's blue. Just shut the fuck up. I got to make dinner, okay? Like, I don't know. I don't have kids. But yeah, I like the idea of just like never enforcing that it has to have a particular answer for any particular thing.
That's just so interesting.
What I would want to encourage is that it has good reason. That's the thing that I'm interested in.
Well, but the thing, you might agree with us, or at least relate to us again on that level, that you seem to want an answer or a model that replaces the model you're happy with, but I'm happy to say that we don't know until we actually do know, instead of just having something that gives us reason to think this is most probable way that it might be happening because of or ad populum and authority figures and all that to go with it. There has to be a literal reason for a lot of these things. And I think there's a list of things that I was going to say, Gio, I think there's a list of things that flat earthers point out that would actually make the globe impossible. And I'm trying to come up with a good list that they don't have answers for. It seems like they have some answers for things that wouldn't even count as answers, like why isn't it daytime? Why aren't daytime and nighttime reversed 6 months apart? Those kind of things. And they use some kind of gravitational lensing or gravitational pull of the stars so that we can see all the constellations in the sky, even though some of the stars are behind us. And they're saying the gravity of the sun is pulling the image in front of us to make it seem like it's actually up in the sky, but it's not there. I mean, some of them are real stretches, and they could be counted as well. But there's some that they just don't have answers for at all. Don't you think?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're saying to make a list of those things that are like from a spectrum of how this is answered on a globe, from decently answered to kind of not too great, and then to like totally that just like the quality of explanation you're saying, or the
and then sometimes no explanation.
Yeah, I agree with that. My question though is, if a lack of a good model is a reason to not believe something, doesn't that mean that a flat earth needs a good model? Like if we're going to disregard something because the model is inconsistent or doesn't quite make sense, wouldn't that mean we go to a null position of I have no idea about anything related to the shape of what we live on, not therefore this one other shape?
Well, I think that's the problem in general is that the whole thing's set up for us to defend a model, or to try to define the whole thing as if we could know what the whole thing is. The whole conversation gets cornered into that idea because the globe has supposedly presented us what the whole thing is. So therefore, flat Earth, it's on the flat earthers then to present what the whole thing is, as if that could be known, which we don't know if it could, or it might be impossible even if
Right.
it was the shape, So
But so reverse that and say, okay, the globe's not able to present what the whole thing is. There's going to be the odd weird eclipse and stuff, but on the balance of probabilities between the two models you're given, one that has very, very few answers and one that has many answers, but some of them seem confusing or difficult.
Or impossible, or not even close to possible, like
sure,
very, very, very stretchy. But
like
I'd say
a giant container is a big stretch, right?
Well, I would say
a giant invisible container.
It kind of comes down to how you weigh certain things, and if your personal experience and how you observe the world and the way the world presents itself to you locally, all we can really know until there's good reason to believe otherwise is what we experience directly, which is that it doesn't feel like we're moving, and it seems like we're on a stationary plane, and what you could observe locally. And so I'm observing that locally. You're observing the same thing where you are locally. So how many localies does it take to make a globe, right, or whatever? But those are things we can know. Like, I'm sitting in a chair. I know I'm sitting in a chair. I don't have to believe that. So it's kind of like to get out of the realm of belief, because the whole idea of belief, like the Pastafarians might say, is what got us in trouble. Just believing in something, especially when it comes to science, is a contradiction to begin with, and it's not the way towards trying to make sure of something. It's substituting it with like faith, which is the biggest problem.
Yeah, I agree.
And the most brilliant part about it, if this is a deception that we're uncovering here, then you have to acknowledge the most brilliant part about it is to make this a faith that's asserted as fact. No religion really even does that except for this
one. What do you mean it's really asserted as fact?
Well, a faith of making science into a faith, because then it could be asserted as knowledge rather than belief.
Yeah, I mean, from one perspective, if we just view science as an actual method of acquiring information about the world, then each person is a scientist, and each person can employ that, method to acquire information about the universe. And if they use that method to acquire something, then they're doing that directly. But if they're just believing a bunch of other people that claim they did, some sort of science, then wouldn't that be more of just a belief, you know what I mean, rather than distilling something with their own method?
And a wide open door for corruption.
But I guess we have to do that to some degree. I mean, when I take my car to the mechanic, I definitely trust that they're going to change the oil and do all the things correctly. And sometimes, obviously, they do. Sometimes they don't. Probably there's always mistakes that happen. But
you don't.
I mean, there is some level of trust. I'm not going to learn I'm not going to learn everything about cars just so I can fix my own car. Like, I will have to trust people for that. So I mean, and I think a lot of people are not going to measure the Earth and do that. So they trust NASA and the scientists. So I mean, it makes sense on that general level that there's a lot of things that, I mean, even when I get in an airplane, I'm trusting that all the science that goes into that airplane is going to make it fly successfully, So there has to be, there is some level of that. Problem is when there's deception involved, like when planes crash because there's issues, or if they're lying to us about certain things, then, that trust is not warranted because they're not telling something that's true.
And I'd even say that it's so brilliant that they designed it with. I mean, if the reverse engineering, of course, is the reason that they had to make the numbers so large, I guess, to a certain extent. But at the same time, I think that it was so well thought out that they made it so unbelievable on purpose to some degree, because then they could guarantee that it's a fake. And they could guarantee that you're relying on them to tell you what the answers were, because it doesn't make any sense to you, on a personal level in any way. There's nothing directly that you could do to disprove it, because there's nothing you can't go to space, you can't, do all these things. So it created it as a faith, and for that reason, because then if you were just coming to your own conclusions through your own common sense, then they wouldn't know that they control you. They wouldn't know that they gave you the idea, because it would just be anyone's common sense conclusion. They want to own your thoughts because they gave you the paradigm, and the only way that they know that you're believing in it is because it doesn't make any sense to believe in it otherwise. Bravo.
I mean, I got to say that some of this sounds kind of contradictory. Like either the numbers don't match or they do. And it sounds like you're picking a bit from A and a bit from B. A bit from A as in, oh, they don't match. This is clearly shown to be false. And B, God, they've done a lot of work to make it look like it's true.
No, I'm saying that did a lot of work almost to make it seem unbelievable to any common, observation. Like you wouldn't think it's almost like they made it so far-fetched on purpose, not only because the psychology of it works best that way, because it's like if you make a really fantastic story that has a lot of detail to it, people are gonna like, when you're lying and you're making up this really crazy story, then the more crazy it is, the less likely it is to be a lie. That's one part of the tactic. But if this is something we're talking about, this deception, then that would be one part of it. And then the other part of it is that it's so crazy because like you have to believe that you're spinning and going, 1,000 miles per hour at the same, or millions of miles per hour in several different directions, but you can't feel any of it, which is the exact opposite of what you would think you would feel, even though they've got the answers that aren't even good enough. Definitely elliptical orbits require momentum changes, no matter how stretched out it is, and vector maths can make that all seem okay for some people. So there is numbers that don't seem to add up, even no matter how far away they put the stars. It doesn't seem like something that we would logically think makes sense, but it's just the numbers are so high and so crazy, and the speeds are so fast that it's like you almost you think, oh well, how could they be? That's beyond insane to make that up, and it gets us all thinking that this is crazy. But at the same time, I think we all, when we hear about the idea that it's not happening, it automatically resonates with anyone, so much so that you either go into like deep cognitive dissonance right away because you're like, I should have known. It doesn't, it makes too much sense, so it couldn't make sense almost, like it's so fake it couldn't be real or whatever.
That's what I mean. It sounds like you're going from both sides. Like if the numbers don't stack up, they don't stack up. You can test that mathematically. But it seems like then out the other side of the mouth is, wow, they're so clever that they make all the numbers stack up.
I'm not even making any claims. I'm just talking about it in more of like a philosophical sense at this point, that if it is a deception we're uncovering, it's reverse engineered. I think there's some extremes that they may have included that work in the way psychologically to make it to make science into a belief, because there's no way for you to confirm it for yourself to begin with, and it's just so beyond ridiculous. And the miraculous, it's so miraculous that any common man is just paralyzed at the thought that that could be a lie.
But how can it simultaneously be impossible to test, and yet we've tested and disproven it? Like, to me,
yes.
Pick one.
So back in school in the second grade, they showed us a picture of boats going off of a edge of water into the abyss, and there's like sea monsters down there. You must be stupid if you think the Earth is flat, because this is what would happen. So yes, it's completely fabricated and controlled so to believe that it's not flat without testing. Yes, so we never tested the Earth in school. It was all without evidence. They gave us this spinning ball in the first grade. They spun it like a toy, and they said, you live here. And we believe that with no evidence.
Because we don't have an alternative theory. If there's an alternative theory that stacks up against the observed phenomena better,
that's indoctrination. That's what that is.
But like we have a theory about summer that it follows spring, right? That's not indoctrination. They have a theory about which days follow other days, or whether spending too much time in the cold is bad for you, or whether you should drink water. You could call all of them indoctrination.
Whether you should drink water? Really?
Sure. Have you tested it?
I know.
There's this word.
Drink water.
You know this word inculcate? It's kind of an
Good word.
To implant by repeated statement or admonition, teach persistently and earnestly. Another definition is to cause or influence someone to accept an idea or a feeling. So inculcate is like really implanting through repeated effort an idea into someone's mind. So I think there's a difference between, like, I would say the globe was more of an inculcate scenario, whereas the idea that we have to drink water or something like that, I don't really think that's indoctrination necessarily, just to, you know, that the body needs to stay hydrated or that vitamin C is good for us. Or something. Is that what you were trying to relate it to? Like trying to say that everything's an indoctrination or something?
Like, to me, yeah, pick the difference. How can I pick the difference between it's good to eat vegetables and the earth is a sphere? All of them to me are indoctrination. Nobody really talked to me much about the sphere. I was drummed about drinking water and eating veggies.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of question about whether a lot of those vegetables are actually good for us at all. So that's a whole nother question, how much we were forced to believe that was better than it is. In terms of some vegetables, I'm not talking about all, but there's a lot that are actually quite toxic and modified and different things. But this idea of just eating like massive amounts of vegetables is, anyways, I mean, that's a whole separate topic, but.
Now, see, writing just told you what he would call into question if he gave serious thought to the earth being flat.
Yeah, I would call, like, if that indoctrination was wrong, I would call virtually all of it into question. Particularly given, like,
You won't drink water.
Huh?
And you won't drink water.
Hang on a second. Say again, sorry, Godric.
How am I coming through? Okay.
Yeah, it was just me. I was switching audio.
I said, and you won't drink water.
No, that's not what
Chuck
I
it
said.
all out.
Nor
Think
what I
shells.
intended.
Stop with the water, mate.
But I mean, it would cause me to question.
Drinking water when you're thirsty. That's what you said. Did you say that? What did you say?
I said it would cause me to question everything. Doesn't mean I'm going to assume everything is wrong. This is and this to me is a fundamental difference between perhaps me and all other people, but particularly me and flat earthers is
drinking water.
Right, I know, but you're not letting me answer. That's why my answer doesn't make sense, because you haven't heard it. Which is, okay, I don't switch from A is true, therefore B. If A is proven to be false, I just go not A. Not therefore B. So if
But you just told us you'd chuck everything out.
Right. So if I was suddenly questioning whether I needed to drink water, doesn't mean I immediately switch to B, I don't need to drink water. That to me is an irrational position to fix. I understand why, because you've gone, I feel like I've proven the Earth is not a globe of 3959, therefore flat. But what I'm expressing to you is that is an irrational way to make a decision.
No, what you were suggesting is that we might have proven that it was flat to ourselves. Therefore, we should assume that the government are lying about everything.
No,
and vegetables are even, that's the impression I got from what you were saying.
Oh, you've got the wrong impression. I can't help you.
Wonder if I was.
Speaking of nutrition, dairy, we did call into question dairy as a food group and bread as a food group, and we're having a lot of discussion about how maybe they're not good for you after all. When I grew up, there's 5 food groups: dairy, bread, meat, vegetables, and fruit. Am I right?
Well, depends how you look at things and how you categorize things, really. There's animal-based products, and there's not animal-based products. really, at the end of the day. Then you can look at it as macros that you get. Depends how you categorize things.
Well, I mean, if you guys had to summarize, what percentage? Okay, let's say from age 0 to 15, what percentage of things were true and what were false that you were told? And then from age 15 till today, how many of those were changed in your mind? It's just a kind of an open question.
99.99% were true.
Did you grow up in the same world that we all grew up in?
The news is 90%.
Does a day last for 24 something hours? Is the sky blue? Is water wet?
Some of those are true. It all sounds like those are in the true category. But my question was, in general, I just used age 0 to 15, but 0 to 12, whatever age you want to use, like from what you were told then, and then from what you have discovered as an adult.
50-50.
What it sounds like you're saying is, of the things you've learned to be false, how many of those things learned to be false?
No, of the things you were told as of all the things you were told as a child that were told to be true, how many of those as an adult have you realized, wow, that wasn't true?
Maybe you should say besides the things that are self-evident. Besides all the things that are like the sky is blue and all those kind of things. Like
people don't need to tell you.
We could confirm to ourselves what things, what percentage of things that we that aren't self-evident turned out to be true.
50-50.
I believe that the news is 90% false, which is mass propaganda, mind control.
Because there's a lot of layers to this. You've got like health, which involves food, pharmaceuticals in terms of that world, and then natural type things. So you have, herbs and plants and, and just the whole food nutrition. Like there's that part of it. And also just toxins, like, certain things that they said were okay for us and then they're not later kind of thing. So there's like that whole category. Of course, there's like cosmology, the earth, outer space, like what the earth is, obviously that huge one. Sort of politically, like the way that the system is set up. I mean, there's so many different categories to consider in terms of what we were told as growing up. And even just, and it's not like we were all told the exact same things. We grew up in different countries and different areas and different school systems and different parents. So it's a pretty complicated question.
I don't think you're trying to find like a right answer to this, but it's just, it is amazing how many things we are told with confidence that don't seem to be the case. And then there's like the whole food, the food pyramid deceptions, and sometimes even like the subterfuge that goes on with like the vegan movement possibly being a psyop to get us to eat vegetables and be on like a very inexpensive diet that's not really healthy for us. And some people still think that's the truth, and that's actually so there's all these variations of, have we really found the deception out, or is there another deception that's just posing as a truth, right?
Yeah.
Hang on, eggshells. Is the news 99% true? Eggshells?
The hesitation.
I mean, there's things that you can go back, and they don't, when they are caught lying, they don't come out and say, hey, we were lying. They never admit to it. We have to do that for ourselves. So they always run from integrity. They always run from honesty. Let's go back and let's say the tobacco industry always claimed that cigarettes weren't addictive and that they're okay. And it took 40 years before that was changed over. So technically they were lying for, however, 40 years. There were no weapons of mass destruction. This is something that you have to find out for yourself. They're not going to come back and say, hey, we lied, this is wrong. They're not going to say that, You have to do that part on your own. And I think 9/11 will at some point be overturned, and the moon landings be overturned. And then flat Earth, because the truth always comes to light eventually. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think I could make an incredibly long list of things that I was told when I was growing up that I've found out as in my adult life were completely false. So many different categories of things.
True.
I could make a list of, I think we all could, probably hundreds of things, if not thousands.
Absolutely, you could. Could you make a list of all the things you were ever told?
Well, that's tough. But there's definitely big categories growing up that I could probably start to inquire into. But I mean, even if there's one thing or two or 10 or 20 that were completely false, then it's like, how much stability does the, you know what I mean? Like at that point, it's like when there's so many things that were false, you now have to relook at everything.
Sure, relook at everything. But I mean, like the question, it sounded like what you were saying was, has everything been proven to be, like, what percentage of things have been proven to be false? If you can list the number of things that have proven to be false, but you cannot list the number of things you were told, you can't make a percent. It seems like a vanishing number of small things.
It's a guesstimation, like the distance to the sun. Come on.
Right, but I think it's a problematic one, because it's like, let's take my lefty friends who are all SJWs and think that the world's all broken and terrible. You can say, well, how's the world doing on average? And they'll go, terrible. And you go, why? And they go, because they point at every broken thing and they go, look how broken it is. But it's like, yeah, that's just the attention bias of the things you pay attention to. That's what they will appear to be.
So the world is broken.
To me, it's not. To me, I mean, depending on what
the world that matters to you,
metrics
yeah.
you choose to measure. Yeah, it depends on what you choose to measure, but like, I think there are good metrics like infant mortality or illiteracy or starvation, things like that. And on average, of all the ones I would consider objective measurements, they seem to be going down. Things seem to be getting better.
Can I test you out, Eggshells, on a few?
Sure.
Do you still believe the NIST report and the pancake theory of 9/11?
I've got no idea, but I think it's more probable that 18 disorganized Saudis did it than.
Oh boy, back to 9/11. There was like, I don't know. Earlier today, it was like 3 hours of 9/11 straight. Mostly. No, it's fine. It's fine if you want to go back into it.
No, I don't want to go back to it. It's just my check for Eggshells' truth meter.
It's not. I'm not talking about truth. I'm talking about quality of life.
Do you think there's any lies involved in 9/11, or do you believe everything they told you?
I think there are probably some lies. I think there's absolute evidence of cover-up. But whether that's covering up their ineptitude or covering up an inside job is a question.
So would you say you admit they lied to you about 9/11?
Yes, I think they probably
pretty
did.
good. That can act as 1% out of the 100. Knowing they lied about 9/11, that's at least 1% on its own.
But did 2 buildings fall down on that day?
3.
Well, okay, 4 actually.
That's a real big.
4.
I think there was 5 in total, or 5 or 6 in total, wasn't there?
3 big suspicious ones, and the rest we don't need to think about. 3 is enough to prove our points.
I think it depends on what you constitute, because I think there were other buildings that had like partial damage and things.
But were there buildings before that day that are not there after that day? Does New York exist? Is it on the island of Manhattan? You know, like, there's a lot more truth than there is lie.
Well, do you think it was Saudi Arabia? Do you think it was the East attacking us, not us pretending the East are attacking us?
Yeah, I do think that's the case. I do think it was Saudis or basket case.
What about
Muslims.
something totally different? What about Big Pharma? Do you trust all of Big Pharma, like chemotherapy, depressive antidepressants that they push on people, Xanax? these types of things? Do you trust all of that and think it's all fine?
No. I think there's good reason. I think there's good reason to mistrust it. I mean, I think there's even exposed stuff about what did they do? They just did p hacking to show that Prozac works by just doing enough studies that the p value. Like, what did they have? The story I heard was they realized they had a p value of 5, so there was a 5% chance of getting a null result. So they were just like, well, fuck it, we can do 20 studies and we'll get one that shows that we get it. So we'll do 100 studies and we'll have 5 studies showing that we're right. And they won. Yeah, I think that's
what about one last one? How your government has treated the Aborigines over the last 100 years. Do you think they've done it wrong, or do you totally trust and think they've done it all perfectly?
Depends what you mean by wrong or perfectly. Do I think
do you think they've harmed people in the process and oppressed the Aborigines in the process?
Oh, I don't think there's any debate about that. I think that's absolutely the case.
You get that the government's hurt natives. Yeah, 9/11 was big, huge terror attacks on the main city of the world was lied about, and you get that Big Pharma is trying to kill people in different ways sometimes.
I don't think that they're trying to kill people. I think that's just that's mischaracterizing what I was saying. Do they lie about the efficacy of their drugs to increase their profit margins? Yes. Are they blind to the fact that might cause death and suffering? No. Do they deliberately or somewhat willfully ignore that? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, they willfully ignore killing some people.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, that's woke, isn't it? That's 3 levels of wokeness.
Well, but going back on that idea of what we were told as children, I mean, would it? Like, would anyone disagree that when we were children, we were taught that like mainstream medicine was like this wonderful thing, and it was just the top cutting edge, of human health, and they're discovering all these great things, and their treatments are all, certified and as being the healthiest option, essentially?
No, I wasn't brought up with that idea.
Okay, well then were you brought up that it's just a complete corrupt disaster?
No. But that's like saying if it's not flat, if it's not a globe, is it flat? That's what I'm saying. It's this extreme view that if it's not A, it must be B. If it's not A, it's just not A.
If you were ill and your mum didn't know quite what was wrong, she trusted, oh, we'll go to the doctor tomorrow. He'll see what's wrong, and you'll be okay. You'll get some medicine.
And you take whatever the doctor gives you because they got the best cutting edge thing. That's why your parents would take you to the doctor and not other things.
You know a lot about my family. You probably need to tell me about my upbringing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not really talking about you.
Mum was a physio who knew a lot about medicine and didn't trust different parts depending on a whole variety of factors. She's always been very much against any kind of surgery to nerves. She's never been very supportive of certain knee reconstructions, but very strongly in supportive of certain other medications or hip replacements, for example. She raves about hip replacements. And
I hear you.
And she got a hip replacement.
But I wasn't trying to say what your particular. I mean, that's why this question is. It's an open question as people can share what their perspective could be or experience was, but. I mean, the fact that many of us were circumcised, were generally mutilated short after being born, the most sensitive, it's basically the male clitoris, I mean, the whole foreskin. So we were generally mutilated and given a whole sackload of vaccines, which most of our parents are not fully aware of what those are. That alone says that it seems like a lot in this current day and age that our parents were trusting that medical system pretty strongly to do that to a brand new child. And pretty much do it unquestioningly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good idea to question. I think male genital mutilation is a terrible idea. I don't think vaccines are, but I think that's down to what you read and how you interrogate literature. I think the evidence that vaccines work is strong. I think the evidence that I mean, fucking what you're even trying to do by circumcising a kid is not clear, let alone does it have that result.
Did you know it's for sex magic, circumcision, so that they can get to orgasm much faster with less attention, so that when they do the sex rituals when they're older, it's easier.
Is this in the Kenyan cultures though? Because I was talking to a Kenyan woman. She went through FGM, and then she was talking about that, and I was like, well, I don't know. Maybe your sex cultures, the magic rituals are right, but I still think it's probably a good idea to leave a woman with her clitoris.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the same with the clitoris. This is what I heard about foreskin, where it started with men. Then they started saying it helps keep you clean and it's religious and holy, rather than it's sex magic.
Oh, right. I don't know anything about sex magic with foreskins.
So then, writing, if some things are false, are that you've realized are false as an adult, and then other things you think were true, what process have you employed to decipher which of those things were false and true? And then how accurate has that been, do you think?
I wouldn't be able to tell how accurate it's been because you don't know that you're wrong. There's things you don't know, and there's things you don't know. So it's a difficult issue. The method I would use is to try to actively seek out people who say the opposite thing, and then to know that I'm going to experience dissonance if I talk to them about it. So to be able to express their view as well, or ideally better than they can, such that I can then be confident I do understand it. And then from there, sometimes I'll be like, oh, yeah, that actually is a good point. Or, yeah, I think in other examples, you could express to somebody their own view and go, that's just, okay, now that I fully understand your view, it doesn't stack up for my, you then use heuristics. Like one the other day, when Travis was saying, he was saying, if somebody has a perception that what they are measuring is a globe, then measurements they make as a result of that will be invalid because they already perceived that they were measuring a globe, and so they had a preconception about it. And I wasn't sure that's what he's saying, so I was like, are you saying X? And I said basically that back to him, and he was like, yeah. And I was like, okay, that's just dumb. That's not... I fully understood your thought on that, and it's just no good, because that means nobody can measure anything ever. It starts with some kind of skerrick of something that is probably accurate, which is that humans have biases, but then takes it to such an extreme that nobody could know anything. But yeah, for me, you've got to know what they say and understand the best argument for it, and then weigh it from there.
I didn't hear what that discussion with Travis, but it sounds like you might be throwing out his argument with the bathwater the way that you're saying he threw out, all things you could know. Maybe it's just generalization, but like, have you ever read or heard an audio recording of King's Throne Eggshells?
No.
That's a good one for you especially, because it talks about the philosophy of a lot of the things we discuss, and maybe describes exactly how this was done as far as the dichotomy and how moving the stars to an infinite position created these two systems that you could choose to see as real. Maybe Travis was getting at that. Like, if you assume that the stars are this far away, then you've got a whole other way of looking at it than if you realize that they're just circling around us much closer.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, if that is what Travis means,
I don't know.
Check it again with him next time I talk to him. But that's what I asked him. I presented it back to him in my words, and he said yes. If I'm wrong about it, please, yeah.
No, I don't know.
Check it again. You check it with him, but
that's beside the point. But I think it's more about like even with the discussion with the sextant earlier, like I think there's a gotcha there that makes 10,000 so confident putting up to escrow, because we haven't figured out with the stationary plane exactly where the stars are or how close they would be. So therefore, all those measurements would have to be figured out before we could even attempt to use the sextant in a way that's not already based on this reverse engineered model.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a gotcha. You know, I think he's putting up 10 grand because he knows it can't be taken off him.
Right.
And the way I put it is for flat earthers who confidently and honestly believe that the earth is flat, they won't take on that challenge because it's like a magician showing you that a cup is empty. If he's showing you anything, if he's saying, hey, please check X, you know that X is going to be whatever he says it is. The cup's going to be empty because otherwise he wouldn't show it to you. So there's a sense of like, well, there's still deception, but that's not where it's hidden.
Not that we need to go down this.
To still work out the trick.
Okay. On that point, just real quick, because of what you just said, I have to say that there's another point of discussion that I was trying to bring up the other day, which was, is there a list of things not only that are impossible, according to one side or the other in this discussion, but also are there some things that we could stop, things that we could agree upon, like we were doing in the other server where I was saying,
I like that.
We could all agree upon that, things that we could both agree upon. And I'm wondering if we could all agree upon that, that flat earthers don't believe the earth is flat. Because that seems to be the way it gets termed a lot. You believe the earth is flat, like we're trying to make a claim about what the whole earth is, which any respectable flat earther does not try to do.
Are
It's
you not?
just a loss
Really?
of a belief.
Are you?
It's
Do you
just
not
the
believe
loss
it's
of a
flat?
belief.
What,
It's
No,
not a loss of a. This is the point I was making. It's not
flat
a loss
earth
of a belief.
is about not
I have
believing.
many questions now.
Proving to yourself. It's not a belief. It's the loss of a belief. And then what are you left with? All that you can know is what you could observe locally. That's not something
That's
you
called
believe.
belief.
It's just what it is.
If you have a thought,
what you
about
observe,
what
you're
Earth
sitting
is,
in a
that's
chair.
called
You don't
belief.
need to believe you're sitting in a chair. You're just sitting in a chair. If you're on a
Do you
stationary Earth and you're not spinning, there's no reason to believe you're spinning because there's no sense of movement
The
whatsoever.
knowledge, which is the type
but
of
making
belief,
it,
I'm happy with that.
but pigeonholing it so that it makes it seem like the flat earthers are making this claim about the whole Earth being flat. We need to stop that because that's not what anyone's saying, and it
You
just
are
makes
making a claim
people
about
sound
the whole Earth.
unfamiliar with the discussion.
You're making a claim about the whole Earth. That's what flat earthers do.
No, that's what I'm saying. We need to stop that. I bet if you surveyed anybody in here, I don't think one of them would say we're making a claim about the whole Earth. Not one.
You are.
I'm not. That's your imposition on us.
Roderick claims Earth is flat. Geo claims Earth is flat.
Oh yeah, Geo. What do you think about what I just said?
You claim it's flat.
Let's hear what Geo just has to say about what I just said.
I've listened to Geo for years. I know he claims it's flat because we've had many discussions about it.
Oh, so we might as well just skip out on what Geo has to say since he's right here and just believe.
I'm just saying I don't need to check on it. I'm already correct. I know I am.
But you think the Earth's a spinning ball, so how does that weigh in our minds? So let's just hear Geo.
Don't pigeonhole me just for thinking that.
What are we talking about?
Nothing wrong with thinking something.
Depends what it is.
Oh, you're still allowed.
Some thoughts are dangerous and detrimental to everybody's well-being.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to lies. There's plenty of lies, aren't there?
I'm allowed to think the globe's a cube. That's not me damaging anybody.
My question is, did truth die?
Yes.
Because it seems like it did.
That's not completely gone, but they've added in the same amount of lies now. So that means truth's gone into a mix of truth and lies. So yeah,
because how many people do you know, mate, that honestly tell the truth? That's in even social situations, like someone goes, "Oh, how you going?" And you go, "Oh yeah, good, thanks."
A lot, yeah.
Everyone's lying all the time.
Yeah.
About like a lot of different nuanced things.
There's levels to it.
Right.
I'm trying to be honest, but I will admit I lie sometimes as a turn of phrase or make a point or to hide the truth.
Mm.
But I disagree with New Perspective's point. If he doesn't think Earth's flat and you're not claiming it, but you know it is flat and you've come to talk about it being flat, isn't that the same thing?
I don't know how to answer that. Just
It's not a
because.
globe. Water's always flat, but I'm not claiming Earth's flat.
Okay, that's
How
what
does
I'm
that work?
saying. My whole point was that this whole discussion has been pigeonholed into making it be a claim about what the whole thing is, as if we could know that. And the reason it's been that way is because the globe has shown us this ball Earth as if they could show us the whole thing. And I don't think any flat earther believes or is trying to claim that they know what the whole thing is as if they could. That the whole idea of flat Earth is not to believe in anything, to get
But now
beyond
you've
assumption,
changed
to
Now
only
you've
go with
changed
what you
it.
can prove to yourself.
You've
That's what I'm
changed it
saying.
now,
But I changed it. Why was it ever set to begin with? That's what I'm saying. That's my whole point. I didn't come here to claim that the Earth is flat.
You said it's not a globe.
It's a misnomer to begin with. It's obviously not flat. There's lots of hills. There's lots of valleys. I can't know what the whole thing
What's
is. Why would
happened
how
is,
could
yeah,
I know that?
You've
Then it's
changed
belief.
it.
And then
Dude, you've
belief
changed
is
it.
what
You've
got us
changed it
into
from
this
I'm not
problem.
claiming it's flat to I don't know what it all is.
Well, I think probably everybody's
Why
different.
is that a change? Why is that a change?
Because at first you were just saying I don't claim it's flat, and now you're saying obviously I don't know what it all is. But I'm saying yeah, you might not know what all of it is, but you are still claiming some of it's flat.
I'm claiming that no, flat is a misnomer. That word needs to go away, even though it's the only way that people know what we're talking about. But it's obviously it's a misnomer.
What do you
You
want to
agree,
call it?
right?
No.
Flat earthers
What do you
don't
want to
think
call
it's
it?
flat.
Level
There's lots of hills and
No,
valleys.
you don't have to do any of that stuff. It doesn't matter about
Stationary plane, as
terminology.
far as I can tell. That's all I'm saying.
But it's
as far
not
as I
flat
can
then
tell.
either.
But
Nor is the Earth spherical, right? It's an oblated spheroid with topography. Like we need to be able to solve it.
the narratives and the arguments have changed from year to year. Like 2015 was different to 16, 17 different again. Early doors, no talk of map and models. None of that talk. None. Non-existent. Not even in any debate. Nothing. Not even a reference point in the human mind. The ballers brought that as an argument. Like Obama did with this really dismissive hand wave. We don't have time to talk to the Flat Earth Society. That was the day we got crossed.
I think it was also the day that opened the door.
By big
but just
science.
the fact that he mentioned it brought attention to it. I think a lot of people would have never looked into it.
No,
if
it's
he hadn't
very, very damaging, very detrimental.
You think?
To the whole movement.
I don't think people even were aware it was a thing until he said that.
Nah, it was.
Well, that's debatable. But Gio, were you?
Well, I think it was. Well, it is
you were
debatable.
gone for a minute. Did you hear the reason I brought this up to Don? Were you gone for a little bit?
Fuck's sake! This keeps happening to me in here.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Merle. Go ahead.
Well, see, I'm one of the only people here who's seen the whole thing unfold, as has Gio. So it's a unique perspective. And where it is now is in a dark place.
Yeah, you've got flat earthers that don't even dare say, I believe Earth's flat.
We're basically babysitting ballers. We're babysitting ballers. It's not good.
Oh, fucking hell. Merle, what do you mean when you say that you've seen it unfolding?
But we are. We're babysitting. We're mollycoddling you like children in a fucking
you're the
sandpit.
baby.
Well, get
What
out
do you
the
mean,
sandpit.
Merle, what do you
Get
mean
out
with
the
that?
sandpit.
What do you
Get
mean
out
with
the
that?
sandpit.
No, what do you mean that you're babysitting us?
Well, why do you come here to talk to us? Do you come here to reassert? Do you come here to reassert it, or to challenge your own assumptions? Like, be honest.
I come here to challenge. Yeah, I come here to challenge the knowledge that I have of the globe, and if I get a question that I don't know the answer to, I will go and look for the answer because I always want to know more.
I come to challenge you and mollycoddle you into understanding Earth bit better.
No, but you never succeed.
Well, I think I do a little bit subconsciously to each person, just a tiny bit.
Oh, with me.
With everyone, I think some of what I say rubs off on people a tiny bit.
I mean, when I came into this debate, I had no idea or interest in thermodynamics or anything, geometry, but now I sort of have, so keep learning all the time.
Yeah.
Well, if I say to you enough times, going round Earth on a train isn't like a roller coaster, eventually you'll start to give up the idea that it is like a roller coaster because your friends told you so many times it's not like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But, I mean, depending on where you go in this discussion, like I can go in another room right now and an American guy will unmute and just go 60 nautical miles per degree. Game
I'm
over.
not American. I'm not American.
I mean, neither.
You know,
I can
so
still say that.
it's depending on where you're sitting, who you're speaking to.
How would that be game over in any way?
Because 60 nautical miles means that you can times it by 360, which gives you a full revolution, which gives you a circumference, which you can divide by 2 pi r, which gives you the radius.
That's game over because it fits reality, right?
Well, it fits latitude
Yeah,
and
it's
longitude
reality.
only
Well,
works on a
I
sphere.
think we could all agree upon. I think I figured out something else we could all agree upon.
You just internalized an angle.
If that number is correct, there's only two options. Either it's correct because that's what's actually happening, or it was we're talking about a reverse engineered masterpiece, you know, that gave us that answer because it had to be that answer.
I don't know how you can reverse engineer geometry. That's something I don't know how you can do.
Well, there's a lot of debate about that as far as how geometry or trigonometry might work on a globe, but that's not really a point. I think we can all
I'm
agree
not talking
upon
about any
if
shape.
if the globe deception is a deception, then definitely it was reverse engineered to make it seem as such, right?
But it's a linear function between the distance and the angle. I don't know how you can reverse engineer it into anything. It's just geometry, trigonometry.
I'm not asking if you know how to do that. Obviously, they did. Obviously,
Sure,
they did.
sure.
If it was, yeah.
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, and if the Earth isn't physical, then it is a lie that it is a physical object. But as far as I know, it's a physical object, and no one is reverse engineering something non-physical into being physical. I mean, there are things that you just can't, like, fake. Hot mic?
Yeah.
I feel it's weird that after all these years, the flat earthers who have once been globers still don't understand how the globe model works. I think that's weird to me.
What parts don't we understand exactly?
Well, Gene says that on the globe model, if you fly an airplane from UK to Australia, you'd be upside down when you get there, and you'd be like, you've been pulled to the roof of the airplane. I mean, it's, how can you
You'd be
misunderstand
upside down with perspective to, if you're in the North Pole and you fly to the South Pole, you're upside down in perspective to the North Pole, right?
Sure, yes.
That's what he means. Is that a problem?
No, that's not what he means. That's not what he means. He means down would be up, like over below Australia, because he says that it's the land down under. So down is outside the Earth on the globe model.
In the globe model, there's no up or down. In the flat Earth model, there's up or down.
No, no, that's another misunderstanding. It's why do people have to lie in order for the globe not to make sense?
The whole thing
I
is
think
a lie,
you're going
right?
a bit strong there, though, Mailman. Like, take Jins. I don't think it's evidence of a misunderstanding of the model. like I challenged him on it today, and he virtually said he knows it's ridiculous, but he'll keep posting it anyway.
Oh, then he's flipped, because I think last week he still kept saying that down, because Australia is said to be the land down under. It means that down is towards south and it's outside the globe, in the globe model.
Sorry, yeah. What I was talking about was about him posting a image about why don't planes fly off into space, and I was like, come on, you know that planes have a ceiling on them, da da da. And he eventually admitted, like, I know that's not true. I know that's not what the globe model says, but it's ridiculous, and I think the globe model's ridiculous, so I'll keep posting it.
Oh, okay.
Which is
Then he's
essentially to me it sounds like he's saying, like, I know it's not true, but I'll keep posting it anyway.
So it's a lie. Yeah.
Closer to that.
Basically.
Yeah, I think it's closer to that than not understanding it.
He's honest, at least, yeah. So then
Not intellectual honesty, yeah.
Yeah, but I think then he's flipped, because earlier he just kept saying that if you go to Australia, you'd have to be tilting the plane in relation to down, so that you're upside down when you get to Australia. Like, not in relation to the north, but in relation to where you actually are at that point.
That's a point I want to make, that the Globers don't understand, that their own model, they don't understand, because yes, if you started at the North Pole and you went to the South Pole, you'd have to continually reorientate your plane downwards, tipping downwards. If you did not, you would end up on the South Pole flying backwards.
We do that.
No.
You do, but it's incorporated into the bearing.
What the hell?
We do that.
How can you steer to the South Pole backwards if you don't tilt your plane? What?
Listen. Take a globe. Okay, put it in front of you. Okay, North Pole on top, South Pole on the bottom. Okay.
Sure.
And you take a Lego 2 inches. Okay, so the Lego, it signifies the plane. I know it's bigger. That's not the point.
Sure. Yeah. We can forget the scale.
Lego. Yeah. You're looking at this globe. There's a Lego in front of you. Left side of the Lego is the tail of the plane. Right side of the Lego is the nose of the plane. Now let's start flying around the globe from north to south, towards the right, going on the right side of the globe. As you stay with the curve, you have to dip the nose down. You have to continually reorientate that plane. And at the bottom of the South Pole, you're going to be upside down with perspective to the North Pole, because you continually reorientated your plane. If you did not reorientate, you'd be flying exactly backwards. If you took the Lego on top of the North Pole and moved it down to the bottom, you would have to be flying backwards. That's what I'm saying.
When you're driving over a hill, do you have to reorientate your car in order for you not to drive into space?
That's fallacious, because cars can't go up and down. Planes have to go up and down and left and right. What? Cars go left and right. Okay, so
cars follow topography, right?
It's a non sequitur. Come on.
How?
Yeah, I think it's a disanalogy, but go ahead. Cars follow topography, correct.
Sure. How do they follow the topography? Do you have to make it follow the topography, or does it do it on its own?
No, it's just heavier than the air, so it stays physically impeded by the ground.
The car is forced to move. Hang on. The car is forced to move upside down to continually reorientate itself if it traveled from the North Pole to the South Pole. And that's what we're saying planes will have to do. And you're saying they don't do that. So you have to explain that.
What the airplanes, you're talking about the orientation of the airplane. What is that in relation to?
Did I just show you the example of the globe in front of you? The Lego on top, bringing it down around the sphere of the Earth. You have to continually orientate that Lego.
No,
it doesn't reorient.
Automatically follows it.
It will end up flying sideways on the equator and then backwards when it gets to the South Pole.
No, because it automatically follows the orientation.
Orientate the nose down and the tail upwards. This is standard geometry. Okay.
That has nothing to do with geometry.
Do it for yourself. Physically do it, and then you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. I can push a Lego on a sphere, and it'll follow the surface automatically.
And you're continually reorientate. Guess what? No. When you get back to when you go back up from the South Pole to the North Pole, guess what? You've created a circle, a loop. From till you start, you end up where you started, and the plane has done a 360 loop. Okay, so yes, you are reorientating the plane every
Okay.
so often to stay with that sphere.
Can I help you with
Yes
this?
or no?
No, you don't have to orient it yourself. It'll just reorient it. Like you
Right,
don't
because
automatically.
gravity?
No, if you follow an elevation, that's all you do. You follow
See,
an
this is
altitude.
slow logic. You confuse the situation by putting elevation.
No.
You don't need to bring elevation. The elevation we assume is
Okay,
the
then
same.
how does the okay? Then you don't have to do it with the car. Why don't you have to reorientate your car when you're driving?
You do. If you're going around the
Oh,
hill.
how do you do it? Do you do it with a jack?
Reorientated stuff around that hill because of the formation of the ground. But now I
Okay,
want to
so
see
how
the
do you
plane
how
do it.
do you?
Here's the problem.
No, but how do
I want
you?
to see the
But
plane
hold
do
on.
it, and they don't do it. Pilots will
How
admit
do you do
they
it?
will dip the
How do you
nose.
do it with a car?
They fly. Not only did they not dip the nose, they fly in a 3% angle upwards, which is flat.
So how do you reorientate your car while you're driving over a hill? How do you
I
do it?
just
Because
told you.
I never do it.
Cars can't go up and down. They can only go left and right. They're forced
No,
to
they can
orient
go up and down.
itself according to
Yeah.
the slope of the hills or the formation of the earth.
Sure, and the airplane orientates itself according to the altitude. If it wants to gain altitude, it needs to nose up, and if it wants to lose altitude, it has to nose down.
So it does dip the nose and the tail go upward. Yes or
Yeah,
no?
when it's changing elevation or altitude.
See, here you go again. No, it's not altitude. We're not going. We're just keeping the same altitude, going around the sphere. Okay.
Then you're automatically following the sphere.
If the nose didn't dip and the tail didn't go up, you would just fly directly off into space.
Yeah,
And I
but
know
you'd be gaining elevation then.
that's what would happen.
But hold on, then you'd be gaining altitude, right? If you flew to space.
I know we don't do that.
Yes,
So
because we follow.
Altitude, you have to show how it's reorientating, and you can't because it's not.
Because it's holding a specific altitude. Yeah, it's following an altitude.
Hey, Godric, add the equatorial plane in the celestial sphere, and then make your point.
Are you flat Earth?
Yeah, no, I'm saying if you put the equatorial plane, right, superimpose the equatorial plane out into the celestial sphere, right, and now you've got your plane going around the Earth, right? That's the relationship you're talking to, because what they're trying to do is make it so that elevation comes from the center of the Earth. Take it and put it. And
no,
now
that's not what we're taking.
He claimed we don't understand our ball, and then demonstrated how he doesn't understand it. So
Yeah.
he was attacking us basically.
This is what I meant when I said that many flat earthers they don't understand the model. Whether or not the model is true is a different issue, but the point is that they don't even understand it.
This is all logic. You fly around in a loop, but you never.
I help you, Godric, quickly.
This is good.
On the globe model, yeah, I'll help you quickly. On the globe model, you fly around. Part of the plane's automatic settings, tip the nose down a tiny bit to keep altitude. You fly around the globe. Because there's a center of gravity in the middle of the globe, you're never upside down or flying to the roof. You just go around, and down's always down around the ball. You don't have to believe it. You don't have to believe it, but that's how it works on the model.
Okay, right. So what the point is though is that let's add the equatorial plane out into the celestial sphere. Okay, on the top of the North Pole, right? It's actually going to be at an angle if it's the equatorial plane, right? I think, right? But on one side of the North Pole, or forgive me, it's going to be equal. So if you're on the North Pole and you're facing one way, and the equatorial plane is like the flat thing extending out from you, on the North Pole, you're going to be facing upright. And then when you get to the other side, right, let's just keeping the frame of reference, you're going to be upside down in regard to the equatorial plane, right?
What orientation does the plane have?
My point is we're putting it into the celestial sphere. So we're taking it out of the context of being on Earth, right? We're going to go to the celestial sphere and overlay the equatorial plane. On one side of the equatorial plane, you'll be facing up, And then on the other side of the equatorial plane, like South Pole, you'd be facing, upside down, right?
No. Why is, if you're in the
No?
northern hemisphere, in the North Pole, why is it up and not down?
Well, no, and this is why I'm putting it into the context, because I know you're trying to see it the one way. What I'm saying is that do you understand what the equatorial plane is?
Yep.
Right? So
Yeah,
it's like a
the plane
sheet
that
of paper.
cuts
So it's like a sheet of paper in the middle of the ball, right? It's
yeah, it
splitting it
just
in
cuts
half.
the Earth in half. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so if you're on the top of the piece of, let's say for our example, right, the top of the piece of paper cutting through the Earth is the North Pole, and the bottom part is the South Pole. On one side of the equatorial plane, you'll be facing up, and then on the other side of the equatorial plane, you'd be upside down from our perspective out in space, right?
Well, if you don't use up and down as in like rocks falling down and airplanes
No,
flying
I've
up.
just put it into context, so you're
Then sure, yeah,
complicating it.
yeah.
You
Then
know
I
what
would
I'm
agree,
saying?
yeah.
So like if
Yeah.
you've got the equatorial, and that's the point, is that you're trying to use the reference frame of up and down as regards to your perspective on Earth. What I'm trying to do is put it into the perspective of in the outside of space. So if we were stepping away from Earth, we got the equatorial
I've got
plane.
no idea what you're saying, Isaac.
What's that?
I don't know why you'd do. I don't know why you'd do that.
Well, I'm saying because you're talking about you're not understanding why their point is about this the plane. Why it seems ridiculous that
No, I get the
to
point.
flat earthers is be upside down.
Because
I get it. I get the
as
point.
an adult, they've
If you don't-
decided the ball doesn't make sense, and
Yeah, if you
the
don't,
way they
if you
explain
don't,
it doesn't make sense.
yeah, and if you deny that there's gravity in our model, then obviously nothing's going to make sense.
Well, no, gravity makes sense. It's gravitation that's stupid, right?
I think he just said the answer.
Whatever.
Gravity turns the plane for him, so he doesn't actually do it.
No, I'm just saying that when you're flying at equal altitude, you have an angle of your airplane has an angle, and if it maintains an altitude, then it's following the curvature automatically. Because if it wasn't, then it would be gaining or losing.
You and Don are explaining that you can get around a sphere and come back where you started without turning the plane down and the tail up. Congratulations.
No,
Yeah,
I
because
told you,
down isn't outside of the Earth. Yeah, where's down?
What are you lying about what I said 5 minutes later? Jesus.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Said, oh, let me tell you again. You get a plane, you go up, part of the automated system of the plane helps you tip the nose down so that you keep an altitude. You keep that altitude, you go round the ball.
Hang on. Let me stop right there. So you do tip the nose down. Let's be clear, because you just said you didn't.
If you didn't, you'd be going up away from Earth, right?
Congratulations. Okay, now
Don't
we're
tell
okay.
me congratulations. I told you this half an hour ago before you misunderstood it again for 30 minutes.
I'm sorry. Who's the guy from Iceland? Sorry, I don't know your name. Do you agree that the plane will have to dip the nose down? I'm sorry. Where are you from? You sound like you're from Iceland.
Finland.
Okay.
Yeah.
You agree that the nose of the plane will have to dip down to stay with the curve of the Earth?
Well, the airplane has to have a specific orientation for it to maintain an altitude.
So it does reorientate as it goes around.
Same way that it has to do on a flat Earth. It has to maintain a certain orientation in relation to the ground.
No. A flat Earth, it has to stay the same, not reorientate. Stays the same.
Yes. Okay.
It
stay the same. Hold on, Godric. It has to stay the same in relation to the ground.
Yeah.
Right. And that's the same on the globe.
The ground is circle, is a sphere, as opposed to flat. That's different.
Yeah. So the orientation. No, hold on. The orientation of the airplane has to be the same in level flight in relation to vertical or horizontal on both Earths.
No, I think he's saying on a flat Earth, it doesn't need to reorient it. Like it is.
No. I'm not talking about reorientation. I'm talking about an orientation. The orientation of the airplane has to be X on level flight.
He's really
both models.
explaining it.
I'm talking about changing orientation on a sphere versus not changing the orientation on a flat plane.
Yeah.
You do get this.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not constantly being pushed. It just holds an orientation in relation to vertical.
Nobody said push. I said you're going to have to constantly reorientate the nose down, and I think I got a concession. At least Don agreed that you would have to tip the nose down.
Yeah, in relation to vertical, no. Because if you do that, then you'd be losing altitude.
Okay, let me try to ask you plainly. Are you tipping the nose down and the tail up, or otherwise reorientating the position of the plane while flying from the North Pole to the South Pole and back to the North Pole? Yes or no?
Roderick,
In relation to
what? The point.
Let him answer.
Planes fly differently. The nose and the tail's not the point.
He's a big boy, Don. Let him answer.
Whether you're changing your altitude to not fly away from the surface, that's the point.
So what happens with a gyroscope?
Again, you go in confusion and you have to say altitude. Listen,
Don's right. Don's right. You don't have to physically point it down.
Be wrong.
You could just have less lift.
You're going to crash.
Yeah, I thought that a gyroscope holds rigidity in space, and what they do is they spin that gyroscope, and you can go and do a loopity-loop in your plane and come back down, and your gyroscope when you land will be the same as when you took off. So if you do the same thing flying from one country to another, when you land, does the gyroscope register the same as when you took off, therefore flat?
It depends on if it has pendulous vanes or not.
Yeah, well, there's no evidence that the gyroscope, the mechanical gyroscope, has anything to do with gravity, and they've never even displayed that on the ISS.
How does it work, a gyro?
Do you know?
No, I'm asking. How do you?
You're flat Earth, right?
Yeah, and it holds rigidity in space, doesn't it?
Oh, no, that's not its function. How does it work? What do you do? Do you spin something? Do you use light?
You don't have any evidence of how it works. There's no relationship between the gyroscope, the mechanical gyroscope, and gravity. Absolutely none.
So you don't know how it works?
No, you need to prove that there's a relationship between gravity and the gyroscope. Because what I said,
I'm asking you how it works.
And you leave a country, and you land in another country, that gyroscope back to the original position, isn't it?
Yeah, Basil, let me finish my point, and just because I want to give them something to talk about. I want to finish my point. Okay, so I feel like I got part of the concession that you do reorientate the plane around, and now I want to show you the math if I can. Can I show you the math?
Sure, show the math where you reorientate the airplane.
Show the math. So just something for you to think about when you come over this topic again.
I just explained that reorientating is just using the plane itself to stay at an altitude. That's all it means.
Yeah.
Again, you put the altitude in there. It's just causing confusion. You have to turn in a loop, man. You're turning in a circle.
In a circle? What do you mean? Upside down in Australia? Yeah, but then you have to remember my other point, the center of gravity. That's when you have to remember that point and not deny it. You understand?
This is why, because most Globers think they can go around the block and not turn the car.
If you throw away gravity and pretend it's a block of flats, you won't understand it. If you just listen to me, that it's a ball with a center of gravity, you will understand it.
Done. Gravity would pull your plane down evenly flat to the ground. It would not reorientate your tail up and the nose down.
Forget about the nose. We're just keeping altitude round a ball.
Godric, you made a claim. If you drive into a roundabout, do you constantly have to turn the car?
You do.
Okay. So if you do 10 laps, how much at the end do you have to turn your wheel? Because you're now saying that you keep turning your wheel all the time.
Whatever it is, you tell me. But you're saying, Globers say they don't do that. Globers say they don't do that.
They don't. If you drive into a roundabout, if you drive into a roundabout and you turn left and you keep your steering wheel steady so you don't turn, it's going to maintain that curve.
You're continually reorientating your plane, and guess what?
You're not. Hold on.
This doesn't happen in reality.
You're not jumping out. Like if I drive into a roundabout, do I constantly have to turn? Keep turning the wheel.
Are you constantly turning the wheel left, going in a circular arc? Yes or no?
No, I don't turn my wheel when I'm at the in the roundabout.
Oh,
I hold it steady and I
you
keep
don't
driving
turn
on
your
and
wheel
on.
into the. You don't turn your wheel into this. You're going in a circle. Your car
Yeah.
is continually
Yeah.
reorientating.
Yes, and
And
I
if
don't
it
have to
didn't,
do
it would be
anything.
going backwards at the end.
Yes, and I don't have to do anything to reorientate the car. It just does it.
In a left right, you're dipping to the
Yeah.
left. In the up down, you're dipping down with the tail up.
Yeah, and
Same
I don't
idea.
have to do anything
Back onto
because
the
it just
tail
follows
again.
it.
It's nothing to do with that. I told you this already.
And this is why you know the globe is debunked, because pilots never, they just fly
No,
flat.
No,
They
that's
never,
no, that's not.
Because
the
you
tail
lie
never
and
goes up.
misunderstand science. You think that debunks the globe. Don't be ridiculous.
Well, I can show you the math, can I?
You will never debunk
Show
the
the
globe.
math. Show the
because
math.
You're too
Show the math.
dishonest to understand it as a
Listen
man.
up. Listen up.
Yeah, show
okay?
the math. Godric, show the math where you tilt the plane in relation to vertical.
This
Show
is
it.
really
Show that
simple.
math.
So it's not, crazy
Hey,
equations.
show us an example where
Altitude,
where
by
things are on the bottom of the
gravity.
ball.
Hang on, no, let me do this so they can think about something, okay? So a commercial airline's going 500 miles an hour. Yes.
Yep.
Okay, they're going from the north. It doesn't matter from where. Halfway around the world, whether from Chile to China. Okay. Now,
sure.
If you divide that by 60, that's 8.33 miles a minute. Are we correct?
Hold on, what?
500 miles an hour divided by 60 minutes is 8.33 miles covered in a minute.
Sure.
We have the global calculator. It demonstrates a physical curve of a physical sphere. Okay? 8.33 miles, put in the globe calculator, is 46 feet of dip. It's 46 feet of curvature. Okay? So, in a plane, if you reorientated every minute, you'd have to dip 46 feet down to stay with this sphere.
The problem is you don't know how the airplane is oriented. You have no idea.
On the math, and you're denying gravity and balls.
Hang on. So, when would have you fly up and down, left and right, but mostly down, mostly every minute, 46 feet down. If you didn't fly down, you wouldn't end up at your destination.
Hold on, Godric. If you go down, how much did you say? 46 feet per minute a second?
Over a sphere, which is the portions of the Earth, every 8.33 miles you're covering, you're dipping 46 feet down, as opposed to flying flat. Yes.
Okay. So instead of me flying and maintaining constant altitude on the globe, you're saying that I have to dip towards the ground and lose altitude to follow the curvature.
Again, you're putting in the altitude. You're causing confusion, bro.
Yes, because airplanes only care about the altitude. That's the only thing that they care about.
We're staying at the. If you were staying at the altitude, you would have to dip down. Yes. Just like you have to be
and it would
left,
happen automatically.
Just like you have to turn left, not straight on your roundabout, which is your example. Not go straight, turn left.
What?
What are you talking about, man?
You brought up the roundabout. It's the same thing.
Yeah. No. It's the same thing. When I'm in the roundabout, I don't have to turn my wheel. It's already turned, and I can just maintain that.
No. Okay, that's where you're wrong.
Adjust it.
That's where you're wrong.
No, that is actually real. I mean, you can't deny that.
Is turning your plane is reorientating around the roundabout. Planes don't do that. You have a throttle. You push forward. You push forward. It goes down. Hang on. You push forward, the plane goes down. You pull up, the plane goes up. Yes or no? This is a general thing. Okay.
What? Hold on.
In a plane, you throttle the thing forward, it goes down. You pull it back, it goes up. Yes or no?
Well, that's you don't say throttle forward. I mean, if you throttle, you gain altitude.
You can gain altitude by pulling it back towards you, just like in the simulator. You're gonna dip by pushing it forward. What you just claimed is the pilot is continually throttling it forward, and that's not correct. They don't do that.
No, that's not what I said.
Hang on, it doesn't.
I said an airplane follows a constant altitude.
Follow automatically. You have to throttle it forward physically. 46 feet exactly.
Sure.
8.33 miles. Do the math.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Then it's flat.
No, no, it
If
isn't.
you're not dipping 46
Oh
feet,
god.
Godric, you're really far off.
stay flat and go into
Oh
space.
god, he's so far off. So now
Godric, this
you're
is
also
so
saying.
far off a good argument.
That's the
What if I
math.
fly?
That's the
Hold on, Kodric, using your understanding, what happens if I fly from North Pole all around the Earth back to the North Pole? How much altitude do I need to lose in order for get to the same point where I started from?
You don't lose altitude, genius. This is like the 10th time I
Okay, so
told
I don't
you.
give it
You
down.
stay the
Okay.
altitude.
Yeah.
Why are you calling it down?
Yeah.
You're staying with the
Yeah.
altitude of the sphere, whatever, 50,000 feet, whatever.
Okay, then why are you saying that I dip down when I don't dip down? Because down
Because
and
you'd
up.
have to if it was a sphere.
No,
You would
I
have
wouldn't.
to
Because
physically dip the nose down
Jesus.
and the
You're
tail up,
contradicting yourself
reorientate,
really bad
and the
now.
math says
Kodric,
46 feet
if I'm
every
on a
8.33 miles. If you did it every
Kodric,
minute, it'd be 46
if I'm
feet.
on
If you
if
did
I'm
it
on a
longer, you
globe,
would have to orientate more. If you did it shorter,
if I'm on a globe and I fly and I dip the nose down, how can I end up at the point where I started from by dipping the nose down?
because physically you have to do that to stay with the curving sphere. That's why. Just like the example I showed you, put the globe in front of you, take a Lego, move it around. Take a ruler, okay? Move the ruler around the globe. You understand the ruler's tilting, is it not? Guess what?
Ruler tilting?
Planes don't do that. Planes don't tilt like that.
What did you ask about the ruler? If I take a ruler, it tilts. What do you
Take
mean?
a ruler. The ruler's
Yeah.
a plane. I know it's not the right parameters. It's just an
We're
example.
still
Okay?
talking about the
But hang on.
orientation of the plane. Nothing to do with that, as
Hang
I
on.
told you
Hang on.
45
Put the
minutes
ruler
ago
on the
now.
North Pole, with the North Pole in the middle of the ruler. Take that ruler around your globe. You've just spun that ruler in a complete circle to end up where you started.
Yes.
That plane is tilting down.
No,
The
it isn't
nose
tilting
down.
down.
No, he's saying down.
No,
He thinks
it's
he's flying outside
orientation.
Earth looking at the
Godric.
side on the diagram. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's orientation
Okay.
in relation to the surface of the Earth and in relation to
You need to
gravity.
go back to
Stayed
school,
the
brother.
same. It didn't change.
You're
But
not
you can
God
get
at the
around.
side of the diagram. You're the ruler.
Yeah.
Does the ruler spin upside down? Yes or
And
no?
there's a center of gravity.
No, it doesn't.
Meaning down's always down.
Okay, so that will end there. Okay.
You're
You
the
gave your
ruler. You're the ruler. And down is always towards the earth, no matter how the ruler
Yeah,
is
this
tilted.
is. Yeah, Don, this is exactly what I meant. Now he said that the ruler is upside down.
This is
So
how
down
you
is
try
outside of the
Yeah.
Earth.
He
It's mental.
thinks our model is a diagram from the side.
This is how you try to squirm out of it because of gravity and
No, because down
Dude,
isn't
you're lying and
outside of the Earth.
misunderstanding the model like a child.
I showed you the math.
It doesn't make us squirm, it just makes us frustrated.
I showed you the math. I made my point. That's it. We can move on.
I told you 45 minutes ago how to understand it, and you decided not to, and then lied for 45 minutes.
I don't understand why this is. Yeah, this is exactly what I said about Jin. He thinks now that down is towards south, outside of the Earth, because he said that the airplane would be upside down. And of course it wouldn't.
It's up again. I explained to you. It's upside down with the perspective of being in the North Pole. In my example, hang on.
Hold on.
You're upside down in perspective. If you were looking from Jupiter to the
that
Earth,
doesn't matter.
your
Because
plane would
there's
be
the center of
upside down
gravity,
in the
as I
South
already
Pole
told you.
and be right side up at the North Pole.
Let me ask a question
The
then.
perception of
Let me
the
ask
BB on Jupiter.
Let me ask a question. Can I draw on the surface of the Earth, can I draw a horizontal line?
Yes, and my point is that planes fly horizontal and not in a circular motion.
Nothing to do with what I said. So if I draw a horizontal line on the Earth, can I draw another horizontal line that is perpendicular to that horizontal line?
Yes, and you have to continually reorientate that.
So now you're saying that horizontals aren't parallel. That you can have two horizontals that are perpendicular.
Stay with the sphere.
Okay, so your horizontal isn't horizontal anymore because
when you got
it's
back
perpendicular to another horizontal.
360 loop.
No,
Goodbye.
it's not a 360 loop.
Goodbye, honesty. Goodbye, brain cells.
Yeah, goodbye honesty. I mean, if you have to strawman the model and you can't steelman it, why debate it? It's pointless.
Does anybody else want to comment?
like to change the subject.
Yeah, I had an idea, like with a mechanical gyroscope. If there was such a thing, for example, you could like make another story out of it, but like if there was such a thing as a drone with a mechanical gyroscope rather than the type that's in your mobile phone, like, and if you had a laser like attached to the side of the drone that was, you know, exactly like level, from when it took off at the ground. And then you have another drone, and what you do is you have them fly apart from each other, and because the gyroscope keeps rigidity in space, right, when they leave, so they should all be on the same plane when they take off from two different places, far enough that we could, you know, try to use math to talk about the curvature formula, that we could see a difference in angle, and then you try to orientate the two lasers together so the drones are facing each other. And if you find that the gyroscopes move from their original position, you'll know 100% that it's a globe. But if they didn't have those two lasers and these two mechanical gyroscopes didn't move at all, you know it's a flat plane.
You can do it with a theodolite, and that's been done. The reciprocal zenith angles.
But we need to use it. We need to compare it to the gyroscope itself.
Why?
Because two gyroscopes should, if it's a level Earth and those two lasers are head on, level, touching each other, like one laser beaming to another laser, and they're level, that if they can shoot at each other, that means that, and they're on the same altitude, because you have to measure that as well, then it means that lasers are on a level plane. Now then you can compare that level plane to the two gyroscopes which are in each drone, and if each drone's gyroscopes are still in the original horizontal level position, just like they were when they left, when they took off, then you can only assume that it's flat, because these two drones are apart.
They are horizontal.
These two drones are so far apart, just far enough so you could still do the experiment with the lasers, but so far apart that there should be a deviation from their original starting point. Each one should have the same angle.
They both have the same angle. Like if you have them horizontal, then sure, both are horizontal.
No, but comparing it with the laser, you see, that's the point.
Sure, but we can do that with theodolites because, I mean,
no, because the theodolite is not in free space with a mechanical gyroscope that is supposed to be working off the theory of gravity pulls everything to the center of the Earth, therefore no plums are equal.
Yeah, that's what theodolite does. It establishes a vertical and then a horizontal from that vertical.
Yeah, but it's joined to the ground. You need to be in free space to manipulate gyroscope. You need to be able to manipulate gyroscope in free space. So you can compare these two gyroscopes together. When the lasers hit each other, then you'll know if the two gyroscopes are still on the same level plane from when they took off. Like they take off from the same starting point, so they're both on the same plane, and then one drone flies away and the other drone just goes straight up.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But what's wrong with the two theodolites showing that the reciprocal zenith angles add up to more than 180?
Because they do not have rigidity in space. They don't have a gyroscope. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a good experiment.
So hold on. So are you saying that a theodolite doesn't establish a horizontal?
It doesn't have a gyroscope with rigidity in space, which we're trying to measure.
I agree, but are you saying that a theodolite doesn't establish a horizontal?
I'm saying it does, but you need to be in comparison.
Okay.
You need to be in comparison. Oh, well, then you have to think, is the Earth moving or is the sky moving? You know,
no, that's nothing to do with it.
Because we're not talking about the movement of the Earth.
Yeah, we're talking about verticals not being parallel.
And have you got a gyroscope and a laser to compare that with?
I have two theodolites to measure that with.
What are you comparing it with? The two theodolites, they've only got one comparison with itself, whereas the laser and the gyroscopes, you have actually got two comparisons.
No, you do that with theodolite. You have two theodolites pointing at each other.
And all you're doing is having level, but that's a level
No,
is different than
horizontal.
gyroscope.
Two different horizontal planes.
A level doesn't hold rigidity in space. All a level does is say level, but it doesn't hold rigidity in space.
What do you mean it doesn't hold rigidity in space?
Well, if it's a curve and you're going around the ball with one drone, another
I'm not
drone's.
talking about drones. I'm talking about theodolite.
I'm comparing with the position in space as to the circular shape of your ball.
Yeah, I would rather do it in the ground with something that is quite stable in relation to a drone that is flying in a moving atmosphere.
Yeah, but you could do rather. I mean, you could do your little experiment, but I think my experiment actually has more comparison than yours because it's rigid in space. You're comparing two axes against each other. You're comparing both who were originally on the same plane. Now one drone is, say, 10 miles apart. If you get a laser strong enough, all you need is 5 miles distance for each laser, and you can, add that up. You can 10. So if they can touch each other.
I get what you mean with that, but that's a test that can never be done properly.
Why?
Well, how much does a laser, the best laser you can get, how much does the beam diverge in 10 kilometers or 10 miles?
Well, diverging is fine, but you can have a laser within a laser, so you could have a green one within a red one, and then
how wide is the beam?
Eh? Okay, then can you come up with some type of a frequency or a signal that would only work in a straight path, straight path, right? So if you could use that type of device instead of a laser, maybe that could be another idea. But you're still comparing lasers being level with two drones, either they're the same, like on the same plane at the same time when they get to their altitude and their distance, or not.
We can do it with the particles.
Yeah, you mean the particle accelerator?
No, I mean the Jesus. What were the names of them? Escaped me. Harry, are you there? Fuck, yeah, I don't remember what the particles were that you can. They have like places on Earth where they shoot them through the Earth.
Olympic sized swimming pool. A floating bit of wood with a spirit level on it. You put it in the middle of the Olympic. You put it in the middle of the Olympic pool on the surface. You fly a drone over it, zoom in, and watch the spirit be level. Welcome to flat Earth.
Sure.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
put it there on a when there's a storm. Put the drone up and say, "Yep, welcome to undulating Earth." Do it in the nighttime and say, "Welcome to no Earth at all."
Yeah, there's a reason why they never took the gyroscope onto the ISS, and anyway, it's like you're establishing 3 points of my experiment. One is that the laser, so you're working with the laser being level with according to each other. Then you've got plumb, which is the two gyroscopes, whether or not they're plumb to each other, and because you've got gyroscopes, you can compare one with each other. And you'll find out.
Earlier you said that gyroscopes have nothing to do with gravity.
Yeah. There's only two.
Talking about plumb.
I said that. So I was saying that like as one of the possible realities, either it's curved or it's not. It proves it's curving or it proves it's flat.
But it works with vertical and plumb and gravity gyros. whether it be relative density or gravity. It just works with that. Correct.
Oh, sorry, my daughter's asking me something. Back in a second.
Okay, fair enough. Yep. I'll just use the do the theodolite thing because
Honestly,
the
I don't
have a lot of variables. What was it? Did you cut out, Codric?
I don't know how that works. I don't have those what is it? What did you say? Not that I don't have a dialyte for sure, but the other one.
Drone gyro.
I don't have a gyroscope, so I don't know how that would work. But I mean,
yeah, there's a lot of different kind of gyro. It's mechanical, fiber optic.
but like the globe is going to have an explanation to why their system doesn't work, and that's my experience. You just have an explanation why it doesn't work because and then you believe it because it must be a sphere.
Hold on, what system doesn't work?
Well, like when you explain to me, you're getting around a sphere without turning. It's just common sense, man. You explained to me that the plane turns around because it's following the altitude. But where does it turn? The pilot has to push down, or the autopilot has to push down. But it doesn't.
No.
It's like it's happening, but you can't see it. This is
Because
a globe.
it's maintaining orientation. The orientation of an airplane is only in relation to vertical or the vector for gravity.
How does it orientate around the sphere without turning down?
Because it's always in the same orientation in relation to the vector for gravity.
That's not moving. That's if you weren't moving. But if you move from A to B, guess what? You have to comport to a curve.
Yes, and when you do that, you maintain. Hold on. When you do that, you maintain your orientation in relation to vertical.
If you maintain orientation, you would be flying backwards once you got halfway around the globe.
No, because what I said was listen. You don't listen. That's the problem. You maintain your orientation in relation to vertical. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, if you weren't moving, that would work perfectly. But you're flying through this. You keep mentioning altitude. You're flying through this altitude. You're in control of the plane. You have to turn your plane around this sphere. You got to get this.
No, because I'm maintaining my orientation in relation to vertical.
Listen. Planes don't do that.
Hold on. I'll give you an example. Hold on, I'll give you an example. Let's say that I have an airplane that maintains.
Let's not do this. Listen, you have to control where you're going. If you're going through hula hoop, okay? Inside that hula hoop, you're telling me you're flying through a hula hoop inside of it, but you're not turning the plane, the controller of the plane, you're not turning. You fly into the hula hoop, into the top of it, man.
Yeah, so let's.
How are you staying with that?
I'll give you an example.
The controls of the plane.
No, I'll give you an example. Let's say I have an airplane that maintains altitude while flying horizontal. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, that's what happens in real life. I can certainly imagine.
Well, it's in real life that it's different to every airplane, but for this, let's assume an airplane that is horizontal when it maintains an altitude. Now, if I move that airplane around the globe from North Pole to South Pole, is it still and always horizontal in relation to vertical?
Welcome to the flat Earth. You just explained the flat Earth.
Oh, I just explained how it works on a globe, and you're just saying welcome to flat Earth.
If you're flying through an atmosphere that is curving, you would have to curve also.
Yeah, you'd maintain horizontal all the time.
That's common sense.
Yeah, you'd maintain horizontal.
Altitude, and you would have to curve through it. Just like you'd have to curve if you flew inside of a hula hoop. You know what a hula hoop is?
Yes, I know what a hula hoop is.
Guess what? That little tube that's hollow in the center, that's your altitude. That's your atmosphere. That's the place where you need to fly.
Sure.
You don't crash to the ground.
Yeah.
You don't go into space. Guess what?
Yes,
You have
and
to
I
continue
maintained the same orientation in relation to the Earth the whole time.
And while doing that, you'd have to turn the controls 46 feet down every minute. Every minute. If not, you would lose. You would go out of that hoop, and in your case, you'd crash into it, or you go into space.
No. Oh, I don't know how it's this hard.
You're explaining to me that you're flying around the sphere without turning. Come on, man.
Yes, because your orientation is always the same in relation to the Earth.
Who's in control of the plane? Somebody has to move these controls to keep curving. If you're not curving, you're
why
going
would you need to move those?
No, they don't.
How would you move those?
No, they don't. Come on.
How would
no one's down.
How would you move those?
Like I said, in the basic
So
simulator,
you continually push through.
push the throttle forward, and that goes down. You pull the throttle up.
Okay, and do you keep pushing it forward and forward and forward, moving it all the time, more and more forward?
You have to continually be pushing it forward. Yes, at least do it every minute.
So if I fly around the Earth, do I have to push them through the floor of the airplane and back from the back seat of the airplane back to where it was?
You're flying, I did the math for you. If you're flying 500 miles an hour, every minute you have to push forward 46 feet down because geometry.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes.
Can I explain why you don't?
Just draw a picture. Just draw it on your paper. Just draw a picture on your paper with a pencil, man.
Oh God.
You can't curve without curving. How do you curve without curving?
You don't have.
If you're flying from A to B, in this case, my point, every 8
Right
miles.
now. So what happens in the model?
Hang on a second. Let's confirm for me. This is a physical curve. Every 8.3
And the thing is, I'm not saying that this is what happens. I'm just talking about the model.
curve. I'm talking about the model.
So you're not
Yeah,
talking
but you
about
don't
the
understand the
model.
model.
About
But hang on.
some
Can
other
you
model.
confirm, though? Hang on. Can you confirm there's a physical curve of 46 feet every 8.33 miles?
This is the dumbest
In the
model.
model.
Sure, the Earth is
This
curving.
model.
Is it
Fuck
curving
this
or not?
model,
Maybe it's
honestly.
flat.
It
Maybe
is
it's not
curving.
curving.
Yes,
And then
Yes,
it is curving.
it's curving in the model. Yes.
Okay, so you would have to curve around that curve to stay with the sphere. Yes?
Yeah, but that's not how a plane works. Would you like me to explain how the aeroplane works?
So
you
you're
can continue. I gotta go and get
You
some
ever built an airplane? Do you know how an airplane works?
This is globe logic. I don't
No,
fly
I'm
an
not a glober. I'm not a glober, but I understand how an airplane works and why it would hug the ball without pushing.
If it doesn't, it wouldn't get to where it started in a 360 loop. It would either go into space or it would crash down if it went down to the
No,
ground.
it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. Do you want to know why it doesn't do that in the model? Not.
I'm sure you're gonna tell me.
Well, if you're keen to know why, you're keen to know why. If you don't give a shit, I won't mention it. I don't care if you don't care.
Well, shit. Is it Mailman?
No, this is what.
No, the other guy.
Yeah, I'm Mailman, but I'm going to get something
Mailman
to eat,
explained
so I can't talk.
Mailman explains that the plane is continually curving, but who does it? Does a pilot do it? Does autopilot do it? If nobody does it,
No,
then
it happens. It happens as a function of air pressure.
Oh, so the air pressure is hang on. So that's great. So the air pressure is dipping your plane down every 46 feet. I'm sorry.
Do you want me to explain how it's happening, or you just want to keep getting it wrong?
Feet every 8.33 miles. Is that what you're saying? The air pressure is in control of your cockpit. Is this what you're saying?
Can I explain it, or do you want to keep speculating nonsense?
Go ahead, explain.
Right. So in the model, the atmosphere is also curved like the Earth. Do you agree?
Atmosphere is curved, yes.
The atmosphere is curved. So when you reach a certain altitude, you're in a certain pressure as defined by the altitude.
Yes.
Now, as that plane on a sphere, listen.
as a plane on a sphere moves forward, right, it would naturally increase its altitude if it was truly flying horizontal. Now, as it does that, the pressure around it decreases. So the plane naturally goes back down to where it's flying at the leveled off pressure.
I just caught
And
you.
that keeps happening.
I just caught you. You admit it. It goes down. It does go down. Okay.
Yeah, but no one's pushing it. No
It-
one's steering it.
Oh, so it's there. So the air steers the plane down.
Yeah, you fail to
really,
understand how it
do
works.
you really believe
so
that the
it does.
air turns your plane? This is a new one. This is a new one.
It's
The
not
air
a new one. It's the
plane around
physics
the
of the
sphere.
plane.
Can I tell you what you tried to say, but you didn't say it right? What you tried to say is for the
You
plane
can draw it on a piece of paper, like you said.
for the plane to stay at
Follow the path of the plane
for the plane
and the
to stay at
atmosphere, and you'll see the atmosphere gets thinner as it tries to increase, and it naturally drops back.
what you
It's
tried
very
to say
straight.
is for the airplane to stay at the altitude at the air pressure, it would have to dip down, turn down, go mostly down. And if my math is right, every minute 46 feet. But we don't
Well,
experience
your
it.
math is wrong.
Who's in charge of this dipping down thing? You just said it goes back down. So who's taking it back down?
Yeah, did I say the pilot did it? Did I say the pilot did it?
I'm asking you.
No,
who
I
does.
explained to you how it happens, and you just keep beating around the bush with trying to say someone's dipped
You
it.
just said the
I
air
don't
pressure
understand why you're doing it.
steers the plane.
You're either trying to be honest and look
Listen.
for answers, or you're just trying to be a tweaker.
The air pressure
Like, it's really
steers
weird.
the plane. Is this right? Is this correct? Just so
Okay,
you
do you
know,
understand that
just so you know,
if a plane's
go
leveled off
higher.
at a certain speed, it's only going to maintain that when it's at that pressure? And if the pressure decreases, the plane will either slow down or it'll lose altitude. One of the two.
Just
So
so
do
you
you
know,
understand that dynamic?
just so you know, when you go higher, there's less pressure. So if something was going to push
Thank
you
you.
down, it wouldn't happen in less pressure. It would happen in more pressure.
Yes.
Just saying.
No, because you need lift. You need lift, mate, and that requires air. So where there's less air, there's less lift. But you fail to understand the basics. So I understand your confusion. It's all good. But you don't want to understand, you don't want to understand. If you want to listen and understand, you feel free to.
You've explained that the air turns your plane. This is a new one.
It's not a new one. It's how they work in the model.
Air turns your plane around a sphere. Air pressure and atmosphere and altitude. This is good.
Definitely.
You know what? You wouldn't really need controls at all. You can just follow the air pressure. It does it by itself.
Exactly. That's what level flying is. Level altitude flying. You've just nailed it. Well done. You get it.
Or level flight could mean it's flying over a flat Earth. Yeah, that works also, doesn't it?
But it happens the same. Hang on.
You could.
It
Oh,
happens the same. Do you understand that?
You said it. It's the same. It's the same whether you're flying on that globe or the flat Earth.
You're breaking up.
I think you just said.
Of course it is.
Of course,
it's the same physics.
This
you
is,
have to put.
This is good. It's the
You're
same
coming through now.
Flat
It's
Earth.
the same physics.
Or
You seem to think it can't work on a sphere, but it can.
This is good. It's the same whether you're flying on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. Got it.
Okay. Do you appreciate that the physics is the same? So if you're flying level, flat plane, it's the same air pressure. If you're flying level on a sphere, it's the same air pressure. Do you understand that?
Did you understand my example of the hula hoop? You're flying through it instead of the hula hoop. This is just an example. It's not exactly, a little bit different.
But it's the same gradient inside the hula hoop.
Yes.
So if you're going to fly to the top, you lose air pressure and you'll naturally come back down to where you were level off before, in the right density, which happens to be the same altitude on a sphere or a flat plane.
This is really good that you explained that the air pressure turns your plane.
We're on the same side here, really.
It's okay. I mean, you can.
It doesn't turn your plane.
The air pressure.
The plane wants to fly at a certain density of air at a certain speed, based on lift.
You know, you should be careful with your words because you just said the plane wants to come back
Okay,
down.
you don't understand it. That's fine. No worries. You can move on. Enjoy.
Who's in charge of your plane, man? Is the air in charge of your plane, or is the pilot or the autopilot? Okay, well,
Aerodynamics.
I appreciate your time.
Aerodynamics.
I'm sorry if you disagree, and that's okay.
Your actual mind now or your mind as a child?
Thank you, Don.
I can
When
unleash the
lovers
child
run out
mind
of
if you
good
want.
arguments, they move to ad homs. Thank you, Don.
Who's in charge of your point? Your sleeping brain from 2 weeks ago, or your awake brain now?
And be dip down. If they didn't, they wouldn't get to this destination.
I already told you they dip down slightly as part of the automated system. But
How many bones are in your?
And the other
then I told you it doesn't matter where the nose is because different planes fly differently. What it matters is that they don't have to gain altitude; they just go round. And down's always below them because gravity that you've been denying for nearly an hour now.
How many bones are in the pilot's foot as he pushes the accelerator in the plane?
That doesn't seem relevant, Ma, at all. I don't know why you
sorry.
said it.
Sorry, I got carried away.
Maybe you can Google that if you're actually interested, but I know you're not, so I don't know why you said it.
Oh, Google. Almighty Google, yes.
How many bones are in the foot? You write it in. It might give you some vague answer that's close to the truth. You never know.
I'm going to look it up now.
Merlin, you didn't like my example?
I like your example, Godric. You are able to ask a line of questions and not waver. And I know you know what you know, but they don't know what you know. And then sometimes they'll say that you're denying reality or that you don't understand, but I don't think that that's the case. I think you do understand. I think you're trying to, the Socratic sort of method. Am I right in saying that?
I think so. Do you agree with me or do you agree with them?
I agree with you. I there's even a documentary that's just come out that has a quite a rich section of the documentary about planes and how they really fly from pilots.
He totally ignored gravity on our model and totally ignored all my points trying to explain how planes would go round it. So how do you agree with that? Just you agree with denialism?
No, I agree. I agree with both of you. I agree with both of you. You should be pilots.
Gravity would pull the plane down.
Do you agree with?
I think if you were a pilot, I think if you were a
you
pilot,
agree with Godric is that it's not a globe. That's the only bit you agree with, I think.
Gravity, Don, would bring your plane down flat.
Based on lift, guys. Why the fuck don't you understand that?
Gravity would pull the plane down flat, not tip it around the sphere. That's my point. So you're conflating two different things.
What? That's blatant lie, Godric. In my opinion.
I mean, that's what I think. You know, I mean.
No, I don't even believe you just then when you said that's what I think. I don't believe you. Sorry.
Gravity pulls it down. It doesn't tilt it. You have to tilt it or reorientate every so often.
No one's saying gravity tilts a plane. No one said that.
Okay, that's what I thought you were. I thought you were saying gravity would get you around the sphere. That's what I thought you were saying.
That's your purposeful misunderstanding happening again.
Then I misunderstood. Then you can explain. You can explain it better. Then
I explained it really, really clearly, simply in one sentence ages ago, twice.
Okay, you have another topic.
Planes flying around a globe works on the globe model. That's basically all you need to know.
That's what the school teacher will tell you. Yeah, it works. So that's all you need to know.
That's what my understanding as an adult man will tell you too.
Don't try to understand it. It works, man. Just trust the science.
I mean, don't try and understand it. What's that supposed to mean?
That's what you just told me. You told me it works. That's all you have to worry about.
Yeah, because you already don't believe it's a thing. So
the problem is,
you misunderstanding that it works and trying to say it doesn't work is a misunderstanding, because everyone that believes in the globe thinks it works and knows how and understands how.
What's the challenge? I've only been hearing in the background for a while.
Dawn,
Everyone that
you know
believes in
my
the globe.
stance, and I understand how it works on the globe. You know my stance, and I agree how it works on the globe.
Can you not help
Simple.
Godric?
Well, no, because he's refusing to listen or
Okay.
understand.
So you see that, Godric? A flat earther even agrees with me. You're refusing to listen. That's his way of saying you're purposefully misunderstanding.
What am I refusing? Hang on. What am I refusing to listen about? Just curious.
Orientations, directions, gravity, and traveling around balls. And down and up. That's the key bit. You're misunderstanding down and up.
Can we agree that you've admitted that it's the same on a flat Earth as it is the globe? I mean, that's just
what's the same?
Well,
what do you think is the same?
That's priceless.
You missed something.
That was based on pressure.
So there's 26 bones in a human foot, but a plane doesn't have an accelerator. You missed that bit.
No, you missed that bit.
I put it in to see if anyone was paying attention.
No.
It flew under the radar.
Don't fib. You didn't. You only just looked it up.
It was a trick question.
No,
from
dude,
a thinker.
I could tell it wasn't.
Okay.
Okay, listen, I can explain. Are you there, eggshells? Eggshells. He must have went out. So
Don't try and misunderstand on purpose again, please.
Is a plane a car with wings?
It's a traveling device you sit in with wings,
Right.
yeah.
And then you're on the runway. And then what?
Yeah. What do you mean? And then
And
what?
then the tires. And the tires.
Well, you're there. You're staying at home. You've got a tub of jam and you've got some brown bread. And then what?
No, just all these people who understand flying and what a plane is.
Oh, what do you do? What do you do after you've got the jam and the bread? Then what?
You eat it.
But it flies. Yeah. You're on the runway and then it flies.
Yeah, that's right. You buy your ticket, you sit down, the air hostess comes along.
You travel
you
for a
think about
while.
like doing her in the bathroom.
Travel for a while, you get off.
Assume someone's pushing down on the throttle to get around the
further around the globe. And everyone still believes it's a globe.
yeah, you said runway, right? So you take off the runway, you pull the throttle up, you go up in altitude. You get to the desired altitude, then you push it back down to go flat. And then guess what? Here's the magic, guys. Every 8.33 miles, down 46 feet.
You're already
every minute on the minute. Every minute on the minute, you're going down 46 feet. According to your model, not mine.
Well, it's the nose is not dependent on how much throttle you've got. There's other controls as well.
Oh, this is good. So explain all the other controls so you can add confusion. Go.
It's an automated system, as I said before, that helps you keep altitude. You just press the button.
Well, hang on. Well, what if you have a manual?
And that's based on pressure.
What if you had a
I
manual
explained
plane?
it.
Then what would you do? Hang on. He said it all automated. So what if you have a manual plane? Then what would you do?
Manual flights don't go right round Earth usually, do they?
So this is good. Because in a manual plane, you don't go around Earth, so it doesn't matter.
You can't go all the way around Earth to upside down like you think on a manual flight. Some crazy people might, but...
Do manual planes go around the curve?
Okay, let's talk about a manual one, yeah? Let's say the automation system breaks, and you still want to go around Earth from North Pole to South Pole.
Yes, it's still based on pressure.
So as you're going around, you look at the altitude. As you go up, you use the controls to go down a bit. As you go down, you use the controls to go up a bit. You vaguely keep an altitude, and that helps you go around Earth. You are upside down antipodal to your original position, but you're not upside down to yourself or the ground because it's a globe.
In the model, that's right.
According to your
Yes,
model,
correct.
not mine.
Yeah. Which
Comment
is
of the night.
And if
Godric's
you
whole point. Godric's whole point is that our model doesn't work. So I'm just explaining it does. It works fine. Thank you.
You've
without
done a
pushing
great
down on the
job.
throttle.
Except you've not explained how you would orientate yourself from the North Pole to the South
Oh,
Pole.
I've explained
Now,
it, and you refuse to listen.
Manual flight.
Flat
I
Earth
just
is
told
yelling
you
at
we
flat
use the
earthers.
controls to
It's,
keep altitude.
Well, it's ridiculous. I mean, Mel, you were calling out before that people should be held to account and back shit up.
Yeah.
It's like, here's a flat earther saying fucking the model doesn't work when it does.
Plums,
So
you've
it's fuck,
explained,
you know?
you've explained air pressure.
Shame on you, Godric.
It stirs your plane around a globe. This is good. Air pressure does it for you. So the pilot doesn't
It
have to do
does. Altitude is dependent on it, and so is lift and speed of the plane. So if you get to a certain cruising altitude, you can maintain that. You'll curve around the Earth beautifully without pushing down.
Because it's dependent on it, it must steer your plane around the sphere for you. This is what you're saying, man. Listen to what you're saying.
No, think about it for a second. Think about it for a second. A tangent from a sphere creates a horizontal, a straight line, and on a sphere, that would project you up into less dense and less dense atmosphere. The plane won't keep lifting at the same acceleration. Therefore, it stays at the same density and just perfectly hugs the Earth. I'm not saying the Earth is curved, but that's how it fucking works in the model. It's called lift, people. Lift.
Just previously, you said it comes back down, and that's where you're caught. That's where you have to explain, but you can't.
It's not caught.
You can't.
So you just don't understand it.
You
So
can't
do you
explain
understand what lift is on a plane? Do you understand how lift works? Explain
Tell
to
me-
me that. Go on.
Tell
Lift.
us how it works. Tell us how it works.
Okay, so there is less pressure above the wing than below it, right? And if your plane is going to stay at a certain altitude, it requires a certain amount of air around it. If that air reduces, the plane won't stay at that altitude without speeding up. So it'll naturally maintain an altitude based on your speed. If you increase your speed, yeah, you can go a bit higher. You drop your throttle, you go lower. That's not you pushing down on the throttle, on the direction of the plane, like the attitude. That's just based on the speed, because it's all about lift, which is like, molecules of air over your wings. And on a sphere, if you take off and try and fly level, like horizontal, perpendicular to your tangent, your plumb, you'll end up fucking in less and less dense atmosphere. And you can't get there if you maintain the speed. You'll always maintain the same altitude. And that's what hugs you around the Earth. Does that make sense or not?
Yeah, it makes sense that you're saying the altitude steers your plane for you. That's what you said.
It does. It does essentially.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, right. Okay, but we can end with that because that's priceless, by the way.
Priceless. That's how it works, Champ.
So, can I check with you? Like, let's say you had a car, and you don't know if it has a bias. Like, how cars will generally pull left or right. Like the chance that if you let go of the steering wheel and the car keeps going dead straight is very low, whereas the chance that it has a bias left or right is quite high.
Yep.
If I put you in a
giant, Godric?
No, Godric. If I put you in a giant
Hey,
open
Kels,
space,
we used the roundabout. We used the global one to use a roundabout as an example. You're going around a roundabout. Maybe that helps.
No. I'm
Continually
using this
turning
example on
right,
purpose.
for example.
No. I'm using this on purpose. Let's say you're in a giant open space and you've got no frame of reference. Just the road is disappearing under you, but no like poles or towers or sun or something to tell you where it is. Let's say the sun's dead overhead, and your car's pulling left or right. Would you be able to tell?
I don't know. I guess not.
I don't think so. Yeah. So let's say you're flying in a kind of orbit over a planet. And to go too high, you would lose thrust. And the surface of the planet looks flat, and to go lower, your instruments would start saying you're getting too close to the surface. Do you think it would be possible to maintain between going up and losing lift and going down and crashing, that you could maintain a certain altitude.
Equilibrium.
Yeah, equilibrium is a great word for it.
Yes, and now, and thank you, and I agree. And now we can look at the math. Okay, the Globers didn't like my math, by the way. They didn't like it at all. But let me give it to you. Let me see if you agree. If a commercial plane is flying 500 miles an hour, okay, divided by 60, that's 8.33 miles a minute. Are we okay so far?
Yeah, I'll believe you for that. Yeah, happy to.
Okay. Now, if be a globe, there's physical. I mean, we're not flying on the surface, but let's just say it's on the surface. It would be more curvature in the air, but let's just say, for the sake, we're flying on the surface, right around the surface. Okay.
Right.
At over 8.33 miles, there's a 46 feet drop.
Right.
Are you okay with that?
Yep.
So all I'm saying is to get around that curve, you have to continually curve around the curve, not fly flat, not get stirred by the air pressure, but to physically, for example, dip the throttle down, or the autopilot can do it. But to physically dip down every minute on the minute, 46 feet down. Yes.
Okay, so would you need to, if you reach that equilibrium, if you found the right amount of throttle that'd keep you going around it? Because one of the things about planes is when you throttle up, the plane will actually lift because it will increase the amount of airflow that's going over the wings, so you'll get lift. So could you reach? Could you do find an amount of throttle and altitude that would stay stable with a curve around a ball, provided that the atmosphere was also curving at the same rate?
Yes, you could, and you could, and you'd have to adjust down 46 feet every minute on the minute. If it's every minute you reorientated, you can do it every 2 minutes, which will be more down. You can do it less, which will be less down. But I'm just going to use a minute for the argument.
Okay, so
It's
if you could do
46
it
feet
less,
down every minute.
so if you could do it less and that was less down, could you be constantly doing it and it was virtually no down?
Yes, and this is the example of the roundabout. You're constantly pay attention, turning right. You're steering your wheel right or left, and getting around that curve. And you can do it in the plane, but guess what? We don't see that. The pilots don't stir constantly to the. In this case, now
the autopilot can do it. You've already said that 2 minutes ago. Why are you saying now they can't do it?
What?
You said 2 minutes ago, or the autopilot can do it, and now you're saying they can't do it. We never see them do it.
We never see a autopilot or a pilot, especially a pilot, turn the plane down.
How often? It's
Hang on.
just you, it's not we. And how often have you been in the pilot, next to the pilot, as he's using the autopilot to go around Earth? How long have
the
you've
plane?
never been there? You don't know anything about it.
They don't adjust to the curve. And this is good because the other guy, Plums, said that the air pressure does it. So that's just great. So now you can't tell again.
So, but what I wanted to ask is, how would you tell? Let's say the pilots were doing this. Let's say that between the equilibrium of the plane naturally just finding that point in the atmosphere, between the air pressure, and between just like if I point my nose directly at the horizon, I'll just keep going there. What would it feel like as a passenger?
Yes, Seychelles. We've done this different topics. I'm not gonna make fun of you. I'm being really honest.
No,
Yes,
we're good. We've got a good rapport.
There's an equilibrium to where you're gonna that sweet spot where you need to fly, right? However, doing so, you have to continually be dipping the nose down, continually be reorientating. Otherwise, you would go flat. And let's say if you're in a hula hoop, to stay with that area, that open space in the hula hoop, you have to continually dip the plane down. Math-wise, 46 feet every minute on the minute. But we don't see that. We don't see any adjustment for curvature. And
the question I'm asking is, what would, let's say you're on a commercial flight it's flying a long distance and it was adjusting, what would that feel like? How would you know it was
Well,
adjusting so that you know
the
it's not?
passenger wouldn't tell, honestly. A
Okay.
passenger wouldn't tell. Hang on, passenger wouldn't tell until you got into like a Concorde jet and it flew so fast that you started lifting up out of your seat and towards the ceiling. That would mean that they're curving around the sphere, but that also doesn't happen. But
Well,
to answer
actually,
the
it does
question,
happen.
the pilot
What
would have
what
to
about if we
hang on. The pilot would have to do some kind of control, whether autopilot or the pilot, to
Yes.
be dipping down this.
Yes,
You could say
they
throttle
do.
forward.
As I already
You could
told
say
you, they
throttle
do.
forward, but they don't do it.
They do it,
hold
and
on,
you've never been there to check.
hold on though.
Yeah,
How many?
that's what I want to check if that's a possibility. Go
How
on,
long?
Esther.
How long would it take? How if we shot Dawn from a rocket on a tricycle? How long would it take? How long would it take for him to achieve the
speed of
correct
sound.
velocity to become into some kind of a locking mechanism?
I'm
with the
offended
Earth?
already. You use a rocket and not me.
Why is there a
It
tricycle?
would
You were
depend on
shot
how
out
big
of a
the
rocket on a
tricycle is, right,
tricycle.
John? How
Why
big
is there a
the tricycle, right?
tricycle?
To answer
Yeah.
eggshells, there should be some kind of controls
How
happening.
big are the wheels?
We'd have to confirm that these are controls happening to tilt the plane, to orientate the plane around the sphere. That's all.
So when
You
you're
wouldn't
saying we
actually
need
feel
to
it
confirm that's
unless
happening,
you were flying probably much faster.
so when you're saying we need to confirm that's happening, could I clarify or challenge you to say it's possible it is happening, it's just you haven't confirmed whether it is happening or not?
Well, I'll be honest with you, you'd probably either have to be a pilot or have to be in a cockpit to see if the controls were tilting
Sure.
down. I don't know.
Yeah, my dad's a pilot. Well,
I'm not
was a
a plane
pilot. He's
guy.
dead now.
I've never been in a cockpit. Who knows what's going on in there, But there would have to be some kind of control, and generally the argument doesn't get this far. Generally, they'll go up and say, "Oh, now it's air pressure. Gravity does it. Air pressure does it. It's the same way they fly around. This is all kinds of,
What? The reason is because you
And the
ask
problem is you don't listen, Kodrick.
wrong
That's the
every
problem.
time. That's why you get the wrong answer from most people.
So
Yeah, and you don't
because
listen, Kodrick. You don't listen to the answers.
the question I was asking, Godric, is it the case that could it be the case that it is happening, but we are not effectively we haven't tested
if
it
you
yet?
were flying, I'll give it to you. If you're flying in a plane, you would not know what's happening. Period.
So what about if I
It
had
could be
sat in the
happening and you
cockpit?
wouldn't know. It could be happening and you wouldn't know. If you had autopilot could be doing it and you wouldn't know.
Okay. So if it could be happening, I wouldn't know.
But a good thing to do is to
How
check
would
with
they
the
not
pilot.
know if they're using the autopilot and they're a pilot that believes in the globe? How would they not know? What are you
The
talking
pilot
about?
would know. The pilot should know what the autopilot is doing.
Oh, yeah, correct
Like
yourself,
passenger,
please.
eggshells, would you feel it? No, a passenger, you wouldn't feel it unless you were flying
Yeah.
so
So
fast.
why are you talking about pilots not knowing
heading
if you
towards
meant passengers?
Heading toward what eggshells brought a passenger. You wouldn't feel it.
Yeah, but this is just another point how you're saying the wrong thing. So obviously you're going to get some wrong answers if you're saying wrong things.
Eggshells, did I answer your question?
Close. So it sounds like what you're saying is I would need to be in the cockpit to tell whether they were or they not. So it sounds like to me you would need to accept that maybe they are correcting for this curvature, but you haven't been able to determine that.
That's all. That's my whole point. They would have to correct. Hey, you said it. Hey, Glovers, pay attention. He said it. You'd have to correct.
Yeah. If your point is now we'd have to correct, then everything you just said is meaningless. And all the time you said they don't correct.
I want to be clear. He
It's
said
a lie.
it. He said it. You have to correct for the curvature. That's all I'm
Yes,
saying.
and you know that the reason, the way they do it, and the way that they do it is by maintaining an altitude.
Hey, genius. To maintain an altitude through flight, you have to, if it was a sphere, you have to curve around that sphere.
Yeah, but still maintaining the same altitude and the same orientation.
Maintain altitude. No, different orientation. Orientation
Nope.
would stay the same if you weren't moving.
Nope,
Once you
you
move
already
from A to
agreed.
B,
You already agreed with me that if I take an airplane that's orientation while flying level is horizontal, it'll stay horizontal all the way around the Earth.
You don't know what orientation means, Godric, at this point.
I'm still wanting to know, is it possible to compare two mechanical gyroscopes to each other at a distance, rigid in space, in our atmosphere?
If you were
Say it's
flying
not
from
easy.
A to B around the sphere, the orientation would have to change. In this case, every minute, 46 feet down.
Yeah, but can you compare? Is there a way that anyone can think of to compare two mechanical gyroscopes from starting off at the same original point, and one of those gyroscopes leaving at the same
Yeah,
altitude?
fix a
And
camera
how
to it.
can you compare? Eh?
Fix a camera to it. So set it on a platform or some sort of like base that's fixed, and fix a camera to it so that the camera is stuck in the same orientation as the gyro's original position, and then go somewhere with it. Easy to
And
do.
that camera has to compare to the other gyroscope somehow.
Right, yeah, but I mean, that just link it up with the internet. Satellite internet will work. If you're on a ship,
Yeah,
you just use Starlink or something like that. I think it'd be piss easy to do.
I'm saying mechanically. So you'd need to have a device which is either a straight line, something that is straight as possible and level. It has to be, both of them have to be level. And if those two lines are not on the same plane, then you can say, okay, it's gone around a curve. And both of those, and if both of those two gyroscopes are level with the Earth in their two different respective spots, but those two lines, whichever device you choose, whichever is the most powerful that you could probably do to get the distance and to show the curve, then those two lines will be crossing each other rather than pointing directly at each other. And then you can say, yep, it's a curve. But if those two lines are, on the same plane and hitting each other, then it's not a curve, right? But I'm just trying to think of what device you could attach to these, these drones with mechanical gyroscopes. They don't have to be a drone. It could be something else, an airplane, could be anything. As long as you can get these two drones up in the air at a far enough distance and the same altitude, so that would show the curve, then these two
Just get a
devices.
ship's gyro, couldn't you? Couldn't you just put a gyro on a ship? And
Yeah,
then
but
wait till it gets
how
to
can
near
you
its
compare
port?
mechanically? You need to compare mechanically. You can't rely on GPS or anything. You need to use either some type of a frequency to establish a straight line, like a laser or some type of an energy beam.
I haven't understood you.
It'd be cool if there was such a thing as a ginormous laser that could go 100 kilometers in a straight line. Then something like that would be easy to do. But we don't have anything powerful enough to compare these two mechanical gyros so
Also,
far.
we don't have a laser. We don't have a laser that doesn't that isn't affected by refraction.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm just trying to think of what I could attach to these two flying gyros that would be able to test this horizontal line in comparison with the two gyros, which are supposed to be at the same altitude and same level plane.
I would say nothing.
Not even a radio wave, some type of a high frequency.
Those are also affected by refraction.
But like, what if you did it at the minimum amount to show curve? Like, what's the minimum? Like 10 miles or something like that?
Well, if it's
10 miles is pretty much what
squared.
you're looking at. If it's 10 miles, you're looking at only 5 miles for each device because you're meeting halfway, right?
I mean, it's a circle. You can work it out, but I mean, the point about a circle is it's got infinite points along it. So when you say what's the minimum, it's just what error bars do you have, what device are you using, and what error bars you have. Because if error bars are zero, you could stand two people next to one another.
I guess you could say, like, if these two drones holding these two devices had some type of laser, you'd only have to be at the minimum amount where it would show like half a degree or quarter of a degree or even 1/16th of a degree difference, and they will not meet each other, and that difference over that distance will be quite noticeable, even if it's a really small angle.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the way
This
globe works.
this sounds like what I proposed a little while ago, a little bit different, admittedly, but remember how I was talking about two gyros next to each other, one like horizon indicator gyros, one of them with the pendulous vanes removed, and then taking a trip and seeing that discrepancy over, you know, however many kilometers. Do you remember me talking about that? Anybody?
Say again. A gyro compass with the pendulous vanes removed. Is that the gist?
No, not gyro compass. No. Horizon indicators from an aeroplane. Right. Right. So and they have pendulous vanes on them, so that they always have the horizon. Right. And that's basically to correct for the curvature of the Earth, the vanes. Right. So I was proposing getting two of them, removing the pendulous vanes from one of, and taking a flight from sea level to sea level or whatever the situation, even a drive, but say going the same out point B over. I was going to say, you know, drive from bloody Adelaide to bloody Darwin or something. So you've got a long distance, because there'd be about 15, 16 degrees of curvature over that distance, and you'd have one gyro that would be perfectly level still because it had the, and you'd have the other one, if ball, 15 or 16 degrees fucking out of whack, right? And if it was a plane, they'd both be exactly the same.
Is there a device which you could have in two gyros in drones, right? And even if in your local park you could test it out, is there like some type of a computerized digital device that can calculate you know, the difference between these two, whether or not they're on the same angle or not, on the same plane at least? Is there something that can, you know, be transmitted between these two drones, or even transmitted back to a base where they could be compared?
How would you verify that though? Even if there was something that could say that, yep, these two drones are on a level plane, how would you then verify that they are indeed on a?
Well, you do the extreme test. Of course, it has to be tested. So you test it in a park, and you do the extreme, like one drone going 90 degrees and the other drone just going, you know, horizontal flat, and you can see that this device somehow is working and showing and proving, you know, and then you take it to the extreme, and you take one drone and you go 10 miles away and see if it has any tilt or not in comparison. But I don't know of this technology, and maybe it is out there.
What would tilt though? So if you've got a gyro in a drone, you send a horizontal line because gyro's in space. So that's going to go out and do a horizontal line. Are you thinking that it's going to curve with the Earth without pendulous vanes?
Nah, well, without pendulous vanes, it should just stay
dead flat.
It should be, yeah,
right?
Because
but then you've got an issue with air pressure drone, right? Because if it does stay dead flat, it's going, and we're on a curve, it's gaining altitude as it goes. So you would have to somehow be correcting for speed of your drone as it was increasing altitude. So it's a little bit trickier than I think it's being thought of.
Is that pendulous vanes measuring drift?
Well, no. Supposedly, no. Supposedly, it's measuring like gravity. So obviously, on a sphere, every point of gravity. So the pendulous vanes are just basically a plumb bob that hangs underneath and corrects the gyro so it maintains that level. Right now, the argument for Wolfie 6020 is that they're put in to correct for the curvature of the Earth. As you fly slowly over the ball, they will correct your horizon, right? But they actually, when you research it, they were invented because of evasive maneuvers or acrobatics or into a storm. All of a sudden, your gyro would get fucked up, and these were designed to make sure it then returned back to its. position based on gravity, right? So whether it's
Yes, I've
flat
heard
or whether
this.
it's curved, they would function for that purpose perfect.
Right, yeah, I've heard this. There's like gyros have an axis and usually a limitation. Usually they're not like the ones you get in kids stores that have two axes that can move 360 degrees in both directions. So however many degrees that is, thousands. But there's a limit at a point at which it stops and it just won't read anymore, and then it needs to be able to get level again to start.
Yeah, not
getting
even that. Eggshells. There is that, but then like if you move the plane really fast, like have to go into a dive or bank left or right, those forces actually fuck with the gyro. Like the extra friction on the bearings, the load that fucks with the gyro. So the pendulous vanes are there to then re-establish proper horizon again level.
And I'm guessing they're just sort of dangly weight or something. That's what they sound like, pendulous.
Yeah. So it's a pendulum that hangs underneath like a little pendulum, but the way when it swings left and right and forward and back, it opens and closes little vents that that govern the airflow that drives the actual gyro. It's pretty complicated. I mean, it's pretty basic, sorry, but it's very sophisticated the way it's built. There's a video by Wolfie20. I suggest if you're interested, go and watch it because he pulls one down and opens it up and then even starts it up while it's open and shows you all how it works. It's brilliant.
So it just adjusts. It's a mechanical memory, isn't it?
No, it's physically changed direction with little vent like valves that open and close airflow because these things are driven by a vacuum, right? Vacuum lines put on them, and there's a little fan, like a little driving fan, and the vacuum actually spins the fan, which spools up the gyro. And then there's 4 little gates, and as the pendulum swings around, it opens and closes different gates to correct it based on level. It's amazing. Wolfie 6020. I think it's an attitude indicator, or he might call it horizon indicator in his video. But he opens it up in his lounge room and spools it up, and then forgets how loud it is, and he's asleep. So he's like, shit, back there. And that's what gave me the idea, because I thought, shit, you can open these up really easily. How about we just disconnect the pendulous vanes, one of them, and have 2 of them, and take them for a flight over some decent curvature. Lo and behold, one should stay level and one should follow the Earth curve, theoretically.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think physical stuff like that would be a big step forward for a lot of FE.
It's so easy though, isn't it? I mean, you just buy 2 gyros, you disable one of the pendulous vanes, and you fucking book a flight. Like, I send a message to Wolfie, I said, do this. This would be definitive to me. And like, no.
Well, I mean, understandably, I mean, you're not going to find an end of flat earthers who claim, who ask you to do something and claim it will persuade them, and it doesn't. I don't.
Yeah,
think
I mean, for me, in my mind, this would be if they were 16 degrees out from each other, I'd go, well, fuck. What else explains that?
So basically, what you're saying is pendulous vanes represent the globe, and without pendulous vanes, and you get the result that you were just talking about, it means flat.
It didn't quite sound like what he was saying to me.
Yeah, because pendulous vanes rely on the curve of the Earth at the end of the day.
No. They rely on down.
They rely on a down.
Down being down.
So how are you going to compare these 2 drones again?
They're not drones. They're gyroscopes. Let's just say we mounted both of these gyroscopes in a metal frame, like a suitcase, and then we boarded an aeroplane. And then we mounted this suitcase to box or whatever it's called, like firmly on the floor, not just strapped it in a seatbelt, but like mounted it securely in the plane, right? And then spooled both of them up, marked off our altitude above sea level, right? And then let the plane go for its flight. And then wherever it gets to, hopefully it's a number of kilometers away, like 1,000 or 2,000, that would be ideal. we would see, like wherever the plane lands, hopefully it's close to the same altitude, but we can adjust for that. We would see a difference because one of those gyros would have corrected for the curvature if it was there. Because on a sphere, down changes. Every meter you fly, down is changing, right? So one of the gyros would be correcting for that due to the pendulous vanes. The other gyro would spool up at the level it was at the takeoff point, and it would maintain that level. Obviously, at lift off, it would go right out of whack, lifting off. Then the plane would level out in flight, and then it would land. When it lands, that gyro is either going to still be level again because we're on a flat plane, or it's going to be out of whack by 15 or 16 degrees, depending on, the flight journey. Whereas the one with the pendulous vanes will be level whether it's curved or flat.
Yeah, so it's exactly what I said. The pendulous vanes represent the globe because they follow the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
if you're gonna say out of the two gyros, which one represents the globe? Yes, sorry, but the
That's
one
what
that
I'm
will
saying.
represent, but the one that will represent how much the globe is curving is the one without the pendulous vane, because that'll be the one that shows the discrepancy, because it would still be at the level it was back when the plane started, as opposed to the level it should be where the plane is on the globe when it lands.
Yeah, it's kind of like your starting point. Your if you're talking about surveying, you've got your datum. That's what it is. It's your reference, and the pendulous.
Your tangent point. In actuality, that would be your tangent.
Mm. Yeah, as long as you can work it out. You didn't have to land on the same level, but you could do the maths. But how far would you have to fly? I don't think you'd have to go 2,000 miles. You just go the minimum.
What's the minimum?
Well,
1 degree.
No. When I thought about it and proposed it to Wolfie, I said go 2,000 kilometers, because then you've got substantial degrees that there should be a discrepancy, and no one can say, oh, it was just bumps and wind and other forces that were applied. Like, let's just say you travel 2,000 k's and it only fucking moved 12 degrees. I would still go fucking. That's basically enough.
What they'll say is, oh, you didn't have the pendulous vanes on that one, and you went through some turbulence, and it put the gyroscope out.
No, well, see, that's the thing. If the plane, but if the plane did go through like a drop or some massive turbulence, you'd have to do it again. You do. You want a nice smooth flight.
Yeah, you want to like what you're saying. Otherwise, essentially, Basil, is if you get noise in your experiment, it might make your experiment less valid. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's why I agree totally. You need to do it at a really good, decent distance so you could have a massive angle change.
Yeah, well, just 2,000 kilometers, man. Like, I could put this box in my car, drive from Adelaide to Darwin, and I could do that like in a day. And that, well, maybe not a day, but I could do it like in a pretty straightforward trip, 4 hours or whatever. And why actually record this in my car? But
is that flat enough? I mean, could you do it from one side of Kansas to the other?
Oh, look, probably, yeah. I'm just thinking of where I am. You could do it anywhere you want.
Hello.
Hello.
Who lives in Kansas?
Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello.
Bonjour.
Very well. Yourself?
I'm good, man. Just woke up and I'm seeing all this shit about Russia. That's all everyone's talking about.
Excellent. Don't fall for the propaganda, people.
Yeah, and
What
I
do you
saw
mean?
How do you know what the propaganda is?
Yeah, what is the
anything on the TV? Anything on the television, champ?
No, I
anything
saw
on the TV
it
is wrong?
on my Twitter feed. I saw it on my Twitter feed.
And she said, we're never going to go to war with Russia. We're never going to go to war with Russia. So why are you sending 8,000 troops?
Who's we though?
It looks like they probably are going to go to war. I'm just curious about China. I'm trying to think. Vladimir Putin's not a dumb man. And I don't see myself, if I put myself in his shoes, I don't see myself playing swinging dicks with the USA and saying, we've got nuclear weapons, fucking come get us, bro.
Sure.
Unless
Russia started bombing places in Ukraine.
Unless I know what
Stereotypical
China's going to do. I feel like
Russia.
you've got to have okayed this with China. You've got to have established that China's going to say yes, okay, or no, we'll fuck you, or like which side we're going to flip. You're not just going to randomly like leave it to a coin toss and go to war, are you? Like, would you if you were Vladimir Putin?
No,
I
George
don't
was
know
so
what
coin
you
toss.
said. All I know is Russia have dropped bombs in the Ukraine.
Yeah,
So,
they already handed it over, bro. If you look at it, like Klaus Schwab and Soros, they took control of Ukraine and they're ready to hand that over, no problem.
Soros. What does George
And
Soros got
NATO ain't
to do with
and
it?
NATO ain't gonna do dick.
But what does Soros
All
got to
about
do
the
with it?
Nazi.
What did they give all them weapons to the Afghanistan?
What do the Jews got to do with this? This is a war between white people. Like why are you involving Jews?
Jews?
I'm
Who
fucking
said
white.
Jews?
Yeah, man just said George Soros. Was it
So?
Issa?
Does
Yeah,
George
so he's
Soros
saying,
represent all Jews?
well, that's a general idea. That's why people
Usually
bring
the
his name.
catchphrase.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just ignore that. If you know it's just a catchphrase, not true. You can
Yeah, but I
ignore
know
that, can't you?
exactly what Issa means when he references George Soros.
What
Well,
about it?
he's
What do
one
I
of
my
do?
the
question to
sides
Issa
that's fighting here, isn't he?
is
Definitely.
yeah, but I'm trying to ask Issa though, because he's the one that brought it up. Issa, like,
What?
what do the
No
Jews got
worries.
to do with it?
What is it?
What the Jews got to do with Russia and Ukraine beefing?
Did I mention the Jews?
You mentioned George Soros. All right, what does George Soros got to do with Russia and Ukraine beefing?
Well, I think Hillary Clinton was her biggest donor was from Ukraine, and George Soros like owns Ukraine.
How does he own
So
Ukraine?
so in light of the political affairs of things, you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
And also Hillary Clinton gave over 17% of the U.S.'s uranium to Russia. So it's interesting that these geopolitical moves are being made. But why did you think that it's about the Jews? What are you anti-Semitic?
I'm not. I love Jewish people. I have a kid with a Jewish lady. I just thought you mentioning George Soros was a reference to Jews and whatnot. I was wrong, and I apologize.
Well, why would you make that connection?
Because when most people reference George Soros, they're trying to say the Jews are involved. That's
Why do they bring that up?
common on the internet.
Why do they?
You know,
Okay, hold on, let's walk it out. Why do they bring it up?
because a lot of people like to blame a lot of geopolitical and world issues on Jews.
No, but who is George Soros in relationship to that argument?
In relationship to which argument exactly now?
Well,
The involvement of Jews?
how is bringing up George Soros bringing up Jewish people?
Like I said, that's what most people tend to do when they.
I get it. Why do most people think that? Could you tell me the historical narrative as to why people think that?
Well, if you look at QAnon and whatnot, and you follow that stuff, it's pretty self-explanatory. But I can go into it for you.
We're talking about why did people bring up the Jewish people when I bring up George Soros? Why did you bring that up?
I told you because George Soros is Jewish, and the idea is he's the one, promoting and at the head of this whole, Jewish takeover of the world assumption.
Okay. Why do people think that?
Because of QAnon, right? QAnon say that they have documents showing that George Soros is in cahoots with a lot of these people and this, that, and the third.
Documents?
I'm not sure. I don't really pay much attention to QAnon. I think it's a 4chan
why
troll
are you
thing.
bringing up Jewish people if you don't pay attention to the subject matter?
Because I tend to hear a lot of people do that. A lot of people I've talked to on Discord and on the internet and in Telegram chat groups say George Soros is an evil person, and because he's Jewish, all Jews are like him.
So because some people say that, you're going to project it on what my
Not
argument is?
some people, a lot of people say it. But like I said, I apologize for being wrong, Issa. You know, it's the assumption I made. It was an incorrect assumption, and I'm sorry, but I don't know why
Yeah,
you
I
kind of
reckon,
busted my
like,
balls
yeah,
over
what
it.
you're saying is really genuine, and I think it would actually be good to hear what the other guy was talking about, like the reality of money exchanging hands from, like, you know, Hillary Clinton, and, you know, like the reality of the situation rather than picking at, you know, each other's, you know, irrelevant statements. So he's already said he's, you know, misunderstood or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know.
and
Issa just wants
it's
to
all good.
bust my
It's all
balls
good,
about
brother.
it. It's a bit weird.
Issa.
And it's a bit weird that
Issa.
Issa doesn't know about the whole relation between George Soros and QAnon. You know, I think he's just
Well,
being
I'm not
a bit
sure that's the
silly.
case. So, Issa, was it that you were
I love
asking?
you, Eggshells. Eggshells, you're so cool, dude. You're just a cool motherfucker. This is why I like
We
Eggshells.
don't need a psychiatrist to
I
tell us
love
how it
that.
works.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah.
I
No,
don't
he and
know.
I get on well. I like the way he
Hey,
constructs thoughts. He speaks well.
All
He
right,
seems
so
funny. I like it.
so Issa, I just posted a link describing it in detail, but I'll read from the link. A cursory read of conservative and far-right media would have you believe that Soros and his funding is behind Antifa, Black Lives Matter, violent protests, illegal immigration, fraudulent voting schemes, and a myriad of other radical conspiracy theories. And of course, his detractors fume his funding of democratic causes and candidates in state and federal elections across the country.
All right, can I ask you one question? Is if so like if the CDC said that the vaccine was going to stop people from getting anything, and the people said that that's not true, and they were called conspiracy theorists, and then a couple months later it comes out the CDC says that actually the vax can't keep you from getting it, are the conspiracy theorists still conspiracy theorists?
No, I guess not.
Okay, I was just checking. So what's up, Eggshells?
Eggshells. Eggshells. What's the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist?
Drugs.
Yeah, but basically it's the whole anti-globalist agenda because everyone calls Soros a globalist, and apparently he's
Right,
also behind an
can I ask
international
you a question?
network. Hang on
Can I
though,
ask you
he's also behind an international network of
can I just ask you
pedophiles
one question?
and others who seek to defeat President Trump.
Okay, can I ask you a question about Soros, which I find really interesting?
Yeah, so
Okay, was he a Nazi?
he was not necessarily a Nazi, but he
What do you mean
was
not
a Jew.
necessarily a Nazi? What do you mean not necessarily? Did he wear the
Because
uniform or
he
not?
wasn't a member of the Nazi party, but he was a Jew who helped Nazis round up other Jews. He pretended to
Okay,
be
cool.
non-Jewish
Just
so
checking.
that he could survive. But he wasn't a Nazi. No, he's a Jew.
Who's this?
Right,
I
but he
just
helped
missed
round
that
up
bit. I
Jewish
missed like
people,
10
even though he was
seconds. Who's the
George
Jew?
got it.
Soros.
I got it.
George,
Soros helped,
yeah, Issa,
helped
I'm
Nazis
trying to.
round up other Jews.
Yeah, he pretended not to be a Jew so that he wouldn't be sent to the gas chambers.
Oh, and he helped them. Fuck. Okay, yeah,
Right.
Yeah, because he was trying to save himself.
That's right, dude.
Yeah, no, I get why somebody would do that, but that's still kind of like fuck.
It is fucked up. It is fucked up. Yeah, but he doesn't deny it. Like he's ashamed of it, you know. But he had to
Right,
do what
just
he had
like
to do
just
to
like
survive.
fucking Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden went to the fucking Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan's fucking thing, and made like these grandiose, great statements about him. Something Robert Byrd, I think was his name. Because the Democrats created the Ku Klux Klan, also, right? You know that, right?
Yeah, I know that the Democratic Party used to be the party that was pro-slavery. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's pretty
Yeah.
interesting. So what's going on in Ukraine maybe is like these people have, seeing as Hillary Clinton gave over 17% of our fucking uranium supply to the Russians, and they left all those weapons in Afghanistan, we could see how they just would roll over on Ukraine, really.
Do you think though some of these threats or power plays between powerful people are real?
Fuck yeah. Oh yeah. No. I get, and you know what? Here's the thing, Eggshells, is like my issue is that having read some of what their literature really wants to do, and dystopian fucking bullshit that they propose as like grandiose science is fucking terrifying. And so when you like, when you see that, and then they do it all in the name of good intention, and that's what really gets you, and that's what the problem is like, this. Now, granted, I don't know what's going on in Ukraine. I carry on with my day-to-day routine around where I am. It's like Palestine and Israel. I used to be interested in the subject. Great book, by the way, The Question of Palestine. Great book. But the point is like, I don't pay attention to things that are outside of my periphery, and I don't want to get suckered into some fucking TV mind control war that's fucking, a million miles from me.
Right. No, I'm down with that.
But I do observe the geopolitical, you know what I mean? Like, I read these people, and like when you read what they've written and you see what they've done and who they are, it's like,
I mean,
oh,
Issa,
fuck,
like, us being Americans, it's a bit hard to say that because, yeah, it's fucked up that our country, goes and causes all this instability in other parts of the world. But do you think we would have the standard of living and the liberties and freedoms we have if they didn't do that?
Well, I think of it like this. I think our government is the motherfucking shit. The problem is we got a bunch of vampires that are in the mix that are trying to fucking use
Okay.
it for their purposes, and that's where my point of contention is. Because I defend all things good about Americana. You know what I mean? The system, the justice system, the courts, all the shit, dude. And fucking my thing is that there's a bunch of these psychopaths that think that only because of good men doing nothing, they've come into power. And the thing is, and the beautiful thing is that like in the part of this time, what an interesting time we're living in. People are waking up to this and taking over and kicking these vampires out. And as that's happening, they're getting fucking terrified, and their only threats go back to war. This is why I find what's so interesting about like flat earthers claims that there's no, or not even flat earthers, but just the idea. I love the idea that there's no such thing as nuclear weapons. Like it's a myth. Like they've got you afraid of everything. And it's like, I don't know, man. That's how far down the rabbit hole I've gone with it. I don't know what they're doing, but outside of my day to day, you can't really do much except know your rights.
But do you think do you think it's possible that nuclear weapons do exist and these power players do fight one another?
Of course. But my thing is this: is that ultimately they use nuclear power to make steam, and we already know how to make steam. And if I can pretend that I split the atom and you're going to believe it, and I'm just making steam still, I don't know.
Right, but they use nuclear power to make steam far more efficiently than coal or petrol or gas or
I get it.
many of the other methods can.
Yep, I get it. I just, and I'm not saying that there's not reactions like chemical reactions that's going on. I mean, I really, it's interesting, man. My father actually had a gold seal in engineering, and he could run essentially a power plant if he wished. But and would have loved to have picked his brain on it, but I don't necessarily accept that there's like atomic weaponry as they propose it. Like for instance, like grass growing in Nagasaki and Hiroshima like a week after the fucking event. And I think those are interesting points that I just think are overlooked. Like Chernobyl, people still living in Chernobyl. I don't know what it is. I don't want to say out of like ignorance that like, oh, it doesn't exist. Like that's stupidity. But it's just, and I do believe that if they let off something, it would decimate. They know how to fucking decimate shit, dude. I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying I don't know if that what their premise is the splitting of the atom. I just don't know if I buy that.
Oh shit.
Because
I think it's a little bit more than just an idea that nuclear weapons don't exist. If you look at the information, I don't know if anyone's in here that's unfamiliar with some of the, videos we've been shown or film footage we've been shown that's supposed to be nuclear testing and stuff that just is bunk, like obviously bunk. Doesn't prove that nuclear weapons are fake, but whatever they were showing us doesn't make any sense. That's for sure. And nuclear power plants don't
make sense about them.
Oh, you'll have to just go through them, but also nuclear power. Well, hold on. Nuclear power plants existing doesn't prove nuclear weapons exist. That's also
right.
But it's also just this whole. I was listening to the discussion. I had to jump in because some of this, picking this apart, is something that ECB really good at. something that that's interesting about the whole situation here is if it's supposed to be about plutonium and stuff, and nuclear weapons don't exist, then how much of the story overall is real? You know, can we just throw it all out, or how much of it do we throw out after that, if that fact is the case?
My issue is just that their tactics are all revolve around fear and limitation of movement, and this is what their goal is in their paper. You know, this is why they're bringing in the metaverse. This is why they're making sure everybody has connection to the internet. This is why they're bringing in crypto. They're moving everything because you can't go to fucking Mars. They're going to give it to you in the metaverse, and people are just going to accept it and talk about
What
I
makes
I don't
you
know about
trust?
that, man,
talk
because
about
they're
how
giving to us in
flaring
real life and people are already accepting it.
Issa,
Right.
when do you trust
They're going to
people?
go into the
Like,
Oculus Rift universe. They're going to put on their meta glasses. They're going to go into fucking whatever, and they're going to swear to you online that the Mars rover exists because of this space program that I'm on the metaverse.
yeah, Issa, how do you trust people? Like, what do you use as a reference point for trust? Like, if someone says the Earth is flat and someone says it's not flat, why do you trust?
Issa don't trust nobody.
Well, it's not about
No,
that. It's
Issa
about, you know
trusts
what I trust?
people.
You know what it is, man? I trust the good Lord, dude. I trust God to provide me with the
I
necessary
thought.
evidence to
Wait,
make my
which God?
fucking
The
decision
Christian God?
about somebody. What's up?
Don't be dumb,
You
Nate.
trust the Christian God?
Wait, come again?
You
It's all
trust
the
the
same
Christian
God, man.
God? Hang on, percentage. I'm trying to talk to Issa. You trust the Christian God?
Do I trust the Christian God? I trust the God. Like,
The
you know, I
God.
believe that there's one God. I believe that there, you know, I have much respect for the Jewish tradition, the Christian tradition, and the Muslim tradition. That would be my line of faith. Yeah, the one God.
All
Yeah.
right. Judaic, Christian, Islamic God. All right. So
Yeah.
he gives you the guiding light that gives you discernment to decide, you know,
Well, I
the
think
earth is flat.
to the profane, they might refer to it as the guiding light, some kind of whatever. But I think of it as, like, you know, in the idea that it gives you, like, you know, intuition. You know, you can trust your gut kind of thing. You know, now granted,
Okay.
like when it comes to like
Basically
space and
what I'm trying to understand is, Issa, why you trust that what you say is true, you know? Because
why do I hold on? Why
who
do I
told
trust?
you the metaverse was used to take us to Mars because you're not really going to take us to Mars? Did someone tell you that? Is that an idea you came to by yourself?
I mean, it's been an idea that's kind of floated around, but I feel as though it's, you know, it makes a lot of sense to me because, like,
Okay.
I see how the crypto world's going, and I see how the Oculus Rift is everywhere, and I see how, you know, they're kind of priming us for it. Are you familiar with what's his name, Ray Kurzweil, at all?
No idea who that is.
Okay, Ray Kurzweil. He's like the guy. He makes like Kurzweil pianos. He's like one of the first people that helped create the. I think he worked for MIT. He's like one of the founding scientists to this like technological revolution. He created this idea of like how that you could download your personality to a hard drive and then have basically a clone and download your personality to that clone, and this would therefore be life extension. Are you not familiar with any of these ideas?
Yeah, this is the
I'm
Ray
I'm
Kurzweil. Yeah,
familiar
he's the
with
father of futurism.
that idea. Like I saw that
Right.
idea in that show on Netflix, Black Mirror, where before people died, they would upload their consciousness to a cloud. I don't know if you've seen that episode, San Junipero. You should check it out. It's exactly
No,
what
but
what you're
I mean,
talking
but here's
about
the
right
thing:
now.
is that instead of like watching television about these things, I read what these people have said, and I've been on this shit because they made these videos in like 2009. You know what I mean? So like the thing is that they've been well versed and they've explained what their plan is as far as entering into this digital world, and they're in the midst of
Yeah,
creating.
I don't disagree with you, but it's the connotations or like the take you have on it. According to you, this is
Well,
all
how about
part of
this?
some
Did
sort of plan.
Facebook just call itself Meta?
No, I totally agree with you that the metaverse and whatnot, and the Oculus Rifts and virtual reality, and uploading your consciousness to a cloud. These things are gonna happen, but
Is
according
that
to you,
acceptable?
it's bad. It's part of a evil plan. But according to
Is
most
that what
people,
you
it's
think?
beneficial.
Hold on. Are you saying it's an evil plan?
It sounds like that's what you're saying, Issa,
Well, I'm asking
and
you.
that's what I'm. I don't think it's an evil plan. No. Do you think it's an evil plan?
Why? Okay, I'll do it. So why do you? Okay, why do you think it's a good plan?
I think it's a pretty cool idea if I was able to upload my consciousness to a cloud before I die. I don't see that as being
Right.
bad.
Okay. Is it possible though?
Is what possible?
Downloading your consciousness.
I don't know if it's possible today. I've never seen anyone do it yet, but I'm sure in the future it could be. It could be. I don't know.
Hold on. You're sure in the future that it'll be a possibility?
Yes, it'll be I'm sure it'll be. I'm sure today it's a possibility. I just don't know if anyone's done it yet.
I think it is. I think it is an
What's a
impossibility.
possibility to upload your consciousness?
Is it
I think it is
possible?
an impossibility. Because part of my consciousness is the fact that I've got really shitty skin and I'm itchy constantly. Is that the bit that I'm going to upload? Will I still have skin, or will I just be an uploaded thing that has imaginary skin that's itchy?
Well, who are you to make
It
that?
doesn't make
Who are
sense.
you to know
I don't
what-
think it'll be possible for men to do that at all.
And who are you? How
For
about this?
men, but
Exo?
women can.
Hey, Exo. How about this? Who are we to decide what we can or cannot leave? Like what is necessary, what isn't necessary? And are we going to make those limited judgment calls with our lack of understanding on a new technology?
Yeah, but I think
I
we
just think
we
the idea of
we're
uploading
straying off
consciousness is basically heaven for atheists, and I think it is
Yeah, it
similarly
would be
fraught
something
with
like that.
logical inconsistencies. I think that
Yeah.
the same inconsistencies that exist with, like the same, not even inconsistencies, like irrelevancies that exist with the concept of heaven existing would exist with the idea of you can upload your consciousness. Like, and I
Fair
don't
enough.
mean to be taking the piss out of it, but like,
No,
if
you're
I'm
right.
itchy and I have bad bowels, that affects my personality. It means I'm constantly mindful of how far I am from a toilet. Is that part of my personality such that it is uploaded to the cloud or it exists in heaven? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but
Right.
I think we're straying away from what I'm trying to get out of Issa here. Issa, what I want to know is, do you think these things are bad? This is part of a big bad plot, or is it a good thing that in the future we could have these sort of technologies like the metaverse, Oculus Rift and whatnot?
I'm playing
Well,
Rift at the
honestly,
moment.
I look at it like, why would, let's say, like, okay, so let's say I upload my whatever. Am I now reliant upon the electrical grid?
You're kind of reliant on the electrical grid right now. Like if the power goes out, how are you going to get on Discord?
I tell you what, I'll guarantee you right now that for right now, I'm not reliant on the electrical grid, my brother. But my point is that I'm just saying, if I were to upload my
Where
consciousness,
do you live, Issa? Do you live in the woods? You're
pretty much,
you're in Manhattan,
pretty
bro.
fucking much, dude. Like all I'm gonna say is this: just look.
Don't lie. You're on the fucking island. You in Manhattan, aren't you?
Bro, I'm not gonna get into where I am on the beautiful earth right now. But I
Yeah,
will
but
say
you're
this.
not in the woods, Issa. You're somewhere
My
where
brother,
there's
look,
good,
I'm all over. Yo, bro,
internet
I'm everywhere.
reception, so you
I'm
can be
everywhere.
on Discord.
I'm everywhere.
Come
I'm
on, man.
anywhere I want to be, my dude. All I'm saying is
Yeah,
this.
cool.
Let me say it like this: is that like if I upload my consciousness, am I now reliant on the fucking electrical power grid, dude? And is that a good thing?
I don't know. That would be a good question. If the
If it were
power
possible.
grid goes out, does my consciousness that's uploaded to the cloud disappear, or does the cloud still exist regardless of there being power? I don't know. It's a good question.
Technically, it would exist in the cloud servers, the servers of whatever is kind of providing that cloud space. Even though they're offline, it would still, the data, in terms of like the 0 and 1s, the bits would still exist in that servers like hard drives. And then
You could say
you'd basically
that
be
the grid is
in a
your data.
cryogenic state. Sorry, go ahead.
It's your data.
Yeah, and then once
Don't make
those
that
servers are brought back to life, once power resumes, then you'd be alive again. But you would be dead temporarily when the power's gone.
Yeah, but that's to say the power can even come back on. I thought the sun's
Yep.
going to explode. Hey, yo, hold on. Isn't the sun going to explode in 3,000 years, dude?
Why 3,000 years?
3,000 years
Why?
seems a little soon, but yeah.
The sun,
Yeah.
the sun is
Why?
meant to explode in like 1 billion years or something. It's quite
Right,
a
so in a
while.
billion years, you're fucked.
Oh yeah,
But
I mean, that's
we're
the
not
Oh,
going
standard
to
yeah,
amount
be
of
fuck
here
years
in
of
a billion
existence.
years. Yeah, but Issa, we're definitely not going to be in a billion years. And if we are here, we're not going to be what we are now. You know, we're going to be so different.
You don't know that.
I have the biggest dick.
We don't
See,
know,
at the
bro.
moment, I don't have any dick, but you can bet yourself a million years I'm gonna have a big.
I don't think it's possible to upload your consciousness, because your consciousness is your brain, not just your brain, your entire like nervous system, and your nervous system, like is every part of your body.
I've never heard anyone define consciousness like that, percentage. This is a very new definition.
Yeah, your consciousness, they say, exists in your brain, right?
We don't know that. Your consciousness could exist outside of your body. Like we
Then how are you gonna
don't
upload
know.
it?
It's in your brain.
I don't
Let's be
know.
real.
I don't know.
Come on, let's stack up the probabilities. What does it mean to be unconscious, and how does it happen?
What do you mean?
All right, so someone in a coma
Well,
is unconscious, right?
Yeah, they don't have
when
brain
you get,
activity.
But their
yeah,
nervous system is
exactly.
still working.
Exactly.
But
You
they
bang
don't have
them on the
brain
head. You
activity,
bang them
right?
on the leg.
And the
They
brain,
do have
when they
brain
say
activity.
activity,
They're dreaming.
Slap them on
I'm
the
just
when they
ass.
say
They're
brain
fine.
activity, they don't just say only your brain, like your cortex or
tweak
something like
their
that, your
nipples.
cerebrum.
They're fine.
They talk about
Yeah,
your
but I mean,
entire
I've
nervous
had a
activity
friend
of the
in
body.
coma, and we saw their hands move, and they would react to stuff. But they're in a coma.
Right, okay.
It's like,
But why were they in a
yeah.
coma? Were they in a
different types of
coma
nerves,
because
man.
there was damage to their knee? Is that what sent them into a
No,
coma? Their knee?
no, they
What
got
was
sent
it?
into
There
a
was
coma
one
because of
thing that
his.
sent them
I'm
into a
trying to tell
coma,
you.
and it was damage to their brain.
What part?
No, it wasn't damage to their brain. They fell into a coma because of an issue they had with their lungs. They developed some sort of fungal virus in their lungs, and they had to have a blood transfusion, and it went all wrong, and they fell and slipped into a coma.
I mean, I feel like you're splitting hairs there. There is only one reason you fall unconscious, and it is because your brain stops working. If it's your lungs, sure, but it is because your lungs denied oxygen to your brain. You can deny oxygen to your finger, and you stay conscious. You can deny oxygen to your foot or your liver, and different things happen. But there is one thing that causes a lack of consciousness, and it's damage to the brain.
Yeah, but where's the spinal cord? It all connects to the brain. So yeah, the brain is the organ that's getting directly the oxygen. But the nerve endings go from your brain to your spinal cord to every single part of your body. So you're the one splitting hairs.
And it might be distributed somewhat across the body, but I think we would accept that the vast majority of what we would describe as a soul probably resides in the brain. The bit that does, I agree, reach all the way to my fingertips is a part of it, but it's not like if you chopped off my finger, you'd be like, what happened to Harry? Like, I'd still be here tomorrow, basically behaving the same way, probably just complaining about how I lost my finger.
And that gets to my concept.
What
even
about
more.
when someone falls into a coma due to diabetes? Like, how does that affect the brain?
Hold on. Here's a good way to nip this in the bud.
Lack of blood to the brain, isn't it?
Yeah,
Isn't diabetes to do with sugar levels, glucose?
Yeah, but I thought it related to blood to the brain. Like, there's only one way to make
I don't
somebody
know.
unconscious, and it's do something to their brain, as far as I know. If I'm proven wrong on that, I'll be proven wrong. But I don't know what happens with diabetes. But at least my mate was diabetic, didn't manage his blood sugar levels, and as a result, lost oxygen to the brain. You know what he is? Retarded. Like, stuck in a wheelchair, can't speak, doesn't make sense anymore. I take him and watch movies, and he dribbles on himself, and I clean it up for him. And I have to take him to the bathroom afterwards.
Sorry to hear that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm not. I mean, for sympathy for him, he didn't look after his blood sugar levels. It's just the way things are now. But it's damage to the brain that does that. Damage to his leg won't do that.
Okay. All right. I'm no doctor, so it's hard for me to argue against this. I just didn't know it was only damage to the brain.
It's not just that. It's
what
like,
else?
it's caused by it's diabetic ketoacidosis. Basically, it's a metabolic acidosis due to the issue with insulin. and then that puts them in a state basically where, you know, because of they have this huge amount of glucose, like they're hyperglycemic, and they have all these, you know, ketones in their blood. It puts them in kind of this position where they basically, like, there's an overload and their body just basically shuts down.
Right, that could well be the case. I don't know the scientific words behind it, but his dad is a heart surgeon, and he said that he spent 20 minutes without oxygen. And his statement is, as a heart surgeon, is the problem is his brain did 20 minutes without oxygen. Do you think that it would change my personality significantly, or to the point that I dribbled and was incapable of making sentences, if my let's say my stomach did without oxygen for 20 minutes? Or my foot, or my elbow, or my ear. There's like one organ that can't handle that.
Okay, how about we just cut, like, your head off, and then see how well you cope?
What do you mean? Is
Well,
that going
let's
to
say
prove your point or prove mine? That my
no.
that the
Let's
brain
say
needs
let's
all
say
of
we
the
hooked you up.
sustenance?
Let's say we hooked you up to, you know, like, you know, a machine that's breathing for you and pumping blood for you, right?
Mhm.
But you just have a head.
Breathing, pumping blood, feeding me electrical
Just
stimuli.
it's feeding
and I think it
feeding
will
your
continue
brain
to thrive.
oxygenated blood. That's it. Okay? You gonna be good? You don't think your personality is gonna change? Your consciousness isn't gonna change?
You're arguing the opposite of what I'm talking about. There's one thing that will stop it. There are other things that will change it. That's what I'm saying.
Stop what?
Sure, not having a body will change my personality, but not having a brain will stop me from being a person. My personality will change if I have an upset stomach. My personhood will cease
I don't
if I
think you
don't
can
have
say
a
that.
brain.
I don't think you
I
can
think
say
I
that
can.
unless you have an example of someone that is just literally a head, right? That an oxygenated blood is just provided, and you can say that they are not dribbling, like, you know, that they're functional people.
Okay, I don't agree with that. And if we're going to play the game where I choose the example that the other side gets to defend, I'm going to say you need to show me the example of somebody that is brain dead.
No, I'm not
but still
saying
has
that. I
personality.
agree with you. If you didn't have your brain, you'd be dead. But you're
Right.
saying the inverse. You're saying that all you need is the brain, and I'm
No,
saying
I'm
that's
not.
not the
No,
case.
I'm not. No, I'm not at all. I agree with you. My brain goes all the way to my fingertips, and my personality will change if I lose a finger, but it will change like I lost 0.25% of who I am. But if you did this, like if you got an axe and chopped off some mass of my finger, my personality would change by a fraction, tiny amount.
Mhm.
If you got an axe and chopped off a part of my brain, my personality would change significantly.
It depends on the part that you're talking about, but
No, all of it. Broca's zone, prefrontal cortex, any part of it, I will be either totally dead, the closer you get towards the reptilian brain and the brainstem, I'll be closer to totally dead, or I'll be like not able to speak anymore, or have severe behavioral issues, or need to be on a ventilator.
okay. So, what part of what I said do you think contradicts with what you're saying?
I don't think that what you said contradicts what I'm saying. I think what you said about what I said is ridiculous.
No, I agreed that the brain is like the root, and it goes to every part of your body. So if you cut off any part of your body, it's basically as if you're cutting off, you know, that's the nervous system, right? But you're making it seem like I'm saying that you can, you know, that the brain isn't the root, when I said it is the root. So you're agreeing with me, but in a way that is disagreeing with me.
Well, I think consciousness resides in the brain such that my brain can continue to function almost indistinguishably from how it did before if I lose a finger, in a way that losing part of the brain won't allow it to continue almost indistinguishably from before.
Okay, but that's because you're only limiting it to a small finger. Like, let's say we cut off, again, more than that. It's going to be affecting you more and more, because
But
your nervous
only in
system is your
relation to that
consciousness,
part.
right? Like, you can't just limit it to something small to prove your point when you have to talk about what you're talking about. You're saying the brain is the thing, right? So if we cut off the rest of your body, we shouldn't be limited that much, but we are going to be. Just like you
But
said,
I'm
it's
not saying.
proportionate.
I'm not. That's you're going. Hey, look! If I present this ridiculous scenario, isn't this scenario ridiculous? Yeah, I'm with you, man. It is. That's a ridiculous scenario. Who's defending it? Not me.
No, I'm agreeing with you. If you cut off a finger, your consciousness will be like mildly affected. If you cut off a hand, it'll be more affected. An arm more. If you're quadriplegic, it'll be more. You know, if you're fully paralyzed or you have basically no body, it's going to be more affected. It's all part of the same thing, which is your nervous system.
Right. Right.
If you
So
cut
do
off
you
your
think
head,
somebody
obviously, because
could
that's the root,
lose?
you're going to be done.
Do you think somebody could lose, let's say, of their body mass? Do you think they could lose, let's say, 2/3 of it? So they've like lost their hips, they're shitting in a bag, both their arms, both their legs. But when you talk to them, thankfully because they still had lungs and a capacity to do so, you were like, hey, that's still eggshells. He did fuck himself up in that motorcycle crash, but it's still eggshells.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think I could lose 2/3 of my brain and you'd go, that's still eggshells?
Again, you're saying what I'm saying. The brain is the root, so obviously it's going to, proportionally have more.
Right. That's all I'm saying.
Like we're agreeing, and you're taking it as a disagreement. I don't know why.
Because you started by saying, do you think somebody could lose their entire body and still be the same person? It didn't seem sensible.
Yeah, like if it's just a brain or just a head, without their torso, their heart, the lungs doing the work. If they're just a head with oxygenated blood, I don't think it's going to be a functioning person.
Yeah, I don't think it is either. I mean, it's like the difference between like you say a city state. Is a city state a nation? No, all of its little residing countryside around it are still part of the nation. But like if Athens falls, that's all of Greece. That's what I mean.
Okay, so if you agree that
not all
the head
of
in and
Greece,
of itself
but it is
alone
Greece in a way.
wouldn't be a conscious person, then but 2/3 1/3 left is, then where's the line?
Can I ask a
There's
question?
no line. It's a gradient.
Yeah, can Isa ask a question? Because it's just been you two talking. Go ahead, Isa.
Sure. I'll shut up.
Well, I always look at it like, I mean, especially even just as a legal concept, but in this concept too, it's like, when you die, is it your body that goes in the ground, or you know what I mean, or is it you?
That's a good question.
No, I think it's me. I don't think there's much difference between the two.
How about this? If I take a cell from your body and I put it in someone else's body, have I put you into somebody else?
Hold on, this is like shooting Dawn off the earth with a tricycle again. Hold on, dude.
Or how about this? If I take your heart, Isa, and I put it in Eggshell's heart, are you keeping Eggshells alive, or is he keeping you alive?
Well, I suppose if that would just be a heart transplant, dude.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I wouldn't
but
be,
like
I wouldn't be around to know.
But you die now, and your heart is in his body.
Well, okay,
Is he
hold
keeping
on.
you alive?
It's like, how long would Dawn
Both.
take to enter orbit if we sent him on a tricycle? How many pedals would it take? Tricycle?
Well, hold up. For Nate's answer,
Hold on,
I would say both. The first one literally, the second one metaphorically.
Of course. I just think so. Look, if this concept, this is why it's interesting with philosophy, and this is why it's interesting with law and religion, etc., is the idea that they having like an ecclesiastical system implies that we believe that you have a spirit, right, that goes on after death, and that it's your body that goes in the ground. And like Eggshells pointed out, the meta, everyone downloading their consciousness is the heaven for atheists. I couldn't have said it any better, dude. And it's like, I just think, how will they know what amount of quote unquote you to characteristically download? You know what I mean? And this gets back to our earlier question of like whether or not this is good or not. And all I'm proposing is like, I'm very hesitant and I have very many philosophical reservations to this concept. And I think that, like we were pointing out earlier, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Well, is it a bad thing if they impose it on everyone? Because I mean, let's say like they impose it on that. Like take like these PCR tests that everyone took. Like all your DNA went to China. FYI, anyone who took any one of those nose swab fucking things, your DNA got shipped off to China. Well done. Good job. Thank you for participating. What if they come down with mandates that you've got to download your personality and enter the fucking metaverse?
I think you get too scared about mandates.
I'm not.
Like,
I'm
I
not.
think the real
Dude,
thing
no,
to be
look,
scared by
my
is
forefathers told me,
voluntary.
very afraid of any man coming with mandates.
Oh, no, I do agree. It's a good idea to be scared of mandates, but what I think is you're too scared of them, where like the voluntary nature of what we've committed ourselves to is greater.
Well,
Like,
I'll ask you a question, Alex. Is it not a control? Like, if let's say I had the whole genetic DNA sequence of a population of a nation's country, am I in control of something valuable as far as war is concerned?
probably, yeah. I think you could design
Right.
a virus
So if you
that
were,
would just
if
take
someone
out
was
some people.
right, so if someone was naive enough to have taken one of those swabs and stuck it up their fucking nose, even though they didn't know that it was all sent off to China, right? And now China has this DNA sequencing from all these countries. Like, in light of the metaverse and downloading everybody's personality, that's kind of a big deal, right? But not to someone who wouldn't know or who wouldn't have a clue as to fucking geopolitical affairs in the world, just to people who know. They would fucking be concerned about the fucking implications. The fucking average person, the normie who just does it anyway, he threatens all of the people that know, because now they can get a consensus of fucking dipshits to do something that is utterly absurd and then impose it on other people. And there's examples of this for the last 2 fucking years.
Mm-hmm.
And this is my problem, is that if you're going to, and this is why I love this nation, because if anyone comes towards me with that shit, I'm going to take your fucking house. And that's the beauty of the system, and why I'm out here, is because so many people feel so defenseless against this overwhelming fucking beast of a fucking problem, while they're surrounded by a bunch of normies who couldn't give a fuck and wouldn't know why they should. And that's the issue right now. Is that's why when we're looking at situations like the metaverse and stuff like this, are they good? Well, who's proposing them? Well, it just so happens it's the same group of people that are fucking giving off, uranium to Ukraine, or, to Russia, and handing over Ukraine and all the weapons in Afghanistan and trying to drive our country into fucking debt. Same people.
Mm-hmm. So it's
why
more
would
the
why would I
people
want to
bringing
participate?
these things. So it's more because of the people making it. If it wasn't Zuckerberg and it was some other dude making the metaverse, you
It's not
might think
about that.
differently about it.
It's about the
Well,
scientific, never mind the scientific subtleties and the philosophical implications, but just so happens that these are fucking people who, like you said earlier, were
yeah,
Nazis,
so it's
were
about
Jewish,
the
and
people.
actually helped the
It's about
Nazis
the
get
people
Jews,
making
right?
it.
That's what they
Right,
did,
Issa?
right?
I think he's making a
Yeah,
bigger
but
point about scientism. And it's kind of like we've gotten up to this point, and a lot of us have said that, we wish people would listen to us about some of these other psyops, maybe beginning with 9/11 or going on to Sandy Hook or some of these other psyops that just were so obviously fake. And then we get to this one where it's so obvious that it's not what they're telling us, and they didn't listen to us up to this point. In fact, because they weren't listening to us up to this point, they're really not listening to us now when it might really matter. You're, getting in line for a jabby jab that may not be so goody good for your body, and that kind of thing. And now we're at the next level where, it might be a requirement for something that's going to be like a download of your personality, which could just be, an algorithm that reads the most likely answer that you would give and not be you at all. You know what? In fact, my phone died right when I thought Issa was going to probably bring up a point that would make sense that he always talks about. Did you get to that, Issa, about what goes in the grave, you or your body?
Yeah, man, we were talking about that earlier, brother. Yes.
Okay, so that did come up. Yeah, is it you or your body? And then if it's just an algorithm that's giving answers that you would typically give, is that really you? And how would you know until you're, on in that, And if your brain dies, or if you're like your friend writing, if he's retarded now, does that mean his soul is retarded? Just because it's in the brain that you figure, you know? I mean, how much of the brain contains the soul? I mean, not to get into that kind of typical debate about whether it is or isn't one thing or another, but if these people are making us think something's happening and it's not happening, are you okay with that? And that's why we were talking about the moon landing. I mean, if that's good enough evidence for you that we went to the moon, that's good enough for you. You know, is it good enough for you that just an algorithm is going to answer questions for you, and that's like what people think is you now? Is that good enough, or is that really you even?
Yeah, man. You know, and then is it good or not? That was the question, if I'm not mistaken, is why do I fight? Why do I think it's like, you know, these things are good or bad or whatever like that? It's not that. It's just that they're so complex and you're asking so much. You know what I mean? And like, unfortunately, there's like, if you're gonna, this is why the beauty of our system and why I fucking will not stop screaming about it is individualism. Because I don't care what 300 fucking slaves are gonna go do. I know how to be the fucking thing that's immovable in their system, God willing.
I don't think your system's beautiful. I think it's disgusting.
That's because you only see what's inside of you, Don.
I've looked at it on the TV, dude.
You can fucking deny it all you want, but I don't care. That's
You've
the
got
philosophy. You're
hundreds
gonna
of
see what's
thousands,
inside of you, man.
hundreds of thousands of insane people. In the Capitol building, hundreds of thousands of insane people changing our schooling systems. Old, decrepit
By
men
their
in
own choice,
government that
sent there
touch
by their
kids.
own parents. Sent there by their own parents.
Massive amounts of tax, poor racism all over the ghettos. It's disgusting, and in every angle you look at it, it's disgusting. I mean, you know, some of the inventions are pretty cool. Music's pretty beautiful, art, but the system, no way is that beautiful. That's disgusting. Any system that's based on some humans thinking they're better than other humans is disgusting.
Yeah, I'm busy for a minute, but listening.
I'm just pointing out how it's disgusting. Fake news 24/7. That's another red flag of a disgusting system. Jerry Springer. That's another example, another red flag of a disgusting system.
Is the discussion a disgusting system?
I said USA, his system's beautiful, so I'm just disagreeing. But we can talk about anything.
It's a funny thing, this thing of not understanding things. Don't like, because it saddens me when we've been out here like this long and people are still arguing about this. Like that really troubles me.
Yeah.
And
what do you mean,
like,
arguing about what?
what the earth is, if the government's bad, if religion's good, if money's fucking good.
We've always argued about these things.
Yeah, it must have been, right? This is the argument. This is just, if you put humans somewhere and don't tell them much, this is what happens. You know, it just kind of organizes itself in a way. Like I think humans have done really well, all things considered.
Yeah, somehow.
You know, because it's not exactly all in our favor, right?
Somehow we've not blown ourselves up yet through ego, or all died in a flood. Somehow.
What? Yeah, fucking flood. What would you do? Just climb a tree, run,
Yeah.
get in your
Steal a
car,
boat. Steal a boat, I think.
steal a boat. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. You live near a wharf?
No, I'd have to drive to the sea. No, I'd have to hope there's a boat inland if it came really fast
Yeah.
to steal.
Swim to the boat, and they'll throw you a life
Yeah, fuck. I'd have to swim
buoy.
to the nearest river and hope there's still some boats that haven't capsized.
Yeah. Yeah.
What about it? I don't want to argue about the system. I think me and Isa agree on lots of things. And we don't have to argue about Earth being flat. I more argue about when people purposefully misunderstand something they already don't believe in, just to have a conversation because they're lonely and bored. That's what I argue against.
Yeah. I think I get frustrated because I did those arduous hours of doing all I could to understand, and like literally sitting there on the other side of my computer with, you know, as open a mind as I could have and heart, and was trying to get everyone the benefit of the doubt too. But after a while, it just wears you down, you know. And then you start to question yourself and other people and what's really going on. I reckon we got infiltrated fucking to fuck. Especially when you had people coming in pretending to be flat and then they flip. You know, it's obvious they were just like trawling for info. You know what I mean? It makes you get a little bit more guarded. Not, I don't feel that with you, Dawn, but with certain characters out here, you're like, I can see you coming a mile off, mate.
I have to question people when they do this purposeful misunderstanding thing that I say. When they, like Godric, I have to question how crazy are you and how dishonest are you and how do those mash together?
That's probably a good question. Are you crazy?
You have to be a bit crazy to
Be honest. Be honest.
someone to say there's gravity in the middle, it's a ball, you go round, down is towards the middle. For you to misunderstand that again and again and again as an adult, you have to be crazy or dishonest.
Or you just literally don't understand because your brain can't put it all together for whatever reason.
I think that's
you
the
know,
type of crazy. That's the type of crazy. If
Yeah.
you've chosen not to believe in something that you don't understand.
Yeah, like you get shown a picture of it, 10 really intelligent people explain it to you well, but you still don't get it.
You should believe this because we've explained it. It's you can't say you don't understand it anymore because that's dishonest.
Now this is a devil's advocate question. Do you think you can have the explanation and the understanding, but still not understand it?
No, that's dishonest craziness.
Right. Okay.
You can understand it and say that doesn't make enough sense, so I don't believe it. You can't then say, but we'd be upside down, we'd drop to the top of the plane. That's not the same thing.
What about pilots flying over what they think's a globe, and they just, you know, they take it for granted. They don't even think, like, hang on, am I, you know? And then they get home one evening, and another pilot shares with them a flat Earth video.
Yeah.
And then the next time they go and fly, they're really paying attention. Could that be happening to some pilots?
Yeah,
that they
definitely.
just didn't
Definitely.
see it?
You don't have to know it's a globe to be a pilot.
Right. Right.
You know what I mean? You don't have to disbelieve in unicorns to be good with horses.
And I mean, flying. I mean, talking to people like not so much Jazzaconda. No offense to Jazzaconda, but say someone like Rich, that Aussie bloke, the Mason.
Freemason. Yeah.
um, you know, he can really break it down for you how flying works.
He is a low-level Mason.
Yeah.
Me and Todd joke about
Second
that all the
degree.
they're all Masons.
2 degrees. Few gay cigar sessions.
I actually got invited.
Good at explaining.
Yeah, I actually got invited for a drink with them both, Dawn.
Oh yeah, you
and
should
Ben.
go.
This
Yeah.
week. Or
Yeah.
next week. Yeah. You
If it
going?
was, nah. I'm not making excuses. I'm just nah. But
Just nah. Can't be
nah.
flogged.
If I'm really being, I'm absolutely fucking skinned.
Yeah,
You know?
fair enough.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
going
How's
through
your
one of
work
those.
been going, Merle?
It's like dried up completely,
Oh, fuck.
and everything I go for at the moment, it's like you double whatever, double trouble, and yeah, and then I'll go no, and then they'll go thanks for playing.
Yeah.
You guys were talking about the brain before. I heard part of that conversation. Where is your soul?
I don't think it exists.
I believe it's hovering around the body, but we experience it inside the brain.
The pineal gland master.
I think it's something that everything that we would use to describe it would reside within the brain.
You think so?
But I'm an atheist materialist, so that's kind of got to be my answer.
You ever looked at a brain, Harry?
Not of a human, but I've looked at them of other species.
Have a look. Have a look. It's real slimy and squishy. There's no way you're in there, mate.
It sounds just like people, really slimy.
It's like an alien inside your head.
Have you tried to call me slimy again, Bansal?
It's a weird thing, that brain, though. Tell you what.
but where is your soul?
It helps you interact with the soul. The soul is around you, around the body.
Oh, I don't know. Like we have these thoughts, and we think these thoughts are in our brain, don't we?
Yeah.
But are they in our brain?
Well,
I don't
can,
think so.
can you feel them? Can you feel them coming from your brain?
Yeah,
Can
they
you
are
feel
in the brain.
No.
Can you feel your soul?
No.
Yeah, you can.
What is a soul?
So yeah, you have feelings.
Where is it? It's around the body, like an aura.
It's everywhere. Yeah.
No, just like an aura around the body, like a few feet.
Yeah.
But like, if it's around the body and I lost an arm or leg, has that changed at all the sort of quantity or?
No, the rest of your body makes up for it.
Yeah. It's like a starfish. It grows
It's
another
not
level.
material. It's not material.
You have
It's
a
not
little bit
volume.
less
It's an energy,
soul.
vibration coming out. Well, I
Because
say
you
coming
don't
out.
say. Well, you don't
Actually-
say to a one-legged person, do you? You haven't.
No.
Like your soul, a little less soul with that bloke.
No. You just call them hoppy.
I say it comes out of your brain. I actually think God gave us the souls, and gave us the body. The souls happen to hang around the body. The way we experience it is through the brain.
But does it though?
I don't know. That's just my theory.
Yeah, no, I know that. Because I don't think we can pinpoint it.
No, I don't think it's a science thing. It's a concept thing.
Even thoughts. All right, are they in your brain?
Yeah, I think they are.
Well, can you pinpoint them?
I don't think it's just a physical movement of the brain. I think there's something extra going on. It's the brain feeling the outside world, thinking about it somehow. But I do think it happens in the brain, in the head.
Mm.
Somewhere between the eyes and the brain, in the head.
Mm. Like I know when they do like open brain surgery, they touch certain parts of the brain. It can make a finger twitch or an arm move and all that sort of stuff. I've seen that sort of stuff. But okay,
Yeah.
That's movement. Okay, so you're seeing movement. But that thought to control that movement when you want it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You can clench your hand into a fist, but you don't necessarily know how the thought changed into the fist.
Exactly.
How your mind changed matter.
Mm. Mm.
You're the driver.
Yeah.
Yeah, but where are you?
Inside the machine.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah. Everywhere.
Maybe you're outside of it, like Dawn said. Maybe that's the
Outside of
driving
it.
force. Yeah.
You're having an out of body experience.
No, well, Dawn suggested that your soul is like your aura. It's all around you.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't think that controls the body necessarily. I think that's the type of God
But
spirit that just hangs around.
wouldn't that be emanating? But
Yeah,
wouldn't it be
that's why I just tried to
from
think about.
inside? Yeah.
No, because I don't think the physical body is the soul.
Oh.
I think you can detach them, you know what I mean? Astral travel
Yeah.
or whatever.
What about your soul's house?
Yeah, the body is the soul's house. I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
Got
I
a
think they call it.
question.
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right. Go on.
Something about the seat of the soul.
Yeah.
You know.
That's maybe, and I don't know, the seat of the soul. It could mean a few things. Where you sit to control it, like your ego part of your soul or something. The you bit.
I don't think on my body.
No. But
I've
you
caught
think
my reflection a couple of times, being
you really
like,
you rely on it. You rely on your body in this timeline a bit.
yeah, I'm looking out of it.
Yeah.
I'm glad everything works on that level. Like I can smell,
question.
I can see, taste,
Question
touch.
for you. Is your skin barrier between your insides and your outsides, or is what's joining you? Is it separating you from the outside world, or is it joining you to it?
That's an interesting question. It kind of does both.
Yeah.
Sort of.
If you look at skin under the microscope, it looks really weird, like scales.
Yeah.
It does,
doesn't
like, it? Yeah.
It's like you're
Reptilian.
kind of reptilian, like you're wrapped in like a mummy. You're wrapped in skin.
Is skin that the outside edge, the barrier to you?
Yeah.
Or not?
Your body, anyway. Your body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just
keep
how.
everything inside.
That's how you define you, isn't it? In terms of your body, maybe you are your body and your whole 360 vision. Maybe that's you. Like your body and the personal sphere.
Like the Indians say, with us, something reverse happened in nature. Like, say if you've got a suitcase or a glass, it can only hold a certain amount of liquid, and once you put too much in, it starts overflowing, right? Like you put too many clothes in, you can't fucking do the suitcase up. But with us, say our soul or our life force, whatever that is, the thing that keeps us alive that is apparently infinite. So it's like the infinite has been shoved into the finite, like fused together. That's a human being. That's why we're a miracle. That's what the Indians say. Which is, I think it's mega interesting. That what's inside us is infinite, everlasting, eternal, always was, always is, always will be. And we're part of that. That's come, because it's not you. When you really step back from it, did you create yourself? Like, so much happens automatically. You're not in control of any of it. You kind of just go with the flow, right? You're just sitting inside your body and it's doing all the work. Like, what do you really do
Yeah,
besides
it's
eat?
on
You know?
autopilot a lot of the time, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Anyway.
Well, they say that you know, when you die, a lot of people say you pass on, your soul passes on to another life. Okay.
Yeah.
We know our body stays here. Right? We know our body decomposes, get eaten by bloody cockroaches and slugs and
unless
stuff
you
like that.
unless you believe in the resurrection, reincarnation, other weird versions. I mean,
Well,
resurrections.
Okay then. Yeah, we'll put that to one side. But more people believe in just the soul going on, not the actual body itself. So, like, what is that soul? Is it just like a photon, as small as a photon that is just floating around in nothing? Is it like a cloud?
I
Like,
think
is
it's
it like a
energy.
light?
I think it's energy vibration, a packet of energy vibration that includes some memory.
How big is it?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Maybe you can
it a-
compress it into a jar, but it doesn't have a normal physical size. But maybe you could carry some of it in a jar.
Is it? Oh, gee. Well, that kind of lends to that theory a little bit. Like, the finite and the infinite have been compressed, fused together. But they can't stay together forever. It's for a limited time only.
Like, if you put yourself in a closet, for argument's sake, and you shut the door, right, and you turn the light on, right, your experience at that time is of that space that you're in, right? You feel that space that you're in, and then you step outside that closet, and then all of a sudden now you're in a bigger room, and you're part of that bigger room.
Yeah.
Right? And then you step outside, and then you're part of all of outside. So are you everywhere yet nowhere, all at the same time?
Well, I think your experience can expand, and that's part of you. Yeah, that's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
Yep. I had that exact thought on acid once at a rave. And I realised I was in the universe. This is when I thought about that stuff. But I was in it and of it. Because I was in it, I was of it till I was part of it. I'm not just part of the scenery like a bit of furniture. I actually exist. I'm here.
How is it different now when you don't believe in that stuff? Universe model.
Because that's where all the bigness was. Like when they talked of, the universe.
What about
it's just instant bigness.
Let me reword it. You're of the realm farm.
Yeah.
And maybe you're on the realm farm, and maybe you're of the realm
Well, this
farm.
is what we're trying to figure out. Are we of this place too, like native inhabitants?
I'm asking, do you still feel that, even though the universe bits in debunked a bit in the mind?
Not now. The whole thing's surreal. It's dead set bizarre, really
So
strange.
you're not sure you're part of the God or the universe or the all anymore.
I just don't. I don't think. I don't want to say too much about.
thrown into the all from outside somehow.
I think God, and if you want to call it a realm or a game,
Yeah.
it's got levels and other dimensions. So I don't think where we are is the main place.
You're
I think
being
it's
pushed,
just a
pushed
little bit.
through. You're being pushed through, but you don't really feel like you're of it.
No, the more I go through it, it's like, this can't be real. This seems more and more like a dream.
Well, when I have those thoughts, yeah, that it's all an illusion, and it's what I make of it, and I'm not correct about everything, I still feel like I'm part of it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm participating in it. I'm doing my best. But just at the moment, it's just hard to believe.
You've got a separation from the all almost now, where you didn't used to have in the rave.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm because I think if when I really boil it down, like where am I going, or where do I want to go? I want to go home. I don't think this is home. I think I'm far from God right now, sitting on earth. But at the same time, God's
What do you
always
think?
with me.
What do you think the chances are that you could go home if you try to live your best life and then just die? If I told you that we'll be going home.
That's good. I like. I mean, that's Groundhog Day, isn't it? Kind of what that movie is about, you know.
Escape the struggle of material world, or you forget enough so that it's fun to do it again.
Yeah.
You don't get stuck in purgatory, and you go home because you completed this level, sort of thing.
Yeah. Properly. Like you didn't cut any you didn't cut too many corners anyway.
When you're at the end and you're about to die, whether you're going to kill yourself as a cultist or if you're just old in bed, you're happy that you understand enough. You're at peace.
Yeah.
And you go home.
Because even, and I'll pass the mic after this. Like even Tim Leary, Aldous Huxley, a lot of the people we look up to and read, Lily, all those dudes, their brains were super intelligent. They tapped ESP. They went the full psychedelic fucking, not the 100 yards, right? They went there. Even they didn't know it. They didn't know it all. They'd all acknowledged they still, as much as they saw and unraveled about reality, they'd only scratched the surface.
This brought me to another point. The pyramid represents the knowledge. You go up and up and up, but you get closer and closer to what really is, what the all is, and what God is. It fades away. So there's never a capstone. You fill that in yourself with your mind after going up the mountain.
I think the closer you get to God, it would be so powerful. It would be overwhelming.
It's not that, is it? Like, imagine science and mysteries. When you get to the big, huge question and look, there's nothing. There's no answer. There's no one. It's darkness. It just fades away.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that.
What about science? They look as close as they can into something.
No, I reckon
they find more stuff.
I reckon it's the exact opposite.
You think science can find God eventually?
No.
That's what I mean. That's the point. God will shrink back as you look for him.
Yeah.
So the wiser and wiser you become, the more ultimately unknown the final answers are.
I think sometimes God is watching the scientist look through his microscope or his telescope for him, and he's laughing.
Yeah.
If it's a he.
That's what I mean. But that'll be the same with enlightenment and mystical study. You'll get closer and closer and closer, but you'll never actually find.
It's too smart, mate. This is what I'm getting at. God, yeah.
Do you reckon that God has a sex? Do you actually think that?
No, I don't.
We said, we
God as he, don't we? Always.
Yeah. Always. We went through a phase of going through Mother God. That was good.
I think
Still
it's a girl and a boy and a son, so it's all the family.
The Trinity.
Ultimately, there's no sex. There's no gender sex. But there was sex and genders involved to create the all.
Yeah, I was gonna add. I
It
don't
might
think you'll
depend which
find.
part of God you're talking about, Banso.
I was gonna say I don't think science will ever find God, but what it'll do is see the evidence of His creation, which makes the case for God.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Like we have the ability to be able to recreate and build some magnificent things. But you know, I posed this question a while ago to someone, and I said, if I gave you all the resources on the earth, all the money, the best scientists, best everything, could you recreate me a simple apple seed from scratch?
Yeah, man. I've always in the Quran it says these people will promise all kinds of wonders, but they would never be able to replicate even a fly.
Yeah, that's why I take it even, you know, not even from something living either, you know, just a simple seed, no moving parts
Right.
whatsoever.
Yep.
You know, yeah.
My point is that applies to religion and mystic studies as well. You can't fully get to it. You can only dance round it.
Well, what's crazy is you look at if you ever looked at a seed and you see the lines in it and you see the detail to it and the potential of it. I'll never forget when I was young, a friend of mine who grew pot back in the day, he gave me a seed and he said, "This is $1 million." You know, and I was just blown away by the fact that here, this little fucking thing right here, with your effort, let's say, you know what I mean? That's just, I don't know, it's so ill. Seeds are beautiful, actually, and the potential of them. What the fuck? And then you're gonna, I don't know. To me, that's the evidence of the creator.
Maybe the universe had a seed. Some type
Generosity.
of energy spunk.
So much has been thought of for us dirtbags.
Yeah, humans have done a lot of thinking. Good at that. I don't want to put a downer on looking for the answers. I just want to say sometimes we have to accept that full answer of the big question won't be fulfilled, and you have to just decide what you believe about it. Have you heard of the concept soul alchemy, Bansor?
Sorry, what concept was that?
Soul alchemy.
No. Haven't heard of soul alchemy.
Once you believe there's some type of soul that you have that you could work on to make better, then you go on a type of self-inquiry, self-study inside your mind through meditations.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And slowly you do magic on your own consciousness to get closer to God.
Well, that's the journey, isn't it, that people strive for?
Yeah.
To get that closeness, that oneness.
So any sort of, even applying a self-help book written by Jordan Peterson could be considered soul alchemy. Some people say science idea of turning lead into gold is a cover story. And what they were actually doing is trying to turn their lead souls into gold souls.
No, I think heads were actually trying to turn lead into gold because people. I think most people care more about the gold than their own souls.
Yeah, that's probably right. Is the idea that's what it actually meant. While you're playing with metals, your soul is developing.
Yeah. That kind of teeters around Bible literalism and occult alchemy, like it's a metaphor for a process of refining and combining different elements. It's a conscious thing.
Soul alchemy.
Yeah, it's about consciousness.
Yeah.
That's what Hermeticism is, right? It's a framework.
Yeah.
And you go through the stages like white belt to black belt, like anything like that. You develop it from the ground up, an infrastructure. And at the end of it, you're meant to know. That's the thing. It's from ignorance to knowledge or darkness to enlightenment. That's the point.
Maybe you can't turn lead into actual gold. You can change lead into a lot of different things closer to gold than it was in the first place.
Yeah.
And while you do that, your soul's developing.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the work, right? That's your laboratory. You're the scientist doing your experiments. And then maybe when you first start, you're not very good at smelting, but after, years of doing it, you're the boss. They come to you because your gold's so good, it's so pure. You've got the best gold in the world. And you know your stuff.
Like another one I just thought of is the isolation tank. That's a cover story. It's actually a doorway to the whole universe. But you're only isolating yourself from everyday things. You're actually opening yourself up to everything else.
It's interesting. It might sound weird, but like my mum was on the cutting edge of a lot of this stuff. She was doing flotation tanks, walking on fire, traveling the world, going to peace festivals. It's not new to me, this. That's all I'm getting. You know what I'm saying? It's like that message has always been there.
Yeah, you've been
there's more
exposed to it.
Yeah, like born into it.
Yeah.
And it is a bit weird on the surface, but a lot of those 70s people, they went internal, not like an introvert, like that there was something to discover already inside each one of us, sort of thing. Like that's the seed. We are the seed.
I wouldn't say all of the mystic stuff and going inside is better than normal world and outside. I'd say it's a way to deal with the weirdness of the physical world.
Mm-hmm.
To indulge in the physical world.
Mm.
I know when I was a teenager, I wasn't ready for the Theosophical Society, if you know what I mean. And all those books like Blavatsky and Crowley and stuff, but like I don't know. Like I can see the practical application of it all now. That's kind of what I think that's why I'm getting frustrated in the debate, if you will, because I don't see it like that. I see it as like a dismantling process, like deconstruction.
Dismantling for who?
Well, say if two people are just like they're in an open space, right, and they both have a microphone, and they can both speak English, so they can understand each other on that fundamental level, because they speak the same language. What are they going to discuss? So they could discuss anything, right?
Yep.
That's the premise. But if one of the attendees is focused, it could bring potentially the other person to a realization.
You attack
if
each
it
other's
was done
ideas.
delicately. You know what I'm saying?
You carve into each other's ideas.
Yeah, and you
Each
can
goal.
assist each other too.
I do think
Like at its most sacred.
I do think it's a deconstruction of the globe and scientism, but I think
Yeah.
it's very slow, and you have to let some of it happen naturally. So you keep repeating.
Yeah, you have to
the
be patient.
Same wrong things.
Yeah.
It then becomes just nonsensical.
Mm-hmm.
You're not deconstructing. You're trying to force a misunderstanding at that point.
Yeah, and I think that can happen when it's too soon. Like, say you've been in flat Earth a week, and then you're going to debunk all of mainstream science.
Good luck.
Yeah.
But what I mean is, you could wait for 2 weeks as a flat earther, and something would come up in the news that dismantles NASA written by NASA, and you wouldn't have to do anything. You wouldn't have to misunderstand how a train works on a globe or anything. You could watch it fall apart by itself.
Self-destruction.
Yeah, and obviously you help point at these things so other people get it. But then maybe the argument also is flat Earth is deconstructing itself as well.
Yeah.
Reforming itself while it's in
It
the
is. It is. It's definitely redefining itself.
We're the two people with the microphones, and some of us say silly things often, but slowly our ideas are being reformed.
Mm-hmm. That's why I like what Aurora said, because I keep coming back to it. It's just information, and you let it come, and just like a day or the waves, just let them roll in and roll by. Don't attach to too much of it. And when you know you found something true or a fact, put it in your toolkit. Put it in your toolkit.
I like to do that. Earlier, I was doing thought experiments about planes correcting for curve through. All they have to do is stay at an altitude. So, however that specific plane does that with itself and its pilot, they do it. But then what I had to ask myself was, isn't that the same on a flat Earth? You just correct for altitude to go in a straight line. And then I had to add in this tiny nuance. No, I believe it's slightly different on a globe. You'd have to design the plane or understand how to fly it round the curved surface. So that would be some type of adjustments to keep a different type of altitude path. And that's
Yeah,
just
like
that's my thought patterns.
they say that you know, the argument is you know they don't have to adjust for the curve, right? It's just done automatically through that plane staying level,
Yeah.
right? But that in itself, the fact that it
Yeah.
maintains a level, right,
It's the same
determines
thing.
that it is adjusting for curve.
Like if
Exactly.
you're flying up a hill, you're adjusting for the hill by staying level with the ground.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. When I fly over a hump with my drone and I want to stay the same parallel with the hump, I have to adjust altitude to go over the hump.
Mm-hmm.
But I understand growers wanting to say we don't have to think about adjusting for the curve because all it is staying at an altitude. I understand them saying that, but some of them, the way they say it, they sort of deny that it's different to a flat Earth.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, you know, they definitely do deny it, but yeah, you can't get around it, you know, really, because
But
whether or
then,
not it does it automatically, whether or not it does it by the different density levels that it flies in due
I
to the
think there's
thrust.
lots of ways.
Yep. But it does 100% adjust for the curve.
But then I do agree with Mel that some pilots might not know enough and not know any different and not care, and it doesn't affect how they safely fly the plane. It could be on auto, or they could be doing a shorter flight where they don't have to adjust much. All they know what they're doing is keeping an altitude, and they don't care if the Earth's flat or round, and they don't really think.
Well, it's kind of like driving down a road, Dawn, right? You're driving down a dead straight road, right? And you're just driving down there, but you just have all these nuances with the steering wheel, you know, because your car is slightly drifting this way and drifting that way, but it's just but you don't even
Yeah.
notice that you're even moving the steering wheel. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
all you know, it's all done kind of subconsciously.
In that way, I would say a flat Earth pilot, if he really thought about it, he would realise he's having to adjust on a long flight.
Mhm.
For some reason he doesn't, because he believes it's flat.
Mm-hmm. Are there any?
My point was, Mel, my point is, even when I talk about these things that I think I know well, I still adjust my ideas on them in the moment and afterwards.
I know when there's a channel, I think it's called Boeing 777. There's a shot of a plane coming into LAX, LA airport, and California around it's like really, it's like a desert pretty much, and you see you see the lights, and it's all like it looks like a grid. So not only do you see the plane coming in, because it's at night, what it's about to land on, the runway as well, it just looks like a grid.
Yeah, isn't that because they've
And
got
it's
lights?
great. And then I'm like,
Lines.
I say to myself, well, I just say to myself, am I reading into this, or am I seeing what I want to see? Or I'm like, why can't anyone else see this?
Well, let's
Isn't
have a
it
look.
obvious?
Show me the pic. Maybe you see the runway in the darkness and you see the lights at the cross points. That shows you a grid, maybe.
Yeah. But it does work. Like I've heard people say, oh, you can't put a Cartesian grid system over Earth, like the land, and plot it out. And it's like, what?
I don't really know what a Cartesian grid system is. I know you can put types of grids over the Earth.
So, you know, like noughts and crosses.
Yeah. Straight lines that are all at right angles to each other.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just squares. Just
Yeah.
squares that sort of
Yeah,
extend
yeah. Just a grid.
parallel and horizontal along.
Okay. Yeah.
Some of the lines bend, I think. I don't know. I can't really think about it. I'm pretty high now. If it was a
Yeah.
globe, you can't have perfect squares, can you, on a globe? I can't
No.
remember.
No.
They say no, but you can.
Well,
There you
with
go.
the
So you
with
can
the
do it
with
on
the
a
grid
short
system,
distance, but it won't be accurate if they're proper squares
yeah,
over the whole thing.
you can draw a perfect square. Right.
Yeah, but then it won't be level like, with the curve.
But
if
yeah,
it's a curve.
but now we're talking about, okay, then the most smoothest spherical surface going around, and can you draw a perfect square on that? No, you can't. But on Earth, as we know it, with topography and all this sort of stuff, yeah, you can. You can flatten a piece out.
Yep.
Definitely, you can.
You understand, Mel, that a small
They
shot
say-
of the desert and an airport, the squares, you won't be able to see the bend in the squares because it's only a small, tiny piece of earth.
They
I
say there's
heard this
distortion.
Sorry,
Go ahead,
Jeremy.
Merle. No, go ahead.
No, you go, mate. You go, mate.
They say there's distortion in these flat maps,
Mm-hmm.
but every time I go to a place on my flat map, I get there. It works.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It always works.
Yeah.
That's that bullshit they use on us. Just because you get there with the GPS.
How far was the last time, your last journey?
Tom's house was pretty far.
How far? The last journey was probably to the shop or something. Work.
Yo, no joke. I was Ubering somebody one night, and she put in a street address, and I don't know. There must be the same street address over in in the UK. The shit tried to take me to Ireland. Yo, it tried to take me to Ireland. The lady was a nervous wreck. She's like, "Oh my god, they're gonna drain my bank account." I canceled the ride for her. It's a good thing they said something like it was weird. Would have started. I normally just start driving.
Oh, the makers of the country were Irish nutters, so they just copied all the town names and street names.
I don't know why, Don. Why? The flat maps work. I always get there, bro.
But you're only talking about a mile on an Uber drive, 2 miles. A flat map's fine for that, I would think.
What happens when you go
It works. It always gets me there because it works.
Your example is too short, I'm saying. That's meaningless.
What happens if you go 500 or 1,000?
But he doesn't know
Yeah, I
yet.
have a flat map of America. Don, I have a flat map of America, and I get there. It works.
Where? How far?
To Cali, pick something.
You haven't been to
The United
Cali in a
States,
car,
and I
have
can
you?
use that to get anywhere I want.
You haven't
Works 'cause
tried
it's
this.
flat.
Do you remember the Melways bandsaw?
Oh yes, still got one. Still actually got one. And
You
the
know,
Gregories.
That's got a little grid system on it too, doesn't it? Like L4 and.
What about this, Jeremy? I can use a classroom globe and I can get there anywhere in the world. Game over.
So if something works, that doesn't mean that that's what it is, right? We can do it on the flat map, or we can do it on the globe. Then I guess, if you say so. But I've never seen anyone navigate with a globe in their car.
Getting to a
What'd you say?
location based on a map doesn't mean the shape of that map is the Earth shape. No.
Just because something works doesn't mean that it's correct,
I'm
right?
not agreeing to that.
Of course not. So I can get somewhere on a flat map and it works.
I can get somewhere on a globe map and it works.
Because it works doesn't mean that it's correct, right?
That's what you're saying.
You're saying because I'm telling you it
No,
works
that's
on
what
this
you're
flat
saying.
map, and you're saying it's not correct.
I'm telling you, in terms of maps, getting to your location doesn't mean the shape of that map means the surface of Earth is the same shape.
I hear you. But listen,
I'm not extrapolating that to everything.
they both.
No way.
No, you're not going to listen. All right.
No, I'm just telling
So
you. they won't
obviously both of
extrapolate.
them.
Let him talk, Dawn. Let him talk.
Both of them can't be correct. One of them has to be wrong, right?
Well, they're both projections of our actual Earth.
Yes.
They both work to get there.
Maps is flat and the other one's a curving, a globe. So they
Yeah.
can't both be right. So they
What do you
can't
mean
both be right.
What do you mean right?
So, okay, so just because something's works and
What
they
do you
both
mean
work,
right?
right? Both work?
Correct.
What do you mean
Accurate.
right?
They both, Don, do they both work, Don?
You can get to the location after pointing to it on them.
Does the globe and the flat map that I use work? Do they both work?
In the way you're saying, they both work. Yeah, you can point to the
Both
location.
work.
then
I
you
can
get
both
there.
navigate. I can navigate with them both. They both work, right?
Yes.
Just because something works doesn't mean that it's correct, right?
I'm not agreeing to that because sometimes it does.
Because I just
That's-
logically led you up to that point. You have no choice
Right.
but to say yes.
I'm saying no, I don't agree.
Of course, Don. I know. That's dumb.
Sorry.
This is just dumb. I don't know
The
why I
trap-
even bother.
The trap is too weak, and I'm not going into it. Sorry.
I can't believe I even talked to you guys. I hate
can't
to
believe
bunch you up with the
try
Globers,
traps on
but
me when you know they won't work.
crap, dude. It's
a
the only
stupid
place.
extrapolation from maps, projections of Earth. So what?
My point is, just because something works, which they both do, doesn't mean that it's correct. Because obviously they both can't be correct, right?
I'm not agreeing to that point.
Just did though. Every step before that,
No, I didn't.
you've already agreed.
I said I don't agree. About
Literally
4
already
times.
agreed to that. You saying you don't agree to that doesn't matter.
Well, you make your own mind up on that.
You guys are fucking worthless to talk to. I don't even know why I bother.
It's just me.
No, it's all the Globers do that same bullshit.
Globers. Oh god. If you don't say that when Kosher works here, you're suddenly your best buddies. You're inferring that because the flat map works and because the globe Earth works, the model's incorrect. It might be incorrect even though it works. And I'm saying no way. No way. Of course it's true because it works in every way and predicts stuff.
Saying just because something works, obviously the globe and the flat map can't both be true. So they both work. So just because something works doesn't mean that it's
What do
true
you mean
because they
true?
both can't be true.
What do you mean true?
Okay, the Earth can't be flat and a globe at the same time. Can it?
That map doesn't mean people think Earth's flat. It's a projection of Earth, whatever
I know.
Earth is.
I know.
No, but
Can the Earth
maybe
be
they
flat and
Why
a
did
globe?
you suggest it if you know that?
Maybe
Can the
they
Earth be
should.
flat- Can the Earth be flat and a globe at the same time?
It's no.
No, yeah, I agree with that.
So
Can't
one of
do it.
them is definitely wrong. So one of
No,
these is
I don't know
definitely
what you
wrong.
mean
The
wrong.
flat,
They're projections
Right.
of Earth.
the flat one or the globe is one of those two is
Maps are
definitely
not a
wrong. Hold on, Merle.
suggestion of Earth
Hold on a
shape.
second, Merle.
They're projections.
Yeah, yes, I know. So one of them is definitely wrong because it can't be flat and it can't be a globe.
What do
But
you
they
mean
both
wrong?
work. But they
What do you
both
mean wrong? You mean not a representation of real Earth?
not correct. Incorrect. What do you mean? What do you mean wrong? Go fuck yourself. I'm done with your stupid dumb ass.
I mean, maps are wrong because they don't represent the real shape of Earth. So what do you want? A real
Fuck
3D
off,
model of
dude.
the flat
Fuck
Earth
off.
with a
You're
dome
just
on
like
it?
just like a glober, dude. Classic glober shit.
I am a glober. I'm a globe
Why?
believer.
Why
I
don't
know you guys
people?
always do that dumb shit.
Why don't people look at the flat map and go, "Why does this work? Maybe
They do.
maybe
Well,
this is reality."
they say this is a projection. Someone's managed to nicely to scale put the surface of Earth on a flat map so I can fold it in my car. That's what they think.
Hmm. But don't you think it's simple, it's obvious, it makes sense, therefore it can't be true?
I don't know what that means. What you're referring to?
The logic is flawless.
What?
It's simple, it
One
makes
person,
sense, and it
What,
works.
flat maps work so Earth's flat.
one
Yeah.
person,
Don't be
one person,
ridiculous.
one person looks at the Melways, or when they go on holidays and they get one of those little fold-out maps, What person looks at one of those and thinks, you know what? I'm on a big blue spinning testicle. What? Name one person
I
that
do.
actually thinks that.
I
You
do.
do not. You do not.
I look at a flat map in a car and think that's a small area of a globe that's a sphere.
You do not.
Yes,
You
I
do.
do.
You
So did my
don't.
father, and so did his
You
father, and so did his father.
You are so full of
So
shit.
did your fathers.
You are so full of shit.
Generational. Yeah, my dad does, mate. My dad
Yeah.
thinks that.
See?
He does. Yeah.
So you're the odd one
Dickhead.
out.
Yeah, my dad's really smart, but he's a dickhead at the same time.
Really smart, and he knows a map is just a small projected area of a globe.
And no one thinks that when they're looking at a map.
Ransaw, if that's my point in the first place, that Merle's suggesting people look at a map and then think about the shape of Earth. And I said, no, they don't. But if they did, they would think this is a small area of a globe.
You said you do.
Yeah, if you want me to.
Oh my god. I can't believe we're chasing your tail.
Jeremy made a silly point that a flat map working on a road
I just fucked you
must
up.
mean
Are you
Earth
serious?
flat. And I said,
What
no way
delusional
does it.
reality are you living in? Fucking destroyed.
My reality is, I'm just chilling on Discord. You're saying a silly thing. And I'm saying, no way.
I'm in England. No.
The thing is, you say no way, but you agree to every step up to that point.
Yeah,
You
and then
literally
you made a
already
huge
agreed to
leap.
the
Then
thing
you
we're
made a
saying.
huge, massive leap that I didn't agree with.
You've already agreed to the thing I'm saying. I'm saying
yes.
That map works and the globe works. They both can't be true.
What do you mean
It
true?
has to be incorrect.
What do you mean by true?
Now he's playing
You can't
word
tell
games.
me how we're supposed to
Don't
You just
answer him.
You can't tell me how we're supposed
dumb,
to
dude.
discuss.
That's that dumb shit. What do you mean incorrect or wrong
That's
or
that dumb
not
shit.
true? Shut the
You
fuck.
can't. You don't even explain what you mean by one word when I ask, and I'm the dumb one.
Yeah, you don't know what true means?
Do you want me to use the definition in the dictionary of true?
No, I'll tell you. I mean correct, accurate, representative.
Okay.
According to reality. Okay, we all good now? We know what true
Well,
means?
now I'm going to tell you.
Right.
They
Or no,
both
can we
can be
move on
true.
from this dumb
They
shit,
both
or you
can
want
be true and accurate.
to move on from this dumb shit, or you want to
One's a
stay
small
there?
area of Earth projected onto flat paper. One's a globe. They're both true and accurate.
Can we move on? Can we move? They're both true, so it can be flat and globe at the same time.
Oh dear, you've done a leap. You've said flat map means flat Earth. Oh dear.
They can't both be true, right?
You wouldn't tell me what you meant by true properly, so I pushed you. Then you
Accurate,
told me.
representative
Now
of
I'm telling
reality.
you, I definitely disagree with your premise now.
You're a fucking ass. You're an asshole. You know that?
So, how out of bounds is this, Dawn? Flat maps prove flat Earth.
That's the most absurd, childish sentence I've heard today. What if I said a classroom globe proves Earth to globe?
Yeah.
How good's that?
Thank you. Thank you.
It's
I
retarded,
appreciate
right?
it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a plastic toy.
How well does the realms diagram of a squished concave Earth prove the Earth to be squished and concave?
Yeah, concave. Concave confuses
Doesn't
me.
at all. Does it? Doesn't at all.
I think concave's a cheat's way of having an alternative.
Yeah, Pete Shea says something similar to that.
Oh, does he? Okay.
And Dave too, yeah. He's like, oh, it's just a planisphere. The planisphere.
Well, not much thought has to go into it. You just got to reverse everything, don't you? That's all you got to do. Just reverse it all. Bang. There we go. There's our model. Just reversed it.
Well, if you get flat map of the whole Earth, and you make known flight paths totally match, you've got something.
Yeah.
Now we're on the flight paths.
No, I'm saying that's how you would get a flat map to prove a flat Earth, by making it match reality with distances.
Mrs. Posted me a GIF, and it's of the star trails, but it's like it's got the whole celestial sphere. I'll drop it. It's really good. It's got the celestial sphere, right, like the Earth in it, and then it goes to the top, and you see the rotation, and then it goes to the bottom, and you see the under rotation, and then it goes to the equator, and you see it arc at both sides. But the weird thing is the Earth isn't moving inside it, and all the stars are moving around the Earth, even though it's a globe. So, but I'll drop it. But that's I've been thinking about it because she yeah, here we go. Some people say like 2 celestial poles prove a globe, and that's not possible on any other shape other than a globe. That's the argument, right?
Okay, well, we don't have 2 poles. We have a
2
region.
celestial poles. No. And poles suggest magnetic somehow. But here it comes.
Well, it's really weird how the actual star trails themselves look like magnetic fields.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. When you especially at the equator, well, when you see them diverging, converging,
right.
diverging, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then you look at a magnetic field, right? Especially when they do it, those little bits of iron and whatnot. It is exactly the same shape, same formation, identical, absolutely identical.
This bit.
Yes,
there it is.
Yes, that bit exactly.
Yeah, I wish it would stay on it a bit longer.
Yeah. And that bit there looks exactly like a magnetic field. Identical.
Can you guys do this in your head? This gift.
Yeah.
Because that is how you become a glober. If you can do this in your head and relate it to what's actually seen.
No.
But see how they've got the Earth in a celestial sphere?
Yes.
Like that's what's that whole celestial sphere is rotating around the Earth.
Yeah.
Or is the Earth rotating?
Well, you look when it zooms in, the Earth's not moving. See?
Yeah, you're right. When it zooms out, they're going round.
Yeah.
So this is geocentric Earth. It's the same thing. Obviously, you can extrapolate this to the globe model. That's what we see because we're on a sphere, on an axis rotating. Whether you believe it's the sky moving or the Earth moving.
Yeah, but
well, Issa dropped something.
We don't see all that at any one time anyway.
Oh, when you can see the bits when you zoom when it zooms in. And if you stay up all night.
Yeah, but see, I can quite easily in my mind too see a magnetic field, and have that on a flat plane quite easily. I can quite easily see that with no effort whatsoever.
I don't know what you mean. You mean you get this same effect with a flat plane?
No, I'm talking about the star trails.
Yeah, the effect of all of these star trail observations.
I don't see all the star trails. I don't see all of them.
The ones shown in the GIF that people see from north, from south, and from equator.
No one sees them all. That's the point too. No one sees them all.
Are you basing your electromagnet theory on only what you see, or what you trust some other people see as well?
No, what other people see too.
Okay. So people in this GIF, it's showing 3 points where people see things.
Yeah.
One's going towards you over the top of the equator. One's going round clockwise.
The good
One's
visual,
going
eh?
round
I
counterclockwise.
like it. It's sort of just, you know,
So this
it
is what people
works.
see, Bansol, from 3 different points.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd need to explain all of those types of observations on a flat plane.
Yeah.
And I don't think you could, let alone
Can
make
you?
a GIF. Let alone make a GIF that I don't understand.
Well, I can't make GIFs. Right, so you're spot on there. Can't make GIFs.
I don't think you could explain it to me, even in
Right.
given time. I don't think it would make sense.
Yeah, I can quite easily see that, especially when it goes to the equator, that part, right? Right, that's the magnetic field I'm talking about. Now, if you isolate any one of those parts too, that is also too part of a magnetic field.
Mm-hmm.
Any one of them.
I don't think that
And
explains.
you can see any one of those parts in a magnetic field, isolated.
I don't think that would explain any of the observations any better than this GIF does.
Yeah, it does. It explains it just as well.
Or at all. Or at all.
I think it's just as well.
All you said
Now
was,
you
I
don't
can
you
see
don't want to
that as a
believe it.
magnetic field.
You,
You didn't
you
explain
don't.
how how it's moving, what shape it is, where it is above the flat plane. You didn't explain anything.
What a magnetic field! It's everywhere.
Everywhere.
You know, everywhere.
Well,
Well,
yeah.
it is. It is
Yeah.
everywhere. It's
Yeah.
all around us.
You mean
Yep.
everywhere above you?
And that is demonstrable.
Well, how is that? Okay, how is the magnetic field you believe is everywhere?
It is everywhere.
Affecting the observations of the stars. And how does it explain all of the observations that we think fit a globe on a flat plane?
Well, the magnetic field is the field that the stars move in.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And
that's what we're looking at potentially, a magnetic field.
How does that explain the movement of the stars fitting the observations that we see on a flat plane?
The magnetic field itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You're not explaining anything. You're just saying magnetic field.
How to explain it any more simpler?
Well,
It
then
is the magnetic
it's going
field.
to have to stay as your wacky idea and not a real thing that people consider. Sorry.
Well, your idea is just like, oh, look at this GIF,
We've
right?
got a GIF that matches observations, and we can explain exactly why and how and why because of the shape and because of the rotation. We're explaining
no
all of it,
explanation to it.
and all you're saying is magnetic field.
Yeah, exactly right. I have a demonstration of a magnetic field that looks exactly the same.
No, you don't. You couldn't even explain it to me.
What you think because it's not wrapped around
Okay,
a
show me the
ball that doesn't explain anything.
I muted him. He was talking all over you. You were mid sentence.
Yeah, it
Clear
doesn't
cut.
matter. I'm not getting anywhere, Jeremy.
You were not gonna. Did you hear what just happened with me and him 2 minutes
Yeah,
ago?
I did, Jeremy. Yeah. Yeah. Is this
Well
doesn't
done.
explain? Rah, 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 rah. He's just getting us to
He's
chase
wasting
our
our time.
tails.
He's wasting
That's
our time, yeah.
because I can't do a GIF, it doesn't explain it. It's like, what hell? It's a magnetic field. You can picture that in your own head. It's easy. Easy.
Let me find one.
What we got here?
Magnetic. Interesting.
Yo, do you know
It's
how to give the 30-minute warnings or whatever they are, where it like mutes you for like 30 minutes?
yeah, when it when you right click their name, right?
Yeah. What if you're on a cell phone?
Oh, hold on. Don't know.
Tap it.
Maybe. I know when when I'm on my laptop, I just right click it and it gives you the option 65, 10, hour a day a week, and then it gives you the option of actually putting in a reason. But I've never put the reason in. I just make an executive decision.
Is it in manage or timeout?
Yeah, it's in timeout.
Timeout. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
I've answered.
Yeah.
Mel's showing some diagrams of the magnetic field. Is this what you're thinking of? Anything
Hold
similar to these?
Hold on.
You guys are fucked now.
Jeremy has worked out. Yeah. Yes.
Yo, if you're coming to waste our time, I'm not gonna be easy on you. Just
Which
straight
one-
up, just so
which
heads know
one,
that. Like,
Vansel?
It's hammer time.
Which one do you reckon looks similar? Vansel?
That one.
Yeah. That last one.
So
that's at the equator. All right. So where north is. So just
Yeah.
take it like a line from north. Right.
North is
draw
the
a
North
horizontal
Pole?
line. Draw a horizontal line straight across to the end. Okay. Then
okay.
that's what you see at the equator.
Where's the flat plane going across? Horizontally or vertically?
Well, this next one's interesting too.
Okay, so we'll look.
This has got Geo's idea in there too. I've never seen it before.
There was actually
This one.
a really good representation on a hangout that Trouble About did.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that one right, Vansel? The equator's across horizontal on this bottom one.
Hold on, it's moving. It's a GIF. Yeah.
Where's the flat plane in this?
Well, see in the quadrupole, you can see there's like a crosshair.
Yeah. Which one's the flat plane?
I'll show you.
Horizontal.
It's the one after. Yeah. There, the horizontal.
Bang.
Okay.
But
so in the middle, what if we're in the middle but near the northern edge? Why are we seeing an equator style?
Yeah, that's the problem.
stars?
I mean,
it's a
what?
massive
Because
problem.
what we're trying to figure out is where they match on Earth. So, because we've got the visual in the sky, what does that fucking comport to on the Earth? Like,
would you be saying, Mel, that you haven't worked out how these observations work on a flat plane yet?
Well,
no. I mean, in all the time, I've heard some really good fucking counter
Here we go.
ideas.
Thank you, New Perspective.
So you're not sure,
New Perspective has just dropped the link.
It's the same one he referenced last time we were talking, Merle. It's one. It's E1's explanation with the two discs of stars in the sky. They're adjacent to each other. You don't need to have a north and a south pole. You have two poles that are next to each other, adjacent. There's a celestial equator where they run through. It does match magnetic fields. They only use Don. They only use a flat Earth map for all practical purposes, including all navigation. You know that, right? They use a flat Earth map.
I know most people use flat maps.
No, it's a flat Earth map. It's just like the flat Earth map that they use for all practical purposes in any circumstance. They never use a globe for any navigation. If you want to believe it, that's fine.
Well, no, I agree that we don't use a globe, but we don't use an AE map for everything either.
No, it's not an AE map. It's a Mercator projection.
Okay,
That's what
so
they
we're
use
using a
for all
projection.
practical
Yeah.
purposes.
Do you know why I think that is? It's because globes are hard to hold while you're controlling an airplane or a car. And they take up more space in your bag or your pocket because they're big and round, right?
All right, that's just you're stuck on contrarian. You're just
You might
stuck.
no, you
That's
might
your
find that
purpose.
funny, but
That's
that is
fine.
the
I'm not
real
going to even
reason.
argue with you. I'm not going to even
Real
start with
reason.
you. But I did want to suggest something about the conversation you were saying because I have to go again.
Yeah,
but
if you give me a time
just
stamp,
real
I'll
quick,
watch
a little
this.
quick rant.
Hold on,
As far as the
go.
conversation from earlier goes, I was going to jump in, but then I was behind. But the whole idea that what is our soul and what is it that separates our brain from our soul and that kind of thing. What if, and you know how the powers that be like to give us two choices, like two bad choices of what it could be, so that either one we pick, they still got us, right? So what if our soul is actually our connection to each other? And it's just like Merle said, he felt like he was of one and of all, right? And the whole idea that they may be giving us this God that's separate from us, and this whole idea that we're individuals that have to please God or go through this trial and then we get another chance and it's all about us. But really what connects us is us. Like maybe there was a time where we all like were on a hangout like this almost, but it was kind of like an unconscious, like if I try to convince any of you that the universal consciousness doesn't exist, you might all say that no, it seems like there's something there. Like we have a universal consciousness, right? And that connection and that feeling of one is kind of what your soul is. And it's not about your life or your past experiences, your memories or any of that. It's their connection to all. And the better you are at navigating with that while you're alive, maybe the better you'll be at it after you die. But maybe the reason that we care what each other think about this kind of thing, like whether we all agree on this, is because we know we kind of share this consciousness, and that needs to be at ease. And maybe that's why they named it Discord, so that wouldn't be our goal. It would be more about arguing and combating each other. Yeah. Rather, it's all about divide and conquer and separation, and that's maybe what they're trying to give us is a false choice.
I agree with all that too, but I do think the pleasing God bit still applies a bit. I believe in all of your stuff added to what I was saying.
Okay, I'm just saying, but maybe it's not so much about whether one believes this or not or that. It's what we share that we can all know. It's a knowingness that we can all just share, and it doesn't have to do with like you believe this and I believe that. If it's a knowingness and it's kind of an understood knowingness that we have this universal consciousness that we tap into, and those kind of whether you think this is the case or that is the case isn't so much as important as just like we all kind of share this knowingness that something's not right, regardless if it's a lie about the earth or a lie about the war or this or that. And that's the confusion game that they're using with us, and that's the most important thing I think that they want to hold on to, is giving us this idea that it's all about your individual life and what you do. That's the most important, rather than what we do and what we how we connect and how we and it wouldn't matter. We don't have to have a revolution. Like earlier tonight there was a really good talk between a couple of people that I was listening to, and they were talking about, well, the revolution is the worst possible idea because that's what they want. They want us to act up so they can use this as an example. We're being baited. And a while back there was a video by that channel Anonymous that said, flat earthers, you're being master baited. And it's true in a way that this discussion and some of these things may be baiting us into just fighting with each other, when actually if they fear flat earth at all, it's that if we ever got on the same page, that it's not what they're telling us, at least that we could agree on that. It's not the ridiculousness that has too many contradictions and impossibilities for it to be what they're telling us. Whether we think it's all flat or not doesn't matter. It's not about declaring it's flat.
I don't agree with that last bit about Earth at all.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll get there. My soul will be okay without you connected to it quite yet.
Well, it's interesting though, Dave, because we went through something unique in that we had the community family togetherness of a internet cult in a way, but it was deeper than that in ponchos.
Mm-hmm.
But then it carried on into the PPC, and it was pure us at that stage. We weren't having ballers come in to debate us. We were on our own journey, doing our own thing. But then we went to war with each other.
Some of us, yeah.
You know, and to go
not
through
me and you, but some of us. I think it
Right?
was certain
But
instigators that were
it
kind
happened
of
though,
like
didn't it?
a lot of dons in there, but they were a little more mean.
I mean, but to see that, I think in the future that will come in really handy. I promise.
Oh yeah, and that shared experience is kind of that what I'm talking about. This shared experience on this channel and some of these things that, you know, we're trying to work this out so that we can all have like this unconscious agreement about what things are. You know, whether there's a certain individual that's not going to want to join in on realizing things that are obvious or not, that is okay. But he's here communicating because it's a struggle to you know, to get back to that. Like Ed had, speaking of our old gang, Ed has had this idea that at one time we had telepathy, and that we would all just kind of share this consciousness, and that when they did the whole thing about Babel falling and confusing our language, that's when when they separated or severed our ability or our connection to each other, and that's when all the different languages became a thing, and then that's why we were confused, because we couldn't understand each other anymore. We couldn't,
I agree with that.
you know, hear each other's thoughts any longer. And it's not
Yeah.
even about hearing each other's individual thoughts, but more so that whatever that unconscious connection is, that's just a knowingness that doesn't have words. You can't even put it into words, you know. Anyway, yeah, and then the whole thing about downloading your consciousness, like that whole idea is just crazy. Like how could anything read your thoughts when we're supposedly we have like a million thoughts all at once? You know, like telepathy. Like how could you read someone's mind? Because they could be thinking 100 different things. How do you sift through all that, right? It's more about the connection of some kind of like, you know, like it's unexplainable. I can't even, like, to try to put it into words would be senseless. You guys know what I mean without the words, I think. So, but I gotta go to sleep.
Peace, man.
Yeah,
Thanks.
cheers, Dave. Thanks
Cheers.
for stopping by.
Yep.
We went through some shit, man. It was crazy. This guy called Slam Free Poetry used to come out and talk about Trump. And this panel would join, and it would just get nuts. We'd be screaming at each other for hours.
I just want to quickly comment before we move. I'd rather you just tell me it's a bit like a magnet GIF diagram, rather than referring me to sun and moon with a whiteboard. That's much worse for me.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it on sun and moon, is it?
It's 260p resolution. It's a crazy person on drugs making stuff up on a whiteboard.
It's raw and it's real.
I reckon you're better off just saying, don't know how the sky works. Never saying anything again.
Yeah, it's it's one of those things. Yeah, I do it anyway. I reach for it, even though it's too big for my grasp and my brain. I reach for it on the off chance, hoping that I might crack the code. But
I think that's worth it. I don't know. How do I explain it?
You
have
may as
to
well
just
say
know
that
if it
about
works.
every conversation, Dawn. I don't know, and not talk about anything.
No, because I know how the stars work.
You don't.
Yeah,
No, you don't.
that
No.
globe gift you showed
No,
me
no,
is
no,
perfectly
no.
describes it.
You accept a model, right? But you don't know how they work at
That's
all.
knowledge. That's knowledge.
No, it's not knowledge. You got
Yeah.
no idea how they work. You got no idea how they were formed. You got no idea about anything of it,
This
where
is
they
very
came from, or
insulting.
anything.
This is very
Right?
insulting projection.
But you do believe a story, and I've got no problems with you believing a story.
This is very insulting. It's not a story, and it's not belief.
It is
It's
a
knowledge.
story.
It's knowledge
It
and
is a
understanding.
story. It's definitely a story, right?
No.
But that is a long way from knowing.
No, that's not what I think.
That's fine. You can think that, but it's a long way from knowing.
Knowing means to be sure and understand.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay then.
What do you think it means?
Knowing is your belief. Right.
So all I have to do is believe it. That means I know it.
Of course.
Okay, so I do know it then. Why are you telling me I don't know it?
Right. So you believe it, so you know it.
By
But
your
you don't know it.
definition.
You don't know it though. You don't know it. You don't know its
Oh.
truth.
What do you mean by know then? What do you think it means?
That's that. Knowing and certainty are two different things.
Yes, I agree with that. Sometimes they can be different.
Yeah, they can be worlds apart. So you can know.
Well, what do you mean is
you can go. You can know that that GIF works, right? You can know that that GIF matches what you're being told, right? And seems to match up with what you see. Right?
Do you think?
But
Do you mean you think
it's not certain?
Do you mean you think I'm not certain, or do you mean I could be wrong even though I know it?
I know you're certain. You're certain in your knowledge.
Yeah. So you mean I could
Yeah.
be wrong even though I know it?
You think the information you have is correct.
Yeah.
But we say the information you have is you have it. You have it. But it wouldn't hurt having another look at it and kicking it in the balls.
Are you happy agreeing that I do know it? I could be wrong in my knowledge.
No, I don't think you're wrong in your knowledge. I think your awareness of the information is good, but the information is flawed. You're not flawed. The information is.
So I know it, but I know something that's wrong. I know it, but it's wrong.
Yeah, and it's hard to acknowledge for some of us that we, even though we understand the info and we're intelligent, it's hard to acknowledge that the information might be wrong and we might have been lied to. That's a bit full on for some people.
You can be complacent in your knowledge.
So you're agreeing now? I do know it, but you're saying there's an extra on top of that you think I'm wrong.
I think you're complacent in your knowledge, and you don't scrutinise it.
So at least you're not saying I don't know anymore. You're agreeing I do know.
No, but you don't know.
Oh dear, you're back to it. You've already agreed that I know. So why are you saying I don't know again?
You don't.
You're all over the place.
Go on. It's a bit like how doctors know they can cure cancer, but because of a lack of due diligence, they don't realise it's actually not the cure for cancer.
But they do know. They're just wrong, right?
Yeah, but it's a lack of due diligence on your part. Just
they
like
do
it's
know
theirs.
it. They know it in their hearts. They're just wrong.
Yeah, but it's like a lazy knowledge. It's lazy.
So would you tell to them you don't know? Would you try and be like Bansor and tell them they don't know?
Quite often.
What would you say? The thing that you think you know, you're wrong. You're wrong about what you know. Would you say that instead? Bansor, do you know how the stars move.
Do I know how they
Yeah.
move?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So I
No.
know more than you about the stars.
Sorry?
I know more about the stars moving than you.
No, you don't.
You think I'm wrong, but you've admitted I know more than you.
No, you don't.
Yeah. You already
No.
Yes,
admitted
I
I
do.
know it.
Yes,
I
it
know
is.
it.
I know. I saw
See,
some. I saw something on the internet when I was little.
I know you don't know more than me about the stars.
You've gone back to pretending I don't know, even though you already admitted I don't. I do know.
But you don't know.
What do you think no means again? I'm just checking because you're quite likely to change it.
Possibly, because I know.
Okay. So what's a star?
That's what I asked, Merle. That's what I asked at the very start.
And then he'll go what it is. And then we'll go, how do you know? And he'll go, because I know.
The star's an object in space. that
Object?
Shines.
Yeah.
Is it? Is it an object?
Yeah.
How do you know?
I watched the documentary.
Where did the info come from? Who was the
It came from
info?
astronomers. It's a
Right.
type of study.
Okay.
Yep.
And how do they know?
They looked at it.
Oof.
Oh, right.
They
looked
looked at it. They're
Yeah.
special people. Special
Don,
people.
define object.
And they know.
Object is a physical thing.
So how do you know it's physical?
I watched the documentary.
Okay, and how did the documentary know?
They believed astronomers.
Hold up, Don, is light physical?
I think it has some physical properties, yeah.
Okay.
How do you know?
Watch the documentary.
So you think stars are lights then?
I think stars are lights. Yeah, they have light properties. They shine.
Anything more than that?
Objects in space that shine. What more do you want?
Oh, but you said objects are just having physical properties, and the physical properties that they're light.
What more do you need than an object in space that shines?
What other physical properties other than light do they have?
Oh, they occupy an area.
Occupy an area. So they have a volume.
Yeah, some of them have shadows as well.
And matter.
Some of them have shadows. Some of them look like spheres. And
you got this from the documentary.
We've never seen a non-object sphere before, so that helps us to know they're objects.
So you got this from the documentary. You know they're objects because you're inferring they're objects.
A lot of my knowledge comes from documentaries, yeah.
And why is this documentary reliable?
It's reliable because it's talking about a general consensus based on lots of people's study.
So it's reliable because they're doing an appeal to majority. Appeal to consensus.
That's not what I said at all.
You literally said it's reliable because it's consensus.
Why did you change my words to a more negative, displeasing sentence?
Because I'm exposing how it's fallacious.
No, you're trolling.
So, is there any documentary that you've disagreed with?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and why do you disagree with those documentaries?
The point is, percentage, if we can just get back to it, and I don't mind you carrying on.
No, go ahead.
The point is, I have got a model that I understand that explains the movements of the stars and the observations we see of them moving, and Bandsaw and Merle haven't. So that's me telling you how I know more than them about the stars. Yeah, and they think I might be wrong in my knowledge, but that's up to them. I still know more in myself than them because they know nothing, and I have a full working model.
That's fair.
Now you can carry on.
I understand that you think you know more.
No, I know more because they've admitted they don't know anything, and I have a full working model.
But how do you know more?
I just explained that just now.
A documentary is always a reliable source of information.
I already said it's not.
So your full working model is 95% unexplainable because of dark matter, right?
We're just talking about the celestial sphere moving on the axis. Observations of the stars.
What about geocentrism?
Yeah, it works. Even if I say it could be geocentric, I still know more than them about the movement of the stars.
But you're not saying geocentrism. You're saying
Well,
heliocentrism, right?
If it's actually geocentric, because the sphere doesn't move, the stars move.
Okay, so now, let's say I'm saying it's geocentric and it's a full working model. Why are you more correct than me?
Oh, I'm not. But you'd be lying because you don't think it's geocentric, do you? You're a flat earther.
No, I definitely think it's geocentric. Absolutely.
On a flat earth.
Well, I will say that there isn't definitive evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that it's not.
Well, hit me up when you can explain all the observations of the star movements better than a celestial sphere around a sphere on an axis.
You're agreeing with me?
No, I'm saying you won't ever be able to explain it better. Ever.
That's probably fair. I don't have.
You're going to have to stick to knowing less than me about it.
So,
What's that?
so would you say it's the best explanation?
Yes. We've had years and years and years and years to make a better one, and we haven't. It's never worked this well. Any of our models.
So to be clear, now you're just saying sphere. You're not necessarily saying heliocentric.
No, just sphere on an axis rotating. That explains the stars.
Well, are the stars rotating or is the sphere rotating?
It could be either. I still know more than any flat earther.
Yes, my point is you're not making any claims as to whether it's heliocentric or geocentric. You're just saying it's a sphere.
No, I'm not. Either or, I still know more about the movement, the relative movements of Earth and the sky.
You think you know more, and you may know more.
You think.
Oh, no, hold up.
My knowledge is wrong, but either way, whether it's wrong or right, I know more at the moment.
No, that's not true. Because it might be completely different to what you think you know, and even if it works, as far as you know, doesn't mean that you necessarily know.
Yeah, that's still called me knowing more if I think I know it.
I don't think so.
Yeah. You're trying to say that knowledge has to be true, which is an absurd solipsistic hit of hell.
No, it does have to be true. Absolutely.
See you later in semantic garbage bin.
What if I start watching Carl Sagan's Cosmos again?
Yeah.
And I emphasize again.
I think you should do it as a challenge, but as you watch each thing, you should really think if it explains reality or not. And then pause it and look up if other people agree with him or not, and see if you trust them. Look into his eyes and see if he's making it up or if he actually believes it's a good understanding.
It's hard for me, this one, Dawn.
Yeah, I know.
Because that's what I even said that to Thingamy Bob in the shed the first time. I said, was Carl Sagan lying to me? I said that to him because I was coming from
if
this.
If you can't tell, that's a bit of an issue.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if Carl Sagan was like you and knew.
I know he wasn't lying. I know he was just exaggerating.
Monkey Man.
So I would say I know more about Carl Sagan's truth than you. Just by being confident in what I believe, I know more than you on every subject.
You're tripped up.
That's how it works. That's how it works, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you got to have confidence, definitely.
So you can't lose. You can't lose.
Yeah, misplaced. But I admire your confidence.
Yeah. It's only Earth. I mean, it's only a cosmos.
So
Been
do you?
explained to us, so it's not like a big, huge philosophy that's life or death. You just believe someone after you understand it. That's all it is.
Well, you accept the explanation.
You understand it, and then you say, yes, there's nothing
Yeah.
makes more sense than this, so this is the closest to the truth.
Yeah. You understand it, thus you accept it.
Yeah. No, if you understand it and believe it.
So why don't I accept it?
I think it's because you had a midlife crisis and got brainwashed by flat Earth duality, and now you have a deep aversion to the original narrative of reality, cosmos, the cosmos, even though you grew up in it.
I know they had my trust. I know that. It was hard. It was hard, mate.
What if a satanic pedophile explained something to you that you understood, believed was true, and he gave you the best explanation that you've had so far?
Mm-hmm.
You can't not believe it just because he's a satanic pedophile, can you? Because that's denying your own understanding and belief that it's true. So, sometimes horrible people and liars and slave owners manage to understand reality and explain it because they're clever.
Well, I'll back off after this one. So say we get led into a cult and we didn't know each other, and we're in the cult we've joined. We're gullible, naive people. We're just young, in our 20s. We've just left school anyway. We're in the cult, right? And as it goes along, we become mates, and then let's say you get fully immersed in it, and you want to take the cult over or something, and I say to you, maybe you're getting carried away. Maybe this cult isn't the truth. This isn't the best place for us. Let's leave. And you're saying, no, they're right. They're good people. Don't worry about don't worry about the shit that goes on. And I mean, I've got to say that.
No, what I'm saying is, I agree secretly. Don't tell the leader, but I agree, Mal. They're psychopaths. But I think their cosmology's spot on. So I'll leave with you, but I'm going to carry on believing this cosmology over flat earthers making stuff up.
So do you believe it because you haven't come across an explanation that that you don't like?
I believe it because there's no better explanation and it makes sense.
Okay. So because there's no better explanation in your mind,
and because it makes sense
or something, right? Yeah, but you said there's no better explanation. All right, so
Yeah,
we're
but
running with that. We're
also
running with that
because
at
it
the
makes
moment.
It's the best.
Both reasons. You can't just go with the one reason. It has to make sense as well.
I suppose they do have pretty little gifts, don't they?
I did that GIF in my head on day one.
Did you? You needed a GIF.
No, I did it in my head. I realized that the movement everyone sees as astronomers suggests being on a sphere on a rotating axis. I did this day one with that GIF in my head.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever have a moment where you considered, well, it could be flat? Did you ever have that moment?
Yeah, a couple of times.
Did
I always but I have to choose. oh, I'm saying to myself, you could be really wrong.
Yeah.
And I think, no, you're not wrong.
And was it ever like the lack of explanation sometimes from Flat Earth, or the no map and the no model, not knowing how things work? Was that a red flag?
Yeah, not knowing how things work is a red flag, but the lying is the reddest of red flags. It's a huge red pyramid that never
Right.
disappears.
Right. Okay.
But
That's good
making
to
stuff
know.
up, even though you know it's a lie and made up, that's the red flag.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. Because I had my moments where I struggled with it too, because it was people were asking me, how does everything work? And I'm like, what are you asking me for? Honestly.
I remember years ago, Merle, when you dropped that that model. Remember that hand drawn
Yeah.
model that
Yeah.
you did? And, that with the all seeing eye over the
Yeah.
top of it and all that sort of
The
stuff.
logic is,
That was
well, the
that
logic
was funny.
is, without having a new explanation, you have no justified reason to reject the explanation that you've lived with so far.
100% you do.
You know what I mean?
Yes,
No.
100% you
No,
have
you don't.
justification. Yes, you do.
If it works and explains
just-
reality and you haven't got
just-
anything else, there's no
No,
reason to give it up.
just because you don't have another alternative, right, doesn't mean that you can't reject the
can, of
alternative that has been
You
presented
can
to
reject it, but it's not a
Yeah.
justified rejection.
100%.
Hold on, what did you just say?
No,
Because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
well,
So
Hold on,
of
man.
course
Tom,
you
what
can-
did you just say about?
That's a different thing.
Hold on, Jeremy's trying to get in.
What'd you just say about if it works, Don? Did you really just say that phrase after what we went through earlier?
I can't remember exactly what I said. Can you remember?
Yeah. Go ahead,
What did I
man. Sorry,
say?
I just wanted to point that out. Unbelievable.
I know.
Full circle.
Yeah.
What did I say? If it works, it's right. That's my point from earlier. So yeah, full circle.
That's crazy.
So if
You
it
can't-
works, it's right. So a flat map of America works. I can travel on it. I get to every point. It works. So America's flat.
It doesn't always work just because
It always works. I can
it's not
always
always
use that
right just
map to
'cause it
get
works.
everywhere I want to go.
Right.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's not always. Sometimes.
No, I always get everywhere I want to go with that map. It always works.
Same on a globe.
No.
So what?
You've never used a globe to get around. You've only ever used a flat map.
I can point to a place on a globe and then book a plane and I'll get to that place on a globe.
You've never used a globe to get around.
I can point to Lanzarote on a globe, then I can fly there and get there. It works.
Doesn't make no, it doesn't. You haven't
works.
proved that it works.
Well, neither's
Not at all.
Jeremy with a flat map.
Yeah, you can, because you can go. I want to
He
get
hasn't.
from San Francisco go to
You're
Washington.
just asserting
bang,
it.
and he jumps in the car and he gets to San Francisco. Bang! It works.
Oh, you've asserted it works on a flat map now, and you've denied it works on a globe.
Well, show me evidence where a globe has been used for any sort of
I just did.
driving around or
Driving around.
navigation. Yeah, driving around in your country, or
I
show
just
me where
told
it's,
you.
or
I can
where it's
point-
been used as far as sailing or anything aeronautical. Show me where. Show me where a globe's been used to.
I can point to Lanzarote, round a curve on a globe, fly there and get there.
No. You can point on a beach ball that this is that and that is that, right?
Exactly.
You can't use it to get around. No one has ever used it to get around.
I could hold the globe in my hand as we fly to Lanzarote and slowly rotate it as I'm looking down at the top till I'm looking down at Lanzarote. It would work
Really?
perfectly.
Really? You don't know that?
I know as much as you do about flat maps for
No,
navigation.
I know you can use a flat map to navigate anywhere.
I know you can use a globe.
No, you can't. It's never
Yeah,
been
you
done.
can.
Never been done.
Yes, it has.
Not once in the history of mankind has that ever been done.
I already explained why we don't practically do it. It's because they're really big and you can't
No.
control a plane while holding one.
Yeah, you could. You could get a beach ball and put it on, and then
beach
deflate
ball?
it. Yeah, and then put it in your pocket. That's how you could do it.
That's ridiculous.
No, it's not.
You want to blow up your map every time you want to use it. That'd be
Yeah.
ridiculous, sir.
Why? It's just as ridiculous saying you can use a globe to get around anywhere because it's never been done.
You're reasserting Miles' point that flat maps prove a flat Earth. It's like Jeremy and Miles' point. And I'm saying no way.
100%.
No, they're
do
just a
because
projected area.
Yeah. Where is the sphere projected onto it? Where's the spherical excess on it?
It's projected on
the map.
Really?
I think there was Bev even asked it from the Ordnance Survey UK and got an answer.
Neither can you.
I wasn't really sure what he meant, but Bev used to talk about the Ruhif numbers. Do you guys know what the Ruhif numbers are?
His balloon numbers, his weather balloon numbers,
Right.
and his graphs, his Excel spreadsheets. He's got over, I think it's over a terabyte of downloaded data that he's put into graphs and everything. It's crazy. All this weather balloon information.
I like how Bev used to. I'm sorry.
Because he reckons he understands refraction orthographically.
I think it's funny that Bev used to quote the Ordnance Survey, but now when Ordnance Survey say that Bev, you're wrong, he's just stopped talking about the subject.
I don't know. I don't know what he's claimed or said, to be honest.
Yeah, he said that Ordnance Survey just use a horizontal baseline, and then when he asked about that from Ordnance Survey, they said that no, the Earth is curving, so every map has distortion. They just stopped talking about maps altogether, an Ordnance Survey.
Well, they all start from horizontal and calculating.
Mal, if we both have a choice of cults, my leaders are all the astronomers of Earth. Some of them are Jesuits and Freemasons. Your leader is Eric DeBay and Dell. Which cult do you pick?
Yeah. Enough with the goofy shit, Malaman. Do you think that if something works, that makes it correct or true? If you know what true means.
No, if something doesn't work, then it's false.
But if something works, that doesn't mean that it's correct, right?
That depends on the subject.
Depends on how many variables and angles.
Yeah.
What?
Like weight works. You can use weight. It's so yeah.
And it's not true, or
it is
I don't understand.
true,
If something
because
works,
it's usable.
Does it mean that it's correct?
I mean, can you specify even a little bit?
Flat map of America.
Okay. How does
that
it work?
America's flat.
It doesn't work. I guess that's the issue.
It doesn't work. It does work though.
Well, it doesn't though.
A flat map of America, really? We used them for centuries, decades at least.
Yeah, and it doesn't work. It has error.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, because it
driving
has
all
error.
over the place.
Didn't even try to prove it yet, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a triangle from
McNally
Los
maps
Angeles.
and Jim Apco maps that were flat, they didn't work. You're saying?
Yeah, if you take
they sold millions.
Maps if you take the map that aviators use, there's distortion, and it's evident there, and it's said over there that there is distortion
all those
due to curvature.
Maps that they sold for decades and decades that people used to navigate around America that were flat, they didn't work.
Which maps? Can you cite one map?
Mapco.
McNally. Sure, are they like
Maps. We sold flat
aeronautical
maps
maps?
for decades in America, dude.
Yeah,
Melways.
hold on. Are they
Waste of time, Earl.
aeronautical maps? What kind of maps
Waste
are
of
they?
time, you said?
No, I'm with Jeremy all the way on this one because when you're driving in your car, you have a miniaturized version of the suburbs and the city, and it's all done on flat Cartesian coordinates.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a grid system that goes over it. And if you wanted to find your street, it'd say something like L2B1 or something, and you have to find the grid. And that's how you'd find where you before Google Maps and all that. That's
Oh,
how
you
we
mean
find.
road maps, not maps of America?
Not maps that you actually use to navigate with,
Yeah.
just road
they're
maps.
all-
Yeah,
they-
I can draw you a
they-
road map.
But they also use grid north. They don't use true north or any type of north except for grid north.
Yeah, and they have error. it's clearly there.
Yeah.
What's the error?
It's hidden behind
The error
grid.
is that it doesn't.
Distances are not perfect.
It's hidden
Yeah,
behind
and the head distances, directions. There's a lot of things that don't work.
So your argument now, let me just so we're clear, the argument now is that all those maps, those Rand McNally's and Jim Apco maps that they sold for decades and decades that people use to successfully navigate across America, you're saying that doesn't work, and they didn't successfully navigate across America for decades with that. That's what your argument is?
How did they navigate using those maps?
What do you mean?
Part of
How
the
did
maps?
you don't know how a
Yeah.
map works?
I know how a map works. I can draw you a map that is fucked up in scale and everything, and you can still use that to navigate, even though it's not
Because it
correct.
works. Just because it works doesn't mean it's correct, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Fucking hard. That
Yeah.
was like pulling teeth.
I know.
I might as well have
No, I
amputated
mean-
a leg right there.
Depends.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends. I mean, yeah. So you're saying that even if the Earth is curved and you use flat maps, the flat map isn't reality. It can still be
No,
curved, and you can.
I'm telling you because I'm telling you because something works.
Yeah.
Because something works doesn't mean it's correct. That's my point.
Yes. So if you use a flat map on a globe, you can still use the flat map, even though it's a globe. It still works.
Glad we agree that just because something works doesn't mean that it's correct. Good. One of your bitch ass goofball friends say, "Oh, it works."
How dare you?
Because we know that something can work. That doesn't mean anything because we know that something can work and it might not be correct.
He agreed in that one context, Joe. He'd already told you it depends.
It doesn't depend. Just because something works doesn't mean it's true. I can give you a model for how a clock works involving unicorns and leprechauns. That doesn't mean the unicorns and leprechauns are true.
What
Just
about the
'cause the clock
declination?
works.
Depends, right?
Just
What
because the
about the
clock works
declination?
doesn't mean there's unicorns and leprechauns involved, right?
See, so it depends.
But what about declination in America? If we're using a flat map, you're going to have issues where you have to rely. Well, you wouldn't, but most would say that you would have to rely on declination as well if you're trying to navigate using those maps. You have to coordinate with declination, otherwise those maps are useless. If that helps, guys. Half of America is split in half almost by declination. Half of it goes east, and the other half goes west, and it is a big sort of split. So to navigate with the local map, yeah, you might be fine. But if you're trying to navigate to a correct north, or trying to do other stuff and plot America on another map, travelers have to use declination for some reason.
Bro, if I'm traveling across America, I don't need to use nothing but that map, that Rand McNally or Jim Apco map. I don't need to use declination, nothing. That flat map works.
But it could still be a globe, right?
I went to
Yeah,
I
but
went
just
to
because
America.
something works doesn't mean that it's correct or true.
I agree
I
in that
went to-
context. Just because
In
the
any
flat Earth
context.
map works
Any
doesn't make
context.
us flat. I agree.
Let me give
There's
you an
no,
example.
you don't need to say context after it because it's always going to be in context to what
No,
we're talking about. That's
depends.
stupid to say
Usually it
context.
depends.
It's
Let me give you
stupid
an
to say
example.
context.
Let me give you an example. I went to America and I traveled. I done a fly drive from San Francisco to Los Angeles to Las Vegas. When we used the sat nav chip that was 2 years out of date, it placed us in the sea, right? A 2 year out of date chip and program that I put into, because I didn't buy it brand new. I bought off someone else that was secondhand, and they said they bought it 2 years ago. So the model was 2 years old, and it put us. It couldn't even figure out where we were because is it Route 66 or the coast, the main coast road. But when we were on the coast road, it was thinking that we were in the sea. So when we talk about using maps and stuff like that, they are updated every single year to make sure we don't have these issues. But when you use something that's outdated, then that's what happens. It puts you 1 or 2 miles west or east of where you should actually be.
Hey, the point is, it's always going to be in context. It's senseless to even. It's almost stupid to say that in context because it's always going to be in context of what we're talking about, and it's never going to matter. And it's never going to matter if it's never going to matter just because it works. That doesn't mean it's correct, and that's always going to be true for everything. But it's not. There's no context.
But there's sometimes we start talking about stuff that's kind of, a dead end sometimes. I know it says, yes, we've been doing this for centuries, but you'll find that America were the first to release the first survey. So the WSG 1927 was of America. No one else handed their homework in, only Americans did. And they just, because no one else gave their measurements for their countries and stuff, they pretty much came up with a model ahead of everyone handing in their dimensions. Someone like China and Russia aren't going to tell what their actual dimensions are.
This declination only applies to navigation, right? It doesn't apply to land travel. So land maps land maps are never changing. If I go out into my paddock, right, and I grid it up and I make a map of it, right, the declination is never going to change anything about that paddock ever.
Yeah. Well, which way is north? How do you align your map? You can make any map, but if you want to align it, how would you align it?
I just
have.
Why do I have to align it? I just
Exactly.
have to recognize. All I have to do is just recognize landmarks. I don't have to align anything.
Exactly. So it works. Whatever you're using works for you, but as soon as you try and put that on a bigger map or a bigger thing to intonate between everybody else in the world, then we start having problems. So yes, we can I agree with you totally. And I guess it's the spacing between our lands that is causing discrepancies because we've measured the lands with an arbitrary measure. But we can say, look, we know what that measure is, and we can agree of how we can describe this measure. And navigating by land is no issue. To be honest with you, when I went to Cubs and Boy Scouts, mate, they mentioned nothing about declination. You know what I'm saying? So South Africa is easily 20 degrees off, even 7 degrees off. No one at Cubs or Scouts for like the many years that I went there and became a Sixer and all that, nobody mentioned anything about declination. So it's almost like it's a northern thing more than a southern thing. And then they kind of throw it our way and say, look, man, we're north facing. That's how it fucking goes. You know, but we used to be south facing. So actually you wouldn't have had an issue if all the maps face south, because the South Pole, the geomagnetic, not the magnetic, but the geomagnetic South Pole is just under Australia, not just, but just between you and Ross Island. And the other interesting thing is that there's 2 magnetic equators. One is called the magnetic equator, and the other one is called the geomagnetic equator. They are fucking redefining the shit as one thing and two things and all that. But
What
if you
are
look at
those two equators?
Even
Are
working
you
out
saying that?
just because this declination changes where north is realm, right? So today it's going to be at point A, and then tomorrow north is going to be at point B, right?
Yeah.
That still doesn't, right, in no way, shape, or form mean globe.
Oh no, of course not.
No,
Of course not. No. But I mean, it doesn't mean anything. I mean, you know, like if both of us were both blind and deaf, no. I shouldn't be saying that. I'm just saying, if we're both deaf, how would we communicate to each other? It's that like yeah. It doesn't mean one thing, but then we move on.
All you're
What do you
doing
mean
is heading in a direction of that north, and you establish that north. That's all you're doing. So
Yes, but somebody
What do
else
you mean
told you.
Yeah,
Somebody
go
else
on,
told
mate.
you. Sorry.
I'm just wondering. You're not saying that there's 3 equators on a globe model.
No, I said there's 2 magnetic equators, and we have a celestial equator, and we have a solar
So 3.
equator. We have all the planets and all the moon, and everything has their own equator. And the most interesting thing is,
The moon has the. How does the moon have its own equator on the Earth?
10 degrees north. You might find it's between 10 and 12 degrees north. The magnetic anomalies, depending whether you're talking about, it's locked. It's locked to the either the geomagnetic equator or the magnetic equator. 10 degrees north, whichever you want to call that, that's where it's locked, and it follows that path consistently.
Why do you call that an equator?
Because that's the mean path that
of the moon.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah. So it's not an equator.
Well, it's yeah. Well, it is in another way, because there's no reason why our magnetic equator should not be in our 0 position. So actually, the magnetic equator is actually our physical equator.
No,
and
the equator is where the sun travels at equinox.
It's not. No,
it's
it's
0
not.
degrees.
It's not. The
By
sun's
definition, it is.
It's but that's. How do you calculate how long a year is? You have to conjunct the celestials and the solar. So why would you do a conjunction if we're just in solar time? The equator is not the sun's equator. Please understand that. We can't measure.
Can you give me a citation of what the equator is on the globe now?
No. We're talking. If the sun goes a maximum of 23.46 degrees on a non-shadow day measured north, and does 23.43 in the south, then its equator is not 0, but it would be 0.03 north of the equator. And obviously, yeah, man. Huh? Sorry? I don't think you I don't think.
So you're saying that the sun at equinox isn't traveling at the equator?
Well, what month is that, mate? Is that when it rises in Indonesia or sets in French Guiana? Because for some reason they can't get the timing at the same place.
The sun rises every day in those places and sets.
No, where does the sun cross the equator when it's coming from the north? Where?
What do you mean, where does it cross the equator?
Zero latitude. It's the minute it hits 0 latitude. Where is that as it's coming from the south?
What?
Where?
I don't know.
Indonesia. Where does it set when it comes from the north?
I have no idea. I guess French Guiana then.
Well done, mate. So, for one reason, if it was parallel or adjacent, whatever the right words are, with the equator, we wouldn't have 2 destination points. It would go up and it would come down exactly the same place. And the non-shadow day experiments show that it's 0.25 or 0.3 degrees north of the equator. And also, if you see the angle of the sun when it rises in the east and it sets in the west, if it's going in the north direction, it's going to be 0.25 degrees north of west when it's setting. It's never going to go from east 0 to west 0. It's going to go from east 0 to west 0.25. But it's not quite correct because it takes 90 days to get up to the highest part, and then 90 days to come down again, then down south again, which means it's moving 1 degree a day north, no, or south. So it's angled. Yeah, man, there's a whole fucking load of stuff, man. But don't be fooled into thinking that our equator is the sun equator, and it's neither the celestial, because the celestials look like they're going in a straight line westwards by 4 minutes. But if you look if you look really, really carefully and you time it over the years, you'll see it's actually moving left, right? If you're facing west, which means in some way it's actually moving in a south direction. If you're looking at Africa, it's moving in a clockwise direction, in another way of saying. So there's a lot more. There's a lot more going on in the space than what citation and definitions you get off the internet. You have to use your own intuition and think, is there something they're not telling us?
No, how do you know these things that like astronomers don't know? How do you know those?
But how do you know they don't know that? Do you see what I'm saying?
No one said that.
No. If you go and ask the question, you will find someone that already knows that. You'll find that astrology that they know all these things. But
okay, can you cite them some of those astronomers saying that the equator has nothing to do with the sun's path or the celestial?
Seriously, mate. Like, if I turn around and said to you that I was a scientist and I had all the degrees coming out my ears, and I told you this was the fact, would you believe me?
Yeah. Sure. Yes. If you had evidence, then I would believe you. Yes.
Yes, but if you only have to use stellarium, right? For example, and don't tell me it's based on a globe. Yeah. No, it's based on perspective, right? And the measurements and dimensions of it is. I'm not a flat earther, by the way. So if that helps.
I know. You're flip flopping between concave and a football.
Yeah, but
did I cut out?
Oh, we saw you, bro. We saw him.
Who was it? I saw someone had their camera on.
I think it was the realm. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was drinking a 7-Up.
So just because something works doesn't mean that it's correct.
Sure. Yeah. Just because you
in
can
all
use
context, that statement is always true in all context, always.
Sure. Maybe you could say that. Yeah.
If it's consensus.
Just because someone said, just because it works that I drink water in order for me to survive doesn't mean that I need water for me to survive. I mean, I can live without water for years, maybe.
Well, it could be true, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it is.
Sure, but it is false that I can live without water. So
I wanted to apologize if I sounded like
true, but just if something did work, that doesn't necessarily mean it's true.
Yeah, necessarily it doesn't make it true. Sometimes it is true.
It might not be true. True, it might not be true.
Yep.
Mailman.
Yeah.
Mailman. Yep. I just wanted to. I didn't mean to come across aggressive, mate. Sorry, I found I was doing that. I didn't mean to. Sorry, mate.
It's okay.
Love you.
Suck my balls.
I mean, you guys say it works. You guys say it works. That doesn't really mean shit, because just because something works doesn't necessarily mean that it's true.
Yeah, just like flat earthers say that all the maps are flat, so the earth is flat.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm talking about when you guys say just because when you guys are always using the thing, it works, doesn't mean that it's true though or correct.
But how can the sun? If I can't cross over to the southern hemisphere back in the day, I'm from the northern hemisphere, and the people from the southern hemisphere says you ain't crossing. So if they say something and we say something, they say we see something, we say we see something, eventually we're going to come to an agreement, because we can't go over and prove it. So we end up in agreement, don't we? And then naturally consensus just means that we all agree and we have less wars and whatever.
But we can travel. I can go to the southern hemisphere easily.
I'm saying about back in the day, you know what I mean? How that.
Sure. Why can't we talk about nowadays.
Yeah, but we've got declination and stuff like that, so people don't even know. People don't really know what their orientation is. You know what I mean? At the best of times, the further you get to the poles.
There's a lot of people who don't know about declinations, or even that we have two poles, like geographic pole and magnetic pole.
Yeah, and everyone would probably stand in the middle of Antarctica and say they're the South Pole. They're not even anywhere near it. That's one South Pole.
Huge continent, yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I'm
it's a
saying is
huge
that
continent.
the geomagnetic South Pole isn't on Antarctica at all. It's out to sea. It's west of Antarctica or below Africa, if that's the easiest way of describing it. It's people don't give a shit about this stuff, and that's why some people come to these arguments and they don't know enough about what is and what isn't. The difference, what the magnetic pole that we see that is moving. It's not the geomagnetic pole that's moving. That's the mountain that everyone keeps on talking about. How does a mountain move? How do we go from Polaris, if Polaris is moving between Polaris and Vega, when Vega is our North Star? Are the celestials going to spin around Vega, or they're still going to spin around Polaris? If they're still going to spin around Polaris, then we obviously got a fucking issue, mate.
But what do you mean with geomagnetic pole?
Oh, that's crazy. I never thought of that, Realm. Yo, that's fucking nuts.
See, it's
What did
fucking
you
so
say?
easy, man.
Yeah, but the Earth doesn't rotate around Polaris.
I never said it
Nuts,
did.
Realm.
You get me.
Yeah,
You
it
get
is.
me.
Yo, repeat it.
Bro, that's fucking crazy, dude.
Say it again, Realm. Say it again. People didn't.
All right.
Yeah, I
So
think I got it.
No, go, Realm.
Yeah.
I do explain stuff in a very basic English fashion. I spoke a few languages when I was growing up. Anyway, if we are looking up at that central point of the star trail in the north, we can say that there's a Polaris going around that center. Now we are going to move between Polaris and Vega every 13,000 years, or whatever they tell us, they predict, or whatever like that. When we are moving towards Vega, or Vega's moving towards us, if the stars are spinning around a point in the sky at the moment, and Polaris is just off from that, when Vegas comes into view, are the stars going to be spinning around Vega, or are they going to be still spinning around Polaris, which is 15 degrees or 20 degrees to our east, maybe? I should be saying that. Can anybody expand on this? Basically, when we move from Polaris to Vega, are we moving the celestial sphere, or does the celestial sphere move with Polaris ish?
No. They only. If Vega is. I mean, if Polaris is moving away from being a pole star, then the angle to it will change on the surface of the Earth, or from the geographic North Pole. You change the angle to Polaris. And if Vega is going towards the rotational point, then your angle just comes close to 90 to it.
Yeah, but Vega and the Polaris are like many degrees apart. We're not just talking about a fraction of a micron of a hairline. We're talking about a good 50
that's why it takes
degrees.
tens of thousands of years. Yeah.
Yes, the point is that.
But hold on, Realm. The point, you didn't
it's
say it
all
right
yours,
the
mate,
second
all
time. When the Vega becomes the North Star, the pole star now, are the stars going to be rotating around that, or is
Yes,
the stars going to keep rotating around Polaris?
Because stars don't rotate around
Vega.
No, stars don't. No, stars don't rotate around Polaris. Every star rotates around a point that's not Polaris.
Yeah, so they'll be rotating around Vega when it becomes the pole star at the pole.
No,
and
because Polaris
if it's at the pole
isn't
perfectly, then they're going to be rotating around Vega, including Polaris.
No.
You don't know me. You don't know me.
Polaris is going to be, if I'm in the northern hemisphere, the UK, for example, and I look in north and I see the center points, okay, the center point, whatever you want to call it, right? Then in many years' time, and Vega, to me in the north, Vega is on my northwest horizon. So it's lower, yeah, and it's also to my west as well. Now, when that comes into the central point, and you seem to be saying that the stars are going to spin around when Vega comes into that. So the central bit that's spinning around will always stay there, and the stars are going to move through that warpage, that whirlpool. So does the whirlpool move, or do the stars move? Or, you know what I mean? No.
What do you? It's not the case that only those two stars are moving.
No, I didn't say that. I just said while we're moving to go through our precession, number one, our precession goes from east to west, which wouldn't really make Vega, but it would at the same time. But when Vega becomes our North Star, our orientation are all the stars going to go around that area.
Yeah, all the stars are going to rotate around the northern celestial point, the rotation point.
But that's moved to the right 15 degrees. So
No, not
yes,
on Earth. Not on the Earth.
Of course it has. From my observation, our map says north.
Not on the Earth. No. If you go to the North Pole, in the center of rotation, the geographic North Pole, that doesn't change. It stays the same.
So
the GP, or the axis of the Earth's rotation will stay the same.
I didn't say about the Earth's rotation. I was saying, are we going to see star trails in the same orientation when we're lined up with Vega?
Yes, they're just different stars, a little different orientation.
So you're saying the whirlpool stays the same, the star trail whirlpool position stays, and what happens is the stars move through the whirlpool.
Yeah, they change location in relation to each other, yes, and in relation to the center of rotation.
Okay, and obviously we have all this evidence to back this up. We have citations and we have all this evidence.
Sure, we have a lot of citations and I think there's some evidence, like with telescopes, about the precession of Polaris.
But I hope you get me. There's two precessions with the celestial sphere. One of them is moving west by 4 minutes a day, and there's another one. Fuck me, I even got this as well. Fucking hell, what was the takes 96 years times 3. 96 times 3. It takes 288 years for the celestial sphere to move south 1 degree. Right? You times it by 3, 864.
What do you mean south?
I mean exactly that. It's moving west perfectly, but if you go through the year after year after year, you will see it's moving. If you're facing west and you're at the equator 0, 0, and you're facing west, and you watch the stars come down towards the horizon day after day, day after day. If you notice, it's actually moving left slightly at the same time, but by a fraction.
How can it move left when the Earth is rotating around its axis?
I'll ask you to go to Stellarium and check that out for me, mate, because I've checked it out 3, 4, 5 times, 10 times. It happens every time, and it moves 1 degree south per 288 years. If I said that, it could be 300 years.
Okay, let's say that if you test it for 30,000 years, does it mean that at the equator, your celestial equator is going north to south because it's turned so much?
Turned so much? No, I think the simple way of explaining it is that the celestial is moving up towards the north and going down towards the south, just like the sun, the moon, Jupiter, and everything. It's got a declination of its own, and at the moment, it's going towards the south, and then it will come back.
How do you see that?
On Stellarium, mate. Get Stellarium, and you can put visuals. You press play. You can make it whatever speed you want, and you can make a video for people to watch, and they can exactly see.
Yeah, so if I'm in Stellarium at the equator, and can I make a time lapse?
Yeah, you can do anything you want. Stellarium on your phone is awesome, man.
Sure. If I make that at the equator and I see the star trails, you're saying that those are not straight lines at the equator right above you, that they're just deviating to west.
You're gonna see the straight lines going down to the west, like we all see in our star trails. But if you do the comparisons,
What do you mean west? At the equator, it goes from east to west. It doesn't deviate.
Yes. This is what I'm telling you. It does deviate from that. It deviates by 1 degree every 300 years.
To where?
South. At the moment, it's moving south, and then in the future, it'll come back from the south and cross the equator and start moving north. And it just does it just like everything else. They all have their own time frames. So there is a precession of 26,000 going from east to west, but there's a much slower precession that's due in declination. Yeah, not declination.
So the line that isn't straight. It's not straight from east to west.
Exactly. It's southwest, isn't it? It's west, 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 west,
So it's a
west,
curve.
west, south.
So it's a curve.
Hey, mate, it's not for me. It's if that is a word that you are happy to agree with, then I'll agree with that. But the rates are
I'm
not.
just asking, because I haven't seen this. I've only heard that stars at the equator go east to west on a straight line.
Yeah,
Because
they
that's
do.
the 90 degrees to the axis of rotation.
They
Yeah,
actually
but not-
diverge from each other at the equator. You see star trails diverging, so stars are getting farther away and closer to each other. They converge and
That's
diverge.
perspective.
Yes, but the stars on the
So
right-hand side.
perspective. So okay, hold on, Realm. How much
I'm going to go
perspective?
now.
So we're counting perspective when we look at stars.
Sure, when you look at the star trails, yeah.
Cool. So 69 miles per. How many miles? How much does do the stars drop when we go 69 miles?
1 degree.
That's due to perspective or due to the Earth curving? But how much is due to perspective?
I mean, if you look at the star trails, you're not looking at a single star and taking an angle to it.
Okay, I'm taking it to something else now. When we move 69 miles and we see the star drop a degree, how much of that is due to perspective?
I mean, it depends. You can do 1 degree per 69 miles for Polaris going south or north. But if
Yes,
you're
but
at the
how
equator,
much of that is due to? Hold on. How much of that is due to perspective?
it depends, because you can't do 1 degree per 69 miles for every star on Earth.
Polaris. We're doing Polaris. 69 miles per degree. How much of it is due to perspective?
Sure. Nothing is due to perspective for that.
We're not counting perspective into only when you want to count perspective into the stars. That's when we count it.
Oh, when you look at
Fucked up
the
today. You guys suck.
Fuck off, cunt. Okay. Can you is there perspective and refraction when you look at the black swan? Oh, you can't answer. Fuck off, dishonest fuck. No.
Fucked up today, dude.
Yeah.
No only perspective when you want stars. I know.
Sure. Yeah, and you have crepuscular rays showing that the sun is close. No perspective, but train tracks converge. Yeah, sure. Selective perspective.
Selective perspective. That's what you just did with Polaris. What do you mean?
No, I didn't. I said that for Polaris,
We're not
it's
counting
not
it
a
for 69
perspective
miles
thing.
per degree. There's no perspective in the drop there,
Yes.
but when we look at the
Yes,
stars and we
yes.
see them converge and diverge. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'll
when you
talk
look at-
after you. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, when we look at the star trails, we're not taking
All the
1
way
degree
through
per
me.
69.
Can anyone hear what you're
miles
saying
measurement.
now? I'm talking all the way through you.
Sure, yeah.
Fun to mute each other all day. How's that going to work?
No, talk. Lie more. Okay, go on. Lie more.
Be civil, guys. This is chill out lounge. Yeah.
It just fucks me up that he has to lie about me. But yeah, go on. Keep lying.
I didn't lie shit about you. You fucking selected when you wanted to
You
use perspective for the stars. In one instance, you want to use it. In the next instance, you don't want to use it.
Nope,
Perspective
I
either
explained it to
applies
you
to the
twice.
stars or it doesn't.
I already explained it to you twice.
Yeah, selective perspective. I know. You guys pick and choose what you want. You make shit up. You guys are just anti-flat earther. You don't even stick to the globe model and reality and what reality would dictate.
I already
You're just
explained it to
anti-flat
you.
earthers. Anything you got to say to go against us to win an argument, that's what you do. fucking bullshit.
Nope,
You guys
I
are
already
a
explained
giant
it to
waste
you.
of time. You're a giant waste of time, all of you motherfuckers.
Okay, can't mute yourself. So if you use the Polaris, it's 1 degree per 69 miles. But if you're looking at star trails, it's a different thing because you're looking at time lapses of star trails. So it's a totally different thing. If you're at the equator and you pick a star that's GP is at, I don't know, say 50 degrees north, it's not a 1 degree per 69 miles relationship. Already said it. This is the second time I said it that way, and third time I explained it to you.
I think there's an issue with. I think there's an issue of about 2 or 3 degrees in the north. Yes, we might see it at 90, but it's there's something else going on optically that's making us think it's 90. As you know, the measurement from like 80 or 70 latitude to the north, those distances there, they're not exact, and this, that, and the other. And there's other reasons, but I think there's 2 or 3 degrees.
I think this is like he's saying that I'm talking about or using selective perspective. I think he would say that if you use a theodolite, you establish a horizontal, but somehow, magically, after some time, it stops being horizontal. So I can say to him that you're using selective refraction or selective perspective when you're talking about using a theodolite. And he'd have to agree. That's exactly what he's doing. And that's why he's saying that I'm using selective perspective, because he's talking about 2 totally different things. When talking about star trails or talking about Polaris and measuring the angle to it. It's 2 totally different things.
You know, all I gotta say is selective perspective is pretty catchy.
It is, yeah. I mean, that is what flat earthers usually use, because train tracks converge because of perspective, but then crepuscular rays prove that the sun is close and local.
Levity. Levity.
Levity?
Levity.
What's levity? That's something new.
No, it's what everything is. It's gravity. Levity.
Oh.
Nothing
Anti-gravity.
nothing can move without pressure.
Pressure.
And
Yeah.
levity is what creates that pressure. Levering.
I've got a new word for that pressure thing. It's squeezing. Like you squeezing a banana out of a skin. That's pressure as well, isn't it? But pressure is a squeezing of something to try and move it as well, isn't it?
Squoze force.
Sometimes.
Yeah, on occasions, yes. There's a squeeze, but yeah, I wouldn't use it personally as a replacement. But nothing can replace levity. I love that article, percent.
You read the whole thing?
I'm about 3/4 of the way through it, actually.
Nice.
Yeah,
What do you think
it's
so far?
brilliant, isn't it? Oh, it's brilliant,
article?
actually. Yeah. Reality.
What article?
It's a article about reality. Where are we? See if I can bring it up, and I'll share it with you. Where are we? Alberuni. Boom. This will give you something to mull over. Oh man. Boom. There you go. Treat yourself.
Cheers. I'm gonna read it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to read it a second time.
Me too.
Yeah. Where'd you find it? How'd you come across it?
Just like searched. I didn't know it existed, but I was just reading up on Albiruni and being the father of like I guess geodesy and optics and stuff like that, and I just came across it.
Yeah. That was like a link or something, another
No, there was
article
just
you
a quick mention of how there was correspondence between him and Ibn Sina about about Plato's works or what have you. And so I searched it out and I couldn't find any that were free. There was just like paywall after paywall. So obviously like that made me even more kind of
More
determined to find it, yeah. And then eventually I find it.
Yeah, good find. I like how it's written too. The style of the writing.
Yeah. They had class back then.
Didn't they? Didn't I? That's a good word for it.
I don't even. I don't mean to go off topic. Just something's been bugging me. I'm in catering, and every September we have to declare our stocks legally to auditing and stuff like that. So the end of that year is in September, and you have to declare your stock and accruals and all that stuff there. But the fucking strangest thing is I've been doing this now for 20 years, man. Like I do accounts, I'm a financial analyst as well. And this seems to have happened again at the end of February. And this is not normal to happen at the end of February. And it's the first time I've ever seen this happen at the end of February. It's always at the end of September. So now we've declared our stocks. And also, your tax year normally ends at the end of March. So my computer programs and stuff like that and everything is all about make sure your stocks are up to date, make sure your prices are up to date. All the prices have gone up now because of Brexit or whatever like that. But it's almost like it's part of another financial or fiscal system that happens every century or thereabouts. I just thought maybe someone else might be able to kind of understand what I'm saying. This is not normal for us to do declarations of our stock and our assets at the end of February. You know what I'm saying?
As always been at the end of the financial year. You get ready for July being the start. It's always been that way. I've never had it.
But everybody else is. There's so many different financial systems. Like in England, we declare all our certain things by the end of December. Some of them there's a fiscal, there's a financial, there's a tax year, there's this and the other. There's many different financial years. But
has your tax date changed?
No, the tax rate's gone down to 12.5%. Yes, tell me.
No, I meant the dates, like the tax season, because you said this. This season has changed, but your tax season's the same.
Yeah, but it'll mean that we're 4 to 5 weeks short of a normal tax year.
Has it got anything to do with your Brexit? This change?
Yeah, I'll have to look into it, but I definitely know that with the financial fiscal year, they get either 364 days or 371 days in a year, right? And it has to when a country or a corporation, whatever like that, sets on the same day every single year, they can't just say Monday one year and Tuesday the next. They have to go by 364 or 371, and they go in patterns of 445 years, right? And they fucked up in 1897. They fucked up because it ended up being 1 year longer. In the thing is, and it just fucked everything up. And there was if I'm not mistaken, the worst, most expensive financial meltdown in history because they forecasted over a 5-year period, but it turns out that the books extended to 6 years. It's like I say to you, it's a 364 or 371 value of a year, a financial year, a fiscal year, and they go in patterns. But this is just weird, man. It's just like I'll have to look into it more because our tax rate's gone down, yes, so that people can save a bit of money and recover from this 2-year whatever. But yeah, man. Sorry to interrupt. I was just looking at my accounts now, and I'm thinking, this is so fucking weird, man. It's like, Brewster's Millions. It just keeps reminding me of Brewster's Millions, that you have to spend all your money, or you have to do something by a certain date, otherwise you don't get to keep it or something,
Mm-hmm.
Might need to ask the room.
Mm-hmm. Ask the room what?
So you're on a date and everything's going well, and then your potential future partner is sussing you out, and you can tell she's sussing you out as a potential partner, and then she, for some reason, just says, "Oh, do you know what the Earth is?" So, do you lie to her?
Sorry, say that again. Say that again.
This is great.
Start again, mate.
So-
I was concentrating on something else.
A good TV show.
Yeah, so it's sort of, she's sussing you out, and she puts it to you like she's obviously into the internet and modern shit. So she's like, "Oh, do you know what Earth is?" Like, she's sussing you out, right? To see if you're a flat earther or not, basically, or if you're crazy.
Yeah, I was going to say,
so,
this
yeah.
in a minute, she's going to ask you, "Are you a flat earther?"
Yeah.
Before she asks that, you've got a chance to give other.
Right, because she's road testing you, right?
Yeah.
She's basically, is this guy fully rabbit holed or
She's not going to go
red-pilled?
straight, "Are you a flat earther?" But if you seem totally unsure what Earth is, she might ask you, "Hang on, are you a flat earther?"
Yeah.
At the beginning, yeah, she's just saying, "What even is Earth?" While you're having a spliff and you're having deep chats. Now the ball's in your court. You're the master. You're the masculine. bail. You got a
Yeah.
choice what to tell her.
Oh. See, I don't feel pressure, but I could see myself lying. That's the bad thing.
Can you?
I can, because
Yo, you
there's
gotta
part of
answer
me.
vaguely, man. You answer
Yeah.
with vague, like Earth is a mystery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is what Miles thinks. He does want to add vaguity to it.
Yeah.
And keep the mystery alive.
Without
I'm
being
telling him he needs to be sure about things when he meets a woman.
Right.
I think
Yeah.
your argument is somehow you want to say, I'm not sure, it's a mystery, in an enticing, exciting way without sounding like you've got no idea where you live.
Yeah.
Just say I see the earth in your eyes.
Okay, but then let's say you answer and you say the Earth's a mystery. I'm the girl. I then say, hang on, are you a flat earther?
Say, me and you, baby, we're the Earth. You're the water.
Then I go to the bathroom.
I'm the
I
stone.
text my
Together,
friend.
there's perfect balance.
Text my
Harmony.
friend from the bathroom. I think I'm on a date with a flat earther. What should I
Right.
do?
Right.
You know
And her
what?
friends will say, bail, bail.
No, what you do, you take her to a bar, you get a glass of beer, Mel.
I'll say, don't you dare debate
You
him.
flat smack her bitch ass.
Don't you dare debate him. You'll ruin the date. Either leave it or bail.
Yeah. You wouldn't have the push-pull conversation on the first date, would you?
No, what I'm getting at is,
Oh, you'd want to get
Doesn't-
into the push-pull with her on the first date.
doesn't any part of your mind want to say, it's okay, darling, I know what Earth is. Whether you say, I know it's flat disk and it's not a globe, and then you go in, or whether you just tell her stuff you do know about Earth. Earth is a place, it's controlled. You can tell her things you do know.
Mm-hmm. No, you've really tapped in. You've really tapped in.
My point is that full agnosticism and not knowing anything might shock a woman because they expect you
I
to be
know.
able to guide them.
Right. 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 It's part of the troll. That's what you've tapped into. I didn't realize. Because part of the troll with the ball is being evasive sometimes or vague. 'Cause you don't always want to let on or play ball. You want to troll. You know, you're trolling. You're being you've got a hand. It's
You were, to be
poker.
honest,
You're not
you would just
showing your
say it's
hand.
definitely a globe. There's no point in us having this conversation and stop, wouldn't you? You're being honest
Sure.
and you weren't going to troll. So you have to pretend you're in the conversation.
Yeah.
I think it's a conversation you want to avoid if you want to get anywhere.
Well, this is what we were basically realizing because I think it is. I showed him because we were talking about normies, and I showed him like these young women I used to know, and they're all globe heads, and Flat Earth came up with them, and it did. It kind of put a wedge in. Like I was the weirdo in the group because of that. Nothing else. You know. I'm into music. Like
if I met 4 sexy girls, they're all flat earthers, I would have to think, how far can this go? There must be something wrong in their heads compared to me. Something seriously different to me. Something a bit wrong.
Yeah, what happened?
And will this affect their other thoughts when we come to vote or decide something for our children? Will they have another crazy delusion then when it's important?
I don't think I would marry a flat earther at all. I'll tell you why. You want a girl that's like a follower, you know, a girl that won't be like, will be agreeable. She won't be like always giving you a hard time, giving you a piece of her mind and stuff like that. So you want a girl that's going to be basically following society, right? The doctrine that she's being spoon-fed and stuff like that. If she's the type that's not agreeable and skeptic and critically thinking and stuff like that, she's going to be a problem.
Hard work.
So you want her to be submissive, exactly. You know, a good wife.
Yes.
So if like when you meet her, she's a globe earther, that's fine. She's a normie, right? But then you're with her over time, you know, she'll kind of like, you know, respect your views and kind of adopt your views and stuff like that, and that's fine.
I guess it's not just Earth. It she could ask any big questions. I think my point is that you should have some type of answer, even if it's not, yes, it's definitely flat, yes, it's a globe. We've been lied to. You should have some type of answer to explain.
Yeah.
That you know what's happening to yourself.
No, I totally understand the premise. Like, I think in the environment we're in, I got kind of geared and honed to not say anything too controversial or speculative without putting it forward as speculation first, because there's always the chance that you could be recorded and then it could be used against you.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the kind of community we're in.
Add up all your speculation, all the answers that you've heard that you thought might be a little bit true, and combine that into the answer that you do know.
Yeah. Well, you got to take the zero fucks attitude again at some stage and just own it. Like, just be the man. It's like, no, this is what I think, regardless of what anybody else thinks of me.
Yeah.
This is what I actually think. Whether I'm right or wrong or whatever.
Senna's actually disagreed with me, saying that vague answers can help. I think some vague answers, not just I don't know, is better.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's again, I mean, not to blunt the point, but if you're in a game show, you get a selected set of answers. You've got to choose one.
Yeah.
You can't choose I don't know.
Won't be a very fun game, will it?
Right. But I think what you've got to appreciate about what's happening in Flat Earth is it is being brave in saying that. It's the logic dictates that someone has to declare when they don't know. Otherwise, they're being intellectually dishonest.
Would the conversation be, what is Earth? You say, it's funny you asked that question. I've thought about it a lot. And I'm pretty sure it's not a globe as they explain it. And then her next question is, so what do you think it is? And you say, I think it might be flat. Is that kind of true? Or would you then say, I don't know? After saying, I'm sure it's not a globe, would you then say, I don't know what it actually is?
Yeah. I guess I'd just say, we might not have been told the truth about it because they've lied to us about a lot of other things. So I'd just say, why would they have told us the truth about Earth? And then just have it in, she can kind of build it. I could just feed her imagination subtly.
You want to feed her, I know that, Mel.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate it though because it sets a scene. Because I don't know who. She doesn't have to be perfect. She just has to be kind. That would be a prerequisite. Funny, but you guys are sort of saying submissive, and that's interesting because I can picture someone that's sort of like gentle. She's not, like you're saying, she's not going to be a handful, and you're always stressing because she's so hot, and it's like, oh fuck.
The general roles is the man guides and the woman reflects fact.
Mm-hmm.
If she likes you, she's not going to eat on the first date. She's not going to want you to see her eating. Yeah.
Interesting. The vanity's there.
She'll peck at it.
She doesn't want to get lettuce caught between her teeth.
Some parsley.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, she'll just get like something to drink or some little thing. She's not going to go full hog,
A burger or a taco.
Right.
Yeah, slurping up a huge bowl of.
My girlfriend did that, I think. Tried to have a small meal. First few times. She still tries to do it now. See through it.
It is kind of exciting. because life's been weird the past couple of years. So
I wonder what the other question should say. Okay, forget Earth. Do you believe in God? Or
I do, but again, see, look at it. Love, God, flat Earth, man, they're loaded terms. They're loaded, man. They're like
so what do you mean
landmines.
by God? But you could just say yes or no.
Yes.
I don't know.
Well, yeah. Then probably the next question is, what religion are you into? And I'd probably say, well, can you believe in God but not have a religion? She'd be like, oh, what?
Don't talk to her too cryptically.
About this stuff.
It'll
Yeah.
do her head in.
Yeah.
What she says? Who should I vote for, red or blue?
It's all the sort of same. Like America, us, New Zealand, and Canada. It is like you just said, red and blue.
Well, like the trick is not to talk about anything heavy until after you nail her.
Yeah. No, that's old school. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, priorities.
Yeah. No, thanks, guys. Because yeah, it is good to talk about that with the dudes. The dudes.
All I want to say, maybe to find love, you might find yourself in a position where you're the one that has to come up with the answers now.
Yeah.
It will be a role reversal. I wonder what that would be like.
Mm-hmm. No, it's good because I can feel it's like a changing of the guard. Because I went through a phase of putting all of them on. They were above. I bought into all the feminist stuff.
Oh,
that
really?
that they'd been oppressed, and now they want it to be equal. And then I was like, well, the goddess. So I was like, oh, they're all the goddess, and they've been oppressed. So you've got to. It's their turn, to be strong. And but I'd bow too much, and I gave some women more respect. It is possible. It's a fine line, but you can go too much their way. And I've noticed that women trip out because if their father too was strong but didn't give them too much attention, then if you start giving them heaps of attention, they're like, what? My dad never did that. And my brother never does that. He just thinks I'm an idiot. Relax, man. Like, stop looking at me. I'm just a girl.
I have the opposite. I try and tell my girlfriend everything that I think's true. A lot of the time, she doesn't give a shit.
But she hears you out, though, right?
Yeah, but we're listening to Alan Watts. We're 20 minutes, 30 minutes in. I'm loving it, and I'm thinking this is the best lesson about life ever. And I look over to her, and her eyes are glazed over, and she's looking at Facebook on the phone.
I know exactly how you feel, man. I'll be watching some awesome movie, and she's over there sleeping. It's like this is the best movie of all time, and you're sitting there.
My dad said something profound to me. He climbed a mountain. It wasn't that big, but he got to the summit, and then he was up there. He took a picture or whatever, but he just said the only thing that was missing was someone to share it with. And I was like, oh, oof, it got me. And then I realized, okay, that's what it's really about.
A good example of needing to share things.
Yeah. And I think that's the thing, because I can go solo, but for me, it's some of the girlfriends I've had, and even the babysitters when I was a kid, they were just cool. I genuinely enjoyed their company. That was it. We weren't fucking, you know. And yeah.
Yo, Ben, so how long have you been married for? If you don't mind me asking.
This time round.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I should know that. I should
Over,
know.
over 10 years.
First time I was married, nearly 20. This time.
Okay.
Less this
Yeah,
time.
More than 10?
We're getting on nearly double figures. I'm hopeless with anniversaries. That's my Achilles heel.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Does 10 years at this point feel as long as 20 years did before?
Oh, that's a good question.
Might be a silly question.
Yeah, it's just different.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now obviously, you got the time of it, but in some respects, it feels even longer. The 10 years compared to the 20. So it just feels right, which kind of makes you feel like being together when you find that person.
Yeah, the time becomes a non-issue.
Yeah, but that's taking time. Getting it's all you and la la la, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, now we're it's coming up 10 years. Yeah, because last year was so. Yeah, 'cause I'm supposed to get a bigger present this year, apparently. So I said, well, you better give me a couple of weeks' notice. Write it in my diary so I don't forget. I forgot her birthday a couple of years ago. I did said did, right? And she waited all day. She was toying with. She waited all day. We ended up going to bed or whatnot, and she was really shitty. Really shitty. I was
Oh man.
Yeah. Because I was
Wow.
frustrated. Yeah. And then she told me, I go, what? No way. I completely forgot. No present, no card, no good wishes, no nothing. Yeah. Oh man. She hated on me for ages for that. Would just glare at me. It was funny. That's the same with my kids too. I always tell my kids birthday is if you want a present. I want to remember. It ain't news to anyone.
I think because you know what it is like you know that it's coming up, and in my head it's like, all right, coming up soon. I still got some time to get a gift, and then before you know it, it's there, and then it's gone, and it's like I didn't say anything.
Like she could have not mentioned anything and just let us. And I might have eventually, but I didn't even get a chance to
Might be
realise
a
later
good test, a good experiment for a wife to do. Not mention it and see how many years it takes. Like you're in January again, and it's a year later, and you still haven't remembered. See if she can count up 4 birthdays or whatever in a row.
Like, was it awkward that night? Like, did she turn her back on you and like, don't talk to me, turn the light off? Was it like that?
Well, I was trying to I was trying to make up for it.
Yeah.
As you do,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
trying to make up And it's like, get away from me! Don't you touch me! Oh, come on, baby, come on! Get away! You
Yeah.
sod! Get away! Get away! Anyway, we laugh about it now. We laugh about it now. So
How dare you try and poke when you can't remember one day out of the whole year?
yeah, that's pretty much what she said to me.
I think a
No,
lot,
then
most men suffer from the same problem.
I told my daughter that I'd
Well,
forgotten.
that's a good trick. If you get your daughter to remind you, like a week early.
That's what I said. I said, Cass, I said, can you probably put a permanent thing in your calendar and just send me a text? It's just to remind me in future. Just get caught up in stuff. It's funny. But I did say to her, I said, well, I didn't think you wanted me to remind you that you were getting on. I was trying to do you a favour. But I'm anti-Valentine's Day, though.
Why?
Why? Why do I need a special day to say I say it every day. So every day is Valentine.
Yeah, but women love Valentine's Day. It's that one day where you gotta go all out. I mean, obviously, every day you should make them feel loved, but it's a bit special for them.
Yeah, see, they've been conditioned to expect something on Valentine's Day.
Yeah, it's their problem.
Maybe, maybe,
right.
maybe not,
Exactly right.
but still, I mean, it's what they want, Ben. So why not give it to them?
I give it. I do, but on every other day, there's 363 other days that I make an effort. Valentine's Day I go out of my way to be grumpy. Make it memorable.
Yeah, I remember. I miss Valentine's Day. My girl ripped my head off. She was so angry at me.
Really?
Yeah,
Damn,
she
so
went
she's
in
been.
on me. It
See?
was bad. Like she was questioning the relationship. Am I serious? Because like we're about to have a kid together, and like she
No
went
way.
crazy.
No
Yeah,
way. Oh my
she
god.
wasn't happy at all. Yeah.
She's been conditioned hard. Conditioned hard.
Maybe I don't know, but the way she explained it to me, it's just it's a girl thing. It's something guys would never understand. But it's just a day where they want to feel extra special because around her, everybody was getting flowers and chocolates, and she didn't get anything.
She
It
felt
kind of
left out. She felt left out. She felt.
maybe, yeah, yeah.
Oh well, you've learnt your lesson now, haven't you?
I have. I mean, I made it up to her. Like
Yeah.
last weekend, I gave her a whole body rub and foot rub, and I made her breakfast and
Ooh,
that. Yeah.
damn.
Yeah.
Whole 9
Yeah.
yards. Especially when you're
All
touching
9 yards.
those
I had.
stinky feet, like you
I have a weird example.
right there.
I got my girlfriend some tulips, and within an hour or two of buying her the tulips, she'd posted on Facebook saying "feeling loved" with a picture of the tulips.
Oh, really? I never buy flowers. Ever. Never bought flowers ever.
What?
Yep, never done it. Will not waste my
Why
money
not?
on cut flowers. Why? What I do is I buy a plant instead. Because
Yeah,
that lasts forever. That
Oh.
I
lasts
think that's
forever.
better.
Think
But
about it.
girls like flowers that die that are cut specially for them. Sacrifice.
Well, you can buy a flowering plant and then cut the flowers off it and put it in a bouquet.
But even though they like the sacrifice, she still looked at me like, "Oh, my flowers are dying." I said they've been dying since I got them. That's what's happens
Yeah.
when you cut flowers.
You should tell her to press the petals and they'll last forever.
Bloody women. Can't live with them. Can't live without 'em.
Exactly. I'm sure they say the same thing about us, you know. These men.
Yeah. A weird duality, isn't it? That we have to, or we're set up to fall in love with these creatures that are the opposite to us that we don't quite understand.
So funny. We've got some lesbian friends. They come over for dinner
cool.
quite a bit, and one's quite cute, right? And the other one, I swear, you got to look sideways, right? Because she's almost more masculine than what I am. It's quite ironic that, like, you see this lesbian relationship, but it is a reflection of a heterosexual relationship,
Yeah.
the way they are.
Yeah.
It's funny, and I'd never really taken much notice of it, prior, but it kind of stands out now. When you see, I always think, okay, then you're the guy and you're the girl.
Even if they're both pretty and they both look feminine, you'll still see in their actions who's playing the male role.
Yeah. And that's the same with gays too. You see generally one's more feminine than the other one, which is quite ironic, really, when you think about it. Like, they don't like the heterosexual thing, but they are kind of living a fake heterosexual reality.
Yeah, I agree. You can't escape it, even though that's your new natural way. You're still playing out the same duality.
Exactly. Bit funny.
Do you think it would be different if being gay was the norm and being hetero was the other way? Then would
That'd be
hetero
weird.
couples try and be gay? I don't know.
That'd be weird.
Okay, then, but then wouldn't you get the same sort of thing then? Like, one's female and one's male, or one appears to be female and one appears to be male? It's still the same.
If it was natural,
I
for
don't.
us,
Yeah. But like you got to flip the bandsaw. If it's natural to be gay, if the majority is gay, if the default setting is gay, why would people have these male and female roles that they want to adapt to? If the default is man, woman.
Man and man can't make babies unless you're making that the new norm.
But see, but the default. Just say you do, if you do flip it, Nate, and that is the default, right? From my observations, right, there seems to be a masculine and a feminine role in it, right? So you don't really see two Brutus beefcakes together type of thing.
Too hypothetical. Mate. Less gay men are
I
having
agree,
babies.
but that's because the default right now is man woman. Heterosexual relationships is a default, and when you were born as a baby, that's what you were conditioned into. But
saying
what
the
if the
roles-
default was man, woman, and from birth you are conditioned to want to be with another man? How would then people that are heterosexual, who are the minority, who are the ones being discriminated, they would be what gay people are today? How
Yeah.
would they take on
They would.
relationships? How would
try
they
and
adapt
look-
into roles?
They would try and look gay to secretly hide their heterosexual bad relationship. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the woman
And
will cut her
then-
hair short to look like a second man.
Yeah, and it would be pretty interesting to see what things would be like then. You know,
I think what you're saying, we're gay naturally, but the male and female roles still exist. So I think there would still be a type of filtering into masculine and feminine roles, even with gay couples.
You think so?
Maybe, yeah.
Even
It's
if gay
masculine and feminine.
if gay was the default.
It's not just about sex, masculine and feminine, is it? It's about full characteristics of.
Yeah, no, definitely masculine and feminine. That's total gender. That's you
trying to fit into a role that society has deemed appropriate, right? You aren't
No, I
born
don't believe any of that.
liking you're not born liking blue. You're not born liking sports. You're not born liking fashion. You know, these are markers,
No,
right?
I'm against. I
Gender
think
societal markers.
masculinity is
You
the
you are just
behavior
born
of
a
a
boy.
male sex, of the male sex. Masculinity. It's
All
not
right,
separate.
all right, that's just a term now. Give me markers in society that define that. What behaviors do you expect to see that tell you someone is masculine?
Self-defense, and
Well, women can defend themselves.
not as much.
What do you mean?
Men like
You can
fighting.
punch. A woman can punch.
Men
There are
like
women
fighting.
that like fighting. Okay, so
Not
fighting.
very many.
Okay, you
What?
mean aggression then? The displays of aggression, being aggressive.
And self-defense, yeah.
But what do you mean by self-defense?
Principle to fight.
Defending yourself? Any
Physically.
woman when faced with danger will defend herself, bro.
No, that's not true.
So I wouldn't say self-defense belongs to men
Most of the
only or
women
is a
have no
masculine
idea,
trait.
have no idea or instinct to defend themselves against
But,
anything.
but no, they definitely have the instinct. They don't know how to do it in a professional capacity, in a technical capacity. But if a woman is threatened, she will claw your eyes out, bro. You know? Yeah, she'll defend herself. Self-preservation is innate within all living things. It's not masculine or feminine.
All the markers that you think are masculine, I do as well.
Markers that I think are masculine are men not showing emotion, men not crying, men taking the lead in most sexual situations, men being dominant in bed.
The
These
leader.
are yeah,
Leader
men being
role
the
is
leader. Now
the main
these are
part.
yeah, but these are not innate or born into us. These are conditioned into us because the idea that men shouldn't cry is not natural. Men have tear ducts. We have emotions. We should be able to cry just like women do. But we've been conditioned to think that it's not masculine
Are you
to
telling
cry
me?
in public.
Are you telling me all your masculine behaviors are just a result of brainwashing?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying if I was a feral person, and okay, maybe there are some which are due to me producing more testosterone than estrogen. I have higher levels of aggression than a woman, but it's few and far between. The natural line between men and women, aside from physiology and our chemical makeup, is very small. If you took a boy and a girl and you left them in the forest, they wouldn't be, and they grew up as feral children like Mowgli or Tarzan. Aside from their physical anatomy and their hormonal makeup, there wouldn't be much between them.
Feral children isn't a good example.
It's a perfect example because these are kids that have not been conditioned by society. So they don't have society's social markers implanted into them. The boy is not going to like blue and the girl likes pink.
But the
The
girl's
boy's
more
not going
likely
to like
to pick up.
stretch
The
and the
girl's more likely
girl
to pick up
likes
the baby, and the boy's more likely to kill an animal.
but that is due to their physical and hormonal makeup. That I've given to you, God. I've given to you because a woman produces estrogen and she's
all I
able to
need.
give
That's
birth.
enough.
She's going to be more caring, definitely. Because a man produces more testosterone, he's going to be more aggressive and he's going to have more of a want to hunt and kill. Definitely, that's given. I'm talking about the other social markers.
Are you trying to be more feminine to get?
You take these two feral children or a group of feral children, Nate, and you put them in the wild, and they're completely feral. Okay, so then now all of a sudden, okay, I can understand there may not be much difference initially at first while they're growing up, and they might not show any masculine, feminine, the common characteristics. But now all of a sudden they start to breed. Yeah, okay. Now they're adults, and now they start to breed, right? Now they start. Okay, now they've got children. Now these natural instincts start to kick in, and this is where the role, and this is where the roles change. So it's a natural, it's not a conditioning. It's a natural thing that happens automatically.
Okay, yeah. Well, but I'm already giving that to you guys. Once they hit puberty, there's going to be a big difference in their physical and hormonal makeup. One is going to start producing, a lot more of these type of hormones. The woman's going to start having a period. She's going to be able to give birth, and these natural differences will definitely kick in. Like, I would never argue against that. What I'm questioning now is these ideas that society has put into our head, and I was very specific with it. Men taking the lead in the bedroom, men not being able to cry in public, boys liking blue, girls liking pink, girls wanting to play with Barbie dolls, men wanting to play with toy cars. These are things that have been implanted into us by society. Would those things still be there if we lived in a world where the default was homosexual relationships?
Well, I think to somewhat you do, or I see, you create your own default anyway, naturally, doesn't it? And you don't see in Mother Nature between animals these roles changing. They have very specific roles. Okay, and I think it's the same with humans as well. They have very specific roles. Now, when they're young, you get a couple of cubs, right? Bear cubs and female, male, and they act very, very similar. But then all of a sudden, bang, the puberty kicks in, and now they do what they do. They start to breed, they start to look for a mate. It's just a natural thing. Like you don't need Barbie dolls, and you don't need Tonka trucks to define your femininity or your masculinity. It's just a natural thing that naturally occurs.
Yeah, Bethel, I don't disagree with you there at all. I totally agree with you. It's just I have that question now. If the default setting was homosexuality, would we still have these other social markers that help us identify masculinity aside from the natural traits that show up due to differences in hormonal and physical structure and appearances caused by puberty? Would we still have these other markers in a homosexual society?
Okay, then. So to me, all right. Okay, so now you have to take out all instinct, Nate. All instinct. Okay, then, because to me, right, and to me, being lesbian or being gay, it's a choice. It's not that you're born that way. It's a choice. Okay, then, and why I say these things is because many lesbian and homosexual couples want to have children. Okay, they have this desire to have children. Now, if you are born homosexual, right, or lesbian, right, and that is truly how you're born, I can't fathom how then you can have the instinct to then want to breed, because you are not attracted to a sex or a gender, whatever it is. I don't know what the politically correct term is, that can enable that at all. It's not there. It's not there at all. So in this hypothetical world where it is only masculine and is only gay and lesbian, that part has to be not there as well.
Okay.
Don't know. Just spitballing as usual.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I mean, that's your honest answer on it, and that's fine. I was just asking the question. That's all.
I know.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
answer
I mean,
I'll give today. I might
yeah.
change mine tomorrow, as you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm totally. Even I can't fathom it. That's why I was just hoping someone might have a concept or something I could work with, because I don't know what the world or humankind would be like if the default setting was homosexuality. I can't imagine.
Yeah, I can't. And you couldn't have a default setting as that anyway.
Yeah,
Logic
definitely,
dictates
because
that.
then
Yeah,
we would be able, yeah, we wouldn't be able to procreate, and we would
exactly,
that be gone as a species. Yeah.
exactly right. So how do you measure an electron?
I do what?
How do you measure an electron? Or weigh it? Did I say weigh or measure?
You,
I can't remember.
you said way, but it's the same thing. Yeah, but what you wanted an actual description of was how you isolate it, right? In
Well, we've
order
got
to
to
start
isolate.
weighing it.
Yeah, we've got to isolate one, and you said you would do it with a spectrometer. I think was the answer that you gave. Yes, spectrometer.
The mass spectrometer is what you would use to weigh it.
Okay.
And then you asked how would you know you're weighing a one?
Yeah,
and then I would say if you wanted, you could isolate it.
Okay, but that mass spectrometer, okay, then it relies on a. I presume it works in a very similar way. A beam of light goes into it. Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Okay then. So then, how do you know? How do you know one from say
Well,
10
not
or
necessarily a
one
beam of
from
light.
a million?
It would be a sample. Well, this spectrometer could have an electron detector in it that detects when an electron has entered the apparatus. Or you could go about trying to isolate the electron by using a cathode ray or by ionizing a particle. So, for example, if you had a hydrogen particle, this isn't really what you would do, but I'm just trying to give you an example that would simplify it, right? If you, for example, a hydrogen atom. Hydrogen atoms, it's just a proton with a neutron going around it. If you could shoot that particle with a high enough energy beam such that the electron gets enough momentum and energy that it can disconnect, right? You overcome the electromagnetic force between them, so the electron becomes a free electron. You've ionized this hydrogen particle because now this hydrogen particle is just a proton with a positive charge. It becomes a cation. You now have a free electron. So you've isolated your electron. Hello?
Someone
I
else
posted I posted a picture in the text because I was looking at the same thing ish last night, and yes, ionization and things came up with it, but the shape came out as a blade. Funny enough, they took a picture of an atom, and sorry, I can't talk all scientist like, but I showed the picture and I took a screenshot of it. Does that look familiar to anybody?
It probably looks familiar to Nate.
Yeah, so I think what they've done is they've started off the top right hand corner where they can sort of see something, and then maybe I guess
it's two different elements. It's potassium and what's RB.
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, mate. I mean, I didn't look at it, but it's funny you were talking about it, and I wanted to show this.
Rubidium. Okay, so it's rubidium and potassium.
Yeah, sorry.
Right.
Sorry for the equivalent.
No, it's not. I'm just trying to understand what it is.
Yeah, cool,
Potassium
man.
is potassium. Okay. False color absorption images after 3 microseconds of expansion from atom chip trap at. What does the rest of it say? Because it cuts off.
Oh yeah,
but
my bad. I was trying to find it, but I think I might have fucking skipped past the page, not thinking it was interesting, but I did. Yeah, sorry, mate. Does the atom look like that?
And an atom doesn't really have a shape, a size, because the particles or the things that make up atoms don't have fixed positions. You know,
Yeah,
so an atom, it's just a probability cloud.
But I guess naturally, if atoms were in a container, they would naturally have a maximum shape. You know, if you if you put it in a container that could shapeshift, but eventually it's still in a molten stage, and eventually it will harden with an atom inside that structure. It would it make that structure? You know what I'm saying? It's they must have like orbits of some sort.
All right. If you look at what I posted, Realm,
What have you got
that's the idea of what an atom really looks like.
Yeah,
It's
see,
just
this is it's an idea, isn't it? Like this is like
It's
this
not.
isn't a photo. It's not a photo of it or an image
Yeah.
of it. It's a
Yeah.
speculation with the knowledge or the information that we've kind of tried to figure out about things. This is what we think it would look like.
That's what it would look like on a relativistic scale. The
Yeah.
problem is we can't actually tell what these things look like on the quantum scale, because on the quantum scale, due to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, the more we know about certain properties of an electron or a neutron or a proton, the less we know about its other properties. We can never fully know the things about these things the way we know about bandsaw. For bandsaw, I know his dimensions, I know his volume, his mass, his weight, everything. I know these things definitively, so I can put a proper location of you in space and time. You know, like I can have definitive GPS coordinates for bandsaw, but for these things at the quantum scale, we can only know 50% of its true nature, for example.
Yeah.
So because of that,
Yeah.
yeah.
They actually haven't taken an image of an atom, have they?
I think they have.
Really?
Let me see.
I've seen many a thing, and they seem to be representations of them. But I will check again because this is what I do.
Behold the highest
Go
resolution
into,
image of
we'll
atoms
go
ever
into
taken.
we'll go into image. I went pictures of atoms. I'm going into images, and all I can see in the images, right, are representations.
Okay, so this is what my old university came up with.
Right.
Okay, there's the link. I don't know if it'll embed properly. Sorry, I'm doing this all of this on my phone.
Yeah, no, I've got it. I've got it.
Okay, but this is the image that came out in the. I'm not sure what Left Lane is posting, but maybe they could explain what they posted. Left Lane.
Yeah, what's that, Howard? You might not be able to talk.
Yeah, just for a second. That's
Oh, you cut out. So I'm presuming Howard said, yes, that's an atom. Couldn't really hear him too well. Is that one atom or like 3 atoms? Or is it 1, 2, or 7 atoms? Because what's in an atom? There's a proton and an electron and a nucleus. That makes up an atom, doesn't it, Nate? Yeah.
Okay.
Is that
Yeah.
right?
So
Is
what?
that right? Yeah.
Wait,
I
could you
saw-
repeat what you said, Banso?
Is it an electron, a proton, and
In most atoms, yes, but for something,
Yeah,
for
yeah.
example, like hydrogen, it's just an electron and a proton. There's no neutron.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, so it seems, yeah, we can't actually take a photo of an atom. It seems the way they got these atoms or these images of atoms was using a weird type of technique. So what they would do is, as an analogy, imagine we're in a dark room playing dodgeball, and I'm trying to hit you, Bandsaw, with a dodgeball in a dark room, and I throw a billion dodgeballs at you, and they all hit you. And in hitting you, I'm able to use where the ball hits you and all of the information I get from the ball hitting you. I'm able to use that to reconstruct your shape. So what they did is they shot 1 billion photons at an atom, and based on where the photons are absorbed by the atom, they're able to use that information to determine the shape and size of the atom. So
Okay, so
these pictures that are being posted are kind of reconstructions
okay, so
based on
they've fired 1 billion photons.
photons.
at
Yeah,
an
light
atom.
particles.
Okay then,
Mm.
and they've been able to reconstruct what it might look like, even
Yeah.
not knowing its actual size or being able to take an image of it. They've been able to reconstruct it by not even being able to see it. Like, how do you even work out with something that you can't even take a picture of how it interacts with that?
Because we use the same thing.
Interaction.
So when you take pictures or when you use a camera and whatnot, all of this is based on optic. It's based on light. So it's the same principle here. We're
Yeah.
kind of taking pictures in a very different way.
Yeah.
Instead of taking a still image, we're using billions of light particles and determining where they what's the word I'm looking for? Where they are emitted, where they are destroyed. We can detect where that happens. And
How?
based on where
How
well
do you
there's
detect?
another well you're making me go into great detail here, Benso.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible so that we don't get lost here. Because if you want me to go into this sort of detail, I'm going to start losing you. So they detected using a technique called electron ptychography. I've never known how to say this word properly, but I'm going to type it out for you guys.
Okay. Okay. It
Yeah,
must be
hang
long.
on, my phone
It
froze.
must be long.
It's not that it's long. It's just it's a very weird word, Banso.
Okay.
Hang on, my phone froze. Fuck. It's not letting me type. What the fuck? This is embarrassing. Need to get a new phone. Because I want to copy the word off of Google so I don't spell it wrong.
Right.
There we go. Copy. I'm gonna put it in live stream text one.
Yeah.
How do you say that second word?
What? Pit. Pitcography.
Yeah.
Pity. Oh no, it's not pity. Pitcography. Pitcography.
Doesn't PTY make a different sound? What sound does PTY make?
Oh, I've got no. Now we have to go into Google
Sound of
Translate. Hold on, we're going to
PTY.
copy that. I'll find out. There we go. Paste it in here. Let's see if I can get a
Pronunciation
Oh
on
no,
that. Yeah.
PTY just gives me bloody PTY LTD. Here we go. Hold on. Here we go.
I don't know. All right, I found a video of someone trying to say the word. But it's basically a electron imaging, you know, using electrons in a very different way to create microscopic images. But we use electrons to make images in cameras as well. It's just here it's done in a very different way.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Look, I
Yeah,
don't.
I just know how you.
I
Yeah.
doubt that we can take images with of very little things. No, you see it. I think what's his name? Theoretical Button posted a clip a couple of months ago of stuff taken under an electron microscope, and it was absolutely crazy what you saw. It was insane. It was so fascinating, actually. Almost, it was mesmerizing. I'm looking at it. So I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. But see, like that photo that you posted, those bright yellowy orange blotches there, right? Just one. Just take one in isolation. Okay, just one of those in isolation. Okay, so how big is that compared to an atom?
Those are atoms. Those little red balls are atoms. You wanted to know if we have images of atoms, and that's it.
But you said that this was a representation.
It's it's a reconstruction based on the data we have. So
Yeah.
it's like the example I gave. If we're playing dodgeball in a dark room, and I threw dodgeballs at you, Bandsaw, and based on where those dodgeballs disintegrate, based on where they hit you, I can detect where they hit you, and based on if I threw 1 billion dodgeballs at you, they hit you all over. I can use
You're
those
assuming
different
that they're
detection sites to model your shape and size.
Except you're
Sorry, hang on.
assuming that
Someone
they're
called.
balls.
Just hang
Hold
on.
on real quick, guys. Hey, what's
Yeah.
up, guys? But we're assuming that at that point that they're balls. I think this is the issue, right? Did you throw an energy packet, a ball, a standing wave? You're assuming it's a ball. You're not sure what you threw. And you're going from the imprint that we left, it must be a ball. But that's as far as we got with it. Like you're doing here with this image. It's not an actual image photo, right? It's the pattern that when you just basically take a little needle with a tiny little atom width needle and you run it across like a printer across the zone, and you measure the electric conduity or the potential. And then during that measuring the electric potential, the differences in the electric potential, you color differently. Therefore, it gives you an image of what you think you're seeing, even though it's just the electricity that you're looking at. So you don't know that you're looking at that. That's what I'm saying. Like if you just looked at the electric imprint of the ball, it would be completely different than the shape of the actual ball. So that's what we're looking at here. Is the electrical imprint of the thing that we're looking at doesn't mean that the thing that we're looking at is actually a solid thing that we're looking at, you know? So no, we're not actually looking at an atom. We're looking at the electrical remnants of an atom.
Sorry, Bantha. I had a phone call, but did you catch what I said before I had to leave?
Yeah. No, I caught what you said, and then I was listening
Yeah.
to what Grim had to say.
Okay. I never understand what Grim says. I
Oh.
can't comment on what he says. But yeah, basically, imagine we're playing dodgeball. I'm trying to figure out where you are. I throw 1 billion dodgeballs at you. It's going to let me know where you are and what the dimensions and size and shape of your body is as well. If I'm able to interpret where the dodgeball is hitting you in the dark, that's the best analogy I can think of.
Yeah. Okay then. Okay.
Yeah. And then the
with
technique
those dodgeballs,
is
Nate.
And then
Nate, hey, how you doing?
yes.
With those dodgeballs, can I tell what you are? Like, can I tell what you're made of?
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah, it's just to get an image of you. I can use those dodgeballs to get an image of Bandsaw, but they're not going to tell me Bandsaw's a human being. He's made of this, that, and the third. It's just to get an image.
What if, check this
and
out,
then that
Nate. What if those
technique is
dodgeballs?
called electron.
I know. Microscope, yeah. What if those excuse me. What if those dodgeballs were
Not electron microscope.
let's say little electron microscopes, right? And they were hitting the magnetic field 50 feet from our heart, right? And they were measuring that. Would that mean that's what we are? Because I mean that's likened to what we're doing with the electron. We're running a needle over, and we're looking at basically the electromagnetic imprint of this thing, which could be much different than the thing itself.
True.
So might not be looking at the atom might not look like that at all. That might just be what the electrical imprint of the remnants of the electrical system looks like. That
Like they
we're
say,
actually measuring.
They say Earth's magnetic field takes the shape of like a toroid, right? So if you shot this thing and it was being stopped by like magnetism, then you're trying to take a shape
Right.
and size of the
What if-
Earth, it would come
That's a
looking out like that
great
toroid
point,
type thing.
dude. That point is such an awesome point because what if that toroid, right, which looks like an hourglass, was spinning? Would it then look like two balls spinning around each other?
Yeah, but this is not electron microscopy that's happening here. We're not using an electron microscope or tunneling microscope. It's a very different technique. I just don't know how to say this word, but I'll post it again. Like Bandsaw and I have been struggling, but I posted a video of David Muller talking about it, and in there he says the name of it. But it's what I just posted now. Electron tychography. However you say that.
Yeah, I would say that's right. Tychography.
Give it a shot.
I would also use the word. I would use the word impression as well, because it's an impression, isn't it? You know, like when you get the ball bearings and then you see
Maybe,
something like,
yeah. You could call. I get what you mean when you say it's an impression.
Cool, man. I appreciate you guys even listening to me at all. So I do appreciate 1 second or 2 seconds. Thanks.
You ain't got to be so appreciative, man.
But we appreciate your appreciation, though, just for the record.
Yeah, but I think it's also just being humble and also giving people the confidence just to turn around and say, listen, man, you're fucking talking too much. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We're just going to fuck it.
You're talking too much. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you just crossed that line at about that point. Well, now you know your lines, where you're at, you know, your limits.
How do you pronounce
Nick,
that
this
word?
is a good one, Nick. Thanks.
Grim, how do you pronounce that word?
Photography? Tychography. Probably the way he said it.
Tychography. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you had a volume and you knew how many atoms were in that volume, then you could pretty much calculate what volume each atom is taking up. Where am I going with this? I don't fucking. I don't know. I forgot. It was something to do with how
many
you set
atoms
the limits.
in a test tube?
Yeah, I was thinking. I was more along the lines of if you see a bubble in normal gravity environments, like every day for us, then you see a bubble. What shape is an atom going to make in its path? Naturally, it needs a container of some sort to keep it doing that. Otherwise, it's just going to go off to infinity, isn't it? Does that make sense? So
You can't have atoms without a container.
yes, that's correct. But naturally, if an atom was elongated, like oblate, but it naturally is going to be all shapes.
In a sense, you are right.
It's going to be oblate all the time, which naturally is going to just turn out to be a sphere, isn't it?
I don't know. Or an hourglass. Or a donut. There's a lot of shapes nature will make.
Yeah, I like the hourglass thing. I've always thought about that. I agree with that in many ways. And the Birkeland currents,
Concentric cylinders. Yeah, tornadoes, hurricane systems.
I think someone said earlier about a few hours ago, they were talking about the energy that makes the stalks of a plant. And there's a guy called Scientifically, he does all that. He goes out into the outside and he shows you loads of experiments. And he talks about voltage 1 to voltage 2. And that's how plants are made and how life works. And scientifically, everything I've ever seen is the only person that talks 100% sense, because he's an engineer as well, but he's not a scientist. He just uses what he's been taught and used his own fucking common sense and gone out there, and he makes so much sense, man, to all of us.
Well, that was the missing ingredient, right? When they were trying to do life in a bottle. Electricity. They didn't add an electric field to the situation in the beginning. So they weren't getting anything really to happen. They were just going to bump things together and put a candle under it, and they were doing all kinds. But then when they started doing the static discharges and electric currents and stuff like that in the system, they started getting like, and remind you that this is from inorganic material, from like silicates and different stuff like this. They were getting, you know, oxygen, and then they were getting complex hydrocarbons after a time. Then they were getting glycols, which is like amino acids and shit, building blocks of life and the proteins and stuff. And these started coming out of rocks that were not alive. So that's kind of a pretty interesting thing there, where you're like, oh, well, carbohydrate, you know, all this carbon stuff had to come from the life and stuff of things, and you know, all this oil and stuff. Look at this oil; it has to be, you know, organic and from trees and all this kind of shit. When in fact, it doesn't have to be from that at all. It's literally, you know, if you just put it, all that same stuff in inorganic material down in this electrical system with very little voltage, is not even a big deal. You know, this stuff starts to self-generate.
What do you think, Grim, about this concept of
You broke up right there.
what do you think about this concept, Grim, of harnessing electricity from the air or the ether, as some people put it? What do you think of that?
Well, it's great. I mean, you should have been doing it a long time ago. It's really the same issue. We could just dig it down too. There's you call Earth or whatever for the sake of, you know, a neutral, as if it's no electric charge. But I mean, it is electric. It's just, you know,
Would that
it's
make
not
you an atheist? If you believed in ether, would that make you an atheist?
an atheist, an atheist, atheist, an atheist.
So what
That's
do you
easy
think
for you to say.
about the concepts, Grim, that in the past, and you've heard it, that people before us had the ability to channel this this power,
I'm
capture it
sure.
and store it and use it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm absolutely positive that there's, you know, because there's a lot of smart people and they just pop in and out of existence, you know, and smart people figure shit out. And I'm sure that this shit got figured out by some people, a lot of it, right? And that they just didn't either know how to pass on the information, or something else happened. People didn't live long enough. I don't know for sure, or, you know, whatever. But it just makes a lot of sense. I mean, we're learning now finally that these magnetic fields and stuff help protect us from cosmic rays and a bunch of, you know, interaction from outer space. Well, why couldn't they have known, you know, something like that, especially if they were living in a time where there were more intense fields and more visible shields? You know, you could visibly see the magnetosphere probably as a purple hue, like, you know what I mean? The purple dawn of man, when there was no sun dark and light, and everything was purple all the time. That could literally be what that was. You know,
Yeah,
just like,
I've got no problems with smarter people may you know, once have known this but haven't been able to pass it on. But where I'm going more is
pyramids and shit.
yeah, and well, you know, when you see when about cathedrals and mosques and all this sort of stuff, and these were giant resonators and batteries and all this sort of stuff, and this and along with water and all that, and
Yeah, I'm in line with.
all.
Yeah, I definitely believe that there were civilizations. Like I said, I mean, something
Yeah,
cataclysmic might have happened and, you know, wiped them out or something, or I don't know, but I do believe that, you know, they had a lot of that stuff. It might not be as all encompassing as a lot of the Tartarian theories and stuff try to
No,
make
no, no.
things be,
Yeah.
you know, but it could have been, you know, could have been some technologically
Just could have
advanced
been.
people. Yeah, you can't say no. I mean, you really, because I mean, from what I know about how everything was just already settled and everything, from when I got older, all of a sudden everything wasn't so much settled. Now I start realizing that a lot of this shit is straight up bullshit. I can't tell you no. You know,
No,
I'm a
exactly.
believer in us being smart.
Talk about
Yeah,
the
my wife
ether.
was just showing me some clouds that were fucking crazy bubbles.
You talk about the ether. If you get a
I don't
if you get
know.
a plasma if you get a plasma ball, it's sort of representing a similar effect. And the ether
I
is
don't know
just
what effects the ether has, to be honest, because I've never been able to manipulate it or
it's the
use it
medium.
in a sentence.
The ether is just the medium of which everything can travel through. And they meet
Well, see, I
every,
understand the idea of that, right? I could just say empty space too, because I think a lot of the guys that say, "Look, no, that's ether," it's when they're talking about it, when these guys say space-time curvature and all that shit, and the light bending from behind the sun, and proof of Einstein's theory, and then you hear the ether guys go, "No, that's ether." Well, it's not ether either. It's literally just regular matter that does that. And they've treated the sun like it was like between here and the sun as vacuum-free space. And it's not. It's full plasma. And then that light that bends there only bends in the plasma limb of the star itself, of the sun itself, the corona area. That's the densest part of the plasma, which they valued at a much lighter density when they originated that idea too. This was over 100 years ago. This shit was wrong. It was wrong then, and it's still wrong. Because now that they're in the space, I'm just trying to finish this up, so maybe that'll.
Sorry, I thought you'd finished, Grim. Go, buddy, go.
Oh, no worries. So,
Yeah,
so that's why you see that light bending there, and then we don't have to invoke any ether or anything like that for that, because that's regular matter. Sorry, I don't mean to. I know he has a line of questions.
No. You're right, man. You're right. Like I said, I didn't realize you weren't finished. So, what's the difference between ether per se and the atmosphere? What is the difference?
Well, the atmosphere
Well,
is
it
made
depends
up of
what you
gases and stuff.
define ether as.
Yeah, the atmosphere is made up of gases and stuff. And I think, which theory of ether are we talking about? The old theory of where they just called the air above the ether, or the actual etheric theories like luminiference ether or substrate ethers, or you know what I mean? Like these particles or whatever, different ideas of what they are, fluid particles. There's all kinds of different ethers, right? So I know. So I don't think the ether.
Yeah, there was.
To be honest, I don't argue for an ether because I don't necessarily think there needs to be. I mean, there probably is a substrate of some sort, but I don't know if we would call it ether exactly. It would be a different theory of ether than the previously. Like it's not luminiferous. It's not the one. It's not what's interacting with light. Right? The reason we believed that is because we thought, like I said, that space was vacuum free. Intergalactic space was a vacuum free space. There was no dense medium. There's no electrons. There's none of that going on out there. But we found out now that it is, and it's full of all of that stuff. So we now need to just instead of invoking ether, we need to just, what effects do these materials that we do know actually have on light, and can we try and figure out what's going on with what we have? I think the ether theory is for cosmic space is pretty much a distraction, to be honest.
if you got a plasma ball, sorry.
Yeah.
If you got a plasma ball, and you know what plasma, and you know the experiments, you know that you can pulsate the thing in the middle, and the plasma, the fucking thing that I just said, plasma ball, is a vacuum, for example. All the sparks in there are still traveling through a medium. Even if you take all the gases out and everything like that, there's still something that remains, and that is the medium. That's I would call ether. Ether, it's A and E. It was the same letter back then, so ether and ether, well, whatever. But it's that medium when
No,
you
that's
take everything
possible.
out.
It's possible. The reason I stay away from it is because it's not needed for, like, I'm an electric universe proponent, and for some of it's the one thing. It's like invoking demons and Satan and things like that to a regular normie person. You start talking about ether. We don't even need to talk about it to get all these electrical points across. You know what I mean? Like, so it almost like muddies the water or something, like, because, like I said, to a non-religious person, it's like bringing up some religious stuff. There's
Yeah, we
not a
don't
lot of
need
evidence for
the.
the ether,
We
but there's a
really
lot
don't
of
need
evidence
the.
for electrical interactions in space. You know what I'm trying to say? So I stay away from the things there's not a lot of evidence for as my
Yeah,
hills
I
to die on. Yeah.
totally understand, man. Cheers.
But I do
But
believe you
why,
have a plausible, you know, even if I don't have the
bro?
evidence to believe it. Go ahead, brother. I know I'm talking a lot. Smoked
Sorry. Yeah,
and drink
that's what I just
coffee.
want to ask Rel. Why do you think in like the ether is real? Why do you feel the need for this concept of an ether? Rel?
The ether. Why do I feel the need for this concept? I think it's not a concept. I think it's something that we can, if we understand what it is, then it's not a concept. It's something we see every single day.
All right, what do you think it is? Is it the air we breathe or what?
Electromagnetism is what my belief is. The
Yeah,
Trinity,
I agree.
the Trinity, the Son, the Father is the top, is the electromagnetism. The Son is the electricity, and the Holy Ghost is the magnetism. Because the electricity we can see, but we can't see magnetism, and that is the Trinity.
And the force between charges as magnetism, there's attractions and repulsions, and there's just all this really cool stuff that goes on from them.
Yeah, I love
And
the
you
way
know,
you say
I
that.
realize now that it is scalable. You just change a couple tensors, and it's Maxwell's field equations and stuff are scalable to the nano, and that's
Yeah,
what the
they
Navy's doing. The U.S.
they
Navy
use
is 2 years ago.
music. Yeah, music is the origin of measure, and the centigrade system came from music. So if you understand music theory, you can pretty much adapt that to all your mathematical equations, because music theory uses the
Right.
square law.
Harmonics and everything's it's all scalable in a slight. It's slightly
But
different, but it is
but
scalable.
yeah, because they use the square law. When they use the square law and the differences between all the notes, their frequencies are really shitty looking numbers. You know, there's nothing natural musical about those numbers. Because our measure is wrong, and I think our measure is wrong because it's a hybrid of the celestials and the solar. And to call us heliocentric is, for me, it's got nothing to do with the sun. It's the generator that is the helios, not the sun. The sun is solar, but holos and helios means whole. So it's all these things everyone's arguing
Go
about.
back to L and L to Saturn, and then that's what gives you the idea that there were two suns, one before this one, but wasn't as bright as this one. And that's
Yes,
that
because
Velikovsky story about the ancients that believed in Saturn and Saturnalia and how it was annual, which meant that if what's annual about Saturn? It's like a 30-year orbit and shit. So it seemed like it was, you know,
yeah, but they're all
pretty interesting.
scalable. If you get their periods correct and you don't use anything to do with the conjunction of the sun, you just time the periods of them hitting the sunset. And yes, you do get that. But actually, the next one up is the Uranus or Neptune, which has a multiple. They all have multiples of each other. You've just got to know the right way of doing it and not using it in conjunction with the sun. That's how I figured it all out. That's how I figured out to myself.
Yeah.
If you take away the relevance of the sun, so you can't say moon phases and things like these. These are all things sun related. Take away the sun out of the equation for anything that you do, and you'll see the bigger picture. I guarantee you. But the relationships, yeah, all those periods there are relationships of they're fitting together like the notes. You know what? Fucking the notes and the scales of music and everything like that is all derived from the fucking planets and frequencies and the hums. You know when they say that they hear a hum when they've got a fucking probe up in space and it's going near a planet or something, and it was said that, oh, they heard a hum. That's because it's all vibrating. You know, these things are
So
levitating.
they don't hear a hum, but they're recording an electrical magnetic buzz. Zzz.
Buzz. Yes, yes, yes.
Then they transfer that into speaker noise, which
Yeah,
could then be
exactly.
mixed to
And it's
sound like almost anything. But it's just it's like you hear the buzzing of of your stereo because your amp is making it buzz, or
yeah, but
something
you
like that.
can't hear that in space. The only thing you're going to hear,
No,
you won't be able to hear it. You'll feel it.
that's what I mean. Like if you were to
Uh-huh.
just put your tongue on the speaker wires, that's what you're getting, really. Like
Me,
the,
I would
the
say just
electricity.
yeah, but I would say it's either a really, really high pitched noise or it's a really, really, really low tone.
It's not a
And
noise.
all
Yeah, that's the issue.
tone,
It's not a noise until they hook it up to a speaker and play it for
yes,
us.
but it's a
So it's
tone.
not humming as a noise or a tone. It's an
It's a
electric
frequency.
frequency.
It's a
Yeah,
frequency. Yes,
it's an electric
yes.
current that and then they just take that speaker wires to speaker and go, this is what that electric current would sound like had it been a noise. It's not
So
really
if
a
all,
noise. So they tell us, listen to the noise that this planet makes, and it doesn't. It's electrical noise. It's not noise.
so
You know
if
what I
all the
mean?
planets, if all the planets are tuned to a certain frequency, then if we by chance were using those frequencies on Earth, you would alter their thing. And if you possibly look at the span of our frequencies, look at the ones that we're allowed to use and the ones that we can't use, depending on our location on Earth, might have something to do with it because India would. Anyway, but I think sevens and sixes, everything is in 7 days in a week, and 7 notes in the Western scale, but the Eastern scale is like 6. Depends. You're talking about chromatic scales or just major scales. We use 12 chromatic notes in our scale, and the Eastern use 16 or even more, 20. I think things like that, 24. They use microtonal. So it's almost like we've taken notes out of our music and then transferred from Eastern to Western, so we didn't have the same frequencies and not interrupting with each other. It's all related, man.
Imagine this. Yeah, imagine this for a second. Imagine you have an electric current just flowing through a plasma channel, right? And then and in the plasma channel, there's a Z pinch in the middle, right? Which creates an electric field that rotates along the magnetic equator of this so-called, what we'll call a star now, since that Z pinch is creating a plasmoid there. And so you throw a bunch of material. We're not going to go as big as a star, though. We'll just say plasmoid, the size of your fist, And then you throw some marbles in that electric field. Well, those marbles of different sizes and shapes will have different surface area, and they'll pick up a different amount of electrons on their surface and behave where they are in that electric field. They will start rotating around this in spatial orbits around this plasmoid, and because of the rotation of the field and the interactions between the electrons on the surface and the double layers that will build up over the first layer of electrons, blocking in the second layer, giving a capacitance, which would give a dipole system to the ball itself, making the inner part, a negative, the outer shell positive, or opposite, vice versa. So it interacts with the other planets in a way where when they'll get close enough, they'll start to repel until they find an equilibrium and get a steady orbit with each other, not interacting with each other in a big way anymore, occasionally discharging into each other's orbital streams to keep balance of their own charge. So you would get a clock-like system with each planet having its own frequency depending on its location in the field. So you literally have this setup for the standard narrative having a different explanation, and it's simply without gravity at all, and it works with the same rotational velocities. And I don't know why they don't do this, like they haven't already said this is possible, knowing now that they're in plasma and it's not vacuum-free space, and that these are electric fields. For me, that's why I don't think it's about flat Earth and round Earth. I think there's literally a much bigger thing going on out there. They're hiding a lot more than just Earth from us.
Oh, that's for sure.
I think I loved everything that you said there. If you could write it down and fucking send it to me, man, that just fucking was the full explanation for my sort of idea of the solar system. But maybe they're not hiding more. Once maybe they're hiding less. If you were more of an inverted situation, then naturally that's all you've got. So trying to give people the hope that there is something out there and there's a bigger picture, when actually the picture is possibly slightly smaller than what you think it is.
Well, I found the best way, and you got to remember, these people have had a long time, a lot of practice on manipulating people, right? So I found that I'm only, what, 45, 48. How old am I, babe? 47? All right. So the best way, in my opinion, to hide something would be to, not to actually hide it, to say we're reaching for this, and then give you the wrong mechanisms on how to get there, so it seems impossible to you at all.
Mate. Yes,
You
mate.
know?
You're fucking talking my language like fluently, mate. Fucking
Yeah.
magnetic declination is the tools that they've been using, but the fucking everyone just grabbed at it, a bit like
Mhm.
people might talk about the vaccine. They just grabbed at it because they're just like, oh, it's the only explanation. But they had the black market. The black market knew how to fucking overcome declination, so that they could avoid the fucking the ships and all that. If everyone else was going one way, and I knew the fucking secrets of the seas, which a novel came out in, some geezer wrote it 1700s. The pirates and everyone fucking knew the back roads, man. Because
Mhm.
if they knew the back roads, then it means that the fucking general society is just going with whatever the fucking narrative is. And the narrative is there's a fucking hole in the middle, and it goes like this. That was theorized 1600s by William Gilbert, who was the fucking advisor to Queen Elizabeth. Man, when you have a queen in charge, all the boys go out and fucking get, they take their piss, man. If your boss is a fucking woman, we take the piss out of her more than if it was a bloke, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to get the analogy there where Queen Elizabeth fucking, yeah, man, let's go with it. His fucking book got published. They authorized it, and then everyone's like, oh, this is the fucking way. But the other guys in the know, they were ex-Navy fucking officers and shit like that became pirates. They knew all that shit, man. There's no way they could have done that shit without a proper navigator on board, that had been properly fucking trained.
Right. I also think they had, like, across the north, they knew, it wasn't just solid ice. There was a way through. You know how, because there's volcanic stuff out there right now. They're talking about how the north pole caps or polar caps are melting at exponential rates and all this kind of stuff. But they were actually relocating to the other side, just a little farther. I guess that would be west. What's left of the North Pole,
Yeah, I would say here's a clue. On the Mercator North Pole projection, you'll see that everyone's looking in the middle, but there's actually 3 black magnetic mountains, and a magnetic mountain would be something that doesn't move. And there's 3 of them, and actually, it's my proof is that it's just north of the West Alaskan coast, and there's evidence of if you type into Google these exact words, hidden lands in the Arctic. It's either the Arctic or the North, one of those, but they both give you 2 different results. And then the first entry that comes up is a whole fucking article on how they theorized that there was actually more land up in the north. If there's more land up in the north, and we're not, as the public, allowed to go there, then just to hide that 1 degree is going to be 111 kilometers radius. 2 degrees is going to be, you get me. So to actually hide that in radius, hide small amounts of
But
land.
Realm, why do you preach that as truth, as if it's a fact? Are you saying it's a possibility, but you're skeptical about it? Why you?
It seems like it resonates with him, in my opinion. Not that he actually
Yeah,
would say. I bet
but
my Twitter's lives on him.
I want to hear him say it, Grim. Realm, are you telling this to us as it's what's going on, or are you saying it's a
Hey,
possibility, but you're skeptical about it?
real quick before he gets all into that, can I just add
What does
this
that
too?
matter?
That would explain that, like, you know how they always say,
Come on,
like,
man.
the
Just
curvature
let
of
him
the
answer the
Earth is what
question. He said.
adds. Hold on one sec. The curve is what adds that extra little bit, and that's how come we know that the Earth is curving, because we don't have that much. Whatever. What if, like, that land in the north explained that differential?
So, Realm, do you remember the question I asked you?
That'd be funny.
Do I believe that as facts and what's going on today? I do. I believe the declination is.
No. Yeah. The whole magnetic declination in hidden land at the north. You believe that's facts based on the research you've done, or are you saying you think it could be a possibility, but you're very skeptic about it?
The first one, through practice and experimentation and research,
What practice and experimentation?
Geometry, pieces of paper, and then working it out using the information I've got. I've done many things, tasks for myself. How would I do this? How would I do it cleverly? How would I do it like this?
Simplified for us within your geometry. Well, I mean, you're about to monologue, and I know you well enough to know that you're about to spiral into a
You
monologue.
know what?
So
I don't really
I'm
like when
trying
the
to
conversation
keep.
takes this kind of a turn. I'm really enjoying the just the throwing up the ideas. I don't care if I don't believe.
I'm about to leave now.
but
I just want to understand what it is
Good.
he's seen or done.
Yeah, don't waste any time.
Specifically. Yeah, guys, I'm about to leave just now. But before I leave, I'm just trying to understand what. No, I mean, don't refer to ancients. No. What did you do? What did you see?
Fucking hell, let me answer then. Right, I came across an article and I came across a YouTube link about a guy talking about the ancient equator. The ancient equator is the magnetic equator. When you draw the magnetic equator on a flat Earth map, for example, which is a projection, you'll find that its center point is not our North Pole, right? Yes, we know that, and no, we don't know that. But and from that experimentation of doing flat Earth maps, if you add extra 10 degrees in the north, the impact on everything else is offset fucking by 10. Oh, no, by a scale of 0 to fucking the equator, a scale of whatever that is. It massively impacts. If you even hide 1 kilometer in the north, it'll impact the equator by 10 or 20 fold. So the point is that hiding a small amount of surface area at the North Pole would make a massive impact somewhere else on the Earth. So when you look up articles, the first thing that comes
Listen,
up,
I gotta go, but you didn't answer my question at all. But it's cool, man.
to explain. Sorry, man.
No, yeah, but
you kind of
that's
asked a
why
big question, though.
that's
You
why
asked a question
I
that was
tried
like,
to stop him.
what is
You
your
don't even
view
know
on the
what
entire
it is
world?
I asked him though. That wasn't my question.
Obviously, do.
All right.
Do you
Before I
believe
leave,
it or not?
I'll give you.
He said, "Do you believe what you think or not?"
I'll give you.
Right?
Yeah, that
You
was
gave him a
the original
dichotomy,
question, and he
basically.
answered it. No, that was the original
appreciate
question, which he answered, and I had a follow-up question now, based on the, I don't know, the mathematics or the cartography you've done, the maps you've drawn. What tells you there's land missing? Have you found distances between two places that don't add up, or is it this magnetic equator you're talking about, where a magnetic needle would have no declination?
Yeah,
So you found the magnetic needle to be somewhere where it's not.
No, I'm fucking trying to
No.
answer your question. You gave me 3 options. The first option was the measuring the distances, yes, and then I found verification that we haven't measured the distances at all points, north, west, north, south, all 8 cardinal points. They've only done one direction. So how can you measure the shape of something if you've only measured from A to B? And the movement in the North Pole is restricted over a certain area that's at least 111 kilometers in radius. So no one can go there to even verify what the distances of that
Is that
area
a fact?
Yes,
no one
mate.
can go to the North Pole?
No. There's Where did I say the North Pole? I said there's an area that's like at least 111 kilometers in radius that no one is allowed to go to, and it's a world fucking science
Where
feature,
is this
just like
area?
Antarctica. Huh?
Where is this area? Is it around the North Pole?
It's not. How it would be within the Arctic Circle, wouldn't it? You won't be around the North Pole. I guess it would be somewhere around the North Pole, but it's north of
All right,
Alaska.
can we go to the North Pole?
I would say we've done a treaty stopping us. We can't get more than 222 miles or something like that from any land. So no country can go any further than that. So there are restrictions, and don't be fooled into thinking that we've done these measurements. By
Is
the
the
time that we
North
realize,
Pole Treaty?
I try not to
All right, when
speculate
I look
stuff.
for North Pole Treaty, I just see the Antarctic Treaty. There is no treaty for the North Pole. There's nothing that stops us going to the North Pole.
That's ridiculous, man. Can you tell me that you've typed the wrong words into Google?
All right.
And then you tell me I'm wrong?
Hey, yo, Realm.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is,
line.
I don't see any North Pole Treaty preventing us from going to the North Pole. That's why I'm asking you. Are we not allowed to go to the North Pole?
Why would I make that up?
I'm not saying you're making it. I did not once
There
at
we
all
go.
say you made it up. I did not once at all call you a liar. What I'm asking is there an Arctic treaty? Because when I Google it, it tells me there isn't. So if there is, could you point me in the right direction as to how to go about finding it? Do you have a site I could go to? A document I could read that says...
I tell you what,
Mhm.
I will tell everybody when I speak to them, if you message me with anything, I will give you 200% of my time. I guarantee you that. I will not ignore you, and I won't be one of those people. If we want to exchange information then on a personal level, please DM me, because the more the better, and it saves me fucking spilling out and repeating my monologue fucking 100 times. I will give you everything.
Okay, so I'm guessing you're driving right now and you can't share the information. Like, how long would it take you to be situated where you can share links with me?
Like I said to you, if you message me, then I'll get you back as soon as possible.
Yeah, but I don't want to do it privately. I think this is information everybody should see.
I know,
You should
but you
post it in the
also have to
server.
remember.
Yeah.
You also have to remember that this second that we're talking, or this minute that we're talking right now, is a bit like opening up an orange. Yeah, you're the only person to open up an orange and eat that segment. What's happening right now is only going to happen right now. So to extend that, we have to at least come to a conversation on using a method that works for both of us. I don't know when I'm going to catch you again.
That's why.
You don't know when you're going to catch me.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. How long is it going to take you to be situated when you have free time on your hands? I can always come back and we can talk about it
few
then.
hours, 4 or 5 hours.
4 or 5 hours. All right, I'll be back in 4 or 5 hours, and then we can
Yeah, but I
continue
know,
this
but I
conversation.
can't guarantee I'm going to be on the line. I definitely will be on the line in 5 hours. So that would be.
You don't have to be in VC. We can do it in text chat, but I just want it to be
cool.
public
Yes,
so
yes.
everyone
Hell
can have.
yeah, man. Hell yeah. I'll see you in 5 hours, man.
All right,
I'll
so
be there, 100%.
yeah. All right, cool, man.
It's a date.
Laters, man. Laters.
You're gonna meet and then touch tips.
Love is in the air.
They're gonna
Does
link
anybody
up.
else? Does anybody else have evidence of an Arctic treaty?
No, I don't.
I never heard of it, but do you happen to have, by any chance, Polaris 90 degrees?
Can you guys hear me at all or not?
We hear you.
Yeah, we do.
Yep. Yeah, I
Loud and clear, Issa. What's up, brother?
What's up?
I imagine
So,
there's
yo,
a. You trying? Okay, go ahead.
yeah,
I know it's only
I
8 in the
posted a
morning and
bunch
I'm getting
in the
stoned.
chat right.
This is not.
I posted in the chat right there what's called the dew line, which is what nobody. I'm amazed this kid doesn't know about this. The dew line is like the line that goes around that nobody was allowed to fly over that they said they got rid of in the 80s, and then I put a link under that, which shows that they're actually continued with another program, so just called another thing. So it's the early detection system for any aircrafts, and it's like all licensed shit has to go in there, and not unlicensed shit.
Is somebody talking? I'm not hearing him.
Yeah, Issa, man, you better fix that shit. When Issa's talking. I'm just kidding, guys.
Can you hear me or no? My mic probably.
No, that wasn't you. It was me.
You're fine. Absolutely fine.
10-4. Thanks, brother.
Remember the other day we were looking for that bandsaw to Polaris at 90 degrees?
Yeah.
We were like arguing about it. It's like, dude, just show it to us.
Still looking,
You've
Jeremy.
been looking, I know, right?
But
Well,
yeah,
how are you going to tell that they're 90 degrees?
just
I don't know
yeah,
if there is, but how would
Where's
you
that
tell
dew
that?
line at, guys? That's what I was interesting what Issa was talking about, the dew line.
Yeah, it says here,
It's right over that
northern
mountain.
Arctic region of Canada.
Mountain Dew. Is that where they got the word Mountain Dew from? I'm just kidding.
maybe.
The dew line.
Yeah, man, after you have so many of those, your heart stops. You can't go any further.
69th parallel north.
That's
Dun, dun, dun.
coincidental, maybe.
What is that? It goes over Russia or something?
Alaska,
No, Canada.
Well, the dude was proposing something pretty interesting, which I mean, I've kind of thought of before, but somebody had brought up earlier at some point. I forget. It's all a dream in here. Somebody mentioned how like you'd had to have like a certain amount of distance between the North Pole and the equator, but there's more mileage, and the explanation for that is the rotundity of the Earth. Well, if there was more land up in the center, then it kind of like, and it's interesting because you have the magnetic pole swinging around, and like I always looked at it like a like the like the branches of a tree in the wind. That's how I always envisioned the magnetic pole moving. Anyway, like you have that. If you had more land, it would explain the longer distance between from what we call the North Pole to the equator.
All right. Imagine
Isn't
this
it only
too,
like
right?
24
Guys,
miles?
hold on a second. Imagine this, right? A huge cylinder that spans, I don't know, 100, 200 miles or so from the center, and then gradually kind of dissipates. But this huge cylinder that is basically feeding the Earth is also your magnetic South Pole, right? So I mean, and as it moves, whatever but the point is it it reads up to this, not to the point of the center where the South Pole is, because once you get past the particular part, like everything is your shit goes haywire. Everything is South Pole, right? And so I think that might be what it is. Like you're just getting close to that center. It's the South, but it's a huge ring of South up there.
Yo, what's really crazy is once you start getting into the terms of electricity, is that
that would
like
hide
polarity doesn't it moves from north to south. Therefore, what we call the North Pole is actually the South Pole, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. Well, yeah, that's true because we face the other way.
If you go into Google Maps and go to Wrangell Island, it's where the Asia meets Alaska, just north of Asia. And if you magnify on the Google Maps, you'll see a line there, and then you'll see that's where the hidden shit is. Because Google's, they always leave trails for us, clues. Hansel and Gretel. These all books and stuff like that to teach us that don't build your house out of fucking wood, build your house out of fucking brick, shit like that. And yeah, the clues are there. They leave the clues for us. You just got to know how to find them. And Google Maps is blatantly there. John Levi just done a video on it as well. Says it quite nicely.
I posted an image of the North Warning System, which replaces that dew line. Suffice to say, you probably won't get anywhere farther than those radar ranges.
Why?
Oh, it's a detection system, isn't it? But does it say that you can't actually go there?
Well, no,
it doesn't actually say that.
Aircraft.
No.
It's only licensed shit. It's only shit that's licensed. That's why they have the detection system, because anything that would go in that range has potential threats to it. So it's all got to be, orchestrated and probably. I mean, you may be able to get permission. I just don't know how far you'd be able to go up.
There's people who live north of that.
Wasn't there an experiment in Alaska where propagation of sound over high cliffs or something? It was called the Alaska. Yeah, it was to do with radio waves or signals, and they couldn't get signals over a cliff or something like that. And then, does that ring any bells with anyone? It was quite important in the 40s and 50s, 60s. The Navy were there, involved, defense. And I wonder if they were trying to get over that ice wall. Can I say that it's like a raised bit in the center that you can't actually get up on them because it's raised like a mountain, and trying to get their propagation over something like, you know, imagine Table Mountain where it's been cut, the tree of life. Sorry, man, but yeah, that line I was talking about in the north, that's if you look on Google Maps and you magnify it, it extends down to almost Australia, Indonesia. So there's gappage going on from the North Pole all the way down to Australia almost. If you look for that line, you'll see the gap there.
This queue line that we can't ever go north of. Why do people live north of it?
How many people live north
So
of
my
it?
cousin, just for the record, y'all, my cousin lives in Alaska, and he owns his own airplane, and he can fly right out from his housing development where they have like most of the people in the own houses in the community have little hangars and own airplanes, and there's an airport, neighborhood airport.
Does he ever fly north?
But that doesn't
There's
mean
a
that they're
queue
not like
line.
under complete surveillance.
Yeah. Is there a 7-Eleven above the dew line, Moyoc?
I don't know. In Greenland, I don't know where the population in Greenland lives. So in mass. So I can't say whether they get 7-Elevens in Greenland.
I honestly have never asked about
If
that.
you
Not much point.
I never
Yeah,
even really
the
heard
little
of it.
Piper Cub. It's not much point to go. Yeah, you're not
if you
going to
were
make
to
it to Russia.
if you were to put 10 degrees in the North Pole extra, so that's going to be 1,111 kilometers radius. Then if you were to put that and hide an area that size, the impact on that would mean that 40 degrees north now becomes 30 degrees north. Yeah.
And suddenly it'll become temperate climate. You know, you get up to some of the coldest ass place on Earth, and then in the next 300 miles, it goes from cold to wonderful tepid environment, where they have all the tropical islands.
Yes, and that would be a wall of an area that's high enough to actually almost give it its own climate, just like the top of mountains. And there's a place, the Delta, Brazilian Delta. It's called Angel Falls.
Yeah, if you build
Angel
a wall, you're gonna have a problem getting sunlight there. They already had challenges getting sunlight. Now you're sticking a wall up there. Now you're fucking in a crater essentially. It's gonna be colder than a well-digger's ass.
Yeah, you could lens the sun that's barely on the horizon, whatever like that. You could lens that light to create heat. You could store that energy so that you had that light when it wasn't available. You could almost have
So this isn't a natural place. This is a walled place that they put a mirror up above to try and keep it warm. So we're only talking about something that's existed since like the 1960s.
Have you ever seen a holographic sphere? It's like two molds that are mirrored in the inside, and then you put them together, and you stick a frog in there, and you shine a light in from above, and it appears that the frog is above the sphere. Yeah, holographic sphere. And
I'll apply that knowledge to what we have here.
That's a cool fucking idea, man. Definitely. I think like that bit they're hiding is the spark between the North and the South Pole. Like if you're inverted, if you're in an inverted Earth and the system is in a space, then you would have a monopole. So like the South and the Pole are connected by a spark, by a fuse, by something. That's doing all these frequencies and shit like that, and looks like a barber's pole, maybe, you know?
I like that idea.
I kind of don't like the monopole idea because we have direct evidence that it's not a monopole.
I mean, what if we're just going back and forth through Sirius, right? And we trade places and we go when you're like, oscillating. Isn't Sirius like
Sirius is in all directions of north and south?
No, I don't care about where it is right now. As if we're moving in relationship to Sirius, that's what I'm asking. Like we could move back and forth from Sirius and back, and the North Pole. I mean, the North Pole would still be basically in the same place. That's how close we are to Sirius compared to where the North Pole is, right?
Yeah, but I think Sirius goes around the Orion's belt. The Orion's belt is actually across because there's 3 dots and there's 2 major dots on the other axis. So, and I observe these like every night when it's clear sky, and the Sirius is lower in the horizon, down the horizon. So it's lower than it was like a month ago, and it's almost like it possibly goes round the Orion's belt like a clock. And I think our clockwork is neither north or south. I think it's Orion's belt. That is our dial. If you look at the dial, the shape and the idea of the Orion's belt, you think of a choke, yeah? A choke, or maybe a handle, like if you were to grab that and turn it, that might be the vent or something. Who fucking knows? But I definitely would agree. I would say that Orion's belt is more perfect than measuring off the sun or off the north or the south, zenith, shit like that. But the most interesting thing is that the celestial, whatever it is, moves south. It always moving south at the moment. You might think it's going west, but it's gradually moving south at the same time. At a fraction of that. It's 1 degree every 288 years, close to that. And the celestial, the stars are moving 1 degree south, as well as 1 degree south every 288 years, as well as 1 degree west every day. So there is another clock. There's another clockwork behind the stars, and our stars are at 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4 seconds. Pluto is 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 2 seconds. And there's 2 more players. There's 2 more players, and it's trying to get those multiples, the ratios and relationships between those periods and those numbers. I'm fucking close. I just got kids, man. I've got kids, so it's fucking hard to fucking get the time. I'll probably get about half an hour a day to physically do experiments and shit like that, and I've been doing that for about 5-6 years now. Thank you for your time.
Listen, I want to know, Moyak, do we have any pictures of Polaris at 90 degrees? You asked, how would we tell?
Yeah, how
do we tell things
you've
are
got
90?
a photo.
What's up?
We've got a photo now.
We've got a photo, so you can't get right under Polaris.
Right. Now I'm saying we did. We got right under Polaris. I take a picture. All I see is a field of stars. How do I tell that I'm at Polaris? That I'm looking straight up and not just 45 degrees?
I don't know. What tools do we use to tell if we're 90 degrees from something or not?
Well, you could use a sextant, although 90 degrees, I don't think they do great on a sextant, but you could use a theodolite, sextant, plumb bob, all sorts of
Yeah, sure, whatever. Whatever you got.
We assume that the celestials are only moving on one axis when they're actually moving on 2. So if we assume that they're only moving on one axis, then we can use that measure. But as soon as there's 2 variables and not 1, the variable that you're measuring then becomes a bivariable. Then that's it. So if there's variation where it's actually moving on 2 axes, then it means that what we're seeing up ahead is actually 1 or 2 degrees off, if not 10 degrees off. And it's just the way the manipulation. I'll show you this diagram in the text now. I'll stop talking.
So I'm not sure that we can do anything for you, Jeremy, because
whatever you got,
anything that's said, you'll just deny.
I'll just put that.
I mean, whatever you got, that show. Go ahead, Ram.
Sorry, mate. I just put that picture in the text. I'll stop talking. I'm cool, man.
So whatever you got, that how we see if we're 90 degrees from something, just use that.
Well, because you'll deny it.
It's
I know
fine.
you, Johnny. I've dealt with
This
you
is some
before.
kind
You
of
don't take
fallacy.
any evidence.
This is a fallacy. Poisoning the
That's
well
not
or
a
something.
fallacy. That's an absolute, and that is something I've experienced with you.
Poisoning the well, maybe. I don't know what the name of it is.
Well, it's my personal experience with you.
Have you ever caught what did I deny?
Oh, mountaintop observations. You deny
How so? What mountaintop observations? I don't deny any observations.
You deny that we are seeing what we're seeing and why we're seeing it. You're denying that.
No, I've never denied that we're seeing what we're seeing. We see a mountain drop that, according to a flat Earth, should be higher with no optical effects. Sure, I don't now. When it comes to the cause of why,
right.
when it comes to the cause of why the mountain, hold on. When it comes to the cause of why the mountain's lower, you say it's globe. I say it's an optical effect. Okay, that's where we differ.
Right. No, you're right. I mischaracterized you. You actually will just make a bold assertion with no.
So yes, that was a poisoning the well fallacy, or do you have another thing that I've denied?
Just a mistake.
So what else? What have I denied?
I told you you don't straight up deny. You come up with fanciful alternatives.
Your shit's fanciful. We're on a spinning ball in infinite space. That's fucking that's fantastical.
A lot better than explaining that the sun's 100 degrees off from where it's supposed to be when you're in Argentina.
Oh, I mean, whatever. We got a lot of fantastical shit, I guess, between the two of us.
No, you ain't got shit.
You ain't got shit. Listen, let me ask you this. Hold on. When we see the stars diverge and converge at the equator, right? Why does that happen?
Because we're on a fucking ball.
Do you know or no?
Because we're on a fucking ball.
This is definitely a trap. Okay, but why do they diverge and converge?
Look at how sphere works. What you would expect to see. I don't know why. It's
so you don't. That's fine. If you don't know, it's fine.
Yeah, it's geometry.
If you don't know, it's fine.
It's geometry.
It's the what?
It's geometry.
Geometry?
The geometry of a sphere. Put fucking objects in the distance, spin a ball in it, and you see this happen.
So it's not perspective.
Perspective is a function of geometry, or geometry is a function of space. You know what I mean?
I don't know. No, that's the first time I've ever heard that.
Perspective is geometrically sound. You'll say that there's some exceptions, but I'll say that that's optical.
So we're definitely going to apply perspective when it comes to star observations, right?
Not your perspective.
No, your perspective. Whatever perspective you just used, perspective definitely applies to star observations, right?
Yeah.
Yeah? You
Yeah.
sure? This is definitely a gotcha, just so you know. All right.
I mean, you're going to say something like, well, it changed because there's optical effects. Yeah, you're right.
And listen, if we're applying a perspective to star observations, why, how much does Polaris drop per 69 miles due to perspective?
Due to perspective?
Yeah, we're applying perspective to the star observations.
It's not dropping due to perspective because it's so far away that it doesn't actually have much in the way of perspective effects.
So we're not going to apply perspective.
There's no foreseeable change at those distances for moving 4,000 miles or 8,000 miles.
I can't. Your mic's fading in and out.
For moving 8,000 miles with something trillions of miles away, that you're not going to see much of a perspective change.
So we're not applying perspective to this.
Perspective is still there, just insignificant. Remember when you look at a mouse,
is it not
you move 10 feet. Can you see the map? Can you see not like you? Where do you live? New York.
Hold on.
Oh, you got no
Hold on, man. Why is it not insignificant when we see converging and diverging star trails? I could just say it's insignificant there, and the stars are actually converging and diverging. What makes you so special? You pick and choose. What did Mole Man call it earlier? Something perspective. What do you say, Banza?
Are you talking about the 360 camera views?
It rhymed, remember?
Collective.
There we go, Merle. Collective perspective, Moyak. That's what we call that.
Are you talking about the 360 camera view of both star trails simultaneous?
Star trails at the equator. They converge and
Ask
diverge.
you a question that requires an answer. Are you talking about the 360 view where you see both poles simultaneously?
Nope.
Okay. Then I have to
That'd
see what
be
you're
neat,
talking
though.
about.
With a
360
Wait, what
camera?
do you do?
That's where you've seen this 1,000 times, dude. The ones with two sets of star trails in the same image?
Where?
Oh,
I
for
never
fuck's
seen
sake.
that one.
Oh, bullshit, you haven't seen it.
What do you mean, dude? I haven't seen it.
Bullshit. But let me see if I can find it.
Can you post an image?
I don't. Bansaw's never seen it either. Did you ever see it, Bansaw?
Yeah, you've seen it too. You fucking got a memory of a fucking goldfish.
Moyoc does know I'm not a star, man. I'm about to be, though. Here we go.
Oh.
What are we going to look
I mean,
what are we looking at here?
let's address the selective perspective first that Moyak has. It's a serious issue.
Let's break it down. Let's break it down. Jeremy, get on a bike. Get on a bike.
You're on a bicycle.
Yeah.
You need milk.
You know,
You gotta go to the grocery store.
Yeah.
Listen, why does perspective count? Why does perspective count when you want it to, and not when you want it to? This doesn't make sense.
It's selective perspective. It's a selective collective perspective.
You even say that shit.
I know.
Oh yeah, Jeremy, you've never seen this.
Why are they square?
Well, that's the fucking get rubbed now, isn't it?
Hey?
Welcome to Square Earth.
I know.
Hold on, let's see what we're looking at here.
You're square star trails.
Let's see what we got. Where is it? In Texas,
I'm a fucking 12-year-old.
Oh, this
I'm very
is
upset.
from one camera.
You don't pay
This is from one
attention to
camera.
anything. You don't pay attention to anything that's been generated and given to you.
They
This
remind
is
me
from
of
one.
this.
Hold
Sorry,
on,
Jeremy.
hold on.
Go, no,
Moyak, this is from one camera. Took this
Yep, you use a
at
360
the same
camera.
time.
Oh, here's another one.
Why does it look like Earth's humping? What? I don't even know what's going on. This is a real thing right here that we're looking at.
What is this?
Actually, that doesn't have.
Why are this?
Let me think about that.
This
Yeah, this
one's
is a
even
360
wackier.
camera.
It looks like
This
a
one even
dome.
crazy.
That's what happens when you take a 360 camera and you roll it out flat.
I don't know. This is worthless. What do we? Okay, so what about this? What do we do with this?
I was asking you if that's what you were talking about. But of course,
No, I would never talk about this because this is worthless.
Well, you're worthless, so we shouldn't talk about anything.
Well, I mean, what is this? What does this show? What does this do for us?
Well, first off, it tells you that simultaneously we have two poles, which some flirtards don't actually accept that possibility.
So this is an accurate So this is an accurate representation of what we see in the sky.
Accurate? No, it is distorted. But it is an accurate reflection given all the things that are involved. You know, they've got 360 camera taken with a weird ass lens.
Yeah, I don't know. I never seen no shit like this happen in the sky, but
Well, no, you also have never seen a star trail either, dumbass.
I've seen star trails.
No, you haven't. Show me one
what's
star trail you've ever seen with your eye.
What's happening in the top right there, Moyoc?
Just noticing that.
Which one?
Oh, you don't see an actual star trail.
Oh,
Of course not with your
okay. So
eyeball,
you
but
don't
you can
see it,
see a
right?
star. But you could plot that out and see the star across the sky.
You couldn't
Not like
plot
that's
any of
not
that.
something you couldn't see.
So what top right where?
Your image, the blue
I have
one.
several images. Okay, new one. Okay.
Yeah, the blue one, and you have one side right, and then there's a split,
Right, there's
and then
a
it's sort of
duplication.
that square sort of shape again. But then in the very top right, it looks like it starts to create another pattern.
That's a byproduct of the lens.
Okay.
Looks like it may even be doing more than 360. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
And this one is either just north or south of the equator, probably like 20 degrees.
It's a munted looking thing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, no, they're bizarre looking. But if you had like two cars coming at you, they would come at you all wonky and shit. You know, if they're coming from opposing directions.
Yeah.
But we have to remember that these are just lights in the sky.
Lights in the sky with very specific.
Oh yeah, totally. And I'm just saying, like, the ground is the ground, and yeah.
Sky.
But also the other thing is like you wouldn't stand at the geomagnetic South Pole to be at 90 to what's happening in the sky. You're just somewhere else, aren't you?
Babs, would you change your name to Moon Gazing?
Yeah.
The thing is,
I'm not
what
denying reality.
What I'm trying to say is that both locations, north and south, would have to be antipodal exactly to each other to see exactly the same thing, and that's not the case, is it? So
They are antipodal. Oh, except for that 2 degrees that you're probably complaining about. Or actually more like 1 degree, but
yeah.
for,
But even
for
that
the,
1 degree
for
there,
refraction, which is evident, we know refraction happens.
yes, and that's because the celestial sphere is moving on 2 axes, so it's causing a space-time curvature.
Yo, why do you get to say perspective is due to perspective with the convergence and divergence of the stars at the equator, but you don't have it figured in for the star drop, 69 miles per degree. This is worrying. I'm worried.
Well,
for
no,
you guys.
because without a sphere, you're not going to. It depends on what direction you're going. Like great circles, it's 69 miles per degree.
So perspective is
what angle
directional.
you're looking at something from, whether it's going to. You can't just look at a star on the horizon, drive 69 miles, and expect it to move azimuthally 69 degrees. Sorry.
Your whole thing started out. Hold on. Your whole thing started out with because of the direction. So perspective is a direction thing. It matters which direction.
Yeah, you got to do a 360-degree analysis on it, or actually at least 2 axes. You have to do azimuth and elevation.
You don't know the elevation of the stars.
Fuck, I don't.
You don't. How'd you get the elevation of the star?
You don't know what the term elevation means, do you?
Above mean sea level.
Oh, okay. So you can tell that. Well, no. Sorry, no, it's not. It's the elevation is the angle from perpendicular or horizontal.
Elevation.
From perpendicular or horizontal.
Curved water would be proud of you, Moyoc.
So it's not how high it is above sea level?
Nope. Not when you're talking about navigation, stars, and angles.
Well, when in the dictionary it says height above a given level, especially sea level.
Go look at the second explanation, or go find one that has to do with navigation.
Who's navigating, son? We're just talking about perspective and the stars.
When you're dealing with angles, I would believe that it's almost elevation is always reference to a reference point like angle, vertical or horizontal.
Okay, so all right, let's move past this. So you can prove the angle
No,
of its apparent position.
can we find 90 degrees?
Sure. Does that
Can we
mean
find vertical? Okay.
Yeah, we can
Now,
find vertical. Yeah.
take the angle from vertical down to your object. Now you've got an angle.
You're fading out with your fuzzy mic.
Oh. Take your vertical that we now know, 90 degrees, add 90 to it or subtract 90 from it. I don't give a shit.
Okay.
And now measure the angle you see to the star from that reference.
Okay. And are you assuming that's the actual position of the star or just the not actual position?
That's the elevation. What? That's the elevation.
So what does that do for us? So what? Okay.
Well, you just said we can't get an angle to it, and we can get an elevation. An elevation angle.
I thought you meant elevation as in height above sea level.
No, these things are trillions of miles away. How the fuck?
Okay, so what does having the elevation angle do for us?
Well, that's the first step in finding out where you are on the Earth.
No, what?
What?
What does this have to do with the?
You're fucking randomly
What does this have to do with you not accounting perspective to Polaris drop, and you do accounting perspective to the convergence and divergence of the stars at the equator?
I would have to show you with a some kind of a sphere in doing this, like a what do you call it? A camera on a globe or something and taking picture of distant objects. It's impossible for me to do it with words with you and your pedantic craziness.
I'm not being crazy. You're just trying to like.
What's expected to see if you have you go ahead and take your camera, spin it around, look at dots on the wall, whatever you have to do. Spin it on a globe. Stick your camera on the surface of the globe. Start spinning it around, and look at different objects as far away as you can get them. You'll see that this divergence is what you'd expect, even though perspective doesn't change appreciably between the objects between your 6-inch globe and the distant objects that you're looking at. I really would like to show this in any way credible to you. I'd have to have like a Stingray or something. He can model it.
I don't know. I just feel like if perspective applies to the stars, it would always apply, and there wouldn't be cases where perspective doesn't apply to the stars, and cases where it does apply to the stars.
Perspective doesn't apply to stars, as far as I'm concerned.
It doesn't. But you said the convergence and divergence at the equator was the perspective, and also Moleman said that it was due to perspective earlier, also. In case you were wondering.
I don't care what Moleman said. I don't think he's right.
Malaman. He's not right?
I don't think he's right.
How can perspective not apply to everything we look at?
It does apply, but at irrelevant point. Yeah, at irrelevant. It is irrelevant at the distances we're talking about. It's going to be way below your ability to see any change with your eye or even with a consumer-grade telescope.
Perspective is perspective.
Yes. Now, let me give you an example here. Now, go ahead and hop on your little mental motorcycle here. Have you ever seen a mountain in the distance or a very distant object? Something that's, let's say, 10 miles away.
Occasionally.
Now, back up 10 feet and tell me how much it changed in angular size.
Okay.
Are you going to see any change? Are you going to see any change in something 10 miles away? Probably not. Now move to the left 10 feet. Now tell me how much, what do you call it? How much it's changed parallax to objects in the background. Again, we're dealing with a 10-mile away object. You're going to see fuck all difference.
Which eye am I looking through?
Your left eye.
Okay. What happens if I swap? Look through my right eye. What happens then?
That will show you perspective
move?
reference to things in the foreground.
Does it move?
Does the object that's 10 miles away and the object that's beyond it, do they change in reference to each other?
Yeah.
Oh, they do. No.
I'm asking you.
No, anything over, anything over a couple 100 feet, you don't get a whole lot of difference with
Sure.
a change of 6 inches between your eyeballs.
Interesting. So I'm on my bicycle.
Yep.
And I'm looking at a mountain.
Yep.
And I backed up 10 feet.
Yep.
And I'm still looking at the mountain.
Yep.
And the perspective hasn't changed.
To all the shit in the foreground, yes. To anything beyond that mountain or at that mountain, you're not seeing any change.
Everything's changed.
And even the mountain has changed, but only by a tiny, 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 tiny fraction that you can't see.
Yeah. But it's changed.
Yes. Well, there is technically perspective changes between stars trillions of light years away.
Yo, Bandsaw.
Light years away, if you look, but you're not going to see it because your fucking eyes aren't capable of, and nor would you expect to see it.
But Bandsaw,
Yes,
what if you were sitting on the bike looking at the mountain?
Yep.
And previously we'd sent Dawn up into space on a tricycle, and you moved back 10 feet. How many pedals would it take for Dawn to get into orbit?
There you go.
Let's just put it into perspective. If you look at Polaris, and you look at Polaris 6 months apart, how much does the parallax of Polaris change?
It all depends on how fast Dawn is pedaling.
Yeah. But the bottom line is the amount of change is on the order of a couple of milli arc seconds, 1,000th of an arc second.
Dawn rotations, we call them.
You're assuming we've moved though, right? When you said that parallax thing.
So can you detect that change with your eye?
You're assuming that we move though. That's a huge assumption when you said parallax. Your whole shit's nonsense because we're not moving.
Well, the parallax does change by about, I think it's like something like 7 milli arc seconds.
You gotta have you gotta have us moving for parallax though. We're not moving, so your whole thing's bullshit.
So the question becomes,
your whole thing's bullshit because we're not moving.
Can you detect that change in parallax?
Your parallax thing is bullshit because we're not moving. Earth didn't move in that 6 months. We're still in the same spot.
Bullshit. Okay, well, let's go to flat Earth model.
Not as bullshit.
We got the North Pole. We know where the North Pole is roughly within 2 degrees according to Realm. We know where it is within 2 degrees where its ground position is. Now I'm down at the equator or somewhere just north of it where you claim we can see it, or just south of it wherever you magically say we can see it. I don't give a crap. Now explain to me how that works, because you're questioning my our measurements, and I'd like to have your measurements explained now. We've got something akin to a star somewhere over the North Pole, 6,000 miles away. We're looking at it.
Okay. I don't have to explain shit. I broke down what he said and how it's bullshit. I'm sorry if you don't like it. That's tough titty.
Well, explain the perspective.
When he says parallax, we're clearly not moving, and you would need movement for that to happen.
Oh, we're clearly not moving? We got measurements of moving. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, that's
So you
actually
think we can prove Earth
parallax.
moves?
It has nothing to do with what you believe, Jeremy.
You believe Earth's moving. It has to do with what you believe. You believe Earth's moving, which you're wrong on, of course.
I have evidence of it.
Yeah, but we can measure the parallax to Polaris. It is what it is. You know, it doesn't matter whether you understand it or accept it. That's
It's not parallax because Earth's not moving.
By the way,
That
it
is
also
what parallax
coincidentally
is.
matches 180 million miles of change in position.
Your whole thing. What's up, Moya?
It also happens to coincidentally geometrically match what would happen if you moved 180 million miles. I'm just saying.
Okay, that's a neat story. So back to we're not moving, so it's not parallax.
Got measurements of movement. Fuck you.
Yep. Non
All right,
on
let's
hand
do it.
waves don't work.
Let's do the measurements of. Let's prove movement. I don't. You guys should have done this from the start.
Go call
If it was
pendulum.
that
Fuck
easy,
you.
let's see it.
We did.
Yeah, what do you got?
Bring laser gyros. Foucault's pendulum. What do you want?
However you want to bring it, I don't care.
I
You
just
you
brought
act
it.
like I can't
I
debunk all
brought
that
it.
shit,
Just brought it, and it's all been explained to you.
and it's all been debunked by me personally,
No, it's been hand waved by
manually.
you. Difference.
No, I've manually debunked it manually.
Tell us how Foucault's pendulum proves a moving Earth, please.
Here you go. He wants the pendulum. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead, get him.
Do you not know how to use Google?
He wants the pendulum, bro. Bring your evidence. You said you had evidence. Bring that shit or
Google.
sit down.
Go ahead and
Yeah, I
Google.
want to know
you got
if you're.
nothing.
I want to know if you're just parroting Google, believing in a lie, or if you know how to do it yourself, and you can show me the difference between the swing from, let's say, America to your pendulum swing, let's say, on the equator or in Egypt. Otherwise, you're just parroting
has
just
to
Google.
has to do with your latitude. Yes, it has to
Bring
do
it.
with latitude and the rate.
Okay, what
Show
has
us.
to do with it?
Show us.
Yeah, what's your evidence, bro? Bring it. Bring it, flat moon boy.
Nah.
Are you saying that the findings of Foucault's pendulum are in contention?
What I've seen, they're completely inconclusive of anything. There's no difference. But if you can show me something,
They don't change predictably by latitude.
Predictions don't mean anything. That doesn't.
Show
that
us.
doesn't. Just because you predicted something.
It means
just
a
because you
lot.
predicted something. Hold on. Just because you predicted something doesn't mean that the reason why you predicted of it happening is why it happened. We know this, right?
But it's very
understand that?
strong evidence that it is. Yes.
I know,
That's
but do you understand that
it's
if
a
you predict
scientific
something,
method.
I know, but do you guys understand that if you predict something, it doesn't mean that what you predicted is why it's happening. You understand this, right?
Correct. It's very strong evidence that it is, though. That's what's called the scientific method.
So this is the scientific method. Bet what's your what's the effect? The Foucault pendulum deviation.
The so-called pendulum deviation.
The Foucault pendulum deviation. What's your cause? Earth rotation, or is there a different cause?
Why don't you go figure it out?
You got nothing, bro. You got nothing.
Yeah, I'm a pothead from New York, and I got everything.
Bring something in. Show
Like Jeremy's mouthful, he's eating y'all alive.
Make a fool out of me. Bring something.
Just did.
We've done it so many times it gets boring, Jeremy.
You guys got nothing.
You
Yeah,
bring
you
some
say
evidence
that.
of an actual flat Earth. Show me a measurement of a flat Earth that's reproducible.
7 years of you saying "nuh-uh."
Start with a map. Start with a working map of the flat Earth that I can flight plan on. We'll do it together right now. How would you figure out the distance between New York and Los Angeles?
How come you can
Even if you
navigate
could make
600 nautical miles is flat?
Oh, we have no idea how far away New York is from Los Angeles. It's
I'm saying you
impossible
can
to know.
navigate, admittedly, like navigation. You know, actually, it's funny you guys said like if predictions make for it, then the Babylonians, who had a flat Earth model and predicted the sun and the stars and the eclipses and stuff like that, then
That's
the Earth
true.
definitely,
That
then the
is
Earth
really good.
definitely is flat.
Now,
if
what
that's the
happens though is that
criteria.
their predictions fall apart as you
Right.
start to expand across the globe. So you can't use their same method. So their method was coincidentally it worked, and that can happen with any prediction.
Right. So it's
So
flat.
just because something works
we've
doesn't
now
mean
been
that
on
it's
both parts of the Earth, and we see the
right.
Then we come up with a better model. When we start finding errors in the model we're using, we come up with a better model. That's how we went from the geocentric solar system to the heliocentric solar system It's how we went from Ptolemy to Kepler and Copernicus.
Yo, the P is silent. It's Ptolemy.
He doesn't know what he's saying or doing. He doesn't even probably know where he is. How old are you, Bob? Mine's the first thing to go.
And yours went pretty young.
Yet I'm still a hell of a lot smarter than you are. So what's that say about you?
Really? Because you be saying dumb shit all the time, and I don't know. I don't really think I say dumb shit that much.
The definition of dumb shit is stuff you don't understand. All right.
No,
That's the definition of dumb shit. You can't.
Right. You said yesterday. You said yesterday.
Basic math, Jeremy.
I know.
If I have
You
two
said yesterday that if
each other, if I have two bowling balls touching each other, do they share a common tangent?
For
Yes or
instance,
no?
yesterday. For instance,
Yes or
yesterday
no?
you said that I'm gonna mute you if you don't let me talk. I let you fucking finish, you son of a
Fuck
bitch.
you.
You said yesterday that a story pole proved that your line was horizontal over a quarter mile. That's the kind of dumb shit I'm talking about. Fuck out of here.
Full cost pendulum. Just show us that you're not just parroting Google. Because I saw Bigfoot on Google. I have a picture I can show you.
You think
Show
Bigfoot
us an
and
example of two drifts.
are equal value?
I was just kidding. Show us an example of two drifts with the full call and show us how that's differs by latitude, please.
Go look it up.
Hey, Bob, they did ask an interesting question. I don't know how to explain it. I know why it happens. I just can't explain it.
Yeah.
The divergence of stars at the equator, like how when you have two star trails going, how they spread apart as they get to the horizon. How does that work?
I'm not sure I understand exactly what you're asking. So if you look at star trails on the celestial equator, for example, and you're looking west and they're coming down to the horizon, you say they diverge when they get to the horizon?
Yeah, it's sort of that as you start getting towards the, basically you imagine two circles spinning next to each other, they would at some point diverge.
Yes. Well, the only one that would go straight up and down would be the one directly over your head, the one that passes directly over your head. If they pass to the left or right of you, or the north or south, I should say, they're going to start diverging as they get towards the horizon. They'll be closest together at the zenith and farthest away at the horizon.
But that's not a perspective function, so what causes that?
It has to do with the way the celestial sphere rotates.
Yeah, that's what I can't explain.
It is in a way a perspective function, yes. I'm not aware that it really goes that much anyhow. I mean, they're going to come together right over your head, and then they're going to start rotating around each of the celestial poles.
Right.
It's basically the old thing. Here's a way of looking at it. If you're looking straight up at two bowling balls touching each other, all right, and they're rolling down the road, when they're directly over your head and at the tangent point, then they're going to appear to go side by side. But as they move away further from you, they're going to diverge. Does that make some sense?
Yes.
Because remember, everything that's not directly over your zenith at the equator is rotating around the celestial poles to your north or your south. So they'll start curving away from you as they get down by the horizon.
Is that because of selective collective perspective?
What?
Most definitely.
He's playing word games and they think it's so ridiculous that it's selective perspective.
Oh, okay.
Oh, actually, like I have a completely alternative thing about it's called dark polarity. We don't quite fully understand it yet, but it's a placeholder for right now on the flat Earth.
Aren't you a brilliant one?
Well, I'm just saying,
99%
it explains it. It explains it in its entirety.
It's like dark matter explains everything.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
we
you know,
get
they
it.
have.
But can you navigate on a flat Earth, though?
Oh yeah, actually, that's exactly how we do navigate. Actually,
Great. So how far? How would you determine how far it was between New York and Los Angeles? How would you calculate that distance?
I'd probably look at an almanac. You know.
All right. Well, you have to calculate it one way on a flat Earth and calculate it another way on a spherical Earth.
Yeah, I don't really know about that one.
Okay. Well, that's the way it works.
Well, I mean, they admit that they don't use anything to do with sphericity, especially when you're creating 90-degree angles anywhere.
You don't?
Nope.
What
No, it's only
90-degree
in
angles
theory-
are you referring
only
to?
in theory that they propose the use of the some kind of spherical model. But for all intents and purposes, if you start actually navigating, they'll tell you that it's perfectly suitable to treat the Earth as flat and motionless.
No, they don't.
Well, have you taken a navigation course?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And I
they don't-
actually can
they
use
don't-
the sextant. Can you?
Yeah. So do
Okay,
they?
great.
Do they
So
tell
tell
you,
me, okay, on a sextant, tell me what dip
Red
correction
herring.
corrects for.
what is it?
What does dip correction correct for on a sextant? There are 3 factors it corrects for. What are they?
I mean, it could be your eye level. You know what I mean? Your movement of the boat. You know what I mean? It could be a bunch of different factors, like atmosphere. I don't know. What do you mean?
Drift factor has, or drift correction, dip correction has absolutely nothing to do with the movement of the boat. So what are the 3 factors that dip correction corrects for?
Tell me.
No, you're the expert on it. You said you took
I'm not,
classes.
No one's saying
know
you took
what
the
I've
same course,
gathered-
same curriculum.
Okay.
What I've
So
gathered-
what are the
I've
2?
gathered
What are the
using a
2?
sextant
What
is
are
that
the
I'm
2
creating an angle
absolute?
off of whatever my star is, and I'm depicting. Like, let's say if I wanted to find my latitude, I could take my sextant and use that with Polaris and find my latitude based on the angle, right?
Correct.
It's not that complicated. Now, granted, if I'm trying to,
But
I mean, like,
you
if
have
I
to
was looking,
include
if I
dip
was looking for a
correction and
location,
refraction.
I would use it. I mean, like, this is why you might use an almanac or something. But granted, you're still making corrections. You know what I mean? And forgive me if I'm, remiss on what the point, because I love sections. Teach me, dude. Teach me.
All right.
But
Great.
however, I will point this out: is that in the literature, all the literature I've seen, for all intents and purposes, they treat the Earth as flat and motionless, and it's
No,
perfectly
they don't.
reliable. I can
They
bring
absolutely do not. How do you find the geographic position of a star? What are the factors you have to take into account? That's your center
Again,
of
I'm
your.
using almanacs, dude. I mean, like my time.
Okay. How would you use?
You know what I mean?
How
Like
would you use the almanac?
time. Like I mean, for what for which question again?
I want to know. I want to know precisely what the current geographic position of Arcturus is. How would I find that? What do I have? What
Where my
information do I
position
need to
is?
have? Yes, I want to know where it is right now. What the GP of Arcturus is right now. So
I mean,
what things do I have to get?
If I could I see? Is this you're proposing that I can see the star?
Can you not find the position of Arcturus right now during the day?
I could use stellarium to something like that effect if you want, but what I'm trying to say is, if I'm on
No.
a fucking ship,
I want to
at night
know
and I'm
from the
looking-
nautical
hold on,
almanac
hold on.
what
And I'm
information do you
looking
need?
for Arcturus, right? Okay. You're just saying in general if I were to use an almanac.
Yeah, I want to know what information you need from the almanac to find the current exact GP of Arcturus right now.
The time.
Okay,
You know
you
what I
need
mean?
you need the
right,
current
the
time.
right ascension and the declination.
Okay,
Right?
what's
Is
the
that what
right
you're referring
ascension
to?
and the declination?
Is that what you're referring to?
You tell me. You're the expert.
Yes, I would be. Well, I mean, if I wanted to know the precise placement of it, then I would look up the time and location of that precise location on the celestial sphere. I don't
Okay,
know
well,
I don't know that thing. The location of it by heart or anything like that. But I know what you're talking
all
about.
right. So you're gonna need to look that up, and you're going right now. It's 12:11 p.m. in my location. So you're going to get a reading for 12, and you're going to get a reading for 1. Where do you find Arcturus right now? What is the Greenwich angle to Aries?
The Greenwich angle to Aries right
Yes.
now, I don't know. I don't know.
What is the Greenwich angle to Aries?
Well, I know the point of Aries you're talking about in relationship
It's
to the
called the Greenwich
celestial
angle of
sphere.
Aries. Just tell us what it is. It's a basic thing in navigation.
the point of Aries would be the location or the angle from Greenwich to wherever the point of Aries is at whatever particular time.
Correct. All right, very good. And how do you determine that?
I would determine it based on, either observing any of the stars in the point of Aries, or I would fucking use my almanac and determine if this star is over here, then this star has to be over there, and I could figure it out using any number of the 50 something
You don't
stars.
find the Greenwich angle to hour of Aries by looking at a star. You do it by time.
Well, right, no.
So
What
you're
I'm
going to
saying
get
is
the
that
Greenwich hour of Aries.
hold on 1 second. If I look up any one of the navigational stars, they're pinpointed on a location on the celestial sphere. Based off of that pinpoint, you could essentially determine any other star because we have them mapped out on this, solid celestial sphere.
So the first thing you do is you
Right?
find the angle from Greenwich to the meridian of the celestial sphere, which is Aries. Okay?
Right.
That changes minute by minute. And then what's the next thing you need to do with Arcturus to find its longitude?
I mean, I would cite where it is in the celestial sphere.
How do you know what that is?
How do
What's
I know
the
what
thing
that
you
is? That's just an agreed upon location of the
What do you look
stars
up
that we
in
have.
what is the value that you look up in the nautical almanac to tell you where Arcturus is in the celestial sphere?
It's going to be right ascension and declination.
No, it's not. It's going to be called the sidereal angle of Arcturus. And the sidereal angle of Arcturus measures the angle between what point and what point?
The sidereal angle of what?
Area of Arcturus.
Is it going to angle what? Is it going to angle Greenwich and Aries or what?
No. Come on, man. This is basic navigation.
Hold on.
You got to be able to find a GP. This is how you do a 3-star fix. If you know about this, you'll know this. If you don't, just say so, and I'll be happy to tell you.
Oh no, keep. What's the question?
I asked you what the sidereal hour angle of Aries of Arcturus is.
Okay.
So what's the sidereal angle of Arcturus tell you?
I guess I don't know it well enough, man. Tell me.
All right. Fair enough. All right. So the first thing you do is you get the Greenwich hour angle, and that gives you the angle between the center of the Earth, Greenwich, and the prime meridian of the celestial sphere, which is the point of Aries. Then you do something called the sidereal hour of the star you're looking at, in this case, Arcturus. And that is the angle between the center of the Earth and Aries and the center of the Earth and Arcturus. So you have to add those two together. That gives you your longitude on the Earth. And remember, when you're doing celestial navigation, you don't use 180 to 108 and then back to zero. You do the whole 360. So you can get like a Greenwich hour to angle of 240 degrees. And then you'd have to bring that around. So once you have the hour angle, you have the hour angle to Greenwich, and then you have the sidereal hour angle of Arcturus. That'll give you your longitude. Then you use your declination of Arcturus at that moment to give you your latitude. And that's how you find your geographic position of Arcturus. And it'll tell you exactly what point over the Earth Arcturus is at the zenith. That's your center point for your circle of equal altitude. And then what you do is you measure your altitude of Arcturus. And when you get the sextant altitude of that, that's HO. Then you multiply that by 60 nautical miles, and that'll give you the circumference of your. That'll tell you how far your circle is from that one GP. And you are somewhere on that circle, and you do that with one or two more stars, and it'll pinpoint your location. If you do it with 2 stars, you get 2 potential locations. If you do it with 3, you get 1.
Seems like a lot of globe stuff in there.
Well, yeah, all of celestial navigation is based on the globe. It only works on the globe. Yeah, and it works. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot
and
to it.
if I'm not mistaken, you can also line up like, hey, if you observe this star and this star at these angles, then you can look to the almanac and also get a generalized point on the Earth as well, right?
Nope.
You mean a globe reference book?
What's that?
Yeah, the globe reference.
Globe reference book.
Yeah. Well, no,
Well,
you can't. You can't because you have to correct for time, and
Of
you
course,
have to
right.
understand the rotation of the Earth in order to correct for time.
Right, but
So, for
based
example,
on
the Earth rotates 1 degree every 4 minutes.
No, it doesn't.
well, the celestial sphere rotates, right?
Exactly.
No, the Earth rotates 1 degree every 4 minutes.
Well, for intents and purposes, using right ascension and everything, it's actually that it's moving, right?
No.
The
What do you see
premise is
moving?
that the star is moving in the sky across the sky.
No. No.
How come? All right, man. How come they have like seconds and minutes moving and counting on the stars? You know, it's interesting.
That has to do with the
That's it.
rotation of the Earth.
Tomato, tomato, man.
No, it's the rotation of the Earth. You can verify it's the Earth rotating and not the sky.
No, you can't.
I've already done it. So
You haven't.
you don't even know what I did. How did I
Doesn't
verify
matter. You
that
can't
the
do
Earth
it.
was rotating? Bullshit. I did it.
No, you didn't.
Weight changes with latitude demonstrates rotation of the Earth. Mechanical gyro compasses demonstrate rotation of the Earth. And
Okay, so
thanks,
you
Bob,
took something
15
at different
degrees per hour.
latitudes and left the weight the exact same and controlled all other variables?
Yes.
What'd you move latitudes?
10 degrees from 45. Well,
No, I'm
actually,
saying what
15.
was the object, the thing that you had a weight that you moved?
A
latitudes.
reference mass. A reference mass against a calibrated precision scale.
Okay, and what variables did you keep controlled?
Route, elevation, and my test variable was change in latitude, and I measured it every 1 to 2 degrees on the way down and on the way back up by different routes.
Okay, so heat, like temperature and pressure, you didn't bother controlling?
Can you demonstrate an effect of that?
Of course.
Go right ahead.
You're saying that things don't weigh differently at different pressures?
Steel reference masses don't. No, they don't.
Really? A mass won't change weight at different densities?
Not within the error margin.
Error margin now. What's the error margin?
No, you've got. Let's put it this way, Bob. You will have different air pressures, but you take that into account loosely by your altitude.
Well, the issue that it's the altitude.
That's fair.
That I did, and I also did the change in the radius of the Earth based on altitude as well. And quite frankly, there's an error. There's a precision in the scale of 0.01 grams, and the changes were far outside the accuracy of the scale. So they were far more than the variation you would expect from the accuracy of the scale. And they matched the rotating spherical Earth of radius 3959, rotating once every 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds.
You're not even making sense right now. What does the precision of the scale have to do with not having control? You don't have control.
You can claim I don't make sense, but what you're really saying is I don't make sense to you because
No,
you don't
literally,
understand what
you're
I'm
talking about the precision of the scale mattering when you have no idea what the error is because you don't have control.
Are you saying my scale doesn't have a known precision?
No, I'm not doubting the scale's precision. You're making it go to that when it's a non sequitur. The point is you haven't controlled for some variables.
Show me a variable that I haven't controlled
hold up,
for.
here's my point.
Stop. Show me the variable I haven't controlled for, and then show me.
You said it. You said pressure you haven't controlled for. Density.
And then show me that it would change the results. So what would the density change be?
It's not my experiment. You're the one that has to control for the variables.
No,
you agree
I don't.
It
You're
is
the one
variable.
questioning it. No, you're the one saying that it matters. That's your positive claim.
It definitely matters because we know that things change weight in different densities.
Go ahead and prove that it'll change the outcome of the experiment.
Bro, you haven't even measured the density or the pressure whatsoever. So we don't know. That's the point of controlling the variable.
Well, now, actually, if it's outside
now, if you're
of
doubting the principle that things change weight in
Show
different
me-
densities, then you're a
Show
fool.
me I need to.
And you need to
Show
jump
me
into
it
a
will make a
pool
difference.
and then see that you weigh less.
You go ahead and do the calculation and show me that it'll make a difference. Let's use a calculation of 0 degrees.
I'm not going to do a calculation. It's a measurement.
Fine,
That's the whole
there you
point
go.
of doing an experiment.
There you
We're
go.
not making a model based off of garbage math.
Okay. So you have no idea what you're talking about. Gotcha.
You have no idea because you supposedly did this experiment and it's bunk.
No, it's not bunk. I agree with his results because basically the air pressure difference between what was your highest height, 690 meters.
The highest
I agree with you,
height I
Moyak.
did.
It's loosely based on like
Shut
altitude
up.
affects
Shut
air
up.
pressure.
The
You
highest.
can't say
No,
100% that pressure is controlled.
He's trying the tobacco script, and it's not working because we know the tobacco script. The highest I was at was basically at Knoxville, Tennessee, and then that was coming down through the mountains, and then I went up through the flats to the west of the mountains. So I controlled for both the radius of the Earth and differences in air pressure, temperature. It was the middle of summer. It was all about the same.
You're a liar. You just said you didn't control for temperature and pressure. Now you're saying because you recorded your altitude, you controlled for it. That's not true.
What's the amount of variation you can see at a given altitude?
We don't know because he didn't freaking measure any pressure whatsoever.
There is.
That's your claim.
The atmosphere at 600 feet is not going to go.
Are you claiming you measured pressure now?
PSI. No, we know what
I'm
range it
claiming
works
that you don't know what you're talking about because you can't demonstrate any of it.
I
So
just
when
said you didn't measure for
demonstrate it,
pressure. You said that's your claim, as if you did measure
That's
for
your
pressure. That's
claim.
the implication.
That is your claim that it'll make a difference. Go prove it.
Bro.
Did you have
That's your
trouble
claim.
breathing?
You're trying to reverse the burden on percentage. That's your experiment. You have to explain it, not him.
No, he doesn't.
See, it's not a reversal of burden. I have an experiment. He's making a claim about the experiment. That is a
Here's my claim. It's
He
a
has
trash
to
experiment because
demonstrate-
you didn't account for variables that matter.
He has to demonstrate that variable will make a difference. So go right ahead.
No, it's your experiment. You have to demonstrate that, not him.
Well, we can go to standards and say how much will the normal air pressure that we would find, because we know Bob wasn't having trouble breathing. He didn't suffocate. And we know that the the atmosphere didn't turn to a liquid. So we know it's within a certain range at the elevations he's at.
Atmospheric
And
pressure will
those
change 1 inch
ranges
of mercury per 1,000 feet.
And what was your highest height and your lowest height?
I think it was 6,000 feet versus 1,500. Actually, no,
Okay.
6,000 feet versus 800 feet.
Now, a 6 psi difference. Did you say it was 6 psi? Well, whatever. Whatever psi difference. If you did
6
that,
inches of
how much
mercury.
does 6 inches? Okay. So 6 inches of mercury. How much on your weight is what? About 10 cc's. Yeah, your mass, your reference mass.
Mass is probably between 20 and 30 cc's of steel.
Okay, so 6 inches of mercury difference in pressure. How much will that change the weight?
The square root of fuck all.
Well, yeah.
It'll be
kind of
a slight change in buoyancy. I mean, it's easy enough to do, but it's not my job to do it. The change in
If you're
buoyancy
going to do a
would
good
be.
experiment, it is.
No,
Okay,
I
no,
don't
no,
have to overcome every one of your objections in order for my experiment to
Bro,
be valid.
how does a
You
scale
have
work?
to challenge the results and show that there would be a difference based on something I didn't take into account. But getting back to your question, Moyak, 6 inches of mercury, that'll drop the pressure 1/6 of an atmosphere tops. I mean, that's 1/6 of an atmospheric pressure. Atmospheric pressure is 29.92 inches of mercury. So, looking at that, you would reduce the density of the air by 15%, perhaps.
Ooh, okay, that must be hard.
And then you would have to see how that would change relative to the buoyancy factor with the steel, and you're dealing with 30 cc's of air. So what would what would the mass difference be in 30 cc's of air that had its density reduced by 15%? What's the density what's the density of air, and what would the mass of the air be for 30 cc's at those two locations? That's what you would have to plug into the buoyancy formula, and it's the square root of fuck all.
Or you could just measure it, since you're doing the experiment.
Well, you could.
You're measuring things. Just
but
measure
if it's so far
Take
out,
into
if
account.
it's so far,
Stop being,
if it's so far swamped by this
lackadaisical.
other effect, if it's
So how
so
would
far
you measure
swamped by
that?
this other
How would
effect,
you measure that?
okay.
How would you measure
How would
that?
I measure the pressure?
No, I've already given you the pressure. We can measure that.
You just made it up?
No, I gave you the pressure.
You said before that you
So-
didn't measure the pressure or temperature.
Didn't need to. But
So you just made it
I'm
up.
humoring you. I'm humoring you. How would you measure the mass of 30 cc's of air at those
Wait,
two locations?
did you measure it or not? Because I'm hearing you talk out of both sides of your mouth right now.
No, I didn't measure it. I didn't need to.
So why did you just say a second ago that you measured it?
I can measure it. I told you what the change in atmospheric pressure is by altitude. I did measure the altitude, yes.
Okay, but I asked you if you measured the pressure. You said yes.
No, I told you what the pressure was.
No, you said you measured it. Just, I mean,
All
you
right.
could listen
You're
if you
playing-
want.
You're playing
The
little
point
word
is,
games,
you didn't
and
measure
quite
it. You need to
frankly,
measure
still
it
haven't
if you're going to do a good
demonstrated-
experiment.
You still haven't demonstrated your objection has any bearing on the results. So until you do that, I mean, we're fine.
Bro, I shouldn't need to demonstrate common sense. Okay?
No, it's not common sense. I'm going to tell you this, dude.
You go into a
If you have
pool, you
30
know it's more
cc's of
dense,
air
more pressure,
in
you know you
total-
weigh less.
Nope. We're not in a pool.
More
We're
pressure.
in air.
Are you
We're
saying
in
the
air, and
density of
Less
water
weight.
changes?
More
In a
pressure
pool?
equals less weight.
You have
Are
a
you
leak?
saying the density of water changes in a pool?
It does slightly, but that's not the point.
How much?
What's the density of water compared to air? What's your weight in water compared to air? Use your brain.
Our
Doesn't
weight's
matter.
the same.
Weight's the same.
No, it's not. You weigh less in water.
Nope. Put me weigh that fish tank with me in it, and it'll go up by my weight.
He didn't say
My
the whole.
weight doesn't disappear.
He said you. He didn't say the whole system though.
My weight is still there.
Don't y'all define the weight by the item?
It's force equals mass times by the acceleration. If you're doing it in water with the little scale in the water, you're going to weigh less. Simple as that.
Oh.
The whole system won't.
No, the
Fuck the
question is,
system.
buoyancy create weight, or does weight create your buoyancy? Like when you were walking through your little Mercury comparison and that, but it was like you were like, well, the buoyancy would change. So,
By
how much?
well, no,
I
but
think
I'm just
before I would
saying-
go and check. Before I would go and check or before I give any credibility to what percent says, I would see how much 14 psi at sea level, the worst case scenario, how much that air weighs, and see if that even appreciably changes your test. So between
Yeah, just go
14
ahead
and
and do
0
the
psi.
do the mass per cubic centimeter of air at sea level in 10,000 feet and tell me how much of a difference it is. And remember, we're dealing with about 25 cc's worth of air. So tell me how much of a difference that would be and whether or not that is measurable on the scale that I was using.
I think known evaporation rates are what's more priority, and then you
That
can
wouldn't
talk.
be
about
any bearing at all to this.
That's exactly.
Steel doesn't
what-
evaporate.
Oh, I'm sorry. You just talk about air for a minute, bro.
We covered all bases by going from sea level to 10,000 feet. There's no condition where he was in that would have exceeded that error bar. So now weigh the air difference between those two locations, and it'll come up to the square root of fuck all in the measurement compared to the measurements he got.
Don,
And
you're
so
right.
The only thing,
Like,
the only
look, the
thing that
amount of
would make any
humidity-
difference at all,
I
the only
get
thing
where
that would make any difference at all would be the radius of the Earth change. And we're talking a mile. You know, we're talking going from 3959 to 3960. So go ahead and tell me what the radius of the
No,
Earth would
that
change.
like we said, pressure and temperature definitely would make a difference. And Don, you're right to say
Then
like
show it.
basically the humidity would affect it, but that would be representative in the pressure because more like air that has more vapor in it, more water vapor, it's less dense, so it would show in like the pressure reading.
Okay,
And
well,
they're
go ahead and show me
universal-
how much of a difference that would make and show me that I could measure that on my scale.
How about you just do a good experiment and account for your
did a
variables? 'Cause
great
you're only
one.
supposed to have one unknown
Did a
variable.
fantastic one.
No, you're only supposed to have one unknown variable. The independent variable that you're manipulating should be the only thing
Only
that's
for precision.
You ever
Only for
done
precision.
science?
Even to find the exact number,
apparently
he'd have
I've
to
done it
control
better
those.
than you.
Really? You've done science more than me. All
Better.
right. Really? Very good. So
If,
what
if,
is an
if
error
this
bar?
is
What's
the
the difference
experiment that you
between
have to show for
accuracy?
your scientific skills, then yeah, I've done
What's
it way
the
better than
difference
you.
between accuracy and precision?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, I am going to worry about it because I'm going to test you
Bro,
on this.
like,
What's the difference
no, you're a
between
fool. You
accuracy and
think I'm
precision?
gonna be baited by your red herrings? It worked with
bows and arrows.
Isa when you guys were talking
You
about
don't know.
sexes. It's
You
not
don't
gonna
know
work with
fuck
me.
all about science, kiddo.
Your experiment is trash. You didn't account for your variables properly, and so
Don't need to.
it's inconclusive at best.
I have no variables that are significant that I didn't account for. Sorry.
You're not the judge of what's significant. You don't have common sense.
Then go ahead and show me what difference it would make if I account for the variable you want.
I've already told you, bro. And stop trying to shift the burden of proof onto me.
All right. Well, if you can't give me a result that would change my result, then quite frankly,
I gave you advice to improve your experiment, to do it properly. You know, take it or leave it.
I'll leave it.
I'm still it's air weighs about what 1.29 milligrams per cc at sea level. So that'd be what? Is that right? Let me check.
Can I have the improvement? What is the improvement percentage that you're advising?
That he needs to account for temperature and pressure.
For what?
Percent.
That's cubic inch. It looks. I think. I mean.
Okay, hold up, Janik. Hold up before you talk about bows and arrows.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just asking what percentage.
Are you trying to challenge
I was curious
like
what his percentage
weight being at different altitudes?
He's weighing things at different latitudes.
Altitude. Okay. Oh, but and you're okay. So you're not challenging by altitude. You're challenging by latitude.
That measurement.
No, altitude's important too, but altitude
why
is
is it
just like the
Damn
water
it.
vapor, just like humidity. Altitude would be representative in the pressure thing. You wouldn't have to account for altitude if you have the same pressure. So, for instance, you could do it at different altitudes, and you could have a box, right, like a chamber, where you're modulating pressure and temperature and making them the same, and have this weight in that box, and you'd be absolutely fine. You don't have to care about the humidity. You don't have to care about the altitude because it would be the exact same.
The difference in altitude.
Weight is not affected by pressure.
No, it's not.
That's what you say, but you're wrong.
Why? No, well, please just now. We can do the experiment to it, but just please share with us your logic on why you think a scalar force such as pressure will have any effect on a vector force such as weight.
It doesn't matter if it's scalar or vector. Okay.
That's exactly what it.
No, it doesn't, because that just means it's in a container or not.
No, it doesn't. That has no bearing on that definition whatsoever.
No, it has no bearing to bring up that it's scalar. It literally doesn't matter unless it's in a container.
Do you know what a scalar force is?
Yeah, I do.
What is it?
A force that is like omnidirectional and increases like proportionally.
Get off his nuts, Zanuck.
Increases proportionally. Hold on, he's getting somewhere. What do you mean increases proportionally?
Bro, it doesn't matter.
It does matter.
If it's in the chamber, and it's being modulated, it's the same exact thing, just different latitudes. It would be the same pressure. If it's not, then it's going to be your scalar atmospheric pressure at different latitudes. It doesn't matter.
Scalar pressure does not change in different latitudes.
Pressure doesn't change with latitude?
Not really, no.
Why would pressure?
There's a slight change.
Wow.
There's a very slight change between the equator and the pole due to the thickness of the atmosphere.
Correct. Yeah.
All right, but it's not really all that much, and it certainly
is. The thickness of the atmosphere doesn't have varying pressures.
It's certainly not going to affect the mass or the weight of an object.
How the only thing that will affect when you haven't tested it.
The only thing that would affect the weight of the object would be the radius of the Earth. And if you look at the difference between sea level and the level of the ISS, you're looking at a loss of about 15% of weight due to the increased radius.
Nope.
Percentage.
How much?
Means, you mentioned earlier, scalar means omnidirectional. It means it has no direction. There's no direction. It only has a magnitude. Whereas weight has a vector. It has a magnitude and a direction. So why would you think a scalar force, which is in all directions, would affect a weight measurement? This makes no sense whatsoever.
It definitely would affect it. Just like if you had the scale in that environment, it would still, like in that scalar environment, it would still read differently. If I had a scale in water and I was weighing myself, it would read differently.
All right, if you put a scale in that 100 gram or that 1,000 gram reference mass and measured it on the desk and calibrated it to 1,000 grams, and then you put that in a vacuum chamber and measured it again, what would you get?
Who knows?
No, nothing would
Would
change.
it be? Would it change by 100?
I don't know how much it would change. I wouldn't
Would
guess.
it
I would
change
just
by
measure
1?
it.
Would it change by 1?
Obviously, it would depend on the pressure of the vacuum chamber as well.
No, zero, absolute zero. Let's say.
Yep. So what are you changing? What are you changing between measuring it on your desk and in the vacuum chamber?
The weight of air.
Are you affecting the mass, or are you affecting the buoyancy?
Weight. He said
The weight of air.
Weight of air is vector. We're talking about scalar pressure. It's not a vector.
It doesn't matter because it acts on the scale in a vector manner. In that
would it weigh more or
the
less
vector
than the
where
vacuum
the scale
chamber?
is, in the direction where the scale is, it acts on it. It acts in every direction.
Not every direction.
Percentage, would it change? Percentage, would it weigh more or less than the vacuum chamber?
It would weigh more.
Why?
Because there's, and I just explained this to you earlier. When there's less pressure, it's more weight. When it's more weight, it's less pressure.
Yep.
So what you're saying is that it has to do with buoyancy.
Bob,
So going from
If you want to call it that, it's
Bob,
the
you
weight
just
of
called
the
it- No,
that's what
vertical
it
air
is.
column.
He just contradicted himself. He said first
I know
he
he
said it
did.
would weigh more, and then he said it would weigh less.
No.
No, I said the
He
same
didn't.
thing.
He's
Going,
telling
opposite
you
so
a
way.
going from sea
counterintuitive
level
thing. He
air
did not
to a
contradict
vacuum
himself.
chamber. So going from sea level air to a vacuum chamber, all right, we agree that the 1,000-gram mass would actually weigh a little bit more than 1,000. How much more?
Is that
That's
what he
your
said? I
job.
don't think that.
Now
Is
you
that
agree
what
that
he
it's a
said?
variable that you need to control.
How much more?
Control it.
I don't need to, because it's the square root of fuck all.
You don't know that.
Is
You
it
haven't
as
measured
much
it.
as is it a milligram?
We understand how buoyancy works.
Yeah. Could it be as much as a milligram?
Percent.
Who knows?
He's saying
I
that.
do.
No, because we know what buoyancy means. It means
Why
that
y'all piling on him? Stop piling on him.
the weight of the
Jeez.
displaced air will be the force acting upward on that object. That is also a vector.
Yep. So the change in weight will be less than a millimeter. The change in weight based on latitude was 1.8 grams.
Bro, you can't just not control it and then say it's going to be negligible.
just did.
Because that's what your model tells you.
I just did. All
He
right.
did. He told you it. He totally controlled it. He told you the real
He
result.
didn't control it at all.
He did.
He didn't take a single measurement.
Oh my God! Come on.
Ask
He
him.
controlled by
Ask him if
being
he measured
outside the
pressure or
range of the
temperature.
test.
Yeah.
He
I mean,
controlled
he's.
for
I mean,
outside
these
the
are
range of
the
the test.
these are the typical characteristics that you'll see. So he's exhibiting the.
Bro, you're saying you're doing science.
Right
You have
now.
multiple unknown variables. You can't.
He's also
have multiple unknown
exhibiting
variables and say
number
it's one thing.
4. He's also exhibiting characteristic number 4, which is poor scientific reasoning.
Okay,
Number 5,
hold up,
unreasonable
man. Y'all ain't got.
Don't forget stupid, ridiculous logic. Completely unfounded, ignorant
You got
logic.
plenty. You got plenty of
And I
people
know
Here's
you're
the question.
bad with it.
Did you
I know
tear
I
the
know you
scale
mean well. I
every
know
time
you
you
mean
weighed it?
well, and you're trying to be like very thoughtful about this, but you're missing target completely. We've talked
Okay,
about
so-
the object. We talked about scalar versus vector. We talked about buoyancy. The difference between vector and scalar forces, and you're just ignoring them. You're throwing them out. We've done tests. We've seen results, and now you're saying, well, you didn't check the pressure or the temperature on that test. We know
Did
how
somebody
temperature
mute me? Did
no.
somebody
I
mute
didn't.
me?
Y'all, look, don't mute nobody, but y'all try to talk like a little more like
calm.
Calm,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, percentage.
And
Bob
not
is
as
very-
long.
Okay.
Like
Bob has been very patient. I've been listening for a little while, and he's explained to you how it works. You've denied the fact that scalar is different
Stop
than vector.
summarizing.
Yeah,
Hold
seriously. We don't need a play-by-play. We're all
Stop
here.
fucking
Bob, I got a
summarizing.
question for you. Did you tear the scale each time you weighed it at these different latitudes?
You said it would weigh
Of
more.
course not.
You said it would weigh more in the vacuum, and then you said when it was high
Xanax,
pressure,
stop
it would weigh more.
fucking
Hold on.
rehashing.
No, I'm not rehashing. I have a question.
Yes, you
said in
are.
the vacuum. Hold on.
Listen,
Hold on.
listen.
You're making it
All right,
worse. Let me finish.
You're
all
not
right?
teaching nobody
You're making
nothing.
it worse. Let me finish.
Hey,
Hold on.
bro. Hey.
Let me finish, and I'll stop real quick.
You the
It's
fourth
real
wheel,
fast.
bro, up in here, but we
I
can
want
do
clarification.
2v2, but
Hold
you
on.
ain't gonna pile on his ass, bro.
I'm not
And you're not gonna
piling.
just keep
Just
repeating
Ron,
everything.
come on, man.
Calm your farms.
You're being
Get to the
obnoxious.
point. Calm your farms. Get to the point.
Talk to the moderator.
Let me finish. I'd be
Y'all
done.
aren't doing it
I'd be
today.
done a long time ago.
Zach,
Just stop.
Just get to your point. Hurry up.
Okay, the point is, he said when it's in the vacuum changer, it would weigh more. But then we said when it's in under higher pressure, it'd weigh more because, and I said why? And he said because you have force
Wrong.
connecting down.
Higher pressure weighs less.
Stop now. He disagrees. Now stop and listen, Zanuck. You're wrong. Shut up and get a fucking clarification.
Why does it weigh more?
He just disagreed. Shut up. I don't know what he's
why
saying
it weighs
now.
more when it has higher pressure.
I said it weighs less at higher. You need to learn to listen,
I can't hear what's going on. It's gone. Stop it.
No, you need to learn to listen because I said it weighs less at higher pressure.
I'm fluttering because I'm fucking getting talked over. Yeah, so yes, percentage. Yes, you said it weighed less under high pressure. I'm corrected. Why does it weigh less under higher pressure?
Because relatively, if you have the weight of the air at these two different pressures, right? It's affecting the scale. It's weighing on the scale. If you're not tearing it at a higher pressure, it's going to weigh less.
You're not tearing it?
Yeah, if you're not like tearing the scale or zeroing out the scale, it's going to weigh less.
That's not the purpose of the experiment. You don't retire the scale at every point. You tear it at the beginning, and then you measure it as it changes.
I know, absolutely. So now tear out a scale, all right? Right now you could just do it. Tear out the scale with nothing on it, in the air, and then put it in water and see what happens.
It'll fry my scale.
Or use a spring scale to do this?
No, what he's trying to do is trying to take into account, he's trying to take into account buoyancy, and he's not taking into account the tiny difference in the buoyancy of the different pressures between sea level and 10,000 feet.
Correct.
So if it's less than 1 milligram, that's not significant.
Remember percentage, it's the weight of the air that is displaced. That is the buoyant force upward. That's the vector, up. So
wait, so it's 1 milli, it's less than 1 milligram.
Whatever air it moves out of the way, that is the force upward. That's really simple.
It's less than 1 milligram, and you've got an 1,800 milligram change.
That's if that's only if it's the exact same altitude, right, Zanuck?
Yeah,
No,
there was an 1,800 milligram change.
No, it's always the same.
And a possible error of 1 milligram.
Yeah, it's all that.
Yep, and that's what he's hanging his entire argument on.
Hold on, it was a what milligram change?
1,800.
You measured an 1,800 milligram change?
Yes.
Yeah.
When?
Between Michigan and Florida. That's the change in latitude, and that was the change in the mass. Or that was the change in the weight. The mass didn't change.
Oh, okay.
And that's proof of
something else.
And that's proof of rotation of the Earth.
No, it's not.
Then what is it proof of?
It's proof that you didn't do a good experiment because you didn't.
Great.
Actually
What would the change in weight be on a flat stationary Earth between those two locations?
You do have to shift the burden of proof again, bro. You're the one that said you did an experiment, and I said you haven't done a proper experiment because you have multiple unknown variables.
Experiment is, and I've already done it.
Yeah, and by the way,
we could like just leave it at that.
He's asking you the reason. He's asking you the difference between for a reason. If even we put that in a vacuum in Florida, this fractional milligram does not stand up to 1,800 milligrams that we see because of the centrifugal force of the spin of the Earth.
Did you notice a difference with the altitude?
Does Zanuck even know what y'all were even started about?
No.
Zanuck, you came in the middle of this.
It's not 1,800 milligrams. That's for damn sure.
You in the middle, and you came after me, so I know
it doesn't
you.
matter. The questions are simple.
Bob, did you notice any variance with altitude?
No, there was only 6,000 feet change.
It would be less than 1 milligram, dumbass. Yep. He was going from his test was, or his example of where he checked how much air would weigh was based upon sea level and vacuum. We will never hit any of those conditions, so it will be much less than 1 milligram difference between sea level and 6,000 feet.
Correct.
And the difference
How about
in
instead of just saying that, you guys prove it with measurements?
The difference in gravitational force between sea level and 10,000 feet is negligible as well, because you haven't increased the radius that much.
Yeah, you keep on saying that, but you haven't at a single point in time measured these things, measured the temperature or pressure to know that they are negligible.
Well, let me send you something about. Have you seen the flights going eastward versus westward on a very sensitive scale?
The Eötvös effect.
So why does that happen? Percentage?
Why do you guys keep on relying on things outside of the experiment as tools for your experiment?
So in part of the hypothesis, you'll have multiple experiments. That'd be another experiment you could put. hey, I suspect this is happening. Here's the rotation of the Earth. Let's do all these tests. And that would be one of them that I would do. I'm sure you would be as well.
It's like looking at the radius of the Earth percentage. I can calculate the radius of the Earth 5 different ways using different variables. And guess what? It all comes back to the same radius. Yes.
Really? Interesting.
All right. Measure the radius of the Earth, please.
Just look at horizon.
Already did it 5 different ways.
Drop. Boom.
No, you said calculate.
Horizon
Measure.
drop. Measure the horizon drop. That calculates and measures, because that's a way of measuring the radius, because it gives you circumference.
We know that's not true.
That is true. Why is it not true?
We know that's not true.
Why is it
because
not true?
optics isn't a good measure for a physical radius.
3 of the measurements don't have to do with optics. Sorry.
Yeah, you said calculations. Now you're saying measurements. You got to make up your mind, man. Before you said you didn't measure the pressure. Now, then you said you did. Then you said you didn't.
Same thing there, Chief. Are you saying
they're not the
trigonometry
same,
and
actually.
geometry is not right?
I didn't hear what you said. But no, measurements and calculations are not necessarily
every
the same.
measurement is a calculation.
That's not true.
It absolutely is. I'll give
So
you
when I measure my height,
maths are proof.
if I have a tape measure and I measure my height, that's a calculation?
Yes.
Counting is a calculation?
Yep.
Retard.
Yo.
All right. So here's a good example.
Relays around the Earth at 1,000 miles apart and travel between them and zoom your fucking laser to them like you beam onto the moon and show it going from 500, 499, 450, 300 as you approach each one and shoot by and show that you actually measuring some shit.
We're gonna show that.
All right. So here's a great
example. One time you orbit all the time. Put some relays out there.
I got time for that.
Here's a great example of a calculation. That's a measurement. My weight is 195 pounds. If I want my weight in kilograms, do I have to find a separate scale that measures in kilograms, or can I divide my 195 pounds by 2.2?
No guessing.
Get an accurate weight.
That's fine.
Okay, great. Measurements are actual measurements, or calculations.
Not all of them.
Straw manning. Go percent.
Yeah, so if you actually measured your weight, right, and it's in grams, and you're converting it to kilograms, that's fine. You're just moving decimals. It's not a calculation. You know the unit of measurement. You know that it's multiples of 10. You can call it a calculation, but it's still a measurement because you're not changing units or anything like that.
Can I convert it to slugs or pounds the same way and get an accurate measurement with that?
Convert to slugs? What?
Can I convert my weight to slugs or pounds?
What do you mean slugs? What's a slug?
What's a slug?
A slug? It's an imperial unit. It's an imperial unit of force.
Oh, really?
How much?
Didn't actually know that.
32 pounds, I think.
Interesting.
I don't know why you use that.
I've got to Google that.
Now,
it's ego driven. Why would you even use that?
Can I convert light years to furlongs per fortnight?
Light years you can't even use it.
Okay, can I convert the speed of light to furlongs per millisecond?
You don't know the speed of light.
Sure I do.
No, you don't. Not truly. Not the one-way speed of light. You know the two-way speed of light. You don't know if it's going
you tell me why there's a difference
instantaneously or
between the one-way and the two-way.
No, it's a red herring. It's a red herring. The point is there's a
Tell me
difference
why
between
there's a difference
calculations and
between the
measurements.
one-way and two-way speed of light.
It's a red herring. The point is there's
Okay,
difference
so
between measurements and calculations.
So you don't know. Okay. Why do we use the two-way speed of light instead of the one-way speed of light?
You can't measure.
Are you used to people just biting on your
Sure
bait?
you can. Sure you can.
No, you can't.
Now, why do we use the two-way speed of light?
Because you can't
By
measure the one-way
convention.
speed of light. That's
By
why.
convention.
Did you just say that we can measure the one-way speed of light?
Yeah, they
Sure you
can't. They've never done it. They've never done it. They've
Sure
only
they
ever
have.
measured- No, they haven't. No, they haven't. They've
Wow,
only
Bob.
calculated
Honestly, I
it.
thought you were
Eclipse
smarter.
of Io. Eclipse of
Yeah,
Io.
I know that, Bob. Oh my God, that's embarrassing for you.
Eclipse of Io. We can measure it, but we use the two-way speed of light by convention. So
Wrong.
it doesn't change the answer.
It does.
They literally can't measure it. They haven't figured out a way to.
Eclipse of Io.
Being dishonest, Bob.
Do you know what the eclipse of Io is?
Doesn't matter. You haven't measured. You haven't
Sure we
measured
have.
Yeah,
the one-way speed of
Sure we
light,
have.
when you,
so it doesn't make any difference.
eclipse of Io is when your wife is using her laptop and you walk in front of it.
All
That
right,
was
so that's
that was a good one.
another one to the list of things you don't know.
I don't know lots of things. The one-way speed of light. That's just ridiculous.
How would you measure the one-way speed of light?
You haven't done it, so.
No,
Tell
how
me
would you measure it? You say we
when
haven't done it. That means that it's possible to do. So go ahead and tell me how to
Really?
do it.
Really? Is it possible, is it?
You tell me.
They haven't done it, so it must be impossible.
Okay, so why would you hold that to a standard? And what is the difference it would make between the one-way and the two-way speed of light?
It makes a huge difference because it's only two-way.
How do you know? How do you know?
Because it's only two-way.
How do you know that measuring the one-way speed of light would change anything? Can you give me an example?
It'd be different, wouldn't it? Well, for stars, it's got to travel.
Okay, so let's look at a radio signal to Mars. If I send a radio signal to Mars and they send one back and it takes, or the moon. So say it takes 2.5 seconds to send a radio signal to the moon and get a radio signal back. Does it matter if it takes 1 second to get there and 1.5 to get back? How's that going to change things?
Yo, we weren't talking about application. We were saying that there was no one-way
Because
speed of light, and you saying that there was. So you were wrong.
Yeah, but I'm saying that it makes no difference at all. By convention, we use the two-way
Then you
speed
should
of
have
light. We
started
can
with that.
measure the one-way speed of light with the eclipse of Io, but there's
No,
no
you
point in
can't.
doing it. You don't even know what the
And
eclipse of Io is, so you can't say.
Bro, you're talking about the Jupiter moon Io. Okay, you're not even pronouncing it right. Just like shut up and stop saying stuff that's not true. You can't
Io is
measure the
perfectly
one-way speed of
appropriate.
light. Period.
All right, how would you measure the one-way speed of light?
I don't know because we can't. We haven't figured it out.
Okay, so why do we need to then? All right, how is it going to change?
It's not
the
necessary. I was just correcting you because you said we know the speed of light,
How
and I was
is
saying
it
we
going
don't
to
truly.
change the answer? By convention, we use the two-way speed of light. Is it possible? Yeah, sure. But why? What benefit would that gain us? None, because it doesn't change the outcome.
Bob, you're insufferable, man.
And correct. The eclipse of Io is a one-way trip
I'm on my trip to where?
from Io to Earth.
Where? Okay then. So we haven't even done it here on Earth.
Oh, so now you're making that a requirement that it has to be done on Earth?
I'm just making an observation that is over my head, right? That we haven't
All
even
right.
done it here on Earth.
All right. Well, you asked for an example. There's an example. The eclipse of Io.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that doesn't measure the one-way speed of light. You're assuming
And
the
why
medium.
doesn't it?
You're assuming
And
the
why
medium.
doesn't it?
You know, light has refraction, bends, so you don't even know if it's going in a straight line. You're probably assuming that it goes in a straight line.
Okay, so now you're adding a bunch of other
Probably also
nonsense.
assuming the
Tell me what you're
diameter
measuring.
of,
Tell me
of
what
the-
you're measuring with the
Jupiter
eclipse
moon.
of Io.
Huh?
Tell me what you're measuring with the eclipse of Io.
You're probably measuring, if I had to guess, the time it takes to go from one side of Jupiter to the other.
Okay, so when Io appears out of the shadow of Jupiter, sunlight.
Wait, was that right?
In a way, but when Io emerges out of the shadow of Jupiter, sunlight hits it. All right, we can measure the time that it appears to the time it appears again, and based on the distance between Io and Earth, we can calculate the speed of light.
Hold up.
That
you can
is
measure
light that is coming. That is light that is coming from Io to Earth. It has nothing
hold up.
to do
Okay,
with
so-
light going to Io.
Wait 1 second. So Io's coming out of the shadow of Jupiter, right?
Yeah.
And
Very
then our sun, or the sun, You know, as light hits it. You're saying,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And then
the sunlight
we see
that's
that.
present at Io, the sunlight that's already present at Io
Yeah.
hits it. So the
Okay.
trip from the sun to Io has absolutely nothing to do with fuck all.
But how are you measuring the time that it comes to Earth?
We're looking at the time it takes for the light to go from Io to the Earth.
And how do you know that?
By measuring the orbit of Io very precisely. It was done in the 18th century.
How have you isolated that light?
Yeah, like, do you have a receptor at Io to tell you when the light is being transmitted? How do you know when it's like coming? Because you only just see it. That's it.
We know when it emerges. We know when it emerges from the shadow of Jupiter.
Yeah, that's when you see the light.
No, we know the time that it physically emerges from the shadow of Jupiter. And then there is a delay from that time until we see it based on the distance between the two bodies.
So it's based off of math, not measurement.
That is a measurement. It's a distance. It's time over distance.
So you calculated when it should be physically, outside of the shadow, right? Using math based off of its size and mass and speed and stuff like that,
orbit.
Right? Yeah.
It's orbit.
It's math, right?
It's orbit and the size of Jupiter and the size of the shadow of Jupiter.
It's not a measure of the one-way speed of light. I'm sorry, bro.
You don't have the first clue what I'm even talking about.
I do, actually. You're saying that they calculated where it physically, like at what point in time it physically comes out of the shadow of Jupiter, and then they took the time difference between that and when they saw it, the light, and I don't know how many minutes or whatever they said it was, but they're saying that is the one-way speed of light. It's not true. They're making a lot of assumptions. They don't even know the medium. The light that they see, they don't know if it's going in a straight line or not. They don't know how much it's bending or refracting because of it's not the one-way speed of light. It does. It does matter. Yes.
By how much?
Enough that you have to account for it. Just like the experiment that you made the first time. You can't assume when you have no clue what the medium is.
So tell me how much.
You have no clue how far it is. You have all these calculations built off of calculations based off of your model. None of them have been determined as for a fact.
We know exactly how far it is, and
you haven't done shit to actually verify that it's accurate and true.
So basically, all your defense against all of this is just to deny it. Okay.
I'm saying if you're going to measure the speed of light, you should best do it on terra firma, where you actually can control it. Not some place that you've never been, you don't even know what it is, what the medium is. You have absolutely no clue aside from light.
We've been there.
When you look through water,
You've been to Jupiter now? Fantastic.
Yeah, we have probes that are out in Jupiter all the time. You betcha.
All right.
Hold on. Zanic's quickly trying to
do better.
Sorry,
go ahead, Zanik.
Word in. Go, Zanik. Or not. Go.
When you look directly through space, or even a differential medium, is there refraction?
I got to turn you up, or you can speak into. If you can speak into your mic, it would be better.
When you look directly through a medium, like we're looking into space or looking down through water, is there refraction?
It depends on the medium.
Give me any medium you want. Space, water, air.
So if I'm looking through glass, for instance, which is isotropic, no, there'd be no refraction. But if I'm looking through a diamond or something that does have density and it's varying densities, then yes, there would be refraction.
No. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It has to do with the incident angle, which is what Zanik talking about.
The incident angle of the matter, which is not isotropic.
Bob, why are you stealing my thunder?
It's just the way I am, man. Sorry about that.
No, don't worry about it. Listen, you do not have any refraction looking through any kind of medium you want unless you have an angle of incidence.
Yeah, and the angle of incidence would happen if there's you'd have differing angles of incidence if you have anisotropy in the medium, if it's not homogeneous. The air is not homogeneous. We have wind, we have pressure and temperature variations, so you can't say that it's going to be like isotropic.
That in itself does not create an angle of incidence.
What that creates, percentage, is a shimmer. Have you ever looked through a telescope? You can see the shimmer caused by the wind, but it doesn't change the fact that the moon is still there.
Who's saying the shit is disappearing, bro? Come on, man.
That's the entire purpose of the eclipse of Io.
Lord have mercy.
no, Lord have mercy on you, dude. Come on, you're act like you know something about these things.
Listen, if the light is coming from the same source, light source, and it's coming in the same exact speed, then why would there be shimmers?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm not even going to bother with that one.
Yeah, don't.
How do you know
That's
it's
too
moving at the
stupid.
same speed all the way to where it gets
How do you know
here?
it's not?
You know this. I'm asking, how do you know it is?
By what mechanism would it change?
Well, it's going through a medium, isn't it? All the way from point A to point B. It's continually medium.
And how much would that change it?
Are you saying that a medium doesn't change the speed of light?
I'm saying that you haven't demonstrated it changed it significantly enough to make a difference.
Are you saying that a medium doesn't change the speed of light?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying you haven't demonstrated a change.
The more of that medium something has to go through, right? The greater the change of that speed.
How much change in speed would there have to be to get 11 minutes different?
Forever, Bob? Does light travel forever?
Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much rubbish. Absolute rubbish.
How far does light travel then?
Depends on the medium, doesn't it?
How
Because
far does light travel?
The medium will have a difference on how far that light travels.
Can we see Andromeda?
And the more that medium it travels through, the greater the difference it's going to have.
Can we see Andromeda?
That light is reacting with the medium that it's going through.
I know you don't want to answer that, but can we see Andromeda?
Well, you're not answering me. And
I said you haven't demonstrated that it's going to change it significantly.
Because we can see it does not mean that the speed of light has not changed just because we can see it. That's a ridiculous argument.
So you're not saying that the limit is less than the distance to Andromeda. Okay. So how much is the light going to change in speed?
Maybe if the distance doubled, see it at all. I don't know. Right? It would depend on the medium and traveling through that light.
Can we see things that are twice as far away as Andromeda?
So the speed of light does change depending on the medium it's traveling, doesn't it?
Slightly, yes. Now, can we see things farther away than Andromeda?
So the more of that medium it has to travel, the greater it's going to affect the speed, isn't it, Bob?
Okay, is it going to affect it by 12 minutes between the distance between the Earth and Jupiter?
It might change it by hours for all I know, days.
Interesting.
Years. I don't know.
But you see, it's not really even the distance between Jupiter and Earth. It's a portion, a chord of the Earth's orbit that it's changing by. So now it's got to change by 12 minutes in a lot shorter distance.
Really?
Yeah, that's how we first measured the speed of light.
Mm-hmm. The two-way speed of light.
Actually, we're just reading the light from Io.
All right, right, and you're using a two-way speed of light to determine that.
Okay, well, we've got the light coming from Io. Where's the other way?
And you're using a two-way.
Yeah, but where's the other way? Where's the other way?
Which is already.
Okay, but you haven't answered the question. All right, we've got one way coming from Io to Earth. Where's the two-way?
Right, is the two-way speed of light slower than the one-way speed?
Who knows? And where's the second way?
What do you mean? Who knows? It's got to
travel. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Distance. Oh, so it doesn't change the speed at all. Really?
It does not matter.
It doesn't matter. Of course it matters.
All right, you still haven't answered the question. We've got the light coming from Io to Earth. Where's the other way? You said it was a two-way. So that's one way. Where's the other way?
I don't know.
Okay, great. So there is not another way. Go right ahead and tell me what it is if you think there's another way. There you go.
So can we change the speed of light? Depending on the conditions it's in? Seems to have a great difference in a vacuum compared to water.
Do we? How much?
I would say my head about 75,000 second difference in a vacuum compared to water. Just
Well,
off the
why don't
top
you
of
go
my
ahead
head.
and look at the measured amounts? All right.
Right.
So tell me what the difference in speed of light between a vacuum and water is.
Sorry. Can you repeat that? I missed that last bit, Bob.
Go ahead and tell me what is the speed of light in a vacuum is versus the speed of light in water.
Oh, off the top of my head, about 300 kilometers per second in a vacuum and about 225,000 kilometers in water. Roughly off the top of my head. I could be wrong though. Feel free to correct me though.
Hey, Dr. Bob.
It slows down by 75,000 kilometers per second.
Yes, I already said that.
Okay, great. So what is the difference between, what percentage of the speed of light in a vacuum is that? What's the speed of light? What's the speed of light?
Off the top of my head.
All right, go ahead.
Feel free to tell me.
Your claim, man. Goes from 300,000 kilometers per second down to 225,000 kilometers per second.
I know.
So,
I already told you that.
What would the time difference be if there was vacuum between us and Jupiter?
And what sort of vacuum?
And water.
What sort of vacuum are we talking
zero.
about?
Absolute zero.
Absolute. Is it absolute zero out there? Is it?
No, I didn't say that. I just said use that because that'll encompass.
Why would we use that? If it's not that, why would we use that?
Doesn't look. Characteristic number 5: inappropriate expectation of absolute perfection. Perfection from science.
You can appropriate all you want, all right? So if it's not absolute zero, why would we use absolute zero when we haven't even measured it in absolute zero?
All right, so here, let's go ahead and I'm drilling some holes in metal right now. If I want to put a 1/2-inch bolt through a piece of metal, should I drill that to be exactly 1/2 an inch, or can I drill it to be 5/8 so that I have a little bit of room for error? Can I still use it?
Do you want error, or do you want an absolute exact?
Is that an acceptable amount of error? What's an acceptable amount of error?
It depends what sort of project you would want to use that piece of steel on.
All right. Well, I mean, anything from 1/2 an inch to an inch would work for the project I'm working on. So if I drill it at 5/8,
that would be acceptable for you.
Very good. Very good. All right. So it's an acceptable amount of error. Okay.
For you, it is. Yes. You it is.
So what difference would a change in speed of 300,000 kilometers versus 225,000 kilometers make?
75,000 kilometers.
Over a distance of perhaps 1 million kilometers.
Well, it depends on the medium it's going through, doesn't it?
Look, you're being obtuse.
No,
we talked about a vacuum versus water.
Right.
We're talking a vacuum versus water. The change is 75,000 kilometers per second. So how much longer will it take to go through water over 1 million kilometers versus vacuum?
Don't know. See, it has to go through 1 million kilometers, doesn't it? A whole
So,
1 million kilometers of medium.
So how long would it take it to go through 1 million kilometers of water?
We'd have to measure it to find out. Have we done
Okay,
that?
well, we have 225,000 kilometers is roughly 1/4 of a million.
We
All right.
have measured
So
the
that would
speed
be
of
4
light
seconds.
through 1 million kilometers of.
That would be 4 seconds.
Citation.
That would be 4 seconds. That
Citation.
would be 4
I'd like
seconds
to see
versus
that.
3 seconds for a vacuum.
I would
So
like
the
to
difference
see
would be 1 second. The
citation
difference is 12.
measuring the speed of light.
Don't interrupt.
Kilometers of water.
He can't help himself. He just can't help himself.
No, I'm asking for that measurement where it's been done. A measurement of the speed of light through 1 million kilometers of water.
Okay, so you think that the speed would be different whether it was 1 million or 2 million or 500,000. You think the speed through water would be different?
100%.
And what's that based on?
Logic.
Logic. By what stretch of logic?
He doesn't know what that is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
By what
exactly.
stretch of logic would you think that the speed of light through water would change based on how much water there was?
It's going through a medium, isn't it, Bob?
Is it a different medium or is it still water?
That medium is creating resistance,
All right. Well,
isn't it?
I'm pretty well done with you. This conversation is going nowhere. You just can't follow the logic.
Logic, Bob. You've got no logic.
All you did is interrupt him. I'd like to ask Bob a question.
That's their only strategy, is to continuously talk drivel over you when you're explaining something to them. Go ahead, Brenda.
It's logic.
Bandsaw, I'd like to ask Dr. Bob something. Today, Dr. Bob, good to see you. Always good to see you. Love your show and all the videos you put out.
Thank you, Brenda.
I have a thought today on Nathan's show. Towards the end, they did a brief thing on Aries failure. And it occurred to me that would be a good segue for a video talking about Aries failure. And I don't know if you've actually done a video on that specific.
I haven't.
So that might be a sort of like quoting from them might be a good sort of an intro into a video describing it more and the mistakes that they make in that.
All right, I'll go ahead and do one.
Well, no, I'm just it's just a suggestion, and
happy to do one.
I think that would be great, especially since you're building.
He said he'll do one, Brenda.
Yeah, I understand.
Say thank you.
Yeah, I did.
I don't think you did. But I'm just joshing you.
Yeah, the telescope mount's coming along beautifully. One's in paint, and the other I'm waiting just for the attachment from the actual telescope mount to the pier. I've got to get that adapter just right, and I've got to do the traversing mechanisms on both. So then they're both done.
How far do you reckon Jupiter is, Bob?
I'm sorry, what?
How far is Jupiter from Earth?
Well, depending on where we are in the orbit, it's somewhere between 5 and 7 astronomical units.
I don't know what that means. On average, how many miles is it?
Well, Jupiter is about 5.5 astronomical units from the sun, and Earth is, of course, 1. And so that if you go to the average, where we're at 90 degrees to Jupiter, probably be 6.5 astronomical units. And if you want to know what that works out to in miles, just multiply it by 93.5 million miles.
Is it more than 500,000 miles away?
Considerably.
That's really far, right? Quite far.
Yep.
For a human.
The Earth is 93 million miles just from the sun, and that's 1 AU, Don.
And you reckon we can send a probe there, Brenda?
We have.
Yeah, we've been to Pluto. We've been to Pluto and beyond.
And the sun.
And the sun.
With what? Little robot crafts
Yeah, there's a recent
slingshot round.
probe. There's a recent probe sent to the to as close to the sun as we could get, Don.
What? With little robotic, like metal objects that slingshot around from one to the other, and slowly they get to the sun
Is that
eventually.
what you think? No, that's.
No, I'm asking, is that what you think?
The only probes they've done is to see how gullible these people are in believing this shit.
How do you think they got to the sun?
Yeah, exactly. That's the one. That's the probe. How gullible are they?
Uh-oh.
Second law of thermodynamics violation is what you're talking about with those probes. And 93 million miles? How did they measure that? How did they measure that?
Yeah.
No, they think it's like about 600 million miles.
Brenda, how did they get to the sun? How did they probe it?
600 million miles of water they measured. Really?
Do you not want to answer, Brenda? It's quite a cool question, I thought.
Yeah.
I'm having a little snack, so
Okay.
I didn't think you'd want to hear me.
So you have a snack and Bob's gone.
Yeah, I don't know the route they took to get to the sun. You can look that up.
Yeah, but I would agree it's a general slingshot process of a little metal object.
I don't know how they. I don't know.
You don't know how they did it. You just believe it.
Well, it would take you no time to look that up for yourself.
Yeah,
So
but
why don't
you
do that?
don't know, but you just believe.
If I just
That's
wanted
the question was.
to, I wonder if you knew or not, or if you just believe it.
He just believes it.
They wouldn't have
Yeah,
wouldn't have had enough thrust for it to be going straight to the moon, to the sun. They would have had to do like a slingshot, like first maintain orbit and then slingshot. So basically, if you're talking about distance covered, it's more than 93 million miles.
Supposedly, none of it's never been proven. So it's just
a lot of controlled automatic robot slingshot maneuvers, and that might be hard to believe for some people.
And that slingshot is due to the gravitational
No,
slice.
I really don't care what you find hard to believe or not.
Yeah,
And then also keep in mind that this,
slingshot theory is, isn't it?
they must have made a shield for the radioactive material in the Van Allen belt. So, keep in mind that they're still sending this data supposedly. So they must have shielded that so it wouldn't get damaged.
Somehow they protect
Yeah. So NASA needs to employ that technology for Orion because they've still got problems. They mentioned. Do you remember?
How do you think they send the data back, Brenda? Once they're near the sun with the slingshot
By radio.
probe?
By radio.
Oh, radio.
That's some damn good radio.
Radio waves.
Can you imagine the inverse square effect on that? Damn.
Binary code in radio waves all the way back to Earth.
Has it got a really big aerial? That radio?
This is BBC London reporting from Jupiter.
No, see, it's solar powered, but since the probe is so close to the sun, it's like supercharged. And that's why some crazy intense radio waves just being propagated right to Earth. And they have this big ass, this huge satellite dish that's collecting it.
And Brenda, can anyone within 93 million miles of the probe, can anyone hear that radio signal, or does it have to be directed straight at Earth?
Yeah, I don't know.
That would make it harder if you have to direct it straight at Earth every time. That would make it much harder to get the signal there.
Of course you don't know because it's impossible. How can you know that? It's impossible.
And how are we communicating with the probe to control it properly?
If they're beaming data about a sun from a tiny object 93 million miles, that's quite a big data sphere that they managed to create from a tiny metal object.
Not just that, but let's say you need to control this tiny object from Earth, right? How are you controlling it? Radio waves?
I don't know.
And then you have the inverse square law, so this wave that you propagate, this, the little probe isn't that big. It's not covering a huge distance where it can, get the signal.
I really couldn't give a fuck about your incredulity.
It's not incredulity.
Oh, really?
It's the fact that you don't have any evidence to what you're saying.
You can't believe it.
All right. Settle down. Enough of the language.
He couldn't give a fuck, but he gave a fuck.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Benza. I forgot. I'm on the children's channel where strong language we can't have. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, keep it with normal adjectives.
I'd like to withdraw my attack, Brenda. You're welcome to believe anything you like about probing any symbol in the sky. It's fine.
The fact that he doesn't know is speaks volumes. There you go. But he couldn't give a shit anyway, so never mind.
All right.
But he gave us shit to tell us the shit. And that's all I'll say on the subject matter. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, how did they measure the distance to the sun again?
Flat
Anyone?
Earth yesterday, flat Earth today, flat Earth tomorrow.
Transit of Venus.
Lovely.
Do you want, Jen, do you want to try and measure the distance to the sun on your model? Are you bothered about the actual distance?
Yeah, actually, there's a guy called Jay Tolan Media 1, and he has used an optical device to ascertain the distance to the sun, and he measured it to be about 5,000 miles.
How do you do it?
I can post a video for you, and you can see it. The video is about 30 minutes long. If you allow me 2 to 3 minutes, and I go do that. He did it last year. Yeah, you know, Jay Tolman Media. Yeah, he doesn't cheat on anything. He shows you everything, gives you all the details. You know his location, gives you all the numbers you need to make the measurements for yourself.
He does it like NASA should.
What keeps the sun up in the air?
I don't know that. I didn't create the Earth.
Oh,
I could not
you don't
even
know
that.
Only God knows.
Of course I don't know.
Why do you have no idea what keeps the sun up in the air? What makes it move?
I have no idea. I didn't make it.
What force makes the sun move?
Frequency and pressure.
Frequency doesn't make things move.
Yeah, and pressure.
100%. Pressure from what? Pressure from what?
Frequency.
I think ultimately,
what is it? God's nostrils? God's nostrils push the sun along. Is that it?
You can't move anything without pressure. Can't move anything without pressure.
Your fucking
pressure from what? Though?
It ain't your nostrils, that's for sure. All right, talking about nostrils. Fucking fool.
God's power caused it.
Yeah.
He said be, and it was.
God's
He commanded it to go on its circuit, just like he did the moon.
God's asshole. He lets one rip.
Only a confused gender idiot like you would say that, because you don't even know who you are. You are an abomination on God's earth.
Gin.
No. Gonna start shouting at God and putting God into disrepute. You have to write him in. Really,
let's avoid the personals. Let's avoid the blasphemy. How about that?
I'll mute you, Gin. Go there,
Gin. Him as well. Otherwise, I'm gonna hit him. Hit whatever that thing is again.
Done.
Okay.
Reel them in, boys. Reel them in.
Sorry, Gene. Not going there.
Jin, when a mod is trying to moderate, you gotta listen, man. You can't just keep on, talking your stuff.
Right. So how do you have a huge thermonuclear ball about 5,000 miles up in the sky? What keeps it up there, and what makes it move?
Prove it's a thermonuclear ball.
What is there something else that would work up there?
We don't know what it is, but you're saying it's nuclear energy at work, either fission or fusion, right? I imagine you're implying that it's made of helium and hydrogen and whatever else your model espouses.
Fusion. It's
fusion.
Prove it. Yeah, it's
prove it.
A fusion reaction. Yeah.
Prove it.
Well, we have the byproducts of fusion that are measured coming from the sun.
Sure you do.
Yeah. So what do you think it is? Do you think it's a lump of coal?
How do you know you have the byproducts of fusion coming from the sun?
It's measured. You can detect those things.
You detected it all the way to the sun?
It comes from the sun.
How do you know?
You point the detectors at the sun.
Mm-hmm. And maybe the light of the sun is activating something in your atmosphere that's giving you those readings. Have you been to the sun, sampled it to know definitively?
Are you confused about
I'm not confused.
Are you confused about?
No.
In the case, just let me finish the question.
The answer is no.
Just let me finish the question.
You started with, are you confused? I'm not.
Well, I think you might be.
Well, I'm saying you're wrong.
When the nurse shines her remote thermometer on your forehead and measures your temperature without touching you, do you think that maybe that there's something in between your forehead and her Optical thermometer?
There definitely is.
No, there isn't.
Really?
Yeah, there isn't.
There's no air in between?
Yeah, there's no objects between you.
What define an object?
Yeah, something solid.
Something solid.
Yeah, not air.
Okay. So the sun is not an object?
The sun is definitely an object.
Oh, so it's solid helium and hydrogen.
The sun is definitely an object. It has
Is it
mass.
solid helium and hydrogen?
It's a ball of plasma, but it has.
Wait, is it plasma or solid?
Material.
Stop interrupting me.
I'm
It'll go
responding.
quicker. It'll go quicker if you don't interrupt me. You know.
Sentence later.
You know, percent. I'm more than happy to answer your dumb questions, but it goes faster if you don't interrupt me while I'm answering.
No, it goes faster when we're doing tit for tat real quick like this. So, is the sun a solid or a plasma?
It's a plasma.
Okay.
I think in the interior it might be very, very dense though. But I'm not really sure if it would be considered probably not solid though.
Okay.
But
Is
it'd
it
be
an
very,
object?
very dense. It's an object, of course it is.
Okay, but before you said an object was a solid, so now you're saying objects can both be solids and plasma, right?
Would material be a better word?
Probably.
Definitely. But even then, I don't necessarily agree, because I have no substantiation that the sun is made of matter.
You confuse being super skeptical with being intelligent. You're not intelligent.
I think you're just, reading into it, because I never said anything like that. Maybe you're just triggered and you're trying
Objection,
to
moderator.
poison the well.
Salt being thrown. Objection.
Sustained.
The right dishonourable gentleman will stop badgering the intellectual in the rooms.
Objection. Jen is speaking.
Being super pedantic isn't the same as actually being.
It's not being pedantic.
Yes, you are.
You're saying
Super
things,
pedantic.
and then you're contradicting them a second later because what you're saying does not make sense, and I'm highlighting that.
Being hyper skeptical and pedantic is not the same as actually being intelligent or asking intelligent questions.
Okay.
What if it's a ball of non-physical plasma, the same properties as the sun?
Plasma is physical.
Well, yeah, but in percent's mind,
First thing I would agree with
to imagine it as non-physical. So I'm saying, how does that make a difference?
I don't know if it's physical or not. I'm saying light is physical, but what the sun is in itself, the
Yeah.
source of this light, I don't know. Because on
How do you
Earth,
not know?
we have, like with our physical laws, the source of light is tangible. We have light bulbs.
You don't know. You don't know if it's
But we don't know the
physical.
same laws apply up there. I can't say without
You
a
think
doubt.
we might be wrong, but how does that affect anything?
Wow, I like it.
Yeah,
I would
we do.
appreciate if I
So-
could finish what I was saying, but
You can
go ahead.
see. Well, you said I asked you to not do that.
I was talking to Don because he
You
was
didn't
asking me a
decline,
question,
so
and
I-
then
You
he...
didn't listen to
guessing
my
that I have
podcast
the
and
right
go
to do
after
the
me
same
probably.
All right, you guys go ahead and talk over yourselves.
Yeah, since you declined my request that you not interrupt me, I
Hey,
assume
Bob,
that the same applies to you.
No, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Don
Yeah, it
because he
doesn't
asked me a
matter.
question.
It
I was
doesn't matter.
answering
I get
him.
to do whatever I want. Since you claim.
Do you?
Yeah, I
All right,
do.
we'll see how that works.
You didn't answer my question that well, and then you allowed yourself to be talked over.
Yeah, I did allow it.
What I'm saying is, even if it's non-physical ball of plasma, how does that change
Just
anything?
did the video,
Even if we're
that
wrong
edit.
and it is non-physical, it doesn't really change anything.
No, it
Still
doesn't. It changes
still
the
a ball
claim
of heat.
that he made that was wrong. The claim,
Still an orb up there.
the claim that I made stands is still true. That God made it and commanded it to move with His power.
But what we're also past that
It's
is
magnificent.
because gravity.
What power does it move by?
The same power that allowed you to question it right now.
What?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
just
Terrible solipsism.
So you think words can make things move. Is that what you think?
No, the same power
magnificent
that
of the
God
creator,
exercised
they
to
would
create
have
it is the
those.
same power that He exercised to allow you to even fathom it and question it in your blasphemous ways.
What power?
Anyway,
is that?
I've posted the video.
God's power.
Yeah, I don't care. No, there's no such thing
29
as
minutes
God
past
power.
the hour.
Power of the Creator,
29
the
minutes
Almighty, the Most High.
past the hour. 29 minutes past the hour. Decoding the heavens, the solar distance. Okay, there it is for you, for your splendor.
Thank you, Jim.
To watch it and learn.
Thanks, Jim.
Watch at your leisure.
Everybody watch that one. It's a good one.
At your leisure.
At
If you
your
don't,
leisure, of
a
course.
percentage. If you don't offer an explanation past God did it, no one will trust you to explain.
I already
stuff
said
well.
what it was. I said we don't know.
You said
We
God
don't know what
did
the
it.
sun
No,
is.
you
said
don't know.
God did it.
You don't.
Yeah,
know.
God caused it, but we don't know what it is.
You don't know what it is.
We don't.
No, you're projecting that onto other people.
No, I'm just spitting facts. We don't know that it's made of helium and hydrogen. We've never been there.
Terrible insulting projection.
If you want to call it projection, that's fine.
You don't have to be there to know what it's made out of.
I beg to differ.
I watched the documentary.
I don't care what you think.
Now I know what it is.
It'd be handy if you were there to work out what it was.
It's a hot orb far away from Earth. It's more information than God did it. It seems to be falling in a big circle. It's more information.
It seems to be falling in a big circle, did you say?
Yeah, this is what astronomers say after studying the galaxy.
Gee, the sun doesn't look like it's falling. But anyway.
Oh, you haven't studied the galaxy, have you?
Each to their own.
You didn't study the galaxy ever.
Nothing looks like it's falling out of the sky to me. Apart from...
I'm not saying falling out of the sky, but falling round in a circle.
Falling round in a circle.
You just have to study the galaxy and the solar system, how systems move in space, in the model, and understand gravity a little bit, and you'll get there.
Okay, then. All right, then. Interesting concept.
God did it.
Very interesting concept.
I don't know if my mic's breaking.
Yeah, it's all crackly. You might have to
Right.
plug it again.
Sorry.
Oh, now it's heaps loud. What the hell?
Oh. Hang on, there. God made the sun and the systems move by making big heavy things and then setting a law where other things fall towards the heavy things.
Okay. They fall.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But circle is the easiest way to fall.
Okay, then, so then why do they just keep on?
They do. They keep falling.
Okay, well, why don't they hit the ground?
No, there's no ground.
There's no ground?
This is the universe. The
Well,
ground is just
what happens when the sun is directly over my head? Why doesn't it fall down and hit me?
its big circle isn't anything to do with you, really. You just happen to be falling around it.
But it's falling. When it's directly over my head, right?
Yeah,
surely
I know. It's mad, isn't it?
Surely it's got to hit me on the head.
No. You're misunderstanding what falling means.
I am I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't just mean falling towards Earth.
Interesting.
Means things moving towards heavier things. It's a type of falling as well.
Things moving towards heavier things means they're falling.
That's the type of falling in the model.
It's a type of falling. Okay. Then.
Yeah. Another type of falling.
Okay, so if I've got a bowling ball, two bowling balls, and I put them on the ground and I push one towards the other bowling ball, is that bowling ball now falling towards the other bowling ball?
Oh, no.
What do you mean? You got one thing, one heavy thing moving towards another heavy thing. It must be falling.
No, I'm talking about in space.
It
Away
is
from
in
us.
space.
Away from us.
Away, like how far away from Earth?
Out of the gravity field.
It's got to be out of the gravity field. Okay. think we're making progress here.
So imagine a big, huge bowling ball and a tiny bowling ball away from Earth, out of the gravity field. You brought up
you almost got through it, Don.
I know.
And now, even though you didn't touch them, the little one seems to be moving towards the big one. That's the other type of falling I'm talking about.
Okay.
Hold up. If it's outside of Earth's gravity well, wouldn't it be in the gravity well of whatever else? Like the sun, for instance?
But for this example, just to explain what I meant by the other type of falling, just using 2 bowling balls.
I understand, but you're taking it outside of Earth's pull, right? But wouldn't it be in the pull of something else then?
Yeah, so as the little bowling ball's falling towards the big one, you
Hold
could
up.
zoom out.
No, you're getting ahead of yourself. If it's in the gravity well of a different object, then they're both going to be falling.
I'm about to add that into my example. As the little one's falling towards the big one, you zoom out a little with your study, and you can see they're both falling towards something bigger in the distance.
Which one's falling faster?
That's not important. It's just to understand what I mean by falling in the space.
Okay, well, let's say they're falling at the same speed. Is the small one moving towards the big one?
This isn't relevant. If you understand what I mean by things falling through space, then we can talk about numbers. You can't ask me about numbers if you don't even understand the concept of falling.
Yo, we didn't say anything about numbers. It was qualitative at this point.
Yeah, you said which is falling faster and all that.
Yeah, that's that one or this one. It's not a number. I didn't say what's the speed that they're falling.
Well, okay, if you want to ask specifics of speeds,
I don't
admit you understand my concept of falling through space first.
Your concept broke when you're trying to explain it, because they're both falling. We could say, for shits and giggles, they're both falling towards this bigger object at the same speed, meaning the small one isn't moving towards the large one.
I'm going to tell you now, it could be different speeds. The falling is about going round in a circle or going closer to the bigger object.
I think we're falling at this point, because I feel like we're going around in circles.
Well, yeah. The human experience, the same as the sky. You go around in a circle and you don't know why or where you're going. You just go round and round.
But I did appreciate how you kind of cracked there, because usually you don't. Usually you're cool with it.
It's a simple concept once you understand not everything is Earth-centered. Earth is a type of
bowling ball.
What do you call it when you worship the Earth?
It is.
So how would you describe falling on Earth?
Pantheism?
Pantheism?
Yeah, when you worship the Earth and you don't want to think about what's outside Earth.
Okay. Not the answer I was expecting, but all right.
I'm just thinking, your solipsism.
I'm not a solipsist.
And you are, man.
I'm a direct realist.
But you project agnosticism onto other people. That is terrible solipsism.
I don't project agnosticism at all. I project monotheism, because that's what's logically necessary.
You say, no, that's impossible. We can't know that.
That's not agnosticism.
Yes, it is.
No, that's realism.
I don't know.
Because we have an indeterminate amount of information, so we are, we're not a conclusion. It's inconclusive. And I'm reminding them that we don't know.
You're projecting you onto we, saying them.
No. I'm telling you that you should be like me, because I am a good representation of us.
Yeah, and I'm saying your solipsism and agnosticism will never affect me. It will only annoy me.
So being annoyed isn't affected.
Fair enough.
Well, it's not really worth.
Honestly, the last sentence that I said before, I was making it up as I was saying it. there's a lot of things we'll never know. We know very, very little.
Well, we know the one-way speed of light.
If it's near vacuum, then we've got close, I believe.
I know.
I don't believe Bob's an
believe it.
expert in it at all, but I believe he's right that humans think they know the speed of light if space is a vacuum like they think.
No, it's not the issue that. Well, I mean, you're talking about space, yeah. No, but still, then, because that relies on their calculations for the speed of Venus, the size of it, the size of Jupiter, you know, the shadow and stuff like that. It's too much reliance on these calculations of things that we've never actually measured.
I mean, they're trying to be God, aren't they? They're trying to be God. Listen, look at them.
Oh,
yeah.
They measure these things, and then he tried to turn around and say, "Well, what's the speed of light? 1,000,000 kilometers of water." I go, "Well, have we ever measured it? Well, how the hell would you even know what it is?"
You measure it in 1 meter of water.
And that equates to 1,000,000. Moyoc, come on. Oh, please don't even go here again.
If it slows down by that much in 1 meter, what makes you think it's going to slow down by more in 10 million meters?
Because, did you not
What if
hear?
I measure it between 1 meter and 100 meters and there's no change?
Did you not hear? Why wouldn't it change?
Why would it change? If it's uniform between 1 and 100, why is it suddenly going to change
Because
the
it's quite
effects of
obvious
it?
it is going through 1,000,000 kilometers of medium, which is creating resistance.
No, it doesn't. See, the thing about it is, after I come out of that 1 meter of water, it comes out and it goes back to the same speed. It doesn't change, like, it doesn't get increasingly less speed as you go through the water.
Really?
Yeah, if you go through 10 meters of water, it'll come out at 186,000 miles per second.
Really?
If you're 1 meter,
So,
it'll come out 186,000 miles per second.
And we have measured this over what sort of distances, Moyoc?
I don't know.
Yes, you don't know.
But what is your assertion based on? It doesn't seem to have a drag effect on the water. It doesn't have a deleterious effect on having traveled through a millimeter, a meter, 10 meters. Doesn't seem to have had a deleterious effect on speed of
My
it.
assertion would be that it's done over such a short amount of distance you wouldn't even know anyway.
It could be too small to measure, but since it returns to its same speed, it seems like it's the effect of the water on propagation is sort of like essentially molecule to molecule, not some kind of a braking force.
Right.
It actually propagates through water.
Mm-hmm.
So you could have infinite water, it will propagate essentially at the same rate. Of course, water is going to attenuate it, so you're not going to see it at the other end because after 3,000 feet, there's sunlight, 127,000 lumens is completely dark. No longer able to be measured.
Got to have a lot of assumptions there.
We go with what the best evidence is, and maybe someday you'll find out that water slows down light, and it gets tired, and it just can't swim that far. But until we get that evidence, we're going to go with what seems to work.
Well, nothing's working.
Man, shit is popping off in Ukraine.
Just asserting that you think something should happen is silly. You have no idea.
You just can't make assertions about everything without actually testing anything.
That's right.
I've never heard of radio communications or like the long-range EMF from submarines and stuff. I haven't heard about sudden effects of distance on that. So I don't know what you're talking. Why you have any hypothetical assertion that it would have a
It's all hypothetical. It's all supposition. Nothing's been confirmed. That's what we're saying.
Not even
Yeah.
flat
No,
water.
nothing is ever confirmed to the hyperskeptic's argument. Of course, with using the hyperskeptic methodology, you will actually never, ever move forward.
Perhaps you'd make more progress if you were hyper skeptic.
Nope, because we can't even tell why water boils using hyperskepticism.
Moyak's right. It's a very good point.
We are stuck in pre-caveman days using hyperskepticism.
No.
Yes.
No.
Oh, we have no idea why that fire happens. It could be fairies that are rubbing sticks together.
With hyperskepticism, you just assert that the solar system's full of a medium, even though you know nothing about it.
Me, I know nothing about it.
Yeah, but you're happy to assert we're all wrong because it might be a medium. That's the type of hyperskepticism.
There is a medium. We're told there's a medium.
Yeah.
No, I don't really agree with that.
No, we are told there is a medium. Right, so I'm going on
in the atmosphere, not in space.
I'm going on in space. There's a medium.
No, not really.
This is what the professionals say, not me.
Really.
The professionals. Yes, they do.
If you ask them, is it a complete vacuum? They'll explain, no, there's tiny particles of a few things.
There
but
you go.
They still mean there's no medium.
It's a medium.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
That's hyperskepticism, which Moyak was warning you about.
You can't have your cake and eat it too. It doesn't work both ways.
You can't cherry pick to deny the whole cosmos.
I'm not cherry picking. There's a medium.
No,
it's not
that's
cherry picking.
Nonsense.
It's not nonsense. There's a medium.
What are the properties of said medium?
Well, do they know?
You need us to tell you your theory, even though it's wrong.
I asked it, do they know? Because they say, right, it's not a perfect vacuum. So there has to be something in it, which is a medium.
It's got something
you don't
in
even
it.
know your own cherry that you tried to pick out.
Oh, I know it.
Hydrogen, helium, dust, iron,
There
cobalt.
we go. There we go. Thanks, Moyak. Came to the rescue. All those things.
And more.
And all those things in teeny tiny quantities.
Yep. Creating a medium.
Loosely could be termed a medium. Yep.
No, not loosely. Exactly.
Not by me. I'm not calling it a medium. No way.
You don't have to call it anything, right?
You've never been there anyway.
I can see it every night, gent.
That's the sky.
And it's dark with twinkles in it.
Twinkles? Has it got twinkles?
Not just the skies, outer space.
A region no man has ever been before.
Again, the funny thing is, even with a medium of disparate particles floating randomly through space, millimeters, centimeters, and inches apart, you still have alternate means of back-checking this stuff that does not require, that are not medium specific.
Yeah, they've accounted for it, right, Mark? They accounted for it with their measurement of distance.
You can measure it via, you can measure it via
for the
geometry,
in quotation marks.
measure it via radio. All these things come back with similar answers. Sorry, that's a hell of a coincidence, being that the means are completely different in how they're collected. So it's a good, solid hypothetical medium.
I can't be responsible if you guys can't.
Sorry, I had a call coming. They wanted Roger. I'm not Roger.
Not Roger? What are they trying to sell, Roger?
I don't know. There's one guy who called me up and he's like, is Roger there? And it's the same guy, same voice. And it's like, you haven't figured out I'm not Roger yet. I've hung up on you 57 times now. You think you'd catch on someday. Maybe he's just hyper skeptical that I'm not Roger.
He could be. I wouldn't blame him, actually.
I could be. Maybe I'm Roger and I don't even know it. Maybe my mother lied to me. I don't remember being born. How do I know I actually was born?
Exactly.
Everybody says it. My mother, my father. I could have been swapped at birth. I could have been cloned in a tank and they lied to me. I mean, these are all possibilities. Let's be hyper skeptical. I can't even tell I was born.
Interstellar mediums. They've named it, man, so you are right. But I don't think it's an actual medium. It's not like gravy, you know what I mean? It's still nearly a vacuum, and it's called space for a reason. There's hardly nothing there.
I am not claiming it's gravy, am I, Dawn?
Yeah, kind of.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Because when I said it could be like water, which would make a difference. You're like, yeah, it could be like water.
No, it's a medium, right? And if there is water molecules up there, right? Yeah, it could be a little bit like water, depending on how many molecules that thing has to pass through.
Do you think if there's a place outside Earth in the blackness of nighttime above you, do you think that place is more close to water or more close to a vacuum? Which one do you reckon is closer description?
What you know what it is? Like it's not water.
I'm asking you which sort of medium do you reckon? What type of medium do you think it is?
Right, it ain't water.
And do you believe it could be just a vacuum, nearly?
It has, what we're told, very little in it.
Okay. So would you be able to agree? Would you be able to agree it's hardly a medium to talk of? It's hardly anything.
Well, we could see that when we go up in hot air balloons and stuff. We find out
it's neither here nor there if it's very little of it. The difference is the amount of it that it has to travel through.
Well, that's a little bit of an interesting statement. I was just thinking about this. Yeah. If I have to travel through, let's say, the equivalent of 1 foot of water, that's trillions and trillions of molecules. So, but it's in a liquid form. Now, if I pass through in interstellar space and I hit that same number of molecules that I would hit in a ray path through water, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't get the same results. If water has different properties when it is in the liquid state than atomic state.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not going to get the same kind of refraction from hitting the equivalent of 10 miles of air in space.
I'm not arguing that they're the same or would act the same way.
I got a question. So, are you saying there's no point in anyone trying to measure a distance of anything in the sky because it's a medium? Or are you saying just so far you're wrong because it's a medium?
No, I'm saying there is a lot of assumption with these things. All right. And to me, that is very, very inaccurate. Just like the way they have measured the sun 50 million times and come up with 60 million different answers over the years. All right. And it changes every second day, the distance to the sun.
Not really.
Right?
Do you think it's possible to find a real distance?
Every second week. Right?
Think it's possible to maybe find a real distance if we work hard?
Me, myself, wow. Look, if it is 93 million miles, right? Yeah, I reckon it's impossible.
How much has it changed in the past century?
Oh, probably, I don't know, 17 trillion, I don't know.
The sun? No. The sun has never been 17 trillion miles away, even by the earliest metric.
So we should all give up, Mansour, and everyone with a telescope who tries to measure distances is deluded.
It's around
looking for a
1,000
medium.
miles.
Wow. I reckon everyone with a telescope are just looking at,
Yeah,
not trying
what
to
I'm
measure
saying is
anything.
the experts trying to measure stuff are all deluded, and because there's a medium there, none of them are ever going to find a true distance or size.
Well, they should try and work out the speed of light harder.
Bandsaw is stuck just holding his arm out and saying it's at least further away than my arm.
Well, it is, isn't it?
There you go. That's it. That's as much as we can possibly know.
Couldn't we get a torch, Bandsaw, in a laboratory in a dark room and test the speed of light somehow?
Can we?
Couldn't we?
Right, so a laboratory that's right, and we're shooting it from one wall to the other. We can
make a
measure that.
vacuum, we turn a light on, and then we measure how quick it went to the other side. Something.
Well,
like that.
no, we can't do that because we only measure the reflected speed of light. So we can't measure the one-way speed of light. We've already established that.
No, you believe in the globe science.
Now that's an interesting thing also. The reflected light that comes back is light. There's no inherent difference between reflected light and light.
Isn't there?
So if it went at infinite speed in one direction and teleported to that, this is just deductive reasoning. If it went at infinite speed to get to the object, took some time to reflect off the surface, and then came back, then it should have a different time from light that was just emitted from an object. And we don't get that.
Oh, so what? So the reflected speed of is the same as the one-way speed of light, is it?
That's my knowledge.
How would you know? Because we haven't measured the one-way speed of light.
Well, since it is logically, it is light. We can see it. It's light. It's a wavelength. We can measure it. We can put it in prisms. It is light. And incident light is light because we can measure it. We can put it through prisms. We can do that. Do it again. So now we have light, and it's going two directions, there and back, and it takes a time to do that. So if propagation of light takes less time than reflection of light, I'm not sure how you come to a reasonable conclusion that that was even possible.
Well, maybe your tools just aren't accurate enough to measure it.
You can measure it in fractions of an inch.
You know that's doubting yourself as well, so when you say we don't have the tools to do this, that's you doubting yourself as well.
No, that's what you tell me, that we don't have the tools to measure it.
It is a logical argument that, or it's a ridiculous hypothetical that light could do something that other than what we're saying. It's one of these philosophical arguments that means nothing. At this point, science indicates that, or we can conclude from science that the speed of light is 186,000 miles per hour, based upon the two-way speed of light.
You guys tell me that I can't measure the curvature of water in a fish tank. We don't have the tools to do it.
Yes, that's a different type of measurement, but yes.
No,
and I'm not even sure we can't do it.
It's a measurement. It's a measurement, right? Because we don't have the tool accurate enough to do it. The same argument applies.
Yeah. I agree. In a small fish tank, you won't be able to measure it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think evaporation would be happening faster than the actual measurement takes place.
Maybe in the length of which you've measured the speed of light is also applicable.
Right, but we can extend that, and we have extended that to, well, for lack of a better term, on Earth to hundreds of miles, and perhaps we can know even thousands of miles. We've done that on Earth to thousands of miles. If you start going up to satellites, we've gotten up to billions of miles.
Have we measured the speed of light for thousands of miles?
Billions of miles, actually.
Billions. Okay, billions. Okay, how did we measure the billions?
We send a signal out to the Voyager spacecraft. We know how long it takes for the computer on the Voyager spacecraft to process the answer, and then we get the signal back. So that I said we've done it for billions of miles. However, at least on Earth, we've done it for thousands. if we want to try and pretend that space isn't real and satellites don't exist.
So if we've done it on Earth for thousands of right on Earth, right?
Yep.
How could you do that when Earth curve is in the way?
You do it from an aircraft.
Really? So we've got an aircraft that is.
Yep. 2 aircraft up at 30,000 feet communicating. What's their max range?
Well, is that the Sophia? Are you talking about the Sophia?
No, I'm not talking about Sophia. I'm talking about what is the potential range that we can communicate.
What's Sophia? I haven't even heard of that, Jin.
Oh, that's the second Hubble. That's the original Hubble, really. It's got the same lens in a 747. Okay. So yeah.
We could also take things we know about, like the tropospheric bounce, and we know how long it takes to get up there and then bounce down. Of course, you would deny that we know how it bounces, so I mean, that's why I don't use that. So aircraft to aircraft, we can measure those.
Well, it's bouncing off the troposphere, isn't it?
Aircraft to aircraft? Not necessarily. That'd be a straight line. If it took longer than straight line, then we could assume there was a bounce.
How do you know it's a straight line and not bouncing off the troposphere?
I can use a directional antenna.
Really? How do you know where that direction has come from? How do you know it hasn't come a little bit from the left or as it's
I
bouncing?
use a directional antenna, which focuses the radio waves into a narrow beam.
Okay, so that directional antenna is pointing in exact. Doesn't catch it.
That's the
like
point of aiming.
glove.
That's the point of aiming it. Yes.
Okay.
How do I know that bullet came from that gun over there that's aiming? It could have bounced off the troposphere.
Possibly.
Yeah, possibly.
Possibly. Right.
We also have other methods, but of course you wouldn't believe them, which is I was speaking with a particle physicist who, Goldstein, I think his name is. Goldstein, his words were that he fired a signal from, I don't remember what the source was, but it was about 200 plus miles to Japan, where they were able to read these particles. And those particles travel in a straight line. They don't seem to react with matter.
I don't know.
And so what do they call them? Neutrinos. So what he had to do in order to reach Japan, he actually had to aim into the ground with these neutrinos in order to get them to come out the other side. But they still travel at the speed of light. So you can also check the speed that way in a straight line, even through the whole Earth.
So these things traveled all the way through.
They burrow straight through ground, and if you've given enough of the particles, you can actually measure them going through the surface of the Earth to the other side.
Really?
You aim it directly down, and out the other side will come a stream of neutrinos.
So if I pointed directly this machine, this neutrino gun, and I point it down at my feet, they'll pop out the other side at China, will they?
No, I don't know if you're opposite China, but yes, the antipode point on Earth. Some guy will be standing there and have neutrinos come up with balls.
Interesting. How does it get through that molten iron core?
The numbers, I don't recall the numbers. Numbers for effect. They'll send, let's say, a pulse of a million neutrinos, and out the far side they'll get 1,000. So basically, some of due to probabilities, they'll actually interact with the nucleuses of some materials on occasion, and some will never, in their path, will never actually interact with any nucleuses of atoms before it goes out the other side. So with a probability game, you send enough of them through, they'll make it through.
I don't even know what a neutrino is. Actually, it's a subatomic particle.
Yeah.
How do you even collect those to put it in a magazine and fire it?
You don't. You do them by breaking down materials into their fundamental particles.
Okay. Interesting. What's this?
I think the more interesting thing is how they read them on the
Right.
flip side, and that's a little bit beyond the actual. Since they don't like to interact with material, you have to have a lot of material for them to interact with, so that you can see that they actually reach their destination. So I think they use essentially giant fish tanks, underground, deep underground, and they look for the collisions between them and the water molecules to give off an energy burst.
I've posted 2 videos on water is not water. So water is water, not hydrogen and oxygen.
Okay, that's wrong. I've tested that.
I had an argument
I've
about this about a month ago, Jin.
Yeah.
When they were
So I
talking
put
about
it
it,
in that.
and I go, how do you know water just ain't water?
Yeah, that's what it's called. It's called Water is Water. I posted it by Pete and Pete. There's one there at 58 minutes past the hour. And then the other one, I just posted the other one. Water is not H2O. Okay?
Could you explain to me why when I mix 2 parts of hydrogen with 1 part of oxygen, I end up with a specific amount of water?
Do ya?
Yes.
I've never seen that done. I've never seen it done.
If I get a glass of hydrogen and a glass
1 glass of oxygen, 2 glasses of hydrogen. Now that's not a great mixture, but it'd be pretty close.
Okay, so if I get 2 glasses of hydrogen and 1 glass of oxygen, I'll get a glass of water.
No. It's still going to be like water. A fraction of it. Like if you did liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, 1 glass to 1 glass, you'd probably get damn near 1 cup of water, or I guess almost 3 cups of water.
Interesting. You sure it's just not water? Water?
What's water? Yeah, this is hydrogen. When I light it on fire, it burns. Water doesn't burn. So I got that liquid hydrogen. There's a definite physical difference between it. It also has a different weight per cup, per cc, for whatever metric. So it's got different viscosity. These are all things that are clearly different. It freezes at a different temperature. It evaporates at a different temperature. It's not water.
Who's Peter and Pete?
Morons, ignoramuses, who think that water is not water.
Come on, Moyle. I've never
Well,
heard of it.
just like I said, the hydrogen and oxygen thing, I've broken water down into hydrogen and oxygen, and I get these 2 resultant gases, and when I burn them, there's this fog of water remaining in my beaker that I burned them in.
How did you break it down? How did you break it down?
What do you call it? Electrolysis.
So how do you know it's just not the reaction and the breakdown of that electrolysis?
Personally, I could say I could not tell you that, but I could tell you what the resultant products were hydrogen and oxygen.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether or not the hydrogen came from the what did I use?
The metal, whatever metal it was.
Yeah, and I'm thinking more about the base that I used. But, I can't tell you that, but I can tell you that the result of that is a gas that, when it burns, becomes water, not the original materials, not the electrolyte. And it's absolutely ridiculous.
I might have to watch these at my leisure.
So you're thinking that chemistry is really a question. We don't know how chemistry works. Wow.
Am I thinking chemistry is in question?
Yeah, you're thinking chemistry is science, and we don't know how that works.
I think it's good to question everything more.
Yeah, no, actually, I don't think it's not bad to question anything. But the problem is, you stay at the question.
Oh, boy, that's a bit harsh.
I mean, and there's also some point where it's just a waste of time to question everything. Again, if I had to go in order to drive, I can use the sciences that go up to that. I can make go-karts. I can come up with a new technology, a new kind of motorcycle, a paraglider from those existing technologies. I don't have to go back and say, I wonder if stoichiometry is correct. Stoichiometry meaning like the mixture of different materials to get a result out of a chemical reaction. So like air, fuel, mixture.
Are these guys brothers or something? They look very similar.
Yeah, what, Pete and Pete?
Yeah.
They look like brothers. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think they probably are. I'm not sure. I can't say that for sure. But they're really good, you know. You want to check their channel out. They've got a lot of
they're really
questions
good.
that you guys ask. They do a lot of experiments, man. Like, you know, things spawning at the same rate.
Oh, that was a great one. I actually looked at that. I did a little video check on their test, and they showed how two objects in a vacuum don't fall at the same rate.
That's right.
But for some reason, they didn't measure or they didn't look at the incident of when they released it, and you can see that the two objects were released at different times. So as they pulled the magnet off to drop the feather or whatever
they've done quite a few.
I think I'm so awful. They dropped a light object and a heavy object.
Yeah, they've done a number of those. That type of video, anyway.
The light object stuck to the ceiling for at least 2 frames of video before it fell, which gave it almost a 6-inch differential. And by the time it got to the bottom, it was still at a 6-inch differential. It's amazing. And I did that with the shitty video they posted.
They've done better ones than the one you're talking about. They've done much better ones than the one you took. You want to look at them because they've done several, and I've got them all.
They are incompetent.
That is gold. The start of their video. You could be very, very smart and intelligent and still be stupid.